Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1 to Chapter 83. Deep in the night. At the back of Jialan Academy's mountain, a nimble figure was leaping through the forest. It was a youth with delicate features who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. He was quickly heading towards the mountain peak. After today, the poisonous flames in Yushi's body should be completely removed. She won't have to suffer the pain of the poisonous flames anymore. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's speed increased by 30%. It didn't take long for him to reach the mountain peak. "Big brother Feng, you're here." A sweet voice rang out. A young girl was waiting for Lin Feng. Although she wasn't old, she was charming. Lin Feng and Su Yueshi were childhood sweethearts. They grew up together and had a deep relationship. Furthermore, they were both geniuses from Qingyun Town and had joined Jialan Academy to cultivate in the same year. In Jialan Academy, the two of them were famous geniuses. However, a year ago, Su Yueshi had almost died due to her cultivation going berserk. Although she managed to survive, she had to endure the pain of the poisonous flames every day. The Tianwu continent was a world of martial artists. Every martial artist had their own martial spirit. Lin Feng's martial spirit was an extremely rare devouring martial spirit. This devouring martial spirit allowed Lin Feng to absorb the energy of heaven and earth much faster than others. At the same time, the devouring martial spirit also gave Lin Feng a devouring ability. Therefore, when Su Yueshi's body had problems, she begged Lin Feng to help her suck out the poisonous flames in her body. The poisonous flames in Su Yueshi's body were very difficult to remove. Once they were sucked into the body, Lin Feng would have a hard time dispelling them. However, seeing Su Yueshi in so much pain, Lin Feng was willing to do anything for the woman he loved. Therefore, every full moon's night, Lin Feng would be here to help Su Yueshi expel the poisonous flames in her body. In the past year, because Lin Feng had absorbed the poison from Su Yueshi's body, the poison had been wreaking havoc in his body. His cultivation had also dropped from the 6th Qi layer to the 3rd Qi layer. But for the woman he loved, Lin Feng didn't regret it. "Yushi, sit down. Today, I will suck out all the poisonous flames in your body. Then, your body will recover completely," said Yushi. Lin Feng looked at Su Yueshi tenderly. "Thank you, big brother Feng." A sweet smile appeared on Su Yueshi's delicate face. Lin Feng took a deep breath and began to circulate his martial soul. A pitch-black vortex appeared in Lin Feng's dantian. As Lin Feng revolved the vortex, it flew out of Lin Feng's body and appeared above Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng placed his palm on Su Yueshi's lower abdomen. Faint moonlight power sprinkled down, enveloping Lin Feng and Su Yueshi in silver armor. A black flame appeared in Su Yueshi's body. That black flame was the poisonous flames produced when Su Yueshi's qi deviation. At this moment, the poisonous flames quickly swam towards Su Yueshi's dantian. Lin Feng, relying on his devouring martial soul, began to absorb the black poisonous flames. The veins on Lin Feng's body bulged. His face was extremely pale and his eyes flashed with incomparable pain. The poisonous flames entered the body and burned it. Lin Feng's meridians had already been damaged when he healed Su Yueshi. But Lin Feng endured the painful torture. An hour later, the poisonous flames in Su Yueshi's body were finally completely absorbed by Lin Feng. Su Yueshi became energetic, while Lin Feng's body seemed to have been drenched by the rain. He was sweating profusely and his face was pale. Lin Feng revealed a smile and said, "Yushi, the poisonous flames in your body have been completely removed. Rest for a while and soon, you will become the genius girl of the past." "Thank you." Su Yueshi nodded slightly. Her gaze towards Lin Feng had a trace of coldness. Lin Feng said, "Why are you being so polite with me?" "Yushi, it's getting late. Let's go back to the academy. I still have some things to do." "I'm afraid I can't go back with you," Su Yueshi said coldly. "It's so late. What else do you have to do?" Lin Feng could not help but ask doubtfully. "Haha, of course it's to be with me." At this moment, an arrogant laughter suddenly came from the forest. Then, a white-clothed young man walked out. This white-clothed young man looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was handsome and confident. Lin Feng recognized this person. This white-clothed young man was called Bai Yifei. He was an outer court genius. Bai Yifei, why are you here? Seeing Bai Yifei, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Yushi called me over. Can't you see that Yushi actually likes me? Bai Yifei looked at Lin Feng proudly. Impossible, Yushi, what's going on? Bai Yifei is lying, right? Lin Feng opened his eyes wide and looked at Suyueshi. Suyueshi glanced at Lin Feng indifferently and said, Lin Feng, Brother Yifei is right. I like geniuses like Brother Yifei. As for you, you've absorbed the poisonous flames in my body and your meridians have been damaged. You're no different from a cripple now. It's impossible between you and me. Now that my body has completely recovered, Brother Yifei has prepared a violet sun pill for me to help me quickly break through. With the help of the violet sun pill, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. I'll definitely be able to pass the inner court exam. At that time, the gap between you and me will be even greater. We won't be in the same world anymore, so don't be delusional. When Lin Feng heard Suyueshi's emotionless words, he felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He shouted furiously, Suyueshi, you deceived me. I absorbed the poisonous flames in your body to heal you, and now my meridians have been damaged. How dare you deceive me like this? Little boy, you deserved it. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You've already become a cripple, do you think you're worthy of Yushi? Bai Yifei looked at Lin Feng disdainfully, then turned around and looked at Suyueshi. He smiled and said, Yushi, let's go. Suyueshi didn't want to look at Lin Feng anymore. She nodded and was about to leave with Bai Yifei. Suyueshi, you made me suffer, you can't leave. Lin Feng grabbed Suyueshi. Little boy, you're courting death. Bai Yifei sneered. He turned around and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. Bai Yifei was at the 6th celestial layer while Lin Feng was only at the 3rd celestial layer. The gap between them was too big. Lin Feng hadn't been able to block that punch. Bang! Bai Yifei's palm landed on Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng was sent flying. He fell to the ground and his whole body twitched. My dantian! Bai Yifei, you destroyed my dantian. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with fear. Then, he looked at Bai Yifei and Suyueshi with endless hatred. Suyueshi frowned and said, Lin Feng's dantian has been destroyed. This is a bit troublesome. Although his cultivation has dropped and he's gone from a genius to a waste, he's still a student of Jialan Academy. If the academy finds out, we'll be in big trouble. Bai Yifei sneered, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's just kill this little boy and end it all. Suyueshi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was as if his heart had been pierced by thousands of arrows. He was in pain and despair. The last trace of good impression he had of Suyueshi disappeared. Bai Yifei walked towards Lin Feng and lifted Lin Feng up. He sneered and said, Little boy, you dare to steal my woman? You're really courting death. Bai Yifei threw Lin Feng down a cliff not far away. Shua, Lin Feng fell quickly. Bang, before he hit the ground, Lin Feng's body was blocked by a big tree. He fell to the ground and fainted. Rumble, not long after, thunder rumbled and dark clouds covered the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down. The purple thunderbolts intertwined like purple true dragons. Crack. The void cracked, and in the depths of the crack was endless darkness. It was unknown what kind of world it was connected to. Suddenly, a pitch-black, thumb-sized bead flew out from the crack in space. That pearl circled in the air and suddenly flew towards Lin Feng, who had fainted on the ground. Shua. Lin Feng woke up from the torrential rain. I didn't die. Lin Feng crawled up from the ground, his face full of shock. That be *tch, how dare you make me so miserable? Then, Lin Feng's face was filled with endless hatred. Thinking about his energy center being destroyed, he could not help but feel sad. Even if he did not die, he was destined to be a cripple for the rest of his life. This is? Suddenly, Lin Feng's face showed an expression of disbelief. This was because he realized that his energy center, which was destroyed by Bai Yifei, was still intact. Furthermore, a mysterious bead had appeared in his dantian. Lin Feng's face was full of shock and uncertainty. He extended his divine telekinesis and tried to explore the mysterious bead. Boom. When Lin Feng's divine telekinesis came into contact with the mysterious bead, he suddenly felt as if the world was spinning. Lin Feng realized that he seemed to have come to another world. This was a vast world. At the end of the world, endless lightning had turned into a sea of lightning. Dark clouds rolled, covering the sky and the sun. The purple lightning condensed into thick chains of order, entangling a powerful existence. It was an exotic beast with the body of an elephant and the head of a dragon. Its body was too big. Its 4 limbs stepped on the ground, but its head towered into the clouds. Heavens, what's that? Lin Feng looked at the mysterious beast in shock. Roar. The mysterious beast stood tall and stomped on the ground. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers. The world was almost shattered by its roar. Its huge body struggled violently, hoping to break free from the chains of thunder. However, it failed. Dragon Elephant Immortal, Dragon Elephant Immortal, Dragon Elephant Immortal. The huge existence roared angrily. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body tremble. A huge amount of information rushed into his mind. Lin Feng couldn't help but give a horrible shriek. His consciousness left the mysterious space. Only then did the splitting headache disappear. Dragon Elephant Godly Force, Dragon Elephant Immortality. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in his mind. Lin Feng's divine thought entered his mind. Immediately, he realized that there was a dragon elephant that looked exactly the same as the one in the mysterious space. The dragon elephant stepped on the ground, and the sky was above its head, as if it was about to split the heavens and earth. Lin Feng's spiritual will came into contact with the dragon elephant. Suddenly, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Dragon Elephant Immortality, Demon God Strength, Dragon Elephant Godly Strength, Samsara Immortality. Lin Feng obtained a cultivation chant called the Archaic Dragonesque Elephant Art. According to the introduction, dracophants were primordial divine beasts. The power of dracophants surpassed that of primordial fiend gods. By cultivating the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art, one could cultivate strength that far exceeded that of a primordial god fiend. Haha, I never thought that I would have such a fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng's face was filled with ecstasy. 3 days later, a youth in ragged clothes returned to Jialan Academy from the mountains. This youth was Lin Feng. After returning to the academy, Lin Feng went straight to his residence. Not long after entering the academy, Lin Feng was surrounded by more than 10 people. The leader of the group was a young man in his 20s. He was called Bai Xiaolu, and was Bai Yifei's attendant. 3 days ago, after Bai Yifei threw Lin Feng off the cliff, he sent people to deal with Lin Feng's corpse. However, they couldn't find the corpse. Bai Yifei was worried that Lin Feng was still alive, so he sent people to guard the entrance of the academy to see if Lin Feng would appear. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would come back alive. Little bastard, I didn't think that you would come back alive. It was worth it for me to guard you for 3 days. When he saw Bai Xiaolu and the others, Lin Feng smiled coldly. A bunch of dogs, how dare they act so arrogantly in front of Lin Feng? Look, isn't that Bai Xiaolu and the others? They've surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng has been missing for a few days now. There's been a rumor going around that Lin Feng was killed by Bai Yifei and Su Yueshi. I've been missing him for a few days now and I've even believed it. Lin Feng's cultivation level dropped because he wanted to heal Su Yueshi. In the end, Su Yueshi ended up with Bai Yifei. What a pity, he was played by that woman Su Yueshi. So what if he's not dead? With Bai Yifei's talent, he'll definitely be able to enter the inner courtyard in 10 days. Then, he'll have a high status and it'll be easy for him to take care of Lin Feng. Why would he wait for 10 days? Bai Yifei's family is very powerful in Jialan City. They're probably going to take care of Lin Feng now. In the surroundings, some of the students were looking at Lin Feng pitifully. Capture this brat for me and bring him to the young master for him to deal with. Bai Xiaolu waved his hand and smiled evilly. Even though Bai Xiaolu was just a servant, he was arrogant because of the Bai family's influence. Yes, Master Lu. 2 servants of the Bai family jumped out and charged at Lin Feng. The 2 servants, one on the left and one on the right, both had hideous smiles on their faces as they moved towards Lin Feng. You're courting death. Lin Feng's face fell. How dare these dogs attack him in Jialan Academy? Lin Feng took a step forward and used Tiger Descends the Mountain. He was as ferocious as a tiger, punching at the two servants. The two servants' faces fell and they hurriedly punched back. Bang bang, the two of them fiercely exchanged punches with Lin Feng. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The arms of the two servants were directly broken, and the two of them flew out like a kite with a broken string. Flop, flop. The two of them fell to the ground in a sorry state and howled in pain. Eh? Wasn't it rumored that Lin Feng's cultivation had dropped drastically and he had become a cripple? His attacks are so fierce, he doesn't seem like a piece of trash. Many of the students were astonished. Seeing that Lin Feng had crippled two of his subordinates, Bai Xiaoliu's face darkened. You little bastard, you dare to fight back? You must have eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's guts. Go, break his limbs. Hearing Bai Xiaoliu's command, the remaining 10 servants of the Bai family rushed towards Lin Feng. Break my limbs? With these pieces of trash? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then moved like a ferocious tiger towards the dozen servants of the Bai clan. This was a mid-level yellow-ranked martial art, Tiger's Leap. It was a compulsory martial art in Jialan Academy. It was rumored that an old dean had created this martial art after observing the movements of tigers. Once used, one could leap freely like a tiger leaving the mountains. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng attacked again and again, throwing punch after punch at the Bai family servants. You little bastard, you're courting death. The servants of the Bai clan surrounded Lin Feng and attacked him from all sides. However, Lin Feng relied on Tiger's Leap to dodge and dodge. Then, he quickly threw out punches and collided with the Bai family servants. Every collision was accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. 10 consecutive screams were heard as the 10 servants of the Bai family were all sent flying by Lin Feng. Their arms were broken, and they were heavily injured. After defeating the servants, Lin Feng didn't stop and rushed towards Bai Xiaoliu. Lin Feng used Flood Dragon Rises from the Sea and attacked Bai Xiaoliu. Bai Xiaoliu's expression changed. He didn't expect the crippled Lin Feng to be so powerful. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only brace himself and attack. Bang, Lin Feng and Bai Xiaoliu's fists collided, and Bai Xiaoliu was sent flying. Wah, he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Plop, Bai Xiaoliu fell heavily on the ground, but he didn't care about the pain. He quickly got up and begged loudly, Young Master Lin, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I'm just a servant. I was just following my master's orders. Young Master Lin, please spare me. Spare you? You said you were going to cripple my limbs, but unfortunately, you won't be able to do it. I'm a vengeful person. Lin Feng sneered and rushed forward, throwing a punch at Bai Xiaoliu. I'll kill you. Bai Xiaoliu's eyes flashed as he waved his sleeve. Swoosh, a cold light shot towards Lin Feng. An arrow was hidden in his sleeve. The situation was dangerous. Lin Feng reacted quickly and took a step to the left. The arrow flew past Lin Feng's head. It was a close shave, but he managed to avoid a calamity. Lin Feng shouted and threw a punch at Bai Xiaoliu's chest. Bai Xiaoliu was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch and fell to the ground. Bai Xiaoliu's face was filled with fear when his sneak attack failed. He begged, Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please spare me. Young Master Lin, please spare me. Spare you? Is that even possible? Lin Feng sneered. He walked forward and stomped on Bai Xiaoliu's right leg. Crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bai Xiaoliu screamed. His right leg was broken by Lin Feng. You said you wanted to break my limbs, so I'll break yours today. Lin Feng sneered and stomped 3 more times. Crack. Crack. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bai Xiaoliu let out a shrill scream. His body twitched a few times before he fainted. How ruthless. Bai Xiaoliu's limbs are broken. Gasps could be heard from all around. Lin Feng returned to his residence and packed up before heading to the cultivation courtyard. In the cultivation courtyard, there were many cultivation rooms for students to cultivate in. Lin Feng entered one of the cultivation rooms. 10 days later, the inner courtyard examination would be held. Jialan Academy had a total of 100,000 students, but there were less than 3,000 inner courtyard disciples. It was obvious how difficult it was to become an inner courtyard disciple. Those who could enter the inner courtyard were definitely geniuses among geniuses. After being nurtured by the inner courtyard, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Tianwu continent was a world of martial arts. Cultivators were ranked from low to high as martial artist, martial master, martial general, and martial king. It was said that after breaking through to martial king, there were new levels. However, those levels were still too far away for Lin Feng. Even the imperial guardian of Zhenwu country, the #1 expert of Zhenwu country, had not broken through to those fleeting realms. Every major realm was divided into 10 levels. Now, Lin Feng was at the 3rd level of martial artist. The strength of the Dracophant, circulate in the heavens, reverse the meridians, open the door. Lin Feng started to cultivate according to the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. He raised his right hand and made a starting gesture. Boom! Suddenly, the heaven and earth yuan qi went berserk. The heaven and earth yuan qi quickly converged into Lin Feng's cultivation room. The heaven and earth yuan qi in Lin Feng's cultivation room was 10 times more than before. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. 10 times the heaven and earth yuan qi. His cultivation speed was 10 times faster than before. The Archean dragonesque elephant skill was really powerful. Devouring martial spirit. Lin Feng activated his martial spirit. In an instant, the heaven and earth yuan qi was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength also started to increase crazily. Martial artist 10 levels, level 1 strength, 100 gene. Level 2 strength, 200 gene. Level 3 strength, 400 gene. Level 4 strength, 800 gene. Level 5 strength, 1600 gene. Level 6 strength, 3200 gene. Level 7 strength, 6400 gene. The strength of the 8th heavenly layer was 12,800 gene. The strength of the 9th layer of heaven was 25,600 kilograms. The strength of the 10th heavenly layer was 51,200 gene. Lin Feng used to be a qi cultivator of the 6th celestial layer and had a strength of 3,200 gene. But because he had helped Su Yueshi heal her injuries, his strength had dropped to the 3rd celestial layer and his strength had dropped to 400 gene. But now, Lin Feng's strength began to rise crazily again. Day after day. 10 days later, a powerful aura was emitted from the cultivation room. After madly cultivating for 10 days, Lin Feng's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. On the day that Lin Feng came out of seclusion, his cultivation had already recovered to the 6th heavenly layer. Moreover, the Archean dragonesque elephant skill could allow the cultivator's physical body to surpass that of a primordial god fiend. Therefore, even though Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the 6th celestial layer, his strength had already reached 6,400 gene, which was already comparable to a cultivator of the 7th celestial layer. Walking out of the cultivation room, Lin Feng made a beeline for Jialan Academy's plaza. Today, the academy was going to hold the inner court assessment. The inner court was divided into 4 major departments: Purple Light, Star, Luoyu, and Long River. Each department recruited less than 100 people every year. It was quite difficult to stand out from 100,000 students. When he arrived at the plaza, there was a sea of people. Lin Feng went to the registration area and reported his name. Then, he waited for the assessment. Move aside, move aside. At this moment, a group of people walked over from afar. They were very arrogant. The person in the lead was Bai Yifei. Su Yueshi followed beside Bai Yifei like a little bird. Bai Yifei also saw Lin Feng. His face was full of a sneer as he walked over with Su Yueshi and the others. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be able to come back alive after throwing you off the cliff. Your life is really tough. Bai Yifei looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. The heavens have eyes and let me live. Otherwise, how could I have taken the lives of a pair of dogs like you? Lin Feng sneered. Who are you calling a pair of dogs? Bai Yifei and Su Yueshi screamed. Calling you a pair of dogs is an insult to dogs. Su Yueshi, you ungrateful bitch. Lin Feng curled his lips. Su Yueshi looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Lin Feng, you dare scold my woman? You're courting death. Bai Yifei said sinisterly. Su Yueshi is just a broken shoe that I'm tired of playing with, but you treat her like a treasure. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng suddenly laughed, looking at Bai Yifei with contempt. Lin Feng, you dare scold me? You dare scold me? Who do you think you are? How dare you scold me? Su Yueshi screamed, flustered and exasperated. So what if I scold you? Laozi has thoroughly seen your true face. Now, Laozi is officially telling you that Laozi is tired of playing with you. Now, Laozi is going to dump you. Laozi also congratulates Bai Yifei for picking up Laozi's broken shoes. Lin Feng curled his lips. The surrounding students looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Many of them were wondering when Lin Feng had become so eloquent. He had actually scolded Bai Yifei and Su Yueshi so badly. Lin Feng, you're courting death. Bai Yifei said coldly. I'll give whoever cripples this brat a violet sun pill. Hearing the words violet sun pill, many students' eyes suddenly lit up. The violet sun pill was a priceless pill that could greatly increase one's cultivation. It was extremely precious. Immediately, a tall student walked out. This person was called Zhang Long and was also a disciple of an aristocratic family. He had been hanging out with Bai Yifei all year round and was extremely arrogant. Hee, brother Fei, isn't it just crippling a trash? I'll do it. Brat, you even dare to offend brother Fei. You really don't want to live anymore. Zhang Long smiled ferociously and threw a punch at Lin Feng's chest. Zhang Long was a warrior at the 4th celestial layer. The power of this punch was extremely overbearing. If one was hit by it, one's bones would be broken. Not good, Lin Feng is in danger. Zhang Long is a warrior at the 4th celestial layer and his strength has reached 800 Jin. I heard that Lin Feng's cultivation has already fallen to the 3rd celestial layer. Against Zhang Long, he will be crushed. Indeed. I think Lin Feng is going to die today, said Lin Feng. Many students were discussing. Facing Zhang Long's attack, Lin Feng coldly snorted and threw a punch towards Zhang Long. Bang. Following a dull sound of impact, everyone saw that Lin Feng was standing in the same place without moving an inch while Zhang Long was sent flying by a punch. Plop. Zhang Long fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Lin Feng sneered and walked forward. He directly stepped on Zhang Long's chest. A trash like you dares to provoke me? Lin Feng looked at Zhang Long condescendingly. Get lost. In the next moment, Lin Feng ruthlessly kicked Zhang Long. Zhang Long screamed and was sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. Zhang Long has been crippled. Everybody was astonished. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was widely rumored that Lin Feng's cultivation had plummeted after helping Su Yueshi treat her injuries, and he had been poisoned by the fire poison, becoming a half-cripple. However, it seemed that the rumors were wrong. You actually dared to cripple Zhang Long? Bai Yifei roared, his eyes cold. A piece of trash like you dares to cause trouble for me? So what if I'm crippled? Lin Feng sneered, B*TCH, B****, just you wait. Since I didn't die at the bottom of the cliff, your fates won't be any better than Zhang Long's. Many people in the crowd began to discuss. Lin Feng was too bold. Calling Su Yueshi a B***TCH was one thing. After all, Su Yueshi did not have a big family background, and Su Yueshi was indeed a B***TCH. Many people despised Su Yueshi. However, calling Bai Yifei a B*** was not only insulting Bai Yifei, but also offending the Bai family. The Bai family was a big family in Sangharan City. Everyone was shocked by Lin Feng's fearlessness. You're courting death. Su Yueshi screamed, looking at Lin Feng viciously. Lin Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you insult Yushi? Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. Among Su Yueshi and Bai Yifei's group was a young man. He was tall and strong, and his name was Su Keqing. He was Su Yueshi's cousin. His cultivation was at fighter stage 5, and he was very strong. Su Keqing sneered, Lin Feng, you're just a disciple of a small family. Now that your cultivation has dropped, you're a half-cripple. Do you think you're worthy of Yuxi? Compared to brother Yifei, you're worlds apart in terms of cultivation and family background. Do you think you're worthy of Yuxi? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Lin Feng shook his head. A year ago, when I was in the academy, I was in high spirits. At that time, Su Yueshi suffered from qi deviation and came to me for treatment. I remember that you were there too. At that time, you begged me to help that be asterisk tch Su Yueshi. At that time, I didn't realize that the people of the Su family were all ingrates. Su Yueshi was a b asterisk tch. As expected of the slut's cousin. They're from the same family, jackals of the same tribe. You're courting death. Su Keqing's expression darkened. With a roar, he leaped out and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you piece of trash, how dare you boast so shamelessly? Today, I'll teach you a lesson and let you know when to advance and when to retreat. Falcon's 13 claws. Su Keqing let out a long howl, his hands like eagle claws. Swish swish swish, 13 consecutive attacks were aimed at Lin Feng. The claws were glowing, and the cold chi was as sharp as a blade. It was a mid-yellow ranked martial skill. Martial skills, from low to high, were divided into 4 ranks: yellow, profound, earth, heaven. Each rank was further divided into middle, high, and peak ranks. In Jialan Academy, the strongest martial skill was a high-level profound ranked martial skill, the Scorching Sun mysterious skill. However, only the upper echelons of Jialan Academy were qualified to learn such a skill. As for earth and sky ranked martial skills, they were legendary martial skills. Even in the entire Tianwu continent, earth and profound ranked martial skills hadn't appeared for many years. Falcon's 13 claws is a good move. After one attack, it's like a falcon pouncing towards its prey. Su Keqing has already practiced it to the point of perfection. I think Lin Feng is doomed. That's right, Lin Feng is in danger. This time, he's probably going to be defeated by Falcon's 13 claws. I wonder what will happen to him if he falls into Su Keqing's hands. Does that even need to be said? His fate will be extremely miserable. Many students were discussing among themselves. They looked at Lin Feng with pity. Facing Su Keqing's Falcon's 13 claws, Lin Feng moved. He took a step forward and suddenly punched out. It was as violent as thunder. It was as swift as a dragon. Lin Feng was like a flood dragon, able to move clouds and rain with a single turn of his hand. A flood dragon emerging from the sea, bang, Lin Feng and Su Keqing collided. Kacha kacha, everyone heard the sound of bones breaking. Ah! Su Keqing screamed miserably. The arm he used to block Lin Feng's attack was broken. His entire body was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Plop. Su Keqing fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Su Keqing had been crippled by Lin Feng in one move. What? Lin Feng is actually so powerful? Heavens! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Didn't the outside world say that Lin Feng's cultivation had plummeted? Has he become a cripple now? How can he still be so fierce? Many people looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng had defeated Su Keqing, who was at the 5th layer of the fighter realm. This shocked everyone. You. Su Yueshi's face suddenly changed. She looked at Lin Feng as if she didn't know him at all. Lin Feng was obviously a cripple. How could he still be so powerful? Su Yueshi couldn't figure it out. Lin Feng, I want your life. Bai Yifei's voice was cold. Swish. Bai Yifei directly pulled out the long sword at his waist, wanting to kill Lin Feng. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng sneered. Both sides were ready to fight at any moment. Stop! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A young cultivator in white walked over. Gongsun Chang'e, the 19th-ranked genius of the inner courtyard. He's in charge of the inner courtyard exam. Many people cried out in alarm when they saw the white-cloaked cultivator. The surrounding students all had respectful expressions. Gongsun Chang'e was ranked 19th out of the 100,000 students of Jialan Academy. It was obvious how monstrous this person was. Gongsun Chang'e's cultivation had already broken through to the martial master realm 3 years ago. Now, it was even more unfathomable. Senior brother Gongsun. Lin Feng and Bai Yifei had no choice but to stop. They both saluted Gongsun Changde. Gongsun Changde glanced at Bai Yifei and Lin Feng, then said, "No matter what grudges you have, don't fight in private and disturb the order. If you want to settle your grudges, you can settle it during the inner courtyard exam." "Yes." Lin Feng and Bai Yifei replied. Gongsun Changde nodded and glanced at Lin Feng in a meaningful way before leaving. "Count yourself lucky. Pray that you don't meet me during the inner courtyard exam. If you do, I'll make sure you die miserably." Bai Yifei looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Is that so? I'm looking forward to seeing what qualifications you have to be so arrogant," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then started walking away. "Brother Fei, Lin Feng is going to be a big problem for us," Su Yueshi said worriedly. "Yushi, don't worry. He's just a piece of trash. I'll get rid of him during the inner courtyard exam," Bai Yifei said confidently. Su Yueshi smiled and said, "Yushi naturally believes that Brother Fei has the ability to do so." The crowd dispersed, but many people were still talking about the conflict between Lin Feng and Bai Yifei. Lin Feng found a corner and closed his eyes to rest. He was waiting for the exam to start. Dong dong dong, suddenly, above the square, a sonorous and powerful sound of a bell resounded. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the arena. "Look, the vice presidents of Violet Light, Star, Luoyu, and Long River have all come out." Some students were pointing at the higher-ups of the universities. Each of the 4 campuses of the inner court had its own unique characteristics. In the Violet Light branch, they inherited the Violet Light Glorious Sun Divine Art, which allowed them to absorb the power of the sun. Their cultivation techniques were tyrannical and tyrannical. The Starry branch inherited the mysterious heaven technique of the stellar Milky Way. It absorbed the power of the stars, and its cultivation method was soft but firm. The Luoyu University had the 9 heavens moon technique, which absorbed the strength of the moon. The Eternal River branch inherited the Great Sun Eternal River sword art. Using the sword to enter the Tao, the sword art's power was boundless. However, many people believed that using the sword to enter the Tao was an unorthodox path, not a path to the Grand Tao. Among the 4 branches, the Eternal River branch was ranked last. The other 3 branches competed with each other, not giving way to each other. "Vice presidents, when will the exam begin?" asked Song Songhai. "Now." The 4 vice presidents nodded. "Yes." Song Songhai nodded and shouted, "Quiet down, the exam of the inner courtyard has officially begun. We will now begin the first exam, the exam of the spirit." There were all kinds of spirits, but no matter what kind of spirit it was divided into different grades. The higher the quality of one's martial soul, the greater one's future accomplishments would be. "Alright, let's begin," shouted Song Songhai. There was a glossy stone on the stage. It was called the Spirit Testing Stone and could be used to test the level of the spirit. One student after another stepped onto the stage and started the exam. Second-ranked talent, not qualified. Third-ranked talent, not qualified. Fourth-ranked talent, not qualified. One by one, the students walked onto the stage excitedly, but they left in disappointment. Every kind of spirit was divided into 10 grades. If one wanted to join the inner courtyard, the first condition was that one had to have a spirit of the 5th rank or higher. If one didn't have a spirit of the 5th rank, the inner courtyard wouldn't accept them. There are 100,000 ordinary disciples, but only a few can pass the first exam. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. 5th rank spirit. Suddenly, someone shouted. On the stage, a student was taking the exam. 5 rays of light shot out from the spirit testing stone. This was the sign of a 5th grade martial spirit, which caused a huge commotion. That's the 7th young master of the Yen clan. He's been extremely talented since he was a child. Surprisingly, he's already awakened a spirit of the 5th rank. Many people looked enviously at the young man in the ring. Not bad. Go rest and prepare for the second test. Deacon Song Songhai nodded with satisfaction. The young master of the Yen family leaped down from the arena in high spirits. Following that, the students went up to take the test one by one. Usually, only one person with a 5th grade martial spirit would appear out of 100 people. The elimination rate in the first round was extremely high. Buzz. Above the arena, light soared into the sky. This time, there were 5 beams of light. Tsuyoshi, 5th grade martial spirit. Another wave of exclamations rang out. Under the envious gazes of countless people, Tsuyoshi held her head high and walked down the stage like a proud white swan. Tsuyoshi possessed a fire-type martial spirit with a ferocious attack. It wasn't surprising for her to possess a 5th grade martial spirit. Not long after, Bai Yifei also came to the stage for the test. Swoosh, the spirit testing stone emitted a terrifying fluctuation and 6 beams of light soared into the sky. 6th grade martial spirit. The sound of people gasping was heard. Even the 4 great vice deans who were sitting on the stage were pleasantly surprised. A 5th grade martial spirit could be considered a genius. A 6th grade martial spirit could be considered a genius. Even in the inner courtyard, it was rare to see someone with a 6th grade martial spirit. Said Xianyuan Mo, the vice dean of the Purple Light Branch while smiling. A 6th grade martial spirit has appeared. I heard that Bai Yifei has a dragon lion martial spirit. It's one of the best martial spirits in the world and it's a 6th grade martial spirit. This time, if he can pass the inner courtyard's exam, he will definitely be accepted by the Purple Light Branch. Said Shinguji, the vice dean of the Luoyu branch while smiling. Brother Xianyuan, the Purple Light Branch already has enough geniuses. I think that Bai Yifei should belong to the Luoyu branch. Haha, you too, the Purple Light Branch and the Luoyu branch are places where geniuses come from. I think that Bai Yifei should belong to the Star branch. The vice dean of the Star branch, Dong Fangqing, also joined the competition. Only the vice dean of the Long River branch, Gong Yangming, didn't join the competition. In the past few years, the Long River branch had been weak and their students were the leftovers of the other 3 branches. Gong Yangming didn't want to compete with the other 3 branches. At that moment, Bai Yifei walked down from the battle stage with a proud expression on his face. Brother Fei, you're so strong. Said Tsuyoshi while holding Bai Yifei's arm. She looked like she was worshipping him. Said Bai Yifei while smiling proudly. He glanced at Lin Feng who wasn't far from him and walked towards him with Tsuyoshi. Haha, Lin Feng, have you seen my talent? You're a half-crippled person, what qualifications do you have to compete with me? You're really overestimating yourself. Let me give you a piece of advice, if you want to live, get out of Jiaolan Academy and never appear in front of me again. I'll give you some face and spare your life, but if you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I'll let you know the consequences of refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Said Bai Yifei while smiling coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes were full of contempt. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Tsuyoshi smiled and said, Lin Feng, let me give you a piece of advice, quickly leave the academy. With your sickly body, you'll only humiliate yourself if you participate in the exam. Bitch, shut up. Said Lin Feng coldly while looking at Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi screamed, Lin Feng, why are you scolding me? I, Tsuyoshi, am blessed by the heavens. Is it wrong not to choose a trash like you? No matter how you compare yourself to Brother Fei, you're miles apart. The man that I, Tsuyoshi, like is naturally a blessed person like Brother Fei. Do you think that I would like a trash like you? Get out of the academy as soon as possible, otherwise, you won't have a good ending. This Lin Feng is really unlucky. He cured Tsuyoshi, but he ended up like this. I heard that Lin Feng's talent was quite good. His martial spirit is also a rare martial spirit. He was supposed to be a star of hope, but now, I think he has no hope of entering the inner courtyard. Some of the surrounding students were also discussing spiritedly. Lin Feng glanced at Tsuyoshi. He didn't even want to talk to Bai Yifei and Tsuyoshi anymore. He turned around and walked towards the arena. Lin Feng was also going to take the test. A piece of trash wants to pass the test? Bai Yifei curled his lips. Tsuyoshi chimed in from the side, that's right. Compared to Big Brother Fei, this kind of trash is worlds apart. At that moment, Lin Feng had already arrived at the arena. He placed his right hand on the spirit testing stone. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 4 rays of light shot up into the sky. A grade 4 martial spirit? Many people shook their heads. So what if it was a grade 4 martial spirit? If his martial spirit didn't reach the 5th grade, he would be eliminated. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between a grade 4 and a grade 5 martial spirit, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. A mere grade 4 martial spirit, as expected of a piece of trash. Tsuyueshi curled her lips. Lin Feng coldly looked at Tsuyueshi. She was the girl who had followed him around and called him Brother Feng since he was young. Now, he didn't recognize her at all. She was the girl who had once made his heart beat faster. Now that he saw her face again, Lin Feng's heart was filled with deep disgust. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked away from Tsuyueshi's disdainful face towards Bai Yifei. Bai Yifei looked at him provocatively and said with a sneer, "A grade 4 martial spirit compared to my grade 6 martial spirit is simply a piece of trash. A piece of trash is a piece of trash." Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile and he disdainfully said, "Is a grade 6 martial spirit really that powerful?" In the next moment, Lin Feng activated his martial spirit. The power of his martial spirit continued to pour into the spirit testing stone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, another 3 rays of light shot up into the sky. A 7-star talent. In the entire testing field, countless people looked at the arena with incomparable shock. Everyone had an incomparably shocked expression on their faces. A 7-star talent. The Jialan Academy hadn't had a 7-star talent in 3 years. How is this possible? How can you be a 7-star talent? There must be a mistake. There must be a problem with the spirit testing stone. Bai Yifei couldn't accept it and shouted. A 7-star talent, a 7-star talent. It can't be real. It can't be real. Tsuyueshi was shaking her head. She couldn't accept that Lin Feng was a 7-star talent. Haha, you don't dare to admit it? Bai Yifei, you coward. Today, I will let you know how big the gap between you and me is. Lin Feng laughed loudly and fully activated his devouring martial spirit. The power of his martial spirit was unceasingly poured into the spirit testing stone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another 3 rays of light shot up into the sky. A total of 10 rays of light shot up into the sky. At that moment, countless people in the testing field looked as if they had seen a ghost. It seemed as if time had stopped. A 10-star talent, a 10-star talent. Our Jialan Academy has a 10-star talent. 10 stars dazzling sun, everyone in the plaza of Jialan Academy was stunned. The Jialan Academy had a history of 1,000 years. However, there had never been a student with 10 stars in their history. It was said that the highest level they had ever seen was 9 stars. That was an elder from 800 years ago. Afterwards, that elder had reached the peak of the King realm and had become a legend in the Jialan Academy. Now, a 10-star genius had appeared in the Jialan Academy. No way, it's impossible, it's impossible, it's impossible. Tsuyueshi kept shaking her head and shouting crazily. She couldn't believe that Lin Feng, whom she had given up on, was a 10-star genius. It was a legendary talent. Bai Yifei's face was extremely gloomy. He felt like his face was burning with pain. A moment before, he had looked down on Lin Feng's talent. In the blink of an eye, he had been slapped in the face. That slap was so resounding that it made Bai Yifei feel that the surrounding students seemed to be looking at him with a kind of mocking gaze. Bai Yifei, who was extremely arrogant, felt like he was going crazy. He hated Lin Feng to the core. He was jealous of Lin Feng and his heart was filled with murderous intent. After the 4 Vice-Deans had gotten over their initial excitement, they had calmed down a lot. Said Xianxia Mo, the Vice-Dean of the Purple Light region, smiling. Lin Feng is a peerless genius. He has created history. I can't wait to see how amazing his next exam will be. Said Shinguji, the Vice-Dean of the Luoyu region. I heard that he was treating a female student and inhaled fire poison. His cultivation level dropped and his body was corroded by the fire poison. His meridians were damaged. What? How could such a thing happen? If his meridians are damaged, it will have a huge impact on his cultivation. Said Dong Fangqing, the Vice-Dean of the Starry School. His facial expression changed. Gong Yangming, the Vice-Dean of Changhe Branch, said, it's a pity that such a good seedling's cultivation path was ruined because of a problem with his body. As the 4 Vice-Deans discussed this matter, there was a trace of regret between their brows. After knowing that Lin Feng's body had a problem, the four vice deans no longer paid attention to Lin Feng. Their gazes also swept past Lin Feng and looked at Bai Yifei in the crowd. Although Bai Yifei's martial spirit was not as good as Lin Feng's, Bai Yifei came from a large family. His talent was similarly outstanding. He was the main target that the four vice deans paid attention to. At this moment, the test was still ongoing. One by one, the students took the test. Finally, the test was completed. A total of 1576 people passed the first round of tests. Song Songhai shouted, "All right, everyone, we'll now begin the second round of the test, the strength test." Someone carried a huge strength testing stone onto the stage. The strength test was a test of one's physical body. Physical strength could be used to test the level of a student's physical body in a certain realm. Let the second round begin. One by one, the students walked into the ring. Boom, then, these students gathered their strength and punched. One by one, the students condensed all the strength in their body and burst out with their strongest punch, blasting on the strength testing stone. 3 red lights, 4 yellow lights, fist strength of 3,400 Jin. 3 red lights, 3 yellow lights, fist strength of 3,300 Jin. Many of the students' strength was average. These students were all geniuses of the outer court. Their strength had also reached the 6th heavenly layer. Their strength was around 3,000 Jin, and there were no particularly outstanding students. However, as long as the strength of a 6th heavenly layer student exceeded 3,200 Jin, they would be considered qualified. 3 red lights, 1 yellow light, 3,100 Jin of strength, eliminated. 2 red lights, 9 yellow lights, 2,900 Jin of strength, eliminated. There were also many 6th heavenly layer students whose strength did not reach 3,200 Jin of standard, and all of them were eliminated. These students, during their daily practice, neglected to practice hard. Most of them relied on pills to increase their strength. After increasing their strength, they did not stabilize their realm, so it was reasonable for them to be eliminated. Bang! At this time, Suyueshi walked up and punched the strength testing stone. Swish 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 swish. 4 consecutive red lights soared into the sky. 4,000 Jin of strength. Not bad, there is a student with a strength of 4,000 Jin. The eyes of the 4 heads lit up. Suyueshi also walked down with satisfaction. Yushi, your fist strength reached 4,000 Jin. It seems that the violet sun pill helped you a lot. Bai Yifei said with a smile. Thank you Brother Fei for providing Yushi with the violet sun pill. Without Brother Fei's help, how could Yushi have today? Suyueshi said like a little bird. Her gaze intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lin Feng, revealing a trace of worry. Bai Yifei said, Yushi, don't worry about that trash. Although his talent is a 10-star talent, it only means that his martial spirit is very good. However, on the path of martial arts, the physical body is the foundation of cultivation. That kid's meridians are damaged and his body is crippled. What threat can he pose? Hearing Bai Yifei's words, Suyueshi's face revealed a smile. She smiled slightly and said, Yushi has never worried. That kind of trash, his life is destined to be a salted fish that will never be able to turn over. Haha, that's right. A salted fish will never be able to turn over. I like this saying. Bai Yifei smiled proudly. Soon, it was Bai Yifei's turn to test. Boom. Bai Yifei punched out. Swish, light flashed, 5 red lights soared into the sky. The strength of his fist reached 5,000 Jin. Good guy, 5,000 Jin of strength. This Bai Yifei is worthy of being called a genius. Around them, exclamations of surprise came out. Countless gazes were filled with envy as they looked at Bai Yifei. He's at the 6th celestial layer and has reached 5,000 Jin of strength. Bai Yifei should be first in this strength test. The vice principal of the Purple Light Branch, Xianxia Mo, smiled and nodded. Bai Yifei, my Purple Light Branch is willing to give you 3 peak yellow ranked skills. How about you join my Purple Light Branch? Xianxia Mo directly sent out an invitation. The other 3 vice principals were furious. They hadn't thought that Xianxia Mo would send out an invitation to Bai Yifei right after the second round of the test. The three of them secretly cursed Xianyuan Mo for being shameless and rushed to send out an invitation. Bai Yifei, join my fallen moon branch. We will provide you with all the cultivation resources you need. The vice principal of the fallen moon branch, Shinguji, sent out an invitation. Bai Yifei, come to my star branch. I will personally accept you as my disciple, said Dong Fengqing, the vice principal of the star branch. Gong Yangming, the vice principal of the Long River branch, said, Bai Yifei, join my Long River branch. When the time comes, the Long River branch will be responsible for finding a spirit beast for you to refine as your mount. How about it? The four branches all sent out invitations to Bai Yifei. Bai Yifei was very satisfied. Countless students were envious of Bai Yifei. Humph, do the four of you want to break the school's rules? A cold snort came from the depths of the school. Following that, an old man appeared on the stage out of nowhere. The four vice principals quickly stood up. Lord Vice Principal. This old man was called Wang Lin, and he was one of the two vice principals. His position was second only to the principal. Yes. Wang Lin nodded. If you want to join the inner courtyard, you have to pass all 3 rounds of the test. The test will continue. Although Bai Yifei hadn't been able to join the inner courtyard early, the fact that all 4 vice principals had sent him invitations was enough to show his talent. Bai Yifei walked off the stage with a proud expression. At this moment, Lin Feng arrived on the stage. Bai Yifei looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Haha, brat, did you see that? My strength has already reached 2,500 kilograms. How can you imagine the strength of my body? You're just a disciple of a small family. Although your talent isn't bad, can your body compare to mine? If your body wasn't damaged, there would be a huge gap between you and me, much less now. Compared to me, you're like a firefly trying to compete with the moon. You overestimate yourself, 2,500 kilograms of physical strength? Is that very strong? Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. He took a deep breath. He activated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. A punch exploded. Boom, Lin Feng's punch landed on the strength testing stone. Shwa, rays of light shot into the sky. A total of 9 rays of light flashed in the sky. 9 stars flashed. The strength of one punch had reached 9,000 kilograms. This is impossible. Bai Yifei roared in disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? Wasn't he already a cripple? How could he become so monstrous? At the side, Su Yueshi's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The reason why Su Yueshi had betrayed Lin Feng and thrown herself into Bai Yifei's embrace was because of his talent. Bai Yifei was destined to become a powerhouse in the future. As for Lin Feng, he was just a piece of trash. However, the reality was cruel. The talent that Bai Yifei was so proud of was now so laughable and trash in front of Lin Feng. For the first time, Su Yueshi felt a deep sense of regret. 9,000 kilograms of strength, countless people roared in shock. Even the vice principals and vice principals of the 4 great courtyards lost their composure and roared. Lin Feng's pure physical strength had reached a strength of 6,400 jin. The ancient dragonesque elephant art was a technique that could temper one's physical body to a level surpassing that of an immemorial divine demon. Lin Feng circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art slightly and easily raised his physical strength to 9,500 kilograms, shocking everyone present. Genius, a peerless genius. Who said that Lin Feng's body has a problem? He's at the 6th celestial layer and his punch has reached 9,500 kilograms. Is this something that someone with a problem with their body can achieve? The vice principal of the Luoyu branch, Shinguji, exclaimed as she stared at Lin Feng. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. The other 3 vice principals' eyes were also shining. If it weren't for the fact that the vice principal was present, the other 4 vice principals would have already fought over him. Even the vice principal was pleasantly surprised. Vice Principal Wang Lin said, 10-star talent, 9,500 kilograms of strength in one punch. Lin Feng can be said to be perfect in the first 2 tests of the inner courtyard. There is only the test of willpower left. On the path of cultivation, one has to go through countless hardships. Only those with a strong willpower will be able to overcome them. I wonder how strong Lin Feng's willpower is. The four vice principals quickly nodded. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They couldn't take their eyes off Lin Feng. At that moment, the entire Jiaolan Academy square was in an uproar. 9,500 kilograms of strength in one punch. Heavens, isn't Lin Feng too abnormal? 10-star talent, 9,500 kilograms of strength in one punch. He's a monster, a peerless monster. It's really hard to understand. Why would Su Yueshi betray Lin Feng? With Lin Feng's talent, he's destined to become a strong cultivator in the future. He might even be able to break through the shackles of Martial King and enter that mysterious realm that everyone yearns for. He must be blind, right? There's going to be a good show to watch. I wonder what will happen between Lin Feng and Bai Yifei. Many students were discussing spiritedly. Su Yueshi's face was full of disbelief. She was the person Su Yueshi had chosen to give up on. His talent was actually so heaven-defying. And Bai Yifei, who he once thought was a super genius, now seemed so laughable in front of Lin Feng. Damn it! How did Lin Feng reach a punching force of 9,000 jin? Bai Yifei's eyes were filled with hatred. In his heart, all kinds of negative emotions, shock, unwillingness, jealousy, and even killing intent were brewing in his chest. They were suppressed, so much so that Bai Yifei's face was distorted. In the surroundings, many students unconsciously distanced themselves from Bai Yifei. Many students walked towards Lin Feng, smiling as they greeted Lin Feng. When had Bai Yifei ever encountered such a scene of being ignored? For a moment, his face became increasingly gloomy. Time passed quickly. The second round of testing ended quickly. A total of 1,127 people passed the second round. Song Songhai said in a clear voice, "I'd like to congratulate everyone for passing the second round of the power test. Now, we'll be taking the final round of the willpower test. The location of this test will be at the Great Void Cliff, and you'll have to take the Great Void Illusion Boundary Test." The Great Void Cliff was a forbidden area of Jiaolan Academy. There was a mysterious ancient bell that was rumored to be an ancient Dao artifact. A Dao artifact was a Dao artifact. A Dao artifact could move mountains and rivers, or reverse space. This Dao artifact was Jiaolan Academy's cornerstone treasure. The path of martial arts was full of thorns. Only with a strong willpower could one cut through the thorns and overcome difficulties. Thus, the third round of testing was extremely important. All the students moved to the bottom of the Great Void Cliff. The third round of testing willpower. Vice President, please activate the Great Void Illusion. Song Songhai said respectfully. The Vice President took out a jade talisman and activated it. The jade talisman shot into the sky and flew into the depths of the Great Void Cliff. Buzz. Following that, a divine light shot out from the depths of the Great Void Cliff. The divine light was dense and dense, turning into a mysterious illusory world. The illusory world suspended in the void was the Great Illusionary Land. The third round of testing begins. Song Songhai shouted loudly. One by one, the students entered the Great Void Illusion to take the test. The Great Void Illusion would make people enter a mysterious illusion and be unable to extricate themselves. The shorter the time taken to break out of the Great Void Illusion, the higher the talent. Li Yun, 5 minutes and 13 seconds, eliminated. Sun Wei, 5 minutes and 10 seconds, eliminated. Xianxia, 4 minutes and 32 seconds, eliminated. Li Nan, 2 minutes and 54 seconds, qualified. One by one, the students entered the Great Void Illusion to take the test. However, most of them failed. Only a few passed the third round of testing. The Great Void Illusion couldn't take more than 3 minutes. If one didn't come out within 3 minutes, they were disqualified. Su Yueshi came out too. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Some people were discussing and looking at Su Yueshi, who walked out of the Great Illusionary Land with envy. That result was enough for Su Yueshi to join the inner courtyard. After Su Yueshi, Bai Yifei walked into the Great Void Illusion. Time passed quickly. After 1 minute and 30 seconds, Bai Yifei came out of the Great Void Illusion. That was fast. Many people were astonished. The eyes of the vice presidents and the vice presidents of the other 4 universities lit up. It was rare for a student to come out of the Great Void Illusion in less than 2 minutes. Bai Yifei had only spent 1 minute and 30 seconds, which showed how strong his willpower was. The heart of martial arts, the heart of martial arts. Willpower is related to the heart of martial arts. The stronger one's willpower is, the longer one can stay on the path of martial arts. Bai Yifei's willpower is so strong, his future is limitless. Yes, since ancient times, all those who have achieved great things have had strong willpower. Bai Yifei already has that characteristic. There were some teachers of Jialan University around the Great Void Cliff. They were also observing the students and discussing them. At that moment, Lin Feng also walked into the Great Void Illusion. He took a deep breath and stepped into the Great Void Illusion. Boom! In a flash, Lin Feng had the impression that the world was spinning. It was as if he had traveled through time and space and arrived in another world. Gods and demons are immortal, all souls bow down. Suddenly, a low roar resounded. Lin Feng saw a 3-headed, 6-armed god and demon standing in this world. The god and demon was as tall as a mountain. He let out a low roar, and a terrifying aura spread out. He wanted to force Lin Feng to kneel on the ground. This is a god and demon? He wants to force me to kneel on the ground? This is ridiculous. I carry the will of the Archean dragonesque elephant. How dare a mere god and demon make me kneel? Lin Feng's face suddenly showed a cold smile. The Archean dragonesque elephant had its feet on the ground and its head on the sky. With a roar, the stars in outer space were about to fall. This was a heaven-defying existence that could travel through time and space. How could a mere Archean god and demon compare? Lin Feng activated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Boom! A terrifying will emanated from Lin Feng's body. This was the ancient will of the Archean dragonesque elephant. Above Lin Feng, the phantom of an Archean dragonesque elephant condensed. The Archean dragonesque elephant stepped on the ground of this world and suddenly raised its head. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The entire world was almost destroyed by the Archean dragonesque elephant. The phantom of the god and demon that was condensed from the will of the god and demon trembled, not daring to move. At that moment, the Archean gigantic elephant roared. The phantom of the god and demon collapsed. Dong dong dong, at that moment, in the depths of the Great Void Cliff, the melodious and ancient sound of a bell rang. The mysterious ancient bell that suppressed Jialan Academy's destiny had not sounded for 800 years. Now, the ancient bell seemed to have sensed something. The sound of the bell rose in spirals, shaking the stars for hundreds of thousands of miles. It's the sound of the Great Void Dao Bell. After 800 years, the Great Void Dao Bell has rung again. An emperor star has descended. In a secret place in Jialan Academy, an old man in seclusion heard the sound of the bell and suddenly stood up. His face was full of shock. Whoosh! Dong! Everyone heard the melodious sound of the bell ringing through the clouds. The Great Void Dao Bell. It's the sound of the Great Void Dao Bell. Why is it ringing? The last time the Great Void Dao Bell rang was 800 years ago, during the 5th Dean's test. That's right. The 5th Dean was a genius with 9 stars. Back then, during the 3rd test, he only spent 30 seconds to break through the Great Void Illusion. That's why the Great Void Dao Bell resonated. Now that it's resonating again, does it have something to do with Lin Feng? Unless Lin Feng also spent a short amount of time to break through the Great Void Illusion. The eyes of the 4 vice deans lit up as they looked at the Great Void Illusion. The vice president also looked toward the Great Illusionary Land with a look of anticipation. However, Lin Feng didn't come out. Within the Great Void Illusion, Lin Feng had opened his eyes a long time ago. From the moment he entered the Great Void Illusion to the moment he broke through the illusion, he spent less than 10 seconds. Lin Feng initially wanted to leave the Great Illusionary World, but at that moment, an old man appeared in the Great Illusionary World. Senior. Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly clasped his fists. Those who were able to appear here were definitely the hidden experts of the academy. Little guy, you did well. You only spent 10 seconds to break through the Great Void Illusion. However, if I were you, I would stay for a while and leave. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then understood the old man's meaning. His third test had been too shocking. It had even resonated with the Great Void Tao Bell. If he left now, he would be telling everyone that the Great Void illusion had something to do with him. In the first and second tests, Lin Feng's performance had already been heaven-defying. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Lin Feng also understood this saying. The old man wanted him to stay for a while to dispel the guesses of the people outside about the Great Void Illusion's bell and let him leave. "Thank you for telling me, Senior." Lin Feng thanked him. When he raised his head again, the old man had already disappeared. As for the melodious sound of the bell, it only rang 3 times before it disappeared. Eh? The bell stopped ringing? How strange. Back then, the 5th dean caused the bell to ring for 6 hours before it stopped ringing. Now, it only rang 3 times. It seems like Lin Feng has nothing to do with the bell ringing, has nothing to do with the Great Void. That's right, that's indeed the case. However, I wonder what caused the Great Void paths heaven and earth to resonate. Lin. He. Now. They were all thinking about how to recruit Lin Feng. Of course, these 4 vice deans did not know that the sound of the Great Void Tao Bell had actually been sealed by that mysterious old man. That was why outsiders could not hear it. If not for that, the sound of the Great Void Tao Bell would still ring. Lin Feng came out. That's an ancient divine demon. He defeated the ancient divine demon in such a short time. What a monster. Jialan Academy is going to have a monster. Many students were talking. They looked at Lin Feng in awe. Bai Yifei's face was gloomy. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in his heart. His face began to contort slightly. After Lin Feng came out, the test continued. One by one, the students entered the Great Void. In the end, 312 students passed the test. These 312 students would join the 4 main faculties of the inner courtyard. Lin Feng, you can ask for anything you want in the Purple Light Group. Are you willing to join us? Lin Feng, if you join the Luoyu branch, I'll teach you the 9 heavens falling moon incantation. Lin Feng, join the Star branch. We'll do our best to nurture you. No matter what resources you need, no matter how difficult it is, we'll do our best to satisfy you. Lin Feng, join the Long River branch. Even though the Long River branch is weak, the dean knows how to use Qi Huangxian formations. You have a strong will. You have the talent to learn Qi Huangxian formations. When the dean comes back, he'll be happy to teach you how to use Qi Huangxian formations. The 4 vice deans of the inner courtyard tried their best to invite Lin Feng to join their inner courtyard. The conditions they offered made the surrounding students envious. Bai Yifei's face was distorted. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, he would be the one receiving attention. But because of Lin Feng, no one cared about him. It was all because of Lin Feng. Bai Yifei was extremely jealous of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was in a dilemma. How should he choose from the 4 branches? Logically speaking, the Changhe branch should be eliminated the most. Because the Long River branch used the sword to enter the Dao, it was regarded as a small Dao. Among the 4 branches, the Long River branch had the least number of students and was the weakest. As for the Long River branch's vice dean, Gong Yangming, it was just to attract people's attention. Because everyone knew that the dean of the Long River branch was eccentric and his whereabouts were unpredictable. Although he knew how to use Qi Huangxian formations, he never accepted disciples. Even when the dean begged him to accept a few disciples to train a few Qi Huangxian formations, he was rejected. But even so, Lin Feng still decided to choose the Long River branch. First, it was because Lin Feng liked the sword. Walking the world with a sword. Anger of an ordinary man. Blood splattered 5 steps away. A jug of wine, a sword, and a horse. How carefree and happy was that? Second, it was because Gongsun Changge was a student of the Long River branch. Previously, when Lin Feng and Bai Yifei were about to fight, Gongsun Changge stopped them. Although it seemed fair, he was secretly helping Lin Feng. After all, who didn't know of Bai Yifei's genius, and Lin Feng's cultivation level had plummeted and he had long become a cripple. Everyone's gaze was on Lin Feng, including Vice Dean Wang Lin. If it wasn't for the fact that he was getting old and needed to go into seclusion to find a breakthrough, he would have accepted Lin Feng as his disciple. The eyes of the vice deans of the 4 branches were filled with fervor. I choose the Long River branch. Lin Feng said. Haha, good, very good. Lin Feng, don't worry. The Long River branch will definitely train you well. After being stunned for a moment, Gong Sun Ming began to laugh wildly. In the past few years, all the geniuses had been snatched away by the Purple Light, Falling Moon, and Star Royal Academies. The students of the Long River branch were the leftovers. As the person in charge of the Long River branch, Gong Sun Ming was naturally very sullen. Now that the monstrous genius Lin Feng had chosen the Long River branch, all of Gong Sun Ming's sullenness was swept away. Senior apprentice brother, did you hear that? Lin Feng has chosen our Long River branch. The students of the Long River branch who were in charge of maintaining order surrounded Gong Sun Chang'e and spoke excitedly. Gong Sun Chang'e smiled. Haha. Great. Lin Feng is going to join the Long River branch. We'll become much stronger. We'll see a good show during the great competition of the 4 universities, said Gong Sun Chang'e. Lin Feng, you have to think carefully. Joining the Purple Light group is the best choice, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're still young. You're too impulsive. You have to think carefully. Lin Feng, think carefully. Don't make a decision so quickly. The vice deans of the Purple Light branch, Star Royal Academies, and Falling Moon branch were extremely unwilling to give up. They wanted to change Lin Feng's mind. Thank you for inviting me, vice deans. I've already made up my mind. I won't change my mind, said Lin Feng. When he heard Lin Feng's promise, Gong Sun Ming took a deep breath. The students of the Long River branch also felt relieved. Sigh, what a pity, the vice deans of the Purple Light branch, Star Royal Academies, and Falling Moon branch all shook their heads. You'll be in charge of the rest of the recruitment. We'll go back first, said the vice deans to the 3 vice deans next to them. After that, they left dispiritedly. They didn't even want to look at Bai Yifei anymore. In the eyes of the vice deans of the 3 universities, Bai Yifei was nothing compared to Lin Feng. Vice deans Gong Sun Ming and Lin Feng chatted for a while before leaving with the vice deans. Bai Yifei couldn't accept the fact that the 4 vice deans who had been fighting over him had left just like that. Lin Feng was the main culprit behind all this. Bai Yifei jumped out and said loudly, Vice deans, I've heard that there's a challenge round after the exam every year. Will there be one this year? Song Songhai nodded and said, there is indeed a challenge segment. You can challenge other people either to compare notes or to resolve your grudges. However, there are 2 conditions. First, both parties must be willing to do so. Second, both parties can only use their fists and legs, not weapons. In a martial arts competition, you can only stop at a certain point and cannot injure anyone. Since there's such a rule, I'd like to challenge someone. Bai Yifei turned his head and looked at Lin Feng. He smiled hideously and said, Lin Feng, do you dare accept my challenge? Boom, the crowd burst into an uproar. Nobody had thought that Bai Yifei would challenge Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's punch had reached 9,000 jin, while Bai Yifei's punch had only reached 5,000 jin. Challenging Lin Feng? Wasn't that suicidal? Everyone was puzzled. Said Bai Yifei as if he was afraid that Lin Feng wouldn't accept. He looked down on Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, during the exam, you had the strength of 9,000 jin and I only had the strength of 5,000 jin. I challenge you and you don't dare accept? You're just a coward. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He felt that there was something fishy about this. Bai Yifei definitely wasn't a reckless person. Now that he was trying to provoke him, it seemed like he was worried that Lin Feng wouldn't accept his challenge. There was definitely something fishy about this. Lin Feng guessed that Bai Yifei must have some unspeakable secrets. However, Lin Feng was bold. He didn't care whether Bai Yifei had some secrets or not. Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. In the face of Bai Yifei's provocation, Lin Feng replied indifferently, since you're looking for a beating, I don't mind stepping on you. Hearing Lin Feng's reply, Bai Yifei's face revealed a trace of a scheming expression. He even ignored Lin Feng's provocation and said sinisterly, "Alright, since you dare accept my challenge, how about we sign a life and death bet? During a fight, fists and feet have no eyes. If you die, you'll be responsible for your own injuries." Bai Yifei's words shook the surroundings. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Bai Yifei's words were equivalent to signing a life and death contract. Originally, it was just a spar. But as long as Lin Feng agreed, an ordinary spar could be turned into a life and death battle. Everyone's eyes uniformly looked at Lin Feng. "That's exactly what I want," Lin Feng said indifferently. Xianxia said, "The Academy's competition should end here, but since both of you have agreed to be responsible for your own injuries and deaths, then in this duel, the Academy's rules will no longer restrict you." Lin Feng and Bai Yifei both nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them came to the platform next to the Great Void Cliff. Countless people looked at the two people who were confronting each other. Everyone was looking forward to this duel between geniuses. "Ha ha ha ha, Lin Feng, do you really think that I'm only at the 6th heavenly layer? Do I really only have a punching strength of 5,000 Jin? If you think so, then you're gravely mistaken. Let me tell you, I've already broken through to the 7th heavenly layer. My strength has reached 10,000 Jin. Let's see how you'll die today." His voice fell. Boom. Bai Yifei's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Bai Yifei's breath was like a sword. When his body moved, the sound of thunder could be heard. Breath like a sword, move like a thunder. This was the sign that his strength had reached 10,000 Jin. 10,000 Jin of strength. Bai Yifei has actually reached 10,000 Jin of strength. This time, Lin Feng is finished. 10,000 kilograms of strength. The expressions of the deacons of the 4 branches suddenly changed. The deacon of the Long River branch looked at Xianxia and said with a gloomy expression, "Brother Song, the Academy has never allowed disciples to kill each other. How can you agree to Bai Yifei's suggestion of disregarding casualties? Isn't that ridiculous?" said Xianxia indifferently. "Brother Yang, you're wrong." Lin Feng agreed to it. "I'm just a mediator. I have no right to interfere in their private affairs." "Humph. Bai Yifei is your nephew. How could you not know how strong he is? I think you're harboring evil intentions," said the deacon of Long River coldly. "Yang Jianghe, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." "Fine, I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Now, I have to preside over their battle," said Xianxia with a cold smile. He walked to the center of the stage and shouted, "You two are willing to fight. Since that's the case, let's start." As soon as Xianxia finished talking, Bai Yifei moved. He quickly moved towards Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. That punch was so powerful that it could pierce through stone and shatter iron. It was terrifyingly powerful. Lin Feng blocked it with a punch. Bang, 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 the two of them started fighting. Both of them were extremely fast. They were moving quickly on the stage. Time and time again, they collided with each other. That tyrannical power spread out, and the earth seemed to be trembling. As soon as they started fighting, Lin Feng was oppressed. That's obvious. After all, Bai Yifei's punch strength is 10,000 kilograms. It's 1,000 kilograms more than Lin Feng's punch strength. Lin Feng is obviously at a disadvantage. If I were Lin Feng, I'd withdraw from the battle. Even though I'd lose face, at least I wouldn't be in danger. Who knows if Bai Yifei would kill him or not? Hee, Bai Yifei tricked Lin Feng into accepting the battle. He won't let Lin Feng off so easily. Maybe he'll really kill Lin Feng. The surrounding students were all whispering to each other. Many of them were looking at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Lin Feng was very talented. But compared to Bai Yifei, there was still a huge difference. Besides, Bai Yifei was from a big clan. His skills and techniques were not something that Lin Feng, a disciple of a small clan, could compete with. Therefore, almost no one thought that Lin Feng would win the battle. Flood dragon emerging from the sea, Lin Feng's spine was like a dragon as he rushed towards Bai Yifei. He threw a punch at Bai Yifei. Bai Yifei smiled coldly. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bai Yifei used the dragon subduing fist. He had the feeling that he could restrain Lin Feng. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng and Bai Yifei collided again. The dragon subduing fist was a high-level yellow-level skill. It was much stronger than Lin Feng's flood dragon emerging from the sea. Lin Feng was completely suppressed by Bai Yifei. "Little boy, let's see how you'll die," said Bai Yifei with a ferocious smile. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. Bai Yifei's punch strength was 10,000 kilograms. It wasn't strange for him to be able to suppress Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's real trump card was the ancient dragonesque elephant formula. That was Lin Feng's strongest point. As long as the dragonesque elephant didn't die, the cycle of reincarnation would never be extinguished. Lin Feng crazily circulated his ancient dragonesque elephant formula. In his body, waves of tyrannical power instantly erupted. Vaguely, Lin Feng's dantian was condensing the image of a dragonesque elephant. The ancient dragonesque elephant formula erupted. Lin Feng felt the power in his body rising crazily. He threw a punch at Bai Yifei. Force against force, many people were shocked. No one had thought that Lin Feng would choose to fight force against Bai Yifei. Is this Lin Feng stupid? Many people shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng was simply courting death. At this moment, Lin Feng and Bai Yifei collided. The power of the dragonesque elephant instantly erupted. Bang! Their fists collided, and a powerful shockwave spread out, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Ah! Everyone saw that Lin Feng didn't move at all. As for Bai Yifei, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He flew backwards. His face was as pale as paper. He had obviously suffered serious internal injuries. What? Bai Yifei was sent flying by a punch? Am I seeing things? Many people cried out in disbelief. Bai Yifei, is this what you have to be arrogant in front of me? With such strength, you dare to show off in front of me? You're really courting death. Lin Feng stepped forward and threw a punch at Bai Yifei. The ancient dragonesque elephant formula erupted. The ancient dragonesque elephant art was indeed powerful. It crushed Bai Yifei's attack. Iron Lock River. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Bai Yifei crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! Lin Feng's attack landed on Bai Yifei's arms. Bai Yifei was directly sent flying. Wow! That tyrannical power shook Bai Yifei's body, causing him to vomit blood. Plop! Bai Yifei fell to the ground in a sorry state. Isn't Lin Feng too strong? Is Lin Feng really only at the 6th layer of the warrior realm? How can he be stronger than Bai Yifei, who is at the 7th layer of the warrior realm? Bai Yifei ate countless pills and raised his cultivation to the peak of the same level. At the 7th layer of the warrior realm, he has an astonishing strength of 10,000 jin. But I didn't expect that he would still be crushed by Lin Feng. This Lin Feng is simply too abnormal. Around them, many students cried out in surprise. How is this possible? Bai Yifei, actually lost to you? Bai Yifei directly jumped up, his face distorted. He couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. Boy, I will make you die without a burial place. Boom! Bai Yifei's body emitted a tyrannical wave. His dantian became dazzling and resplendent. Roar! An earth-shaking roar came out. A fierce beast rushed out of Bai Yifei's dantian. That fierce beast bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky. It was born with the body of a lion and the head of a dragon. It was a dragon-lion beast. Dragon-lion martial spirit. Bai Yifei activated his dragon-lion martial spirit. Among beast-type martial spirits, this kind of dragon-lion martial spirit is known for its strong attack power. Lin Feng's martial spirit seems to be a type of devouring martial spirit. It is relatively rare, but his martial spirit is definitely not good at attacking. That's right, martial spirit, martial spirit, martial spirit is the foundation of a cultivator. It's also one of the strongest powers that a cultivator can rely on. Bai Yifei's martial spirit is very violent. I don't know how Lin Feng will deal with it. I think Lin Feng won't be able to deal with Bai Yifei's dragon-lion martial spirit. There was a lot of discussion around them. Everyone was nervously watching the battle between Lin Feng and Bai Yifei. The Dracolian beast charged straight at Lin Feng. Brat, die, Bai Yifei had a sinister grin on his face, as if he could see the scene of Lin Feng being torn apart by the draconic lion. Lin Feng sneered in the face of the Dracolian beast's attack. He stretched out his left hand and a black hole condensed above his palm. The black hole flew out and enveloped Longshire. Devouring martial spirit, Lin Feng's black hole had trapped the Dracolian beast. The dragon lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it roared, but it could not break free at all. Heavens, Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit also has the effect of confinement. The Dracolian can't move. Many students cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng activated the ancient dragon elephant skill. The dragon elephant strength flowed into his right fist. He threw a punch at the Dracolian beast. Bang! Lin Feng's punch landed on the Dracolian beast. Bai Yifei's Dracolian martial spirit was directly blown apart by Lin Feng's punch. It disappeared on the spot. Swoosh! Lin Feng jumped out and came to Bai Yifei's side. He threw a punch at Bai Yifei's body. Bai Yifei was sent flying, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood in the air. Everyone stared at the battle in shock. Bai Yifei had the strength of the 7th celestial layer, but in front of Lin Feng, he had been completely crushed. This can't be real, it can't be real. Su Yueshi shook her head, unable to accept what she had seen. Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Bai Yifei. He grabbed Bai Yifei's neck and lifted him up. Boy, I'll make you die miserably, I promise. Bai Yifei clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Huh? You're in my hands and you still dare to threaten me? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng, why aren't you letting him go? At that moment, a cold voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the deacon Xianxia, who was in charge of the battle. He was scolding Lin Feng. Let him go? Why should I? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but sneer. When exchanging pointers on the martial path, don't overdo it. This is the rule of the academy. Do you want to be heavy-handed? Xianxia said coldly. Haha, Deacon Song, I signed the life and death contract with Bai Yifei, and you're the one in charge. Now that Bai Yifei is in my hands, you're here to talk about exchanging pointers on the martial path? Don't you have any shame? Lin Feng sneered without holding back. Hiss. Many students couldn't help but gasp. Lin Feng was too bold, wasn't he? He actually dared to say that Xianxia was shameless. Xianxia was a deacon in charge of external aid, and his position in the outer court was no small matter. Xianxia's face suddenly became angry, and he shouted coldly, Boy, how dare you insult this elder? I think you're courting death. So what if I insult you? I've never seen a deacon as shameless as you. Do you think I don't know that Bai Yifei is your nephew? Before signing the life and death contract, you must have known that Bai Yifei has 10,000 gene of strength, right? Why didn't you stop him? Do you think Bai Yifei can defeat me? But you didn't think that Bai Yifei would lose to me, did you? And now you're talking to me about exchanging pointers on the path of cultivation? That's really ridiculous. I really wonder if you've lived for so long in vain. That guy, almost everyone was staring at Lin Feng, dumbstruck. Many students sighed at Lin Feng's audacity. He actually dared to tell a deacon that he'd lived for so long in vain. The other deacons also smiled wryly and shook their heads. Xianxia looked extremely gloomy. If Bai Yifei hadn't fallen into Lin Feng's hands, Xianxia would have slapped Lin Feng to death to vent his anger. Boy, you better let Bai Yifei go. Otherwise, your bones will be ground to dust. Xianxia said fiercely. Are you threatening me? Lin Feng frowned. I'm just reminding you that the Bai clan isn't a monster you can provoke. Xianxia said gloomily. I see. Lin Feng nodded and said, in fact, you're also a member of the Bai clan. If you want Bai Yifei, fine, I'll give him to you. Haha, at least you know what's good for you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xianxia laughed twice. But in his heart, he was determined to kill Lin Feng after this matter calmed down a little. Here. Lin Feng threw Bai Yifei to Xianxia. It's finally settled. The other deacons also heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want to see the two sides fight to the death. Song Songhai reached out to grab Bai Yifei. At this moment, Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. The Archean dragonesque elephant art activated. Boom. A tyrannical force instantly shot out and slammed into Bai Yifei's body. Crack. The bones in Bai Yifei's chest cracked, and a tyrannical force poured into Bai Yifei's body. Ah! Bai Yifei screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He only felt pain all over his body, and his consciousness was fading. How could this be? Bai Yifei shouted in disbelief. When Song Songhai grabbed Bai Yifei, he was already dead. Blood spurted out. It was a beautiful sight. Yifei, Yifei. Song Songhai shook Bai Yifei's body, but Bai Yifei was already dead. Bai Yifei is dead. Many people cried out in alarm. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would really dare to kill Bai Yifei. He was really audacious. Bai Yifei was a direct descendant of the Bai clan. Lin Feng had killed Bai Yifei, he had become an enemy of the Bai clan. In the crowd, Su Yueshi was absent-minded. She had chosen to betray Lin Feng and throw herself into Bai Yifei's arms because she had taken a fancy to Bai Yifei's talent and strength. But at that moment, Bai Yifei had been killed by the person she had abandoned. To Su Yueshi, that was a heavy blow. Su Yueshi wished that everything was fake. She wished that the one who had been killed was Lin Feng. Looking at the handsome young man with long black hair on the battlefield, Su Yueshi suddenly felt terrified. She was worried that Lin Feng, who had taken advantage of the situation, would take revenge on her. Seeing that Song Songhai was furious, Su Yueshi prayed that Song Songhai would kill Lin Feng on the spot and help her get rid of this big problem. Little bastard, you're courting death. Song Songhai went completely berserk. Bai Yifei was his nephew. But he watched helplessly as Bai Yifei was killed. Previously, he had been afraid that Bai Yifei was in Lin Feng's hands, so he hadn't directly attacked Lin Feng. But now, Song Songhai had nothing to fear. He walked towards Lin Feng. Boom! Song Songhai's body emitted a terrifying qi that made people feel suffocated. Martial Master Realm. Lin Feng's expression was extremely grave. The deacons of the outer courtyard were all Martial Master Realm cultivators. That level of strength far surpassed Lin Feng's. Song Songhai threw a punch towards Lin Feng. Facing Song Songhai's attack, Lin Feng discovered that he was powerless to resist. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. At this moment, a figure appeared between Lin Feng and Song Songhai. Bang! This person exchanged a palm with Song Songhai. They were evenly matched. At this time, Lin Feng saw the person who had acted. It was the deacon of Xianxia branch, Yang Jianhe. Yang Jianhe, how dare you stop me? Song Songhai said gloomily. Song Songhai, don't go too far. You were the notary for Lin Feng and Bai Yifei's life and death agreement. Bai Yifei was no match for Lin Feng and was killed, so you want to kill Lin Feng? What kind of logic is this? Yang Jianhe said coldly. Now that Lin Feng had joined the Xianxia branch, Yang Jianhe, as the deacon of the Xianxia branch, would naturally ensure Lin Feng's safety. Yang Jianhe, you should consider your own worth. Is it worth it to offend me and the Bai clan for a brat like him? Song Songhai threatened. Song Songhai alone wasn't enough to scare Yang Jianhe, but the Bai clan was a colossus. Yang Jianhe couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng's talent was astonishing. Perhaps he would have unimaginable achievements in the future. If he offended Song Songhai, so be it. Thinking of this, Yang Jianhe sneered, are you threatening me, Deacon Song? You're a deacon of Jialan Academy, yet you want to kill a student in front of so many people? Do you think Jialan Academy's rules are just for show? I only need to report this to the enforcement court. Even if you have the Bai clan behind you, you'll still be expelled from Jialan Academy. Song Songhai's expression became extremely gloomy. Yang Jianhe's words had hit the nail on the head. He had no choice but to take Song Songhai's words into consideration. Very good, Yang Jianhe. I'll remember what happened today. Song Songhai glanced coldly at Yang Jianhe before turning his gaze to Lin Feng. He said gloomily, little bastard, you're lucky today. But remember, sooner or later, something bad will happen. Yang Jianghe was protecting Lin Feng, so Song Songhai knew he couldn't do anything to him. He left with Bai Yifei's corpse and left. Thank you very much, Deacon Yang. Lin Feng clasped his fist and thanked him. Yang Jianghe patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, the Bai clan is very influential in Jialan City. They even have a lot of influence in Jialan Academy. You've killed Bai Yifei, so you have to be careful. The Bai clan won't let this matter rest. Lin Feng said, I was already prepared before I killed Bai Yifei. Yang Jianghe looked at Lin Feng in surprise. He had thought Lin Feng had acted on impulse. But now it seemed that he had already considered the consequences. Aren't you afraid of the Bai clan's revenge? Asked Yang Jianghe. Lin Feng said, a real man should repay his debts. Since I've already offended Bai Yifei, he won't let me off, and I won't let him off either. I'll just kill him and get rid of a big problem. As for Song Songhai and the others from the Bai clan, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. When the time comes, we won't know who will win. When Yang Jianghe saw how confident Lin Feng was, he was astonished. A hidden dragon rises from the abyss. The inner courtyard was located in the depths of Jialan Academy, surrounded by a continuous chain of mountains. The inner courtyard was built in the depths of the mountains. Xianxia branch was located in a beautiful forest. Some palaces were built on top of the mountains. They were majestic and imposing, like the palaces of immortals. The next day, Lin Feng went to Xianxia branch. You must be Lin Feng. At the foot of the mountain, a beautiful girl smiled sweetly when she saw Lin Feng. She was about 15 or 16 years old, about the same age as Lin Feng, but she had already grown into a slender and elegant girl. I'm Lin Feng. How should I address you? Lin Feng cupped his fists. I'm Gongyang Xiaoxian. You can call me Sister Xian'er, said the girl with a smile. The young girl said with a smile, revealing two beautiful dimples. Lin Feng looked at Gongyang Xiaoxian, who was a head shorter than him. He couldn't bring himself to call her Sister Xian'er. He said, you look younger than me. We're about the same age, so I'll call you Xiaoxian. Gongyang Xiaoxian pouted and pinched Lin Feng's cheek. You're asking for a beating. How dare you be so rude to me? Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, all right, Sister Xian'er, let go of me. Someone's watching. Gongyang Xiaoxian looked around and stuck out her tongue. She let go of Lin Feng and said, come with me to see the old man. Old man? Who's that? Asked Lin Feng suspiciously. You'll know when we get there. Gongyang Xiaoxian smiled. The girl was full of youthfulness and joy. After chatting with her for a while, Lin Feng felt that his mood had been affected by her. He couldn't help but feel happy. Gongyang Xiaoxian brought Lin Feng to a palace halfway up the mountain. Old man, Lin Feng is here. Stupid girl, how dare you be so impudent? Is that how you talk to your grandfather? A voice that didn't know whether to laugh or cry came from the palace. Gongyang Xiaoxian stuck out her tongue and said, I brought him here. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he ran off like a wisp of smoke. Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. He now felt that this girl, Gongyang Xiaoxian, might be younger than him. She was too lively. Lin Feng, come in. A voice came from the palace. Lin Feng walked in. This palace was very spacious. There was an old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the palace. He was the Long River Branch Vice Dean, Gong Yangming. Vice Dean. Lin Feng bowed. I don't have that many formalities here. It's better to be casual. Come, sit beside me. Gong Yangming said with a smile, looking very benevolent. Lin Feng sat down next to Gong Yangming. I already know about what happened between you and Bai Yifei, and I've already warned the Bai clan. They better behave and don't try anything funny. On the surface, the Bai clan agreed, but secretly, they won't be honest. But don't worry, with me here, those old bastards won't dare do anything, said Gong Yangming. Don't worry. Thank you very much, Vice Dean, said Lin Feng gratefully. As long as the Bai clan didn't do anything, Lin Feng knew that the threat to him would be greatly reduced. Haha, I think highly of you. This is a bottle of great strength dragon pills. There are 10 pills in total. They're made of thousand-year-old medicinal herbs. Once you take them, they'll be of great help to your cultivation. Take them. Gong Yangming gave a bottle of pills to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard of the Great Strength Dragon pill before. It was extremely rare and priceless. The price of one pill was raised to 50,000 silver taels. It was definitely not something a small family like Lin Feng could buy. Now, Gong Yangming actually gave him 10 pills. The treatment of talented disciples in the academy was indeed different. Those ordinary disciples wouldn't have a treasure like the Great Strength Dragon pill. Lin Feng accepted the Great Strength Dragon pill and said solemnly, "Disciple will definitely work hard and not disappoint the Vice Dean's expectations. The path of cultivation is extremely difficult. I'm sure that in the future, you'll achieve extraordinary things and bring glory to the Long River Group. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Tomorrow, you can go to the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion and choose a skill to practice. In the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, there are 12 low-level Xian skills and 1 medium-level Xian skill. I suggest you practice a low-level Xian skill first." "You'll have to practice a low-level Xian skill first." "Yes, disciple will remember," Lin Feng said. "At first, you come in." Gong Yangming shouted. A skinny disciple walked in. "At first, this is your junior brother, Lin Feng. In the future, Lin Feng will live with you. Take care of him." "Yes, Vice Dean." Lin Feng said goodbye to Gong Yangming and left with Zhang Shiqi. Zhang Shiqi was very skinny, but he was very handsome. Zhang Shiqi said, "Junior brother, I've heard of your name. During the battle, you killed Bai Yifei. It was really satisfying. However, one of Bai Yifei's elders is an elder of the Purple Light Academy. He has a high position and the Bai clan is very powerful. You have to be careful." "Senior brother, don't worry. I will be careful." Lin Feng nodded. The two of them talked and laughed as they arrived at their residence. Zhang Shiqi and Lin Feng lived in a small courtyard. Zhang Shiqi arranged a room for Lin Feng. "Junior brother, I live next door to you. If there's anything, you can come to me. I'll take you around and let you familiarize yourself with our Long River branch." "Okay, thank you, senior brother. We're brothers, there's no need to be polite. It's my first time here, so I won't disturb you anymore." Zhang Shiqi left. Lin Feng tidied up the room and then sat cross-legged on the bed. He couldn't wait to take out the Great Strength Hidden Dragon pill. "I wonder if 10 Great Strength Hidden Dragon pills will be enough for me to break through." Lin Feng was looking forward to it. He swallowed the Great Strength Hidden Dragon pill and then activated the ancient dragonesque elephant art to refine the medicinal power of the Great Strength Hidden Dragon pill. More than 10 hours passed. Boom, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura. That aura was restrained. "I've finally broken through to the 7th layer of the warrior realm," Lin Feng punched out. His fist was like thunder. He exhaled and his chi turned into a sword. His fist was like thunder and his breath was like a sword. This was the sign of his strength reaching 10,000 jin. The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion was an important place in the university. Zhang Qi brought Lin Feng to the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. "I can't enter the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion right now. You're the only one who can enter." "I'll wait outside," said Zhang Qi. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. He entered the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. "Someone's here. Someone's here." Lin Feng had just entered when he heard a sharp cry. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and was astonished. It was a 3-meter-tall gigantic bird and surprisingly, it could talk. "A monster!" shouted Lin Feng. It was rumored that some demons were able to speak the human language when they cultivated divine powers. Of course, monsters of that level were very strong. "Where are you, monster? Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" The bird was so scared that it lay on the ground and covered its eyes with its wings. It begged loudly. Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he saw the bird's reaction. It didn't seem to be a monster. How could there be such a weak monster? "I'm talking about you," said Lin Feng to the bird. "You're the monster. Your whole family are monsters. I'm the handsome 8th brother." The giant bird bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Lin Feng touched his chin and mumbled, "Is there really such a big eighth brother?" "Brat, are you doubting your eighth brother's words?" said the eighth brother, glaring at Lin Feng. "Damn bird, get the hell out of here." At this moment, a large shoe sole was thrown over and smashed directly on the giant bird's head. "It stinks. It stinks," shouted the bird unhappily. "If you disturb my sleep again, I'll roast you," said a chubby fatso. "Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Meat stinks. Meat stinks." Jun Yao screamed as he ran out. "Disciple Lin Feng is here to choose a skill," said Lin Feng. The chubby old man's eyes lit up as he said, "You're the one who shined during the inner courtyard exam. Not bad, not bad. You're much more pleasing to the eye than I expected. Long River Branch is doing very well this year. They managed to recruit a genius like you. When the great competition of the 4 academies starts, we'll have to rely on students like you to win back some face for Long River Branch." The fat old man led the way. "Senior, how should I address you?" asked Lin Feng. "You can call me Elder Xianxia," said the fat old man. "Senior, what was that giant bird just now? How could it speak human language?" "It said it was a bird." "Is there such a big bird in the world?" asked Lin Feng. Speaking of this bird, Elder Tianxian had a very helpless expression and said, 10 years ago, I encountered a spirit bird in the wild forest. At that time, it was only the size of a palm and could speak. I thought it was a demonic beast with intelligence, so I brought it back to the academy. Who would have thought that this damn bird only knew how to talk, eat, and be lazy? It didn't know anything else. Ah. Fatso. Don't talk bad about me, shouted the bird unhappily. Impudent. I'll cook you tonight, shouted Elder Tianxian. I was wrong. Please don't cook me, begged the bird again. Lin Feng followed Elder Tianxian to the pavilion. The scripture pavilion was divided into yellow rank and mystic rank skills. There were more than 1,000 yellow rank skills on the first floor. The yellow rank was further divided into 4 levels: elementary, middle, high, and peak. Normally, new students that entered the inner court were only able to obtain yellow rank martial skills. Only those who had made great contributions to the academy would be able to obtain profound rank martial skills as a reward. However, Lin Feng's talent was shocking. The Changhe branch obviously wanted to nurture Lin Feng. That was why Gong Yangming had given Lin Feng 10 vigorous dragon pills and asked Lin Feng to choose a mystic rank skill. All the mystic rank skills are here. Elder Tianxian brought Lin Feng to the second floor. There were more than 10 scrolls on the bookshelf. Lin Feng walked up to the scrolls and opened the first one. Autumn Rain Sword Technique. Autumn is cold, and the evening rain falls. The sword condenses frost, and the sword intent is like autumn rain. The Autumn Rain Sword Technique was created by a woman, and it carried the sadness of autumn. Lin Feng put down the Autumn Rain Sword Technique and picked up the second scroll. Berserk Sword Technique. Gather all the pure chi in the body and condense it into a violent sword chi. Once used, the sword chi will cover the sky and cover the earth and kill the enemy. Sword Drawing Technique. Speed is important. The enemy can only see the light of the sword before their head falls to the ground. Spring Silk Sword Technique. Lin Feng looked through the scrolls one by one. They were all elementary yellow rank sword techniques. Each sword technique was extremely powerful and had its own unique characteristics. Lin Feng picked up the last scroll and opened it. Great Sun Long River Sword Technique. Middle Mystic Rank. When this sword technique is cultivated to the peak, the sword chi will be like a long river. The Great Sun Long River Sword Technique was the treasure of the college. Which one should I choose? Lin Feng frowned. Suddenly, his gaze turned to a corner. There was another scroll in the corner. It seemed that no one had touched it for a long time. There was a layer of dust on it. Huh? Lin Feng was confused and opened the scroll. Scorching Sun Sword Technique. A legendary Earthrank sword technique. When mastered, the sun will rise into the sky. One slash will be like the sun descending into the world. It has the power to destroy the world. Earthrank. Lin Feng was shocked. This level of sword technique was definitely legendary. Elder Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, this Scorching Sun sword technique was known as the #1 sword technique in the Zhenwu country. However, it is incomplete. Anyone who cultivates the Scorching Sun sword technique will not be able to control the Scorching Sun sword chi in their body and explode. I advise you to put down this scroll and choose another one. Incomplete sword technique. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. Just as he was about to put down the scroll, the mysterious bead in Lin Feng's dantian suddenly emitted a slight fluctuation. Lin Feng was shocked. The mysterious bead in his dantian had a strange origin, but it was closely related to his transformation. Now, the bead was acting strangely. Could it be because of the Scorching Sun sword technique? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He said, Elder, I have decided to choose the Scorching Sun sword technique. Humph, young people are full of themselves. They won't turn back until they hit a wall. Elder Tianxian snorted coldly. He seemed a little angry, but then he said, fine. Since you want to cultivate it, go ahead and practice it. If you find that you can't control the sword chi in your body, stop immediately and come back. I will give you another sword technique to cultivate. Lin Feng was touched. Elder Tianxian was giving him a second chance to choose a sword technique. This was against the rules of the sect. Elder Tianxian must have put in a lot of effort to do so. Thank you, Elder. I will remember. Lin Feng and Elder Tianxian went outside. The giant bird cried out, I'm out, I'm out. It's so hot outside. Shut up, stupid bird. Elder Tianxian glared fiercely at the bird. I'll shut up, I'll shut up. The giant bird looked at Elder Tianxian with a fawning expression. I will take my leave now. Lin Feng said goodbye to Elder Tianxian and left. Junior brother, which sword technique did you choose? Sword drawing technique? Or 9 Immortals flying celestial sword technique? Or berserk sword technique? These sword techniques have their own characteristics among the profound level sword techniques. They are very powerful and suitable for us to cultivate. Xianxia smiled. This sword technique. Lin Feng handed the scroll to Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at it and exclaimed, the Scorching Sun sword technique. Rumor has it that the Scorching Sun sword technique is an Earth-class sword technique with boundless power. However, this sword technique is impossible to cultivate. Why did Junior brother choose this sword technique? Junior brother, let's go back and beg for mercy and choose another one. Lin Feng smiled and said, Senior brother, don't worry. I'm just studying it. If I find something wrong, I will immediately stop cultivating it. Elder Tianxian also said that if I can't cultivate it, I can change to another sword technique. If you can change to another sword technique, that's fine. Xianxia nodded and handed the sword technique to Lin Feng. After returning to his room, Lin Feng opened the Scorching Sun sword technique in his room. This sword technique is missing a part. It's obviously incomplete. It's impossible to cultivate it, but the mysterious demonic orb is acting strangely because of this sword technique. I wonder why. Lin Feng thought. Buzz. At that moment, the demonic orb in Lin Feng's dantian moved slightly. Then, a ray of demonic light shot out and shone on the Scorching Sun sword technique scroll. Whoosh, words floated in the air. The golden words were exactly the same as the words on the Scorching Sun sword technique scroll. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that the sword technique floating in the air automatically filled in the missing parts of the scroll. Lin Feng exclaimed, the mysterious demonic orb filled in the missing parts of the Scorching Sun sword technique. That's unbelievable. It was quiet in the forest. Lin Feng was practicing the Scorching Sun sword skill. The Scorching Sun sword skill was violent. Once it exploded, its attacks would be endless. After a month of hard work, he had finally made some progress in the Scorching Sun sword skill. During this time, Lin Feng and the new students would go to the lecture hall every morning to listen to the inner court elders' lectures. In the afternoon, they would be free to practice. The inner court elders were all martial masters. They were extremely strong and knowledgeable. After a period of study, Lin Feng felt that he had benefited a lot. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had been in the inner court for a month. One morning, Lin Feng and Xianxia went to the spiritual medicine hall to get some pills. The inner court disciples could get pills at the beginning of each month to help with their cultivation. In front of the spiritual medicine hall, there were many people. The disciples of the Purple Light College, the Long River College, the Star College and the Luoyu College had all come to get pills. Brother, the disciples of the inner courtyard are also divided into different ranks. For example, the top 10 disciples of the inner courtyard can receive 30 great strength hidden dragon pills. The top 100 disciples can also receive 15 great strength hidden dragon pills. The disciples below the top 100 can only receive ordinary qi replenishing pills. 100 qi replenishing pills aren't as effective as 1 great strength hidden dragon pill. Therefore, the competition between the disciples of the inner courtyard is extremely intense. There's a competition every half a year, and each time, the disciples of the inner courtyard will be ranked again. At that time, everybody will show their abilities and try to get a good ranking. The higher the ranking, the more benefits you'll receive. Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded. He had been in the inner court for a month and already understood the situation. There were many geniuses in the inner court, but the competition was fierce. The outer court disciples couldn't compare to it. After a short time, Lin Feng and Xianxia also got their pills. The two of them went back to the Long River College. But at that moment, a group of people surrounded them. They were wearing the Purple Light College's uniform. Oh no, it's Bai Xianyang, he's a direct descendant of the Bai clan. I'll stop them, you run. Xianxia's expression changed. Run? Do you think you can escape? The leading young master suddenly sneered. His men surrounded Lin Feng and Xianxia so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Bai Xianyang, this is the Spirit Herb Palace. Fighting is forbidden here. Why are you surrounding us? Although Xianxia was scared to death, he still forced himself to say it. Xianxia, you're getting bold, aren't you? How dare you question this young master? Today, I don't have time to deal with trash like you. Scram to the side. Bai Xianyang scolded coldly. Xianxia's expression turned ugly after being humiliated like this. He clenched his teeth and said, Bai Xianyang, I know you're targeting junior brother Lin, but as long as I'm here, don't even think about touching him. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in this young master's business? Do you believe that I won't break your legs? Bai Xuanyang's face turned cold. Look, it's Bai Xianyang and the others from the Violet Light Institution. The one surrounded seems to be Xianxia from the Long River Institution. Who's the other guy? The other guy is called Lin Feng. During the inner courtyard exam, he fought Bai Yifei to the death. He killed Bai Yifei with one punch. He's that audacious Lin Feng? This is going to be interesting. Nothing good will come out of offending the Bai family. Bai Xianyang is a fighter of the 10th firmament. He's very strong. Now that Bai Xianyang is here, Lin Feng is doomed. Many students around them were talking about this. They looked at Lin Feng with pity. Swoosh, at that moment, Bai Xianyang moved and walked towards Lin Feng. Although he was scared to death, Xianxia still stood in front of Lin Feng to protect him. Lin Feng was very touched. However, Lin Feng didn't want to get Xianxia into trouble. Xianxia was a fighter of the 8th firmament. Although he was very strong, he was still too weak compared to Bai Xianyang. Senior brother, I'll deal with this. Lin Feng jumped out and looked at Bai Xianyang coldly. If you have any problems, just come at me. Don't make things difficult for others. Good, very good. At least you have some backbone. My cousin, Bai Yifei, died at your hands. You dared to kill a member of the Bai family. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to atone for your crimes. Since the inner courtyard forbids disciples from killing each other, I won't kill you today. I'll break your limbs and cripple you, Bai Xianyang sneered. Boom, a terrifying aura emitted from his body and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't move at all. This was the terror of a fighter of the 10th firmament. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. Kneel. Bai Xianyang shouted coldly. He actually wanted to force Lin Feng to kneel in front of him. Obviously, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. That terrifying qi was oppressing Lin Feng. Lin Feng's legs were shaking. Who do you think you are? How dare you make me kneel? Lin Feng's veins bulged as he struggled to resist the terrifying aura. The difference between them is too big. Many people shook their heads helplessly. They couldn't help but feel sad for Lin Feng. He had offended a member of the Bai family. His fate was sealed. Huh? Bai Xuanyang's face darkened when he saw that Lin Feng had resisted his aura and even dared to speak rudely to him. To the proud and arrogant Bai Xianyang, Lin Feng had resisted his aura and didn't kneel. This was tantamount to slapping him in the face. Speaking rudely to him was a great sin. Swish, Bai Xianyang moved, his voice cold. I'd like to see how tough your bones are. He kicked Lin Feng's calf, trying to force Lin Feng to kneel. Bai Xianyang, you're so impressive. At that moment, a cold snort was heard. Thump, 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 Bai Xianyang was forced to take 4 steps back. A tall and alluring woman with a cold face and a stunning appearance walked over. It's Xiao Yifei. Many people exclaimed, and many students looked at the woman with awe. Eldest senior sister. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised when he saw Xiao Yifei. Eldest senior sister Xiao Yifei of Changhe branch. After Lin Feng had joined Changhe branch, he had heard of Xiao Yifei. She was ranked 3rd out of 100,000 students in Jialan Academy. She was also the only one in the top 10. Bai Xianyang, who gave you the courage to attack a disciple of Changhe branch in the inner courtyard? Xiao Yifei said coldly. Bai Xuanyang's face darkened when he saw Xiao Yifei. Xiao Yifei was from the Xiao family of Jialan City. The Xiao family was as powerful as the Bai family, and Xiao Yifei was much stronger than Bai Xianyang. Bai Xianyang obviously wouldn't provoke Xiao Yifei. Brat, you're lucky. I'll spare your life today, but you won't be so lucky the next time you see me. Bai Xianyang sneered. He waved his hand and was about to leave with the other students of Purple Light Academy. A cold voice suddenly said, in 3 months, we'll fight in the life and death arena of the inner courtyard. What? Life and death arena of the inner courtyard? Is Lin Feng crazy? Many people cried out in shock. Lin Feng was only at the 6th celestial layer of the fighter realm. Bai Xianyang was at the 10th celestial layer of the fighter realm. Lin Feng might not be able to catch up to Bai Xianyang in 3 years, let alone 3 months. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng was courting death by challenging Bai Xianyang. Roar! In the ancient desolate forest, a giant tiger that was more than 10 meters long roared. A young man jumped down from a big tree and fought the giant tiger with his bare hands. This young man was Lin Feng, who had entered the desolate forest to train. Lin Feng had to increase his cultivation level as soon as possible since he had a battle to the death with Bai Xianyang in 3 months. On the 2nd day of the battle, he received a mission to hunt ferocious beasts at the mission hall and entered the vast desolate forest. The reward for hunting ferocious beasts was generous. He could exchange the inner cores of the ferocious beasts for chi replenishing pills. The higher the grade of the ferocious beast's inner core, the more chi replenishing pills one could exchange for. Lin Feng was killing 2 birds with 1 stone by collecting ferocious beast's inner cores while training. This giant tiger had a strength of about 10,000 kilograms and was extremely ferocious. Lin Feng fought with it for dozens of rounds before he found an opportunity to injure the giant tiger. The giant tiger was no match for Lin Feng and fled. Lin Feng did not chase after it. He looked for a place to recover his exhausted strength. This was already the 15th day since Lin Feng entered the desolate forest. Every day, he would experience several battles of life and death. There were several times when Lin Feng almost died under the claws of the ferocious beasts. However, Lin Feng managed to escape each time. Time flew by. Another 10 days passed. After several battles of life and death, Lin Feng vaguely felt that he was about to break through. Training in the midst of life and death was the best way to increase one's strength. Roar! At this moment, in a forest, a roar shook the sky. A 2-headed lion was fighting with Lin Feng. This 2-headed lion was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. It had immense strength and was extremely fast. The 2-headed lion was equivalent to a human martial artist of the 7th firmament. However, ferocious beasts of the same level were much stronger than human martial artists. This was because ferocious beasts were born with an advantage. The two-headed lion that was fighting with Lin Feng had a strength of about 12,000 kilograms. A swipe of its claws could instantly shatter a huge rock. Golden monkey fishing for the moon. Flood dragon emerging from the sea. Divine elephant hell-shocking. Total annihilation. One after another, powerful martial skills were displayed by Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng found an opportunity. He flashed to the left side of the two-headed lion and threw a punch. Bang! Lin Feng punched the back of the two-headed lion. Crack, crack. The two-headed lion's bones were broken. Roar, the ferocious beast let out a painful roar. It turned around and rushed into the distance, trying to escape. Can you escape? Lin Feng sneered and chased after him. Boom boom boom, 3 consecutive punches. Azure dragon spits water. The mantis stalks the cicada. Dragon fights in the wild. After 3 punches, the two-headed lion roared at the sky. Then, its huge body collapsed to the ground, dead. Phew, Lin Feng calmed his inner breath, then took out a dagger and dug out the two-headed lion's inner core. He got up and was about to leave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a series of sonic booms came from afar. Someone's coming? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he quickly rushed into the distance. But it was too late. Stop. A cold voice came from behind. Shouted a voice from behind. 5 or 6 cultivators had already arrived. All of them were releasing a monstrous chi, especially the leader of the group. His chi was deep and profound. Each and every one of his movements was accompanied by the sound of thunder. His chi was sharp like a sword. Even though they were far away, Lin Feng could still feel the pressure. A warrior of the 9th celestial layer. Lin Feng was shocked. He stopped and said, "Why did you stop me?" The leader looked at the two-headed lion on the ground and said, "You're quite strong to be able to kill the two-headed lion. Come with us." "Follow you to where?" Lin Feng frowned and asked. "Come with us to see third young master." The leading cultivator said coldly. Lin Feng originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw the cold gazes of this group of people and how fierce they looked, he knew that he would be surrounded and attacked if he refused. Moreover, Lin Feng also wanted to see what this group of people was up to. He nodded and said, "All right, lead the way." The group of people rushed into the distance. They headed straight for a lake about 10 kilometers away. Screech! When they were about 2 kilometers away from the lake, a sharp, ear-piercing cry suddenly came from the direction of the lake. Following that, a 100-meter-long monster rushed out of the lake. The monster had a pair of huge wings, and its wriggling body was like a snake or a dragon. There was a bulge on its head that looked like a horn was about to emerge. There were also 4 bulges on its abdomen that looked like claws were about to grow. Winged serpent. Lin Feng was shocked. He had read the Classic of Mountains and Seas. According to the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the winged serpent's body was like a snake, but it had the wings of an ancient winged dragon. It was extremely fast and had a savage temperament. It was a demonic serpent with a trace of ancient winged dragon blood flowing through its veins. This was a true demonic serpent. Demonic serpents were intelligent and knew how to cultivate. In the future, if their cultivation was high enough, they would be able to speak the human language and even take human form. The winged serpent has appeared. "Let's hurry," the leader of the cultivators shouted in a low voice. Lin Feng and the others sped up and arrived at the lakeside. "Save me! Save me!" They could hear the cries for help from far away. There were 5 or 6 cultivators tied up by the lakeside. The winged serpent was rushing towards them. "Prepare to fire the arrows." In the forest, there were more than 10 people lying in wait. The leader was a young man. When the winged serpent rushed to the lakeside, he shouted a warning. The winged serpent quickly rushed over and opened its bloody mouth, swallowing the tied cultivators in one gulp. "Fire!" The young man waved his hand. Whoosh, 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 the cultivators hidden in the forest released arrows towards the winged serpent. However, the winged serpent was very fast. After swallowing the cultivators, its body directly dove into the lake and disappeared. Damn it, the winged serpent got away again. The young man's expression was gloomy. "Young master, we're back." The cultivators who brought Lin Feng here greeted the young man. How many people did you catch? The young man asked. Young master, there are very few people in the vicinity. We only caught one person. The leader of the cultivators said. The young man frowned slightly and said, Bring him here. Brat, come here. The leader of the cultivators pointed at Lin Feng and shouted. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had clearly seen the scene just now. These people were obviously using people as bait to lure the winged serpent out. Their methods were extremely cruel. Spare us, young master, please spare us. Not far away, there were more than 10 tied-up cultivators. Their faces were very pale as they constantly begged. These people were all bait caught by the young man's group. Shut up. If anyone dares to talk, just kill them. The young man's expression was cold. The tied-up cultivators' faces were deathly pale. Their bodies trembled, and their faces were filled with despair. However, they did not dare to beg for mercy. This was because there were a few corpses lying in front of them. They were all cultivators who had tried to escape or shout and were stabbed to death by the young man's group. The white-robed young master was sitting on a golden chair. Behind him was a bewitching woman who was giving him a massage. The bewitching woman's voice was filled with seduction as she asked, Young master, is it comfortable? Haha. Very good. Little slut, let me have some fun. The white-robed young master directly embraced the bewitching woman in his arms. His right hand reached into the clothes of the bewitching woman and began to fondle her. The bewitching woman let out a series of moans. To do such a thing in broad daylight without any restraint, it was truly too promiscuous. The jungle is so big and you only caught one person. You're disappointing me, said the young man in white clothes. The young man in white clothes was enjoying himself and talking icily. The cultivators around him turned pale and hastily said, Prince, the savage forest is too big, so the cultivators who came here are scattered. We've already caught more than 100 people. We can't find more in this area. If we want to catch more people, we'll have to go farther to find our targets. That winged snake is extremely cunning. He ate more than 100 people and we still haven't caught him. Tie them all up and bait him. This time, we must succeed, said the young man in white clothes icily. Spare us, young master. Please spare us. When the cultivators who had been tied up heard that they were about to become winged snake's bait, they all started begging loudly. Begging for mercy is useless. That's all you lowly people can do, said the young man in white clothes. He killed people as if they were wheat. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and tie that little boy up, said the young man in white clothes icily. Yes, young master. A cultivator jumped up and landed next to Lin Feng. He tried to grab Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at that cultivator. It was one of the cultivators who had brought him here. Lin Feng smiled icily. He waved his right hand and used the great saint's chopping technique on that cultivator's chest. That cultivator gave a horrible shriek and was blown 30 meters away. He fell heavily on the ground and twitched a few times. He couldn't move anymore. He had no qi. Lin Feng had crushed his internal organs. He had died on the spot. You helped the tyrant and harmed people. You deserve to die. A cold voice suddenly resounded in the forest. The whole forest was silent. Everyone was dumbstruck. The cultivator who had been killed by Lin Feng was at the 7th celestial layer. Lin Feng, a 15-year-old young man, had punched a cultivator at the 7th celestial layer dozens of meters away. And he had been killed on the spot. It was really shocking. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so strong. The young man didn't get angry when he saw that his subordinates had been killed. Instead, he smiled and waved his hand. All of you, attack. Don't kill him, capture him alive. I'll feed him to winged serpent and let him experience what it's like to be swallowed whole. Kill. Immediately, more than 10 cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. They were all very fast and had fierce gazes. Even though Lin Feng had shown that he was extremely strong, these people weren't afraid. Firstly, they had the advantage in numbers. Secondly, these people thought that their companions had been careless and had been caught off guard by Lin Feng. More than 10 cultivators quickly surrounded Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and rushed towards the cultivators. Little brother, run. You are not a match for these people. Little brother, run for your life. Otherwise, you will be eaten by the snake. The cultivators who were tied up all shouted loudly. Although they might be fed to the winged serpent soon, they did not want to see Lin Feng suffer like them. Facing the siege of more than 10 cultivators, Lin Feng was like a gust of wind. He was extremely fast. He rushed into the crowd and flashed around. The other party had all kinds of weapons in their hands, such as sabers, swords, and so on. They were all slashed towards Lin Feng. They were all easily dodged by Lin Feng. Lin Feng leisurely walked through the crowd, dodging the attacks of these cultivators. Slap. 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 Then, the sound of a loud slap was heard continuously. One cultivator after another was sent flying. Lin Feng was in the crowd. He slapped a person flying. Lin Feng's current strength had reached 12,800 jin. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of this slap was. One cultivator after another was sent flying. Lin Feng had slapped them so hard that their faces were bruised. These cultivators let out incomparably shrill screams. They fell to the ground and wailed happily. There were even some who were directly slapped to death by Lin Feng. Oh my God, what did I just see? Is this real? The cultivators who were tied up cried out in disbelief. These were all elite cultivators. Each of their cultivation was at least at the 7th firmament of martial artist. There were even a few 8th firmament of martial artist experts. However, they couldn't even withstand one move from Lin Feng. The white-clothed young master's face also became gloomy. He said coldly, "Brat, you actually killed so many of my subordinates. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Those who help the tyrant, kill." Lin Feng said coldly. "Zhang, kill him." The white-clothed young master ordered. The only cultivator who was still standing was the cultivator who made Lin Feng feel danger. This person's cultivation was at the 9th level of the warrior realm. His strength was unfathomable. "Young master, don't worry. I will definitely let this brat die without a burial place." Zhang received the order. He laughed sinisterly and rushed towards Lin Feng. Berserk God's Fist Skill. Zhang shouted loudly and used a powerful fist skill. As soon as this fist skill was used, Zhang body emitted a wild and tyrannical chi. He was invincible. "Brat, if you die under my Berserk God's Fist skill, you can die in peace." Zhang face was filled with a sinister smile. This was a low-level profound-level martial skill. It was extremely powerful. After Zhang had obtained this Berserk God's Fist skill, he had never lost a single battle. This person's strength has reached 25,600 jin. It's double of mine. Lin Feng's face showed a trace of seriousness. However, Lin Feng didn't retreat. Lin Feng felt that the young master was even stronger than Zhang. If he couldn't get rid of Zhang when the young master attacked, he would definitely die. Little brother, this person is at the 9th level of the warrior realm. Run quickly. The cultivators who were tied up shouted loudly and looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Lin Feng didn't run away. Instead, he rushed towards Zhang. Devouring Martial Spirit. Ancient Dragonesque Elephant Skill. Lin Feng instantly used his strongest attack. Although Lin Feng's Devouring Martial Spirit didn't have any attacking power, it had a strong restrictive power. When Zhang arrived beside Lin Feng immediately used his Devouring Martial Spirit. A black hole flew out of Lin Feng's dantian and covered a 1-meter radius around him. This was the limit that Lin Feng could release at this stage. However, this was enough. Zhang was shrouded in the black hole and his movements were greatly hindered. His speed was greatly reduced and his strength was also greatly weakened by Lin Feng's black hole. Lin Feng shouted and used the ancient dragonesque elephant skill. A tyrannical punch instantly struck towards Zhang. Bang! Lin Feng and Zhang fiercely attacked each other. The strength of the dragonesque elephant was completely released. Crack! Zhang arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's explosive punch didn't lose its momentum and fiercely hit Zhang Kuang's chest. Too strong. So strong. The cultivators who were tied up cried out in shock, their eyes flashing with hope. Huh? The young man's expression changed slightly. Previously, he hadn't taken Lin Feng seriously at all. But when Lin Feng killed Zhang Kuang, he knew that he had underestimated Lin Feng. Young master, I'm afraid. The beautiful woman next to the young man said in a sweet voice. Little b****, I'm here. Don't be afraid. The white-clothed man squeezed the seductive woman's breasts and then stood up from the golden chair. Boy, even Zhang Kuang died at your hands. You've made me suffer a great loss. Today, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my anger. The young man sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from his dantian. Buzz. A huge bow floated in the middle of the light. Magical bow. Lin Feng was shocked. The so-called magical bow was a huge bow engraved with a spiritual array. It was said that it could easily release tens of thousands of jin of force. Clearly, the white-clothed man was carrying a powerful magic bow. The young man was afraid of Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit, so he chose to use a long-range magical bow to attack Lin Feng. You have good eyesight. Eat my arrow. The white-clothed young master laughed sinisterly. The ring on his right index finger flashed and a basket of arrows appeared in the white-clothed young master's hand. The young man stabbed the quiver into the ground and took out an arrow. Storage ring. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The storage ring was said to be the greatest invention of a spiritual array master. It had a huge space inside and could store things. Whoosh. The young man drew his bow and shot an arrow. With a violent sound of breaking through the air, the terrifying arrow shot over. Lin Feng quickly moved to the right and dodged the arrow. 9-star alignment. The prince in white clothes pulled back his bow and started shooting arrows at Lin Feng one after another. 9 arrows were shot out once again. Lin Feng dodged to the left and dodged to the right, avoiding 5 arrows. Still, 4 arrows were shot at him. It was a dangerous moment. Swish, Lin Feng pulled out the sword on his back and slashed at the arrows. King 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 king, the sound of metal clashing could be heard as sword chi swept across the world. The 4 incoming arrows were all cut down by Lin Feng. Brat, you have some skills. Eat my spear. The white-clothed young master's face darkened. He suddenly stomped his foot, and his body shot out. He quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. A long spear appeared in his hand. The white-robed young master's wrist suddenly shook, and the long spear was like a whip, fiercely whipping towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung his sword to block. Clang. The spear and the sword collided. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a terrifying force pass through the sword and into his body. That terrifying power shook Lin Feng back repeatedly. His chi and blood roiled, and his face turned pale. This person probably has a strength of 30,000 jin. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. As soon as they exchanged blows, he felt the white-clothed young master's strength. It was too terrifying. It was much stronger than Zhang Kuang, who was killed by him before. Haha, a mere 10,000 jin of strength. I really overestimated you. I'll take your dog life in 3 moves. The white-clothed young master obviously had a rough idea of Lin Feng's strength. His face suddenly showed disdain. Swish. The white-clothed young master rushed forward again, and with a white rainbow piercing the sun, he directly pierced Lin Feng's chest. This spear was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lin Feng swung his sword to block. Suddenly, the white-clothed young master shouted. Frozen heaven and earth. As soon as his voice fell, the temperature between heaven and earth suddenly dropped. The surroundings were cold. The ground was quickly covered in ice. Lin Feng's body even began to freeze. He was going to be frozen into an iceman. Haha, boy, my martial spirit is an ice martial spirit. Now that you're frozen by my martial spirit and can't move, let's see what you have to fight with me. The white-clothed young master sneered and quickly rushed forward, his spear piercing towards Lin Feng's chest. That young master is finished. More than 10 cultivators who were tied up were pale. The white-cloaked young master's powerful spear pierced towards him. The moment of life and death had arrived. The spear was about to pierce Lin Feng's body. But at this moment, the layer of ice that completely sealed Lin Feng shattered. At this critical moment, Lin Feng directly used the draconic elephant divine force to shatter the layer of ice. Swish. He quickly moved to the right. The white-cloaked young master's spear pierced through Lin Feng's body. It was a close call, and he dodged the fatal blow. Lin Feng jumped back a few times and retreated a dozen meters. Boy, you're really lucky. But next time, you won't be so lucky. The white-cloaked young master was startled. He obviously hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to dodge his fatal blow, but then he laughed evilly. Boom, the white-cloaked young master attacked again. Overlord Spear Technique. This time, the spear was even more powerful. Young master, run away, don't fight anymore. The cultivators who were tied up shouted loudly. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely not a match for the white-cloaked young master. The difference in strength between them was too big. Even though they wanted to live, they didn't want to drag Lin Feng down with them. Don't worry, I won't lose, said Lin Feng. His voice was still a little immature. But his voice was filled with unprecedented confidence. This confidence even infected the tied-up cultivators. It made them feel as if they had seen the hope of survival once more. Shameless boasting. Die. The white-cloaked young master laughed evilly. His powerful spear was already moving towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng also used a sword technique. Scorching Sun Sword Technique, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He then brandished his sword in front of him. Buzz. Behind Lin Feng, a ball of scorching light slowly rose into the sky. That ball of scorching light was like a sun. When it appeared, everyone couldn't open their eyes. Ah, what's that? I can't see anything. Is that a sun? The cultivators who were tied up shouted in shock. Lin Feng was standing in the center of the sun. He looked like the god of the sun. No, impossible, how can you know such a powerful sword technique? The white-cloaked young master felt fear for the first time. When he faced Lin Feng's scorching sun sword technique, his body started trembling uncontrollably. I'm the young master of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, Duanmu Feiyong. If you dare to kill me, you're dead. The white-cloaked young master threatened loudly with his eyes closed. He couldn't open his eyes because if he kept them open, the blinding light would probably blind him. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group was one of the top 10 mercenary groups in the Zhenwu country. They were extremely powerful. No wonder the white-clothed young master was so reckless and killed the innocent. He had such a powerful force behind him. I don't care who you are. I'll kill you without hesitation. Lin Feng's cold voice resounded through the sky. The scorching sun rose into the sky, the divine sword was unsheathed, swish, Lin Feng moved. A cold light flashed. The white-clothed young master felt a pain in his neck. In the next moment, he felt blood spurt out. In a cave, Lin Feng took out a ring. It was the ring that he had obtained from the white-clothed prince. 6 hours later, Lin Feng released a dozen cultivators. Then, he told them to take care of the corpses of the young man in white clothes and the beautiful woman. Then, he swaggered off. 20 great strength dragon pills, a magical bow, and 300,000 silver notes. Lin Feng refined the storage ring and took out the items inside. There were dozens of items, but the most precious ones were the great strength dragon pills, the magical bow, and the 300,000 silver notes. This ring was called a spiritual ring. It was made by a great master spiritual array master and was worth millions of silver. Moreover, this item was priceless. It was very difficult to buy it even if you had money. Even in the Tianlang mercenary group, there were only 2 spiritual rings like this. I didn't think that Duanmu Tianlang would love his son so much that he would give him a spiritual ring. Lin Feng muttered to himself. However, a smile appeared on his face. This spiritual ring was a treasure. It was about 30 cubic meters in size and could hold many things. Lin Feng refined the spiritual ring with a drop of his blood. In the mountain forest, there was a waterfall that was 3,000 feet tall. The waves were monstrous. At the bottom of the waterfall, there was a smooth rock. A topless young man was letting the waterfall wash his body. This young man was none other than Lin Feng. Great Sage Chop. Moon in the ocean. Flood dragon goes to sea. Under the waterfall, Lin Feng was practicing various martial arts that he had learned. He had taken 20 great strength dragon pills and came to the bottom of the waterfall. With the help of the power of the waterfall, he could better refine the medicinal power of the great strength dragon pills. Moreover, it could also be used to refine the body. As the saying goes, dripping water can penetrate a stone. The waterfall that was 3,000 feet tall could make a cultivator of the 7th celestial layer faint in an instant. At the bottom of the waterfall, there was a huge pool surrounded by mist. It was very good for hiding Lin Feng, who was cultivating under the waterfall. Even if someone passed by the pool, it would be very difficult to find Lin Feng. After refining the 20 great strength dragon pills, Lin Feng's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It had reached 16,000 kilograms. Moreover, Lin Feng's cultivation level had also increased to the peak of the 7th celestial layer. Haha, I haven't broken through to the 8th celestial layer, but my strength has already increased to 16,000 kilograms. I can directly crush an 8th celestial layer. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Once he broke through to the 8th celestial layer, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Splash, Lin Feng immediately jumped into the pond. He looked like a fish swimming in the water. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed that the temperature of the pond was dropping. What's going on? Lin Feng didn't understand. He swam towards the center of the lake because Lin Feng found that the closer he got to the lake, the lower the temperature. Lin Feng's heart was filled with confusion. When Lin Feng arrived at the center of the lake, he saw a young girl floating in the center of the lake. She was completely naked and was cultivating a secret technique. With that young girl as the center, waves of cold energy surged out and the surrounding water temperature quickly dropped. Ice attribute cultivation technique. Lin Feng was shocked. But Lin Feng immediately narrowed his eyes because that young girl's figure was really not bad. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, but she had a proud figure with a perfect golden ratio. Her snow-white skin was delicate and her palm-sized face could be said to be exquisite and beautiful. Her tender red lips revealed a seductive color. The young girl who was cultivating the ice attribute cultivation technique seemed to have sensed a strange aura and immediately opened her eyes. But what made her feel ashamed and angry was that not far away, a man was staring at her charming body. The young girl knew how beautiful she was and how seductive her figure was. Now that a strange man had seen it, the young girl suddenly had the urge to kill. Pervert, how dare you come to my place to cultivate and peek? I'm going to kill you. The young girl coldly snorted and sent a palm towards Lin Feng. Whoosh. A wave of water swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He quickly swam to the right and dodged the young girl's attack. Lin Feng hurriedly said, I wasn't peeking at you. I was cultivating under the waterfall not far away and felt the cold air here, so I swam over to see what was going on. I didn't think that there would be someone here. The young girl coldly snorted, who would believe the nonsense of a pervert like you? The young girl's voice fell and she once again attacked Lin Feng. The young girl continuously sent out 3 palm strikes. Each strike was stronger than the previous one. Huge waves soared into the sky and formed ice spears in the air, stabbing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This young girl was definitely not joking. She really wanted to kill him. When the 3 ice spears stabbed towards him, Lin Feng quickly dove into the water. The ice spears almost missed Lin Feng's head and stabbed towards him. It was very lucky to be able to dodge the 3 ice spears. The young girl's pretty face slightly changed. She didn't expect Lin Feng to dodge her attack. Immediately after, the young girl felt a pair of huge arms hug her from behind. Moreover, the hands were placed in places where they shouldn't be. Ah, you bastard. The young girl's face was so red that it could drip blood. This kind of contact made her body go soft in an instant. Feeling the hot male breath behind her, the young girl couldn't muster up any strength. Feeling the softness and elasticity of the young girl's body, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Fortunately, he had great self-control. He said, I accidentally looked at you a few times, and you want to kill me? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The young girl's face paled in fright after hearing Lin Feng's words. She cried out, although I'm in the wrong, can't you go easy on me a little? Lin Feng was speechless. He was almost killed by her ice spears just now, and you want this young master to go easy on you. However, it was indeed a misunderstanding between him and this young girl. There was no deep hatred between them. Lin Feng said, I can let you go, but you can't attack me again. The young girl bit her lip. She had no choice but to agree now. Besides, she was naked and in Lin Feng's arms. If this continued, who knew what terrible things would happen? She hurriedly nodded. Lin Feng let her go, and the two of them left the pool and put on their clothes. Seeing the young girl's cold gaze, Lin Feng knew that this was bad. He had a feeling that she was going to go back on her word, so Lin Feng planned to leave immediately. But at that moment, 7 or 8 cultivators rushed over. The one in the lead was about 20 years old. Hey, Morong Shui. The young cultivator in the lead obviously hadn't expected to run into Morong Shui here. He was stunned for a moment, then a cold smile appeared on his face. Sun Kuei. When she saw that cultivator, Morong Shui's expression changed slightly. They obviously knew each other, and from the looks of it, they were enemies. Haha, Morong Shui, why aren't you in Sky Saint City? What are you doing here in the wild? Sun Kuei looked at Morong Shui lecherously. Sky Saint City? Lin Feng was shocked. Sky Saint City was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Eastern Prefecture. The Tianwu continent was divided into 3,000 provinces, and the Eastern Prefecture was one of them. There were many factions in the Eastern Prefecture. There were empires and sects, but the top factions were the ancient factions of the 10 great ancient cities. Morong Shui had come from Sky Saint City, one of the 10 great ancient cities. It seemed that she was a disciple of one of the ancient factions of Sky Saint City. I can go wherever I want. What can you do about it? Morong Shui snorted coldly. Morong Shui, this is the wild, not Sky Saint City. Who do you think you're throwing a tantrum at? Young Master Yin Feng of our Soul Devourer Temple is also in the wild. He's always been interested in you. If I capture you and offer you to young Master Yin Feng, it'll be a great achievement. Guards, capture Morong Shui. As for the other guy, kill him. Sun Kuei ordered. Yes, sir. Everyone, I don't know her. There's no need to involve me in your enmity, right? Said Lin Feng icily. You don't know each other? From the looks of it, you just took a bath together, didn't you? Sun Kuei looked at Lin Feng enviously. He wished he was the one who had taken a bath together with Morong Shui. Capture Morong Shui alive. As for this brat, kill him. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He hadn't expected these people to be so ruthless. They could take someone's life with a single thought. These people are from the Soul Devourer Palace. There's no reason to reason with them. Why don't you join hands with me and get rid of them? The Soul Devourer Palace was an extremely terrifying power. It was said that they specialized in devouring other people's souls. The Soul Devourer Palace had once caused trouble in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Many large powers had besieged the Soul Devourer Palace. Back then, the 10 great ancient cities had led the attack on the Soul Devourer Palace, shocking the entire Tianwu continent. However, the Soul Devourer Palace had still managed to survive. Now that the Soul Devourer Palace's disciples had encountered someone from the 10 great ancient cities, and such a beautiful woman at that, it was only natural for them to have evil thoughts. Lin Feng naturally nodded. Only by joining hands with Morong Shui would they have a chance to survive. Otherwise, they would be attacked one by one. When the time came, he would be killed, and Morong Shui would be captured and humiliated by the Soul Devourer Palace. Sun Kuei locked onto Morong Shui. Sun Kuei was a martial master and was very strong. He seemed to be very confident in himself. With a long roar, he punched towards Morong Shui. Sun Kuei's punch was called Soul-Splitting Fist. The power was ferocious and violent, bringing with it a powerful force that could destroy everything. It instantly blasted out. Morong Shui's expression was cold. She had just been peeked at by Lin Feng, and had even had such intimate contact with Lin Feng. Morong Shui had never been taken advantage of by a man before. She had been suppressing her anger, and now she attacked without holding back. She wanted to vent all her anger on Lin Feng on Sun Kuei. Morong Shui's primary cultivation technique was an ice-type cultivation technique. Thus, the secret technique she cultivated was also inclined towards the ice type. In the face of Sun Kuei's attack, Morong Shui displayed an ice fist technique. Her palm was encased in ice and a chilling aura surged out, causing the surrounding air to turn cold. Morong Shui's attack collided with Sun Kuei's attack. Sun Kuei was pushed back by Morong Shui's attack. Sun Kuei's hand was frozen in a flash. That ice chi was going to freeze Sun Kuei's entire body. Morong Shui was extremely strong. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. "Kid, you should be worried about yourself. How can you be distracted?" The 4 cultivators of the Soul Devourer temple sneered. They rushed towards Lin Feng, holding huge swords or blades. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. "We don't know who will win yet." Lin Feng's expression was cold. He held his sword in his right hand and pointed it forward. "Rising Sunday," he shouted in a deep voice. Behind Lin Feng, a sun slowly rose into the sky. It was dazzling. "Ah! My eyes!" The 4 cultivators of the Soul Devourer temple screamed. They felt a sharp pain in their eyes. They had almost been blinded by the sun. They couldn't help but close their eyes. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. Swish, his sword flashed. It was cold. Slash. Slash. Slash, slash. 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 The 4 cultivators of the Soul Devourer temple felt pain in their necks. "How is this possible?" shouted the 4 cultivators of the Soul Devourer temple. They couldn't believe it. Then, they fell to the ground, dead. Sun Kuei's face was gloomy. He hurriedly circulated his qi to dissolve the cold qi in his body. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, "Attack together. We must take Morong Shui down." After receiving Sun Kuei's order, the rest of the cultivators pounced on Morong Shui like wolves and tigers. Including Sun Kuei, there was a total of 11 cultivators besieging Morong Shui. Due to that, Morong Shui was forced into a bitter struggle. Besieged by 11 cultivators, Morong Shui cut quite the sorry figure. "I'll help you," shouted Lin Feng. He joined the battle. 2 cultivators of the Soul Devourer temple didn't even have time to react before Lin Feng killed them. They had been focused on Morong Shui. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to kill 4 cultivators of the Soul Devourer temple and come to help Morong Shui. The cultivators of the Soul Devourer temple looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Feng was like an ant. How could he kill 4 cultivators of the Soul Devourer temple? They couldn't understand. Morong Shui's eyes lit up. While the cultivators of the Soul Devourer temple were still in a daze, she waved her right hand and 3 icy cold beams of light flew out. They were as fast as lightning and instantly pierced the bodies of 3 cultivators. "Not good. It's the divine ice needles. That's a spirit weapon. We have to run." Sun Kuei's face turned ugly when he saw Morong Shui's treasures. He didn't even think about it before running away. The others turned pale with fright. They all ran into the forest and disappeared. The 3 icy cold beams of light flew back into Morong Shui's hand. When Morong Shui saw that Lin Feng was wary of her, she couldn't help but snort coldly, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. After all, you helped me just now." Lin Feng smiled and said, "We've been through life and death together. If you really want to thank me, just give me the treasure in your hand." Morong Shui couldn't help but snort, "Why don't you go and die?" Lin Feng obviously knew that Morong Shui wouldn't give him the powerful treasure. He was just teasing her. Lin Feng looked at the treasure in Morong Shui's hand and saw that it was 3 silver needles that emitted a cold aura and were as thick as a strand of hair. "What kind of treasure is this?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "This is the divine ice needle. It's made from a type of ice stone that can be found in an extremely cold place. It's made from cold iron. There's a spell formation on it, and when you pour your qi into it, it can be activated and kill people from a distance." Morong Shui couldn't help but feel proud of herself. Lin Feng sighed. As expected of someone from a powerful organization, She actually had such a powerful treasure. Lin Feng guessed that Morong Shue's identity was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she have a treasure like a flying sword at such a young age? Although Lin Feng had some guesses about Morong Shue's identity, he wasn't interested in learning more. He planned to leave so that Morong Shue wouldn't turn against him again. After all, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Who knew if Morong Shue would change her mind? When she saw that Lin Feng was about to leave, Morong Shue hurriedly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have a big deal waiting for you." "Oh? Big deal?" Lin Feng stopped and looked at Morong Shue in surprise. "Of course. I can see that your cultivation is not bad, so I want you to join us. We can take care of each other if we go together," said Morong Shue. "What is it?" "Tell me." Lin Feng said. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave first," Morong Shue said. Lin Feng nodded and left with Morong Shue. After Sun Kuei and the others escaped, they came to a valley. In the valley, there were hundreds of people resting. "Young master, I'm back." Sun Kuei quickly flew over and bowed to a young master. This young master looked to be around 20 years old and was abnormally handsome. However, his pair of long and narrow eyes gave him a feminine aura that gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. This person was called Yuan Yunfeng, and he was the grandson of a great elder of the Soul Devourer Hall. His status was noble. "Why are you in such a sorry state?" Seeing Sun Kuei return in a sorry state, Yuan Yunfeng could not help but furrow his brows. Sun Kuei said hurriedly, "Young master, we met Morong Shue from Heaven's Saint City. We wanted to capture her, but we didn't expect that she had a powerful magic weapon and a young man helping her. As a result, we lost several brothers, so I came back to report to you immediately." "Morong Shue?" Yuan Yunfeng's eyes flashed coldly. "Back then, Heaven Saint City and the other 9 ancient cities joined hands to attack my Soul Devourer temple. They almost destroyed my Soul Devourer temple. Who would have thought that the granddaughter of Heaven Saint City's mayor would come to the Menghuang forest? We must capture Morong Shue and bring her back to Soul Devourer temple." "Yes, young master." Sun Kuei and the others began to look for Morong Shue and Lin Feng. But Lin Feng and Morong Shue had already left. Yuan Yunfeng's expression was ugly. "Damn it, it seems that Morong Shue escaped. If we miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to catch her next time." "Young master, are we still looking?" asked Sun Kuei. "That woman is lucky. The most important thing now is to go to the fire demon's territory." Yuan Yunfeng looked gloomy. Night fell. A bonfire was burning. Lin Feng's handsome face was red. Above the bonfire, there was barbecued meat. The meat had already been roasted to a golden color and was emitting an alluring aroma. "Can we talk about the big deal now? If it's possible, we can cooperate. If it's not possible, then this meal is a farewell meal," said Lin Feng. Morong Shue took out a picture. "What's this?" asked Lin Feng. "This picture is called the Yin-Yang Limitless Picture," said Morong Shue. She opened the picture. Lin Feng saw a middle-aged man on the front of the picture. He was surrounded by clouds and mist, giving people the impression that he was riding the clouds. On the back of the painting, there were many lines drawn on it. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a road map. "Yin-Yang Limitless Picture? What's the secret of this picture?" asked Lin Feng. "The man in the picture is called the Wu Ji Taoist. This picture records the cave that the Wu Ji Taoist left behind. It may contain the treasures, wealth, and even some powerful martial skills that the Wu Ji Taoist left behind," said Morong Shue. "The Wu Ji Taoist? Is he very powerful?" asked Lin Feng. "The Wu Ji Taoist is a cultivator of the Yin-Yang realm. Tell me, is he powerful or not?" said Morong Shue. "Yin-Yang realm?" Lin Feng looked at Morong Shue in surprise. He only knew that cultivators could be divided into warriors, masters, generals, and kings. As for the realms above the king level, he didn't know. Morong Shue looked at Lin Feng strangely. She was surprised that Lin Feng didn't know about the Yin and Yang world. She explained, "Cultivators are divided into 3 different cultivation levels. Each cultivation level is divided into 4 smaller cultivation levels. The first cultivation level is called the human cultivation level. The human cultivation level is used to strengthen one's physical body. It's divided into 4 levels: martial artist, martial teacher, martial general, martial king layer, and martial king layer. When you reach the martial king layer, your physical body will be as strong as a mountain. When you reach the king level, you will reach the earth realm. When you reach the earth realm, you will begin to develop your brain, comprehend the way of the heavens, and cultivate your magic. It is also divided into 4 realms: yin-yang, fortune, life and death, and reincarnation. It is said that when you reach the reincarnation realm, you will be free from the pain of reincarnation. You will not be bound by the 5 elements, and you will be able to live forever. The third major realm, the heavenly realm, is even more incredible. Cultivators in this realm will be able to use the power of cosmic laws and control order. They will be like gods. They will be worshipped and baptized by incense. This major realm is divided into the hollow god realm, the divine flame realm, the true god realm, and the indestructible realm. Lin Feng was astonished. He had never thought that there would be so many cultivation layers after the Huangqi layer. Originally, the Huangqi layer was only the first layer. Strictly speaking, the Huangqi layer was still a cultivation layer. Cultivation was about cultivation. 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 Morong Shui looked at Lin Feng, put her hands on her hips and said, "What do you think? Are you tempted now?" Said Lin Feng. "Since you invited me so sincerely, I will agree. But before we leave, we should discuss how to divide the treasures in the cave once we find the cave of the king-level cultivator. I don't want to have a fight if we don't divide the treasures evenly. The yin-yang limitless diagram is mine. Of course I want more things. I'll take 70 and you take 30. What do you think?" said Morong Shui. Roar, Lin Feng and Morong Shui were surrounded by a dozen gigantic wolves of the forest. Those gigantic wolves of the forest were 7 or 8 meters tall. They were terrifyingly strong. After fighting for an hour, the 2 of them finally managed to kill the gigantic wolves of the forest. However, they were already exhausted and had to find a place to rest. "Is the route right? We've already been attacked by 5 waves of beasts," Morong Shui said unhappily. Lin Feng and Morong Shui were going to a place called Heavenly Cliff. Lin Feng had been there before, so he knew the route. He took Morong Shui with him, but the journey was full of danger. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, it's definitely right. This place is very dangerous. I heard that there is a group of fire demons living in the depths of the forest. We have to be careful when we pass through their territory." "What? There are fire demons? We have to pass through their territory?" Morong Shui's expression suddenly changed. Fire demons were very frightening beasts that lived in groups. They could use fire attacks, so ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. "Can we take a detour?" Morong Shui frowned. Lin Feng said, "As far as I know, there's only one way." Morong Shui nodded. After resting for a while, Lin Feng and Morong Shui continued their journey. When they passed through their territory, they were attacked by a fire demon. Fire demons were similar to giant apes, but their bodies were surrounded by flames. They also had a horn on their head, and their bodies were covered in scales instead of hair. The fire demon was very powerful. It was probably a fire demon commander. Lin Feng and Morong Shui had a hard time dealing with it. "It's a fire demon's roar," Sun Kuei shouted. "Let's go take a look," Yuan Yunfeng said excitedly. He had been searching for fire demons' territory. When he heard the fire demons roar, it meant that they weren't far away. The fire demon that was attacking Lin Feng and Murong Shui saw a group of over 100 cultivators in the distance. It gave up on attacking Lin Feng and Murong Shui and rushed towards a nearby valley. That was probably the fire demon's territory. Soul Devourer Palace. When Lin Feng saw Sun Kuei, his expression changed slightly. He and Murong Shui quickly rushed into the dense forest and hid behind a huge rock. Soon, a group of people from Soul Devourer Palace arrived. Li Tianxiang asked doubtfully, "Why did the fire demon roar earlier? Maybe he saw us? Is that why he sent a signal to the other fire demons?" Sun Kuei asked doubtfully. Yuan Yunfeng nodded and said, "It's also possible." They didn't think too much about it because they were far away when Lin Feng was fighting the fire demon. They didn't see Lin Feng and Murong Shui. "It's Yuan Yunfeng." Murong Shui saw the leader, Yuan Yunfeng, and her eyes revealed killing intent. "What? Is there a grudge between you two?" asked Lin Feng. "A year ago, a few of my fellow disciples went out to gain experience and saw Yuan Yunfeng leading a group of Devil Dao experts to slaughter innocent people in a small town. Over 10,000 people were slaughtered, and the reason was that Yuan Yunfeng wanted to practice a Devil Dao secret technique. Just like that, he cruelly massacred an entire town. Soul Devourer Palace was famous for its wickedness, but Lin Feng hadn't thought that they would kill so many innocent people just to practice a demon cultivation technique. It was too many to count. Lin Feng said, "That guy is really detestable. Soul Devourer Palace is evil. Everyone has the right to kill him," said Murong Shui, gnashing her teeth. "They're here. Let's hide well," whispered Lin Feng. Before long, Yuan Yunfeng and the others arrived. Lin Feng and Murong Shui held their breaths. At that moment, they heard Sun Kuei's flattering voice, "Young master, the fire demon's territory is right in front of us. We've finally reached the fire demon's territory. Every 10 years, the fire demon's territory produces a portion of fire demon's liquid. Now, it's 10 years of reincarnation. If I can get that fire demon's liquid, I'll be able to break through to the 10th celestial layer. At that time, I'll only be a step away from becoming a general," said Yuan Yunfeng with an incomparably proud smile. At the age of 20, he was already at the 10th celestial layer. He really could be called a genius. "Young master, you'll definitely shake the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent in the future." Sun Kuei and the others immediately flattered him. Hearing the group of people's compliments, Yuan Yunfeng also had a complacent expression. Said Lin Feng at that moment, "Did you hear what Yuan Yunfeng and the others were talking about? They seemed to be talking about the fire demon's liquid. According to the record, the fire demon's liquid is a spiritual liquid of heaven and earth. This kind of treasure can shape the body and increase one's cultivation. It can be called a heavenly treasure," said Murong Shui. No wonder Yuan Yunfeng came to the desolate forest. He was actually looking for the fire demon's liquid. Said Lin Feng, "This is a spirit treasure in the world. It's extremely rare. If we miss this chance, we might not be able to find it again in our lifetime. If we had the chance, I naturally wouldn't mind stealing Yuan Yunfeng's fire demon's liquid." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "Besides, there are many fire demons living in the fire demon's territory. If Yuan Yunfeng and the others want to obtain the fire demon's liquid, they have to deal with these fire demons. This is our chance." Murong Shui was also eager to give it a try. She said, "Then let's be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We'll snatch the fire demon's liquid and make Yuan Yunfeng's efforts go to waste." "It seems that these fire demons have developed some intelligence," Lin Feng whispered. He and Murong Shui hid in the dark, quietly observing the situation. "A group of beasts dares to threaten me? You're courting death. Activate the flying swords." After seeing the fire demons, Yuan Yunfeng's face was full of sneers. In order to obtain the fire demon liquid, Yuan Yunfeng had been preparing for a long time. The people he brought were all experts of the Soul Devourer Palace, and there were also 2 martial masters, Sun Kuei and Li Tianxiang. At the same time, Yuan Yunfeng also brought 3 flying swords. These flying swords could kill people from a distance. They were very powerful, although the 3 flying swords Yu and Yunfeng brought were only low-level flying swords. But they were also very powerful. Yu and Yunfeng, Sun Kuei, and Li Tianxiang each activated a flying sword to attack the fire demons. These flying swords were engraved with runes. When true qi was poured into them, the flying swords turned into streams of light and flew towards the fire devils. The fire devils tried their best to jump and dodge the flying swords. However, the speed of the flying swords was too fast. One by one, the fire devils were killed. So powerful, Lin Feng was secretly speechless. When a cultivator's strength was combined with a magic weapon, their battle strength could be greatly increased. This was not something that the ferocious beasts of the mountain forest could contend against. Although some ferocious beasts were very powerful and could kill cultivators in close combat, if they encountered a cultivator with a magic weapon, they could only be slaughtered. For example, these fire demons in front of them were very powerful, but now, they were being slaughtered continuously. Of course, using a treasure like the flying swords was not without conditions. This kind of treasure consumed a lot of energy, and Yu and Yunfeng and the other 2 could not hold on for long. So they had to end the battle quickly. Roar! A gigantic fire demon king, which was over 10 meters tall, roared and charged outside. This was the fire demon king. Seeing so many fire demons being killed, the fire demon king was completely enraged and rushed out with a roar. Concentrate your firepower and kill the fire demon king. After seeing the fire demon king appear, Yu and Yunfeng's face showed a burst of excitement. As long as the fire demon king was killed, the other fire demons were nothing to be afraid of. Sun Kuei, Li Tianxiang took out their flying swords and slashed towards the Flame Devil King. However, the Flame Devil King displayed a terrifying power at this time. It spewed out 3 huge fireballs that wrapped around the 3 flying swords. Yu and Yunfeng, Li Tianxiang, and Sun Kuei's divine sense on the flying sword were immediately refined. The Fire Devil King swallowed the 3 flying swords in one gulp. Damn it! Seeing the 3 flying swords being snatched away by the Fire Devil King, Yu and Yunfeng also felt as if he was dripping blood. With a roar, the Demon Fire King uprooted a mountain, nearly 1,000 meters in height, before hurling it towards the cultivators from Soul Devourer Palace. What monstrous power! Lin Feng and Morong Shui were left speechless. Pulling up a mountain with just a lift of his hand, this strength was too terrifying. Ah, hurry up and dodge! The cultivators from Soul Devourer Palace cried out in fear and scattered in all directions. However, there were still a dozen people who were a little slow and were directly smashed into meat paste by the mountain thrown by the Fire Devil King. The rest of the fire demons were also ferocious and rushed forward together. One by one, they opened their bloody mouths and spat out fireballs towards the cultivators from Soul Devourer Palace. Bang, 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 the fireballs exploded and more than 30 cultivators from Soul Devourer Palace died in an instant. It could be said that they suffered heavy losses. Young master, we have too many casualties on our side. Should we temporarily avoid them? Sun Kuei said. Lure these fire demons away, Yu and Yunfeng said in a deep voice. This person was as intelligent as a demon and instantly thought of a way to destroy the fire demons. The cultivators from Soul Devourer Palace began to retreat into the distance. Under the lead of the Fire Devil King, the fire demons chased after the cultivators from Soul Devourer Palace. Soon, the cultivators from Soul Devourer Palace and the group of fire demons led by the Fire Devil King disappeared from sight. Lin Feng and Morong Shui's faces lit up as they quickly rushed towards the valley. Let's move quickly. I'm worried that Yu and Yunfeng will turn back halfway, Lin Feng said. Morong Shui nodded and entered the fire demon cave with Lin Feng. The temperature inside the cave was extremely high, as if it was about to melt a person's body. There was a groove in the middle of the fire devil's cave, and inside it was a ball of spirit liquid that was as hot as fire. Fire demon liquid. Lin Feng took out a porcelain bottle and quickly filled it. However, at that moment, 2 fire demons rushed out from the depths of the cave. When they saw Lin Feng and Morong Shui, they roared and pounced towards them. Morong Shui said, I'll deal with these 2 fire demons. You quickly collect the fire demon liquid. Alright, be careful. Lin Feng nodded and did not delay. He quickly filled the groove with the fire demon liquid. Morong Shui used an ice fist technique and attacked the fire demons. Ice restrained fire. The two fire demons were suppressed by Morong Shui. The two fire demons roared and opened their bloody mouths, spitting out fireballs. Ice shield. Morong Shui hurriedly ran her cultivation method and condensed an ice shield in front of her, blocking the attack of the fire demon's fireball. However, after blocking the attack, her face turned pale. Obviously, using two powerful secret skills in a row consumed a lot of Morong Shui's strength. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already collected the fire demon liquid. He shouted, "Let's go!" Morong Shui heaved a sigh of relief and quickly rushed out with Lin Feng. The two fire demons roared and chased after Lin Feng and Morong Shui. However, when they left the valley, Lin Feng and Morong Shui had already disappeared. Not long after Lin Feng and Morong Shui left, a figure rushed over from afar. It was Yuan Yunfeng of the Soul Devourer Palace. He used the cultivators of the Soul Devourer Palace to lure away the Fire Demon King and the group of fire demons. Then, he turned back halfway and prepared to collect the fire demon liquid. At this moment, Yuan Yunfeng's face was filled with excitement. When he thought about how he could achieve a breakthrough after obtaining the fire demon liquid, his heart was filled with excitement. He entered the fire demon cave. As soon as he entered, the two fire demons pounced on Yuan Yunfeng. Yuan Yunfeng's gaze turned cold and he sneered, "Bastards, you're courting death." Yuan Yunfeng's back trembled slightly, like a dragon shaking its spine. He exerted all his strength and sent out two consecutive punches, colliding with the two fire demons. Bang, bang. The two fire demons' bodies directly exploded. They were smashed into pieces by Yuan Yunfeng's punch. This Yuan Yunfeng's strength was truly terrifying. After killing the two fire demons, Yuan Yunfeng quickly arrived in front of the groove. However, when he arrived, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. The groove was completely empty. Clearly, someone had arrived first and taken away the fire demon liquid in the groove. In a hidden cave, Lin Feng and Morong Shui were sitting cross-legged, refining the demon fire liquid. When the demon fire liquid entered their bodies, they felt as if they were about to burst into flames. He didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant technique to refine the demon fire liquid. Under the archaic dragonesque elephant technique's refinement, Lin Feng's body temperature gradually returned to normal. At this time, Yuan Yunfeng had already stabilized his state of mind. After spitting out the blood that had accumulated in his chest, Yuan Yunfeng felt a lot more comfortable. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and left the cave to meet up with Sun Kuei and the rest. "Young master, did you get the demon fire liquid?" Sun Kuei and the others asked with flattering expressions. Yuan Yunfeng's face suddenly revealed a cold killing intent. The demon fire liquid was stolen. What? Had it been stolen? Could it be Morong Shui and her companions? Another cultivator said. This cultivator was also a martial master. He was skinny, around 30 years old, and had a ferocious appearance. This person was Li Tianxiang, the third martial master in Yuan Yunfeng's group. Sun Kuei said, "It must be them." Yuan Yunfeng's expression was gloomy as he nodded and said, "Go and search. I want to tear these two to shreds." "Yes, young master." After receiving Yuan Yunfeng's order, the cultivators of the Soul Devourer Palace scattered to search for Lin Feng and Morong Shui. 6 hours later, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. He sensed his body's condition and a joyful expression appeared on his face. After refining the demon fire liquid, his meridians had doubled in size. Furthermore, Lin Feng's strength had reached a shocking 32,000 jin. "I finally broke through." Lin Feng took a deep breath. After absorbing the demon fire liquid, he had broken through to the 8th chi layer of the celestial layer. The 8th heavenly layer had a strength of 32,000 jin. One had to know that for an ordinary cultivator, the strength of an 8th heavenly layer martial artist was 12,800 jin, the strength of a 9th heavenly layer martial artist was 25,600 jin, and the strength of a 10th heavenly layer martial artist was 51,200 jin. Lin Feng was a martial artist at the 8th heavenly layer, but his strength had actually surpassed that of a martial artist at the 9th heavenly layer and was approaching the strength of a martial artist at the 10th heavenly layer perfection. An hour later, Morong Shui had also awakened from her cultivation. In that instant, Lin Feng sensed an extremely tyrannical fluctuation from Morong Shui's body. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Morong Shui should have also completed her breakthrough. Morong Shui stood up happily and said, "Hee, as expected of a spiritual liquid of heaven and earth. It helped me break through a level." The two of them rested for a short while before leaving the place of seclusion to search for the Yin-Yang limitless cave. The next day, while passing through a forest, Lin Feng suddenly became alert, because he felt that this forest seemed to be too quiet. Almost subconsciously, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, quickly dodge." Lin Feng moved to the left. Morong Shui heard Lin Feng's warning and also moved to the right. At that moment, a figure quickly swept over and a fist swept over. Lin Feng and Morong Shui retreated in time, so they dodged the attack. However, the chi wave produced by the fist was too strong, and it actually sent Lin Feng and Morong Shui flying. "Brat, your cultivation isn't much, but you're quite alert." At that moment, a sneer came from the forest. Lin Feng and Morong Shui looked over, and their expressions changed slightly. It was actually Yuan Yunfeng. Seeing this person, Lin Feng and Morong Shui's mood suddenly sank. The two of them completely didn't expect to meet Yuan Yunfeng here. The two of them looked around and found that Yuan Yunfeng was alone. Only then did their expressions become better. If there were other people from the Soul Devourer Temple, for the two of them it would be disastrous. This Yuan Yunfeng didn't have any intention of saying a word to Lin Feng and Morong Shui. He quickly rushed towards the two of them, obviously wanting to kill them. This person probably also knew that the demon fire liquid should have been refined by Lin Feng and Morong Shui. After all, so much time had passed, and now Yuan Yunfeng only wanted to kill Lin Feng and Morong Shui to vent his anger. Before he attacked, Yuan Yunfeng glanced at Morong Shui. He suddenly changed his mind. If he killed Lin Feng, then he killed him, but he had to keep Morong Shui alive first. Such a high-quality beauty, he wanted to *CK her to death. Only then could he vent the anger in his heart. Seeing Yuan Yunfeng rushing over, Lin Feng drew his sword and rushed towards Yuan Yunfeng. He and Morong Shui had been working together for a while, and they already had a lot of tacit understanding. A long sword unsheathed. The scorching sun rose into the sky. Lin Feng directly used his strongest attack, the scorching sun swordsmanship. He knew that he couldn't be careless when dealing with an expert like Yuan Yunfeng. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would fall. "Brat, you're courting death." Yuan Yunfeng's face was filled with cold killing intent. He didn't even use a weapon, and just punched towards Lin Feng. True chi revolved around Yuan Yunfeng's fist. With a clang, a muffled collision rang out. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was directly sent flying. Yuan Yunfeng's strength was too terrifying. That power wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was shocked. He had learned from Morong Shui that Yuan Yunfeng's cultivation was at the 9th layer of the martial master realm. In that collision just now, Lin Feng had sensed the huge gap between himself and a 9th layer martial master. However, Lin Feng wasn't discouraged. He believed that when he reached the 9th layer of the martial master realm, he only needed to reach the 4th or 5th layer of the martial master realm. Perhaps he would be able to crush the 9th layer Yuan Yunfeng. Lin Feng, who had cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant art, had complete confidence in himself. Lin Feng circulated his devouring martial spirit, and completely devoured the terrifying power that had entered his body. At this time, Yuan Yunfeng leapt up and once again sent a palm towards Lin Feng. He wanted to get rid of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This attack was practically unavoidable. At this time, Morong Shui was already prepared. 3 frigid ice divine needles were sent flying towards Yuan Yunfeng. Seeing the 3 frigid ice divine needles about to pierce through Yuan Yunfeng's body, Morong Shui's face lit up with joy. But at that moment, Yuan Yunfeng sneered. He waved his right hand and a square seal flew out. That large square seal had tyrannical fluctuations lingering around it. It was clearly a powerful magic tool. Clearly, it was also a powerful treasure. Yuan Yunfeng had already used 3 flying swords before. Lin Feng and Morong Shui hadn't expected that Yuan Yunfeng would still have a treasure on him. The seal of mountains and rivers rapidly enlarged, instantly becoming 10 meters tall. Morong Shui's frigid ice divine needles were actually sent flying by the seal of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, the seal of mountains and rivers swept out a purple light, directly exploding on Morong Shui's body. Morong Shui let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, falling to the ground. Her face was extremely pale, and she couldn't get up for a long time. This attack had caused Morong Shui to suffer heavy injuries. Not good. Morong Shui's expression changed greatly. She tried to get up, but her whole body was in intense pain. In the end, she failed. She could only watch as the seal of mountains and rivers crushed her. Morong Shui, Morong Yu, am going to die just like this? Morong Shui's face was filled with despair. At this critical moment, Lin Feng appeared beside Morong Shui. He circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art with all his strength. The power of the dragonesque elephant crazily poured into Lin Feng's dantian. Then, from the dantian, it flowed into his limbs and bones and into his arms, and then into the long sword in his hand. Lin Feng exploded with his strongest sword. Scorching sun swordsmanship. Lin Feng roared, and a scorching sun rose into the sky. Lin Feng's longsword collided with the seal of mountains and rivers. That powerful seal of mountains and rivers was actually sent flying 10 meters away by Lin Feng. However, this attack had clearly injured Lin Feng. His face was very pale. He quickly helped Morong Shui up. I've suffered internal injuries. Carry me on your back. We have to leave quickly. Morong Shui's face was pale. Morong Shui's 3 frost needles had already flown over. Lin Feng carried Morong Shui on his back and ran away. Yuan Yunfeng was full of killing intent as he chased after them. Morong Shui took out a frost needle and said somewhat sadly, "You've been with me for 5 years. You've saved my life many times, but today, I have no choice but to destroy you." As soon as she finished speaking, Morong Shui gritted her teeth and took out a frost needle. That frost needle immediately surged with a terrifying aura. No wonder this frost needle is of a higher level than my seal of mountains and rivers, but its power is not as strong. It turns out that it drew a self-destruct formation. This self-destruct formation will weaken the magic treasure's power. Yuan Yunfeng's expression was extremely gloomy. Seeing that the frost needle was about to self-destruct, he quickly retreated. Boom, the frost needle self-destructed and directly exploded. A terrifying energy wave destroyed the entire forest. Smoke rose everywhere and dust filled the air. When the energy of the explosion dissipated, Yuan Yunfeng quickly walked out of his hiding place. However, at this time, Lin Feng and Morong Shui's figures were already gone. Hearing the commotion, Sun Kuei quickly rushed over. Before they could say anything, Yuan Yunfeng roared, "Morong Shui and that brat have been injured by me. Hurry up and chase after them." "Yes." Sun Kuei and the others replied. Swish swish swish. Now that Morong Shui had been injured by the seal of mountains and rivers, the most important thing now was to find a place to recover. Lin Feng ran for 20 miles and was finally exhausted. He stopped in front of a valley to rest. "Put me down," Morong Shui said. Lin Feng nodded and put Morong Shui down. "There's a cave in the valley. Let's go in and hide," Lin Feng said. Morong Shui nodded and entered the cave with Lin Feng. Lin Feng blocked the entrance with a huge rock. Morong Shui needed time to recover. They sat down cross-legged and used the time to heal themselves. Not long after, cultivators from the Soul Devourer Palace came searching. Lin Feng and Morong Shui were very nervous. If they were discovered, they would die without a doubt. Fortunately, the 2 people who came to search for him quickly left. 2 more groups of cultivators came searching. Lin Feng and Morong Shui were lucky. The 2 groups didn't find the cave either. Lin Feng was relieved and started to use the archaic dragonesque elephant art to heal himself. But 2 hours later, there was a loud bang and the rock exploded. A cultivator stood at the entrance and looked coldly into the cave. "So you're hiding here?" The cultivator laughed sinisterly. It was Li Tiansheng. He was a martial master from the Soul Devourer Palace. Lin Feng and Morong Shui's faces turned pale when they saw Li Tiansheng. Morong Shui had lost her ability to fight and Lin Feng was injured. It went without saying what it meant to meet Li Tianxiang. How did you find us? Lin Feng's face was gloomy. He and Morong Shui had avoided 3 waves of cultivators from the Soul Devourer Palace, but Li Tianxiang had found them. He was unwilling to accept it. My cultivation technique allows me to sense the aura fluctuations within a radius of 1 mile. So what if you're hiding in a cave? You're only 400 meters away from me. Is it difficult to find you? Li Tianxiang said proudly. I see. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Lin Feng, try your best to escape. Don't worry about me, or we'll both die at Li Tianxiang's hands. Morong Shui said with a pale face. Haha, you're looking down on me too much. In the future, I will become a man who rules over the world. How can I die in the hands of a mere martial master? Furthermore, he's only an early-stage martial master. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Morong Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could Lin Feng still be in the mood to joke at such a time? Whoosh, Lin Feng had already rushed towards Li Tianxiang. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Morong Shui was moved again. Even though he knew that he would die if he stayed, Lin Feng was still unwilling to leave her here. This made Morong Shui feel warm in her heart, but at this moment, she was extremely worried about Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was only a martial master. Li Tianxiang, on the other hand, was a martial master. Brat, you're courting death. When Li Tianxiang heard that Lin Feng dared to look down on him, he immediately flew into a rage. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Tianxiang moved quickly towards the valley with a sneer on his face. In Li Tianxiang's opinion, it would be very easy to deal with Lin Feng and Morong Shui. It was no wonder that Li Tianxiang had such thoughts. Morong Shui was already unable to fight, and Lin Feng was only a martial master. How could he be a threat? Brat, how dare you talk big in front of me? Today, I'll let you die without a burial place. Li Tianxiang's face was filled with a sinister smile. He stepped forward and punched towards Lin Feng. Boom, this punch was like a tsunami. The terrifying power made Lin Feng feel suffocated. This was the terrifying thing about a martial master, even if the opponent was only a martial master at the first celestial layer. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant skill with all his strength. He completely erupted with his own strength and collided with Li Tianxiang's punch. Boom, along with the earth-shattering sound of the collision, a huge sound rang out. Lin Feng and Li Tianxiang fiercely collided. Lin Feng's body was directly sent flying, and he landed heavily on the ground. With just one collision, Lin Feng felt the huge gap between him and Li Tianxiang. Morong Shui's pretty face turned even paler when she saw Lin Feng being sent flying. However, Morong Shui didn't continue to persuade Lin Feng. She knew that no matter how she tried to persuade Lin Feng, he wouldn't leave. Perhaps dying together with this guy isn't a bad way to die. Morong Shui couldn't help but think sadly. In her opinion, she and Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape this time. Little brat, you're just a martial warrior, yet you can actually withstand my attack. Not bad, not bad. However, you still won't be able to escape because in my eyes, you're as weak as an ant. Li Tianxiang's face was full of disdain. He rushed over again and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. He condensed a crushing fist and punched Li Tianxiang. Boom, Lin Feng and Li Tianxiang collided again. In an instant, Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering power surging towards him. He was directly sent flying. Lin Feng's body flew uncontrollably for dozens of meters before he landed on the ground. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The arm that had collided with Li Tianxiang's attack was trembling violently. Li Tianxiang was a martial master. Even if he was only at the first celestial layer, he was still too terrifying. Li Tianxiang gave Lin Feng the feeling that he couldn't defeat him. You're just a martial warrior. To be able to withstand 2 of my attacks without dying is already pretty good. Alright, it's time to end this. Li Tianxiang's face was full of cold killing intent as he walked towards Lin Feng. Boom, Li Tianxiang punched again, this time containing terrifying power. It was like a huge hammer, smashing towards Lin Feng. Facing this terrifying punch, Lin Feng quickly got up and put his hands in front of him. Clang, Li Tianxiang's punch ruthlessly landed on Lin Feng's arm, and Lin Feng's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Then, he slammed into a tree, and the entire tree was broken. Lin Feng coughed violently, and his face became paler. Both his arms were trembling violently. This was a battle on a completely different level. Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't been killed yet, Li Tianxiang's face became incomparably gloomy. He also felt that it was a little strange. How could a martial warrior kid block so many of his attacks? Li Tianxiang naturally didn't know that Lin Feng was able to block his attacks because of the strength of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant art had already tempered Lin Feng's body to the level of a martial master. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have been killed long ago. Kid, this time I'll definitely kill you. Li Tianxiang laughed sinisterly. He felt a sense of humiliation from Lin Feng. A dignified martial master expert had fought for so long, yet he still hadn't killed a martial warrior. For an expert of his level, it was tantamount to an extraordinary humiliation. Li Tianxiang's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. That aura surged out and enveloped Lin Feng, causing Lin Feng to feel a suffocating pressure. Am I really going to die at Li Tianxiang's hands? Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He naturally wasn't willing to accept this. Facing that terrifying aura, Lin Feng frantically circulated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. Lin Feng's Archean Dragonesque Elephant art suddenly erupted with a shocking aura. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant art's circulation speed increased by more than 10 times. Heavens, what's going on? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. Boom, in the next moment, a powerful force erupted. Lin Feng felt as if he was being pulled into a mysterious space by a powerful force. This was a starry world. In the starry sky realm, a tall figure stood in the starry sky. That figure had the head of a dragon and the body of an elephant. It stood upright, stepping on the starry sky. Its head was the dome of heaven, and it roared at the heavens, causing the starry river to tremble. Archean Dragonesque Elephant, it was actually the shadow of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. Lin Feng saw the primordial Dragonesque Elephant again. It was rumored to be the #1 expert in the Immemorial era. No one had been able to challenge the position of the Immemorial Dragonesque Elephant. Now, the Immemorial Dragonesque Elephant had appeared once again. In Lin Feng's heart, there was only deep shock. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant suddenly stretched out its huge palm. Lin Feng watched as the primordial Dragonesque Elephant destroyed a star with a single palm strike. It was too terrifying. In Lin Feng's mind, there was only that huge palm left. It's an ancient taboo technique. Lin Feng was shocked. At the moment of life and death, the power of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill was revealed. The shadow of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant appeared, showing Lin Feng an unimaginably powerful ancient taboo technique. Lin Feng comprehended the terror of this taboo technique. In his mind, even the Archean Dragonesque Elephant disappeared without a trace, leaving only that huge palm. It was a palm that covered the sky. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly felt as if he was standing in the starry sky. He could also destroy a star with a single palm strike. Asterisk swish, asterisk Lin Feng, who had closed his eyes, opened them at this moment. He looked coldly at Li Tianxiang, who was already charging towards him. Asterisk bang asterisk Lin Feng and Li Tianxiang collided. Lin Feng did not move, but Li Tianxiang kept retreating. This is impossible. Li Tianxiang immediately shouted. He could not believe that this was real. How is this possible? Morongxue was also extremely shocked. Lin Feng, a cultivator in the martial warrior realm, had actually defeated Li Tianxiang. Li Tianxiang had the strength of 500,000 pounds. Li Tianxiang's strength was more than 10 times that of Lin Feng's. He should have been able to crush Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was not at a disadvantage in the exchange of blows with Li Tianxiang. Anyone who saw this scene would feel incomparably shocked. What a terrifying ancient taboo secret technique. After the attack, Lin Feng's heart was also filled with shock. This ancient taboo secret technique was too terrifying. However, Lin Feng also felt that after he used this ancient taboo secret technique, his body suddenly developed a deep sense of fatigue. This ancient taboo secret technique was extremely terrifying, But since it was called a taboo secret technique, it obviously caused a certain amount of damage to the body. Any taboo secret skill required a certain price to be paid in exchange for great power. I have to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He knew that he could not hold on for long. Boom! Lin Feng exploded. Just now, he had only shown a small part of his strength, and he had acted hastily. Now, Lin Feng began to use the true power of this ancient taboo secret technique. Once again, he charged at Li Tianxiang. Kid, no matter what strange things you have, you must die today, Li Tianxiang shouted coldly. He also gathered a powerful force and attacked Lin Feng. He did not believe that Lin Feng could defeat him. Bang! Lin Feng and Li Tianxiang collided again. This time, Li Tianxiang was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Wah! In the air, Li Tianxiang spat out blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. Even Li Tianxiang is no match for him? Morong Shui, who was watching the battle from the side, was shocked. Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the Zunqi layer. After all, Li Tianxiang was a martial master. Li Tianxiang, a Zun cultivator, had been blown away by Lin Feng, a cultivator of the Zunqi layer. Lin Feng had even made him cough up blood. How incredible! Kid, I'll send you to hell. Li Tianxiang got up from the ground and roared hysterically. He could not accept what had just happened. He was a martial master, but he was beaten to the point of spitting out blood by a martial warrior. This was simply a fantasy story. But it had really happened. Li Tianxiang smiled ferociously and threw himself at Lin Feng. Blood palm. Li Tianxiang attacked Lin Feng with his palm. His palm was surrounded by a blood-red light. It was rumored that once this baleful blood palm was used, it could instantly pierce through gold and iron. This showed the power of the baleful blood palm. Kid, die. Li Tianxiang sneered. You'll be the one to die. Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and used his full strength to activate the ancient Dracophant formula. He used all his strength to activate that forbidden skill. Covering the sky with one hand, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Lin Feng and Li Tianxiang's energies collided again. That tyrannical collision caused the earth to shake violently. Crack! Then, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Li Tianxiang's right arm had been broken by Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Li Tianxiang's chest. Li Tianxiang was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Li Tianxiang fell to the ground. Li Tianxiang fell to the ground, his body convulsing as he vomited blood. His chest caved in from Lin Feng's punch. After twitching a few times, Li Tianxiang stopped moving completely and lost all signs of life. We finally killed that guy. Lin Feng lay on the ground, unable to muster any strength. Morong Shui still hadn't recovered from the shock. After all, it was too unbelievable for a martial warrior to kill a martial master. Lin Feng grinned at Morong Shui. Didn't I tell you that we wouldn't die at his hands? Morong Shui smiled. She struggled to stand up, walked over to Lin Feng, and helped Lin Feng up. They couldn't stay here for long. The two of them quickly left. Then, they found a secluded place. Morong Shui treated her injuries while Lin Feng comprehended the mysteries of the ancient taboo technique. It was called the Great Heaven Covering Hand. It could cover the sky with one hand. It was terrifying. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng and Morong Shui didn't see anyone from the Soul Devourer Temple. Lin Feng and Morong Shui guessed that Yuan Yunfeng and the others had already left. The two of them went straight to the cave of the Yinyang expert. At the bottom of a cliff, Lin Feng and Morong Shui found the everlasting cave. They entered the cave and found that it was about 300 square meters in size. There were 3 stone doors inside the cave, but they were all closed. When they opened the doors, they didn't find the Wuji Taoist's corpse. Something's wrong. The Wuji Taoist's corpse is gone. Many things here haven't been touched. Lin Feng frowned. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a cold chi envelop him. He looked into the depths of the everlasting cave. There was a huge cave there. He didn't know where it led. Retreat. There's something strange in there. Because Lin Feng had practiced the archaic dragonesque elephant formula, his perception was very strong. He could faintly sense a gloomy chi coming from the cave. He and Morong Shui quickly retreated. But then, Lin Feng and Morong Shui saw something they would never forget. A huge scorpion jumped out of the cave. That scorpion was actually over 100 meters long and had an incomparably huge tail. Its entire body was like armor, and it had a pair of huge pincers. That giant pincer seemed to be able to destroy everything with a light pinch. It's the dark demon scorpion. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. According to the classic of mountains and seas, the dark demon scorpion was one of the largest scorpions in the world. It possessed the power to easily destroy a mountain peak. It had a ferocious temperament, so it was best to avoid such a ferocious creature as much as possible. After seeing this dark demon scorpion, Lin Feng knew that even a martial master like Lin Feng would not be a match for the dark demon scorpion. The limitless Taoist's body must have been eaten by the dark demon scorpion, that's why we can't find his body. Lin Feng shouted as he retreated. Seeing that the dark demon scorpion was about to pounce on them, Lin Feng shouted, "Let's get out of here quickly, we have to give up on the limitless Taoist's inheritance, there's no way we can defeat this dark demon scorpion." Morong Shui said confidently, "It's just a beast, I can kill it with my frigid ice needles." After saying that, Morong Shui took out her 2 frigid ice needles. Whoosh, the frigid ice needles quickly flew out, stabbing towards the dark demon scorpion. Lin Feng stopped, hoping that the frigid ice needles could really pierce through the dark demon scorpion's body. Clang, but when the frigid ice needles stabbed into the dark demon scorpion's body, 2 clanging sounds rang out. The frigid ice needles did not break through the dark demon scorpion's defense. Instead, the 2 frigid ice needles bounced off the dark demon scorpion's hard shell. Of course, these 2 needles were not completely useless. The biggest effect was that the dark demon scorpion was completely enraged. The dark demon scorpion's huge tail viciously whipped towards Lin Feng and Morong Shui. Bang! A huge sound rang out. Lin Feng and Morong Shui were sent flying by the dark demon scorpion's tail. Their bodies fiercely slammed into the wall, and they couldn't help but spit out mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, "I told you, this thing isn't something we can deal with." Morong Shui's face was also very pale. But now, even if they wanted to retreat, they couldn't. The dark demon scorpion had already sealed the exit. Lin Feng and Morong Shui hurriedly crawled up from the ground. "Don't you cultivate an ice cultivation technique? Can you freeze this dark demon scorpion?" Lin Feng shouted. "I'll try." Morong Shui clenched her teeth, her hands forming seals. Frozen heaven and earth. As soon as she spoke, the temperature in the cave suddenly dropped. A layer of ice actually appeared on the dark demon scorpion's body. Morong Shui's mouth curved into a happy smile. But in the next moment, the dark demon scorpion shattered the layer of ice. Its huge tail lashed out again, sending Morong Shui flying. Then, the dark demon scorpion pounced on Morong Shui, its bloody mouth wide open as if to swallow her whole. "Ah! I'm going to die!" Morong Shui screamed in terror. Just as the dark demon scorpion was about to pounce on Morong Shui, Lin Feng suddenly saw a hideous human face on its abdomen. Heavens! What kind of monster is this? It actually has a human face? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. But at this moment, he had no time. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit, rushing under the dark demon scorpion's body. Screech! The dark demon scorpion clearly hadn't expected Lin Feng to rush over, and the human face let out a sharp screech. Lin Feng felt an intense pain in his head. This was a powerful soul attack. Lin Feng knew that this was a moment of life and death. He endured the intense pain in his head and stabbed his sword at the hideous face on the dark demon scorpion's abdomen. Pooh! The sword pierced through the hideous face. There was a rumbling sound. The dark demon scorpion's huge body crashed to the ground. Then, it twitched violently, and not long after, it stopped breathing. "You actually killed the dark demon scorpion? How did you kill it?" Morong Shui cried out in shock, her face full of joy at surviving a disaster. There was a human face on the dark demon scorpion's abdomen. "I pierced through it." Lin Feng let out a long breath. Morong Shui looked over and saw a hideous face being pierced through by Lin Feng's sword. "You're really something," said Lin Feng. Morongxue snorted. Although Morongxue wasn't very old, she already had a hint of seductiveness. Her delicate appearance made Lin Feng feel like he was burning with desire. Of course. Don't you know who this young master is? Are you attracted to me? Lin Feng smiled at Morongxue. Morongxue felt her heartbeat quicken as if her shameful thoughts had been seen through. Of course, Morongxue would not admit it. She snorted, "You think I'll fall for you? I'm not interested in you, so stop daydreaming." Morongxue saw that Lin Feng had suddenly stopped talking and was staring at the scorpion's body. She said, "Why are you staring at that monster's body? It's such a powerful monster. We were lucky to be able to kill it. Do you want the body? If you don't want it, I'll take it." Lin Feng said. "I don't want that." Morongxue looked at the scorpion in disgust. "Hee, then I'll kindly accept it." Lin Feng put the scorpion's body into his storage ring. Lin Feng and Morongxue walked towards a few stone rooms. These rooms hadn't been destroyed by the scorpion. Lin Feng found some scrolls in the rooms. Many of the scrolls were scribbles that recorded the virtues of alchemy. It seemed that Wu Ji was also an alchemist. There were also 2 earth-level techniques. One was collapsing fist, and the other was ice palm. Lin Feng wanted the exploding fist and the ice palm was taken by Morongxue. Morongxue had practiced a skill called the ice fist. Now that she had practiced the ice fist, she was also practicing the ice palm. It's a pity that the infinite Taoist's corpse was eaten by the scorpion. Otherwise, we would have been able to get his spatial ring. A yin-yang cultivator's spatial ring must have a lot of good things, said Lin Feng. Morongxue sighed. Lin Feng felt quite helpless as he said, "There's nothing we can do about it, but it's already quite good that we've gained something." In another room, Lin Feng found a palm-sized jade cauldron. When he opened the jade cauldron, he found that there were actually 2 pills inside. Beside the jade cauldron was a small sign. Profound Jade Pill. Lin Feng read the 3 words on the sign softly. What? Profound Jade Pill? Really? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Morongxue ran over excitedly. When she saw the 2 pills in the jade cauldron, she was pleasantly surprised. It really is the legendary Xian Jade Pill. The recipe for this pill has been lost for a long time, but there are still 2 of them here. Morongxue exclaimed in surprise. What is a profound jade pill? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw how excited Morongxue was. This is a pill that can help your spirit evolve. Morongxue said excitedly. What? Let your martial soul evolve? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had heard that a martial soul could evolve. Morongxue said, in theory, martial spirits can evolve. It said that there are 3 kinds of elixirs that can make martial spirits evolve, namely martial spirit elixir, Xian Jade elixir, and soul congealing elixir. But these 3 elixirs have been lost, so it's very difficult to make martial spirits evolve now. Of course, there are other ways. I heard that there are some natural treasures that can also make martial spirits evolve, and those treasures are much more effective than elixirs. The 3 kinds of elixirs can only promote the evolution of martial spirits in the first stage, and the probability is as high as 10%. No one can say whether it will succeed or not, and if it does succeed, then taking elixirs in the future will be useless. But those natural treasures can make martial spirits evolve several times, and the probability is 100%. It's just that it's very difficult to find such treasures. It's already a great opportunity for us to get 2 Xian Jade elixirs today. Lin Feng nodded. This was indeed a great opportunity. What a treasure. Lin Feng smiled. Morongxue continued, there are 10 grades of martial souls. The lower the grade, the higher the probability of evolution. If a martial soul below the 5th grade takes the profound jade pill, the probability of evolution is 10%. If a martial soul between the 5th and 8th grade takes the profound jade pill, the probability of evolution is only 5%. If a martial soul between the 9th grade takes the profound jade pill, the probability of evolution is 1%. And if a martial soul of the 10th grade takes the profound jade pill, the probability of evolution is 1%. Hearing Morongxue's words, Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. If he took the profound jade pill, the probability of evolution would be 1 in 1,000, but when he thought about how his martial soul was of the 10th grade, what could it evolve into? Lin Feng was also curious. He asked, can a 10th grade martial soul evolve? Isn't it said that a 10th grade martial soul is the limit? Morong Shui said, I've heard that every 10th grade martial soul hides a great secret. Moreover, a 10th grade martial soul can't be acquired. In other words, even if you take the profound jade pill, you won't be able to evolve a 9th grade martial soul into a 10th grade martial soul. However, a 10th grade martial soul has a certain probability of evolving into something beyond the 10th grade. At that time, the evolved martial soul will obtain a special ability or form. A special ability or form? What does that mean? Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped. Morong Shui shook her head and said, I'm not sure because I've never seen it. She then took out a profound jade pill and said with a smile, my martial soul is of the 8th grade. If it can evolve, it can reach the 9th grade. Morong Shui was very excited. She looked at Lin Feng and said, what's the grade of your martial soul? This was the first time Lin Feng had heard that a 10th grade martial soul had a great secret. He himself had a 10th grade martial soul, so could his devouring martial soul also have a great secret? Facing Morong Shui's question, Lin Feng said, my martial soul is the same as yours, an 8th grade martial soul. Morong Shui curled her lips and said, I've always known that your martial soul was extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to reach the 8th grade. Lin Feng laughed and said, if this pill can really evolve a martial soul, we can try it and see if it can make our martial souls evolve again. Morong Shui's eyes lit up, she couldn't wait and said, let's each take one and see the effect. Inside the stone room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, looking at the black jade pill in his hand. He took a deep breath. A 10th grade martial spirit hid a secret. What was the secret? I hope my martial spirit can evolve. Lin Feng looked hopeful. Then, he swallowed the black jade pill and started to use the ancient dragonesque elephant skill to refine the black jade pill. Soon, the efficacy of the black jade pill was refined and started to merge with Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng found that all the efficacy of the pill was flowing towards his dantian. That was because a cultivator's martial spirit was in the dantian. The efficacy of the black jade pill was integrated into Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. In Lin Feng's dantian, there was a shocking change. The devouring martial spirit in his soul started to operate on its own. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit looked like a twisted black hole. At this moment, the black hole was spinning crazily. The efficacy of the black jade pill was being absorbed by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Lin Feng's dantian. Then, a shocking scene appeared. In the depths of Lin Feng's dantian, a second black hole appeared. The second black hole was twisted, and deep in the black hole, it seemed to be connected to a mysterious world. The second devouring black hole was exactly the same as the first one. They both contained a terrifying devouring power and twisting power. Lin Feng was shocked. The devouring black hole was his devouring martial spirit. How could a second devouring black hole appear? But what shocked Lin Feng even more was what happened next. After the appearance of the second devouring black hole, a third one appeared. The 3 devouring black holes were arranged in Lin Feng's dantian. Each devouring black hole was emitting a strong devouring power. 3 devouring black holes. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. It's the black jade pill. Then, Lin Feng thought of the crux of the matter. It must be the profound jade pill that changed everything. Morong Shui had said before, every 10th grade martial spirit hides a great secret. His devouring martial spirit was a 10th grade martial spirit. Now, after refining the Xianxia pill, his devouring martial spirit had become 3. Apparently, the 3 twisted black holes were the 3 devouring martial souls. This was what shocked Lin Feng the most. 3 grotto heavens, 3 devouring martial spirits. Is this the ultimate evolution of a martial soul? Lin Feng sensed the devouring martial spirit in his dantian. Martial spirits could bring a cultivator great fighting strength. When Lin Feng fully activated his 3 devouring martial spirits, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A power as vast as the sea erupted from within his body. Before the evolution of his devouring martial spirit, Lin Feng could unleash a strength of 32,000 pounds if he used all of his martial spirit's power. But at that moment, Lin Feng had 3 absorbing spirits and he was using them at the same time. When the 3 devouring martial spirits were activated, Lin Feng could unleash a strength of 96,000 pounds. Haha, I never thought that I would have such a fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng's face was filled with ecstasy. A 10th grade martial spirit indeed contained a great secret. This time, the devouring martial spirit had evolved into 3 devouring martial spirits. He wondered if it would continue to evolve and create more devouring martial spirits in the future. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his state of mind. When his dantian had been destroyed by Bai Yifei, he had been filled with despair. Now, with his extraordinary talent, he had experienced life and death situations. Many times, Lin Feng could adjust his state of mind quickly. Moreover, Lin Feng knew that there were many geniuses in the world, but very few of them could become peerless experts. Talent was very important to cultivation, but it was not the most important thing. Determination, willpower, and the spirit of never giving up were the factors that determined a person's ultimate height. Lin Feng walked out of the stone room. Morong Shui was still in seclusion. Lin Feng waited outside. 3 hours later, Morong Shui's surprised voice came from the stone room. I really succeeded. My martial spirit has evolved from an 8th grade martial spirit to a 9th grade martial spirit. Morong Shui ran out excitedly. Lin Feng, has your martial spirit evolved? She then looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, my martial spirit has also evolved. Hee, this time, the 2 of us have obtained incredible luck. Our martial spirits have evolved. Morong Shui was extremely excited. The 2 of them tidied up the things that Wu Ji had left behind and left the Wu Ji's cavern. In the mountain forest, a gentle breeze was blowing. Lin Feng suddenly hugged Morong Shui and kissed her on the lips before she could regain her senses. Morong Shui was completely dumbstruck. Soon, Morong Shui came back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. When he saw that Morong Shui was about to explode, Lin Feng ran away. Haha, Morong Shui, remember, from now on, you're mine. Lin Feng ran away in the blink of an eye. Morong Shui stomped her foot angrily. After Lin Feng left, she touched her lips. Surprisingly, she was not angry, but her face was pink. She humphed, bastard, I didn't say I was going to beat you up. Why did you run away so fast? When she saw that Lin Feng had completely disappeared, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although she had only known Lin Feng for a short time, Lin Feng had clearly left a deep impression in her heart. Morong Shui didn't stop either. She had snuck out for a long time. She had to return to Tianqing City. Otherwise, the elders in her family would be worried sick. In the back mountains of Jialan Academy, a vigorous figure was currently practicing a fist technique. Lin Feng was practicing the collapsing fist. It was an earth-class fist technique that focused on explosive power that could penetrate the opponent's internal organs and instantly destroy them, causing heavy injuries or even death. The collapsing fist was ferocious and tyrannical. Lin Feng had already been back at Jialan University for 9 days. Since he had come back, he had been practicing bursting punch. Ha! Lin Feng shouted and stomped on the ground, his body shooting forward. His fist smashed into a 100-meter-tall boulder. The powerful force penetrated the surface of the boulder and surged into it, causing it to explode. Bang! The 100-meter-high boulder was immediately smashed into pieces by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng withdrew his fist, a smile on his face. After 9 days of bitter cultivation, he had finally mastered the collapsing fist. When Lin Feng returned to Jialan Academy, Xianxia said worriedly, Junior brother, tomorrow is the 3-month battle between you and Bai Xianyang. I heard that Bai Xianyang has received a large amount of cultivation resources from his clan. Although he hasn't broken through to the martial master realm, his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Zhang Shiqi's words were vague because he wanted to save face for Lin Feng. He continued, you shouldn't participate in this battle. So what if you lose some face? Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll definitely win tomorrow. Zhang Shiqi was stunned when he heard Lin Feng's confident words. He muttered inwardly, not knowing where Lin Feng's confidence came from. Zhang Shiqi wanted to persuade Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng suddenly said, "Senior brother, I heard that many students are privately betting on the outcome of the life or death battle." Zhang Shiqi smiled bitterly and nodded. "It's like this. Some people are privately betting on Bai Xuanyang's victory. 1 for 1, and 1 for 15 for you." Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his nose and say, "Does everybody look down on me?" Zhang Shiqi nodded helplessly. Not only others, even Zhang Shiqi was not optimistic about Lin Feng. After all, 3 months ago, Lin Feng was only a 6th firmament martial artist. At that time, Bai Xuanyang was already a fighter 10th firmament. Bai Xuanyang had the backing of a powerful clan, so he had all kinds of cultivation resources. Lin Feng was a child of a small family. His cultivation resources were limited. A 3-month life and death battle was simply an act of suicide. Lin Feng took out 1 million silvers. This was the 300,000 silvers he got from Duanmu Feiyang and the 700,000 silvers he got from Daoist Wuji's cave. For a child from a small clan like Lin Feng, this was a huge fortune. "Senior brother, I have 1 million taels of silver here. Tomorrow, help me place a bet and bet that I'll win," Lin Feng said. "So much money?" Zhang Qi was speechless. He didn't ask where the money came from. He wondered if junior brother Lin really had the confidence to defeat Bai Xuanyang. Although he felt that this was very unreliable, Zhang Qi had a lot of expectations in his heart. He took the 1 million taels of silver and said, "All right, I'll bet on junior brother winning tomorrow." On the second day, the 4 main departments of Jialan Academy were bustling with activity. The battle between Lin Feng and Bai Xuanyang had spread like wildfire. Most of the inner yard disciples had also heard about the conflict between Lin Feng and the Bai clan. One of them was the #1 genius in the history of Jialan Academy, while the other was a fighter 10th heavenly layer perfection expert. This battle naturally attracted a lot of attention. Early in the morning, the inner courtyard disciples rushed to the life and death battle arena. Other than the disciples from the 4 major campuses, some teachers were also alerted and rushed to watch the show. This matter had even alerted the higher echelons of the Indigo Academy, such as the vice principal and vice principals of the various campuses. However, they were powerless to stop the life and death battle between the disciples. "Place your bets, place your bets. Bet on Bai Xuanyang, 1 to 1, bet on Lin Feng, 1 to 15. Someone had set up a gambling house in Jialan Academy. It was organized by a few extremely strong disciples. "I'll bet on Bai Xuanyang. I'll bet on Bai Xuanyang too." Many people went to place their bets on Bai Xuanyang. 1 million taels of silver, "I'll bet on Lin Feng," shouted Zhang Qiqi as he took out 1 million taels of silver. "Damn, Zhang Qiqi, where did you get so much money?" asked someone. "What does it have to do with you?" said Zhang Qiqi. "You'll lose a lot of money. Even if you lose a lot of money, you'll have to pay me back. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. You people from Purple Light University are so kind. You're gloating over my misfortune." Zhang Qiqi and the other students from Purple Light University argued for a while, but after registering, they quickly left. In front of the life and death battle arena, many strong cultivators had already gathered. Many of the top students of the inner courtyard were there, waiting for the battle to start. For example, Xiao Yufei and Gong Sun Chang'e from Long River University. Zi Chani and Lu Mubai from Purple Light University. Nailan Feifei and Li Changhao from Luoyui University. Zhao Zishuan and Dong Kuan from Star University. These people were all famous powerhouses in the inner yard. Every single one of them was ranked in the top 20. "Look, Bai Xuanyang is here," shouted someone. Bai Xuanyang strode over in large strides. He was dressed in white and had a slender figure. He was extremely handsome and gave off the aura of an elegant young master. "Brother Bai, you're so handsome. Brother Bai, you can do it," shouted many female students. Bai Xuanyang was from a good family, and he was handsome and confident. He was quite popular in the inner courtyard, so of course he had some admirers. Bai Xuanyang had an enchanting smile on his face. He greeted many people on the way, and then jumped onto the battle arena. "Lin Feng is here too," shouted someone from outside. Lin Feng was wearing black clothes. He jumped onto the battle arena as well. 3 months ago, when Lin Feng joined the inner courtyard, he was really amazing. He was extremely talented, but does he think that in 3 months, he has the strength to defeat Bai Xianyang? And he dares challenge Bai Xianyang? He's courting death, said Lu Mubai from Purple Light University, shaking his head. I don't think he'd do something so stupid. I don't understand, why would he do something like that? Said Li Changhao from Luoyue University, shaking his head. He didn't think Lin Feng would win. Maybe he's too arrogant. He thinks he can look down on the elders of the inner courtyard just because he's talented. He doesn't know how to spell the word death. Dong Kuan from the Star Branch curled his lips and said Ziqiani from Purple Light University. With Bai Xuanyang's temper, he'll definitely kill him. According to what I know, the higher-ups of the university think highly of Lin Feng. So what if they think highly of him? Even the higher-ups can't interfere in a battle to the death. I know Bai Xuanyang's temperament. Lin Feng won't die so easily. He'll probably be tortured to the point where he'll wish he was dead. Then, in the end, he'll be killed by Bai Xianyang in a single strike. Said Nailan Feifei from Luoyue University. Zhao Zishuan from Star University looked at Xiao Yufei and Gongsun Changge. He smiled and said, Senior sister Xiao, junior brother Gongsun, Lin Feng is from Changhai University. Do you think he'll win this battle? Gongsun Changge furrowed his brows slightly, looking rather worried. Xiao Yufei looked at the battle arena and said indifferently, we'll know the result soon enough. The other smiled and didn't say anything else. On the battle arena, Lin Feng and Bai Xianyang were separated by 10 meters. Everyone was nervously looking at the battle arena. This battle had attracted too much attention. Bai Xianyang looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Haha, Lin Feng, I thought you wouldn't dare to come. You're much more courageous than I thought. I'll give you a chance today. Kowtow to me 10 times and then break your own arms. Then, I'll spare you. How about it? Bai Xianyang didn't think much of Lin Feng. He only proposed such a condition to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Bai Xianyang is obviously trying to humiliate Lin Feng. I wonder how Lin Feng will react. Lin Feng shouldn't have come to this battle. They're on completely different levels. He'll just be throwing his life away. Lin Feng is probably regretting it now that he's standing on the battle stage. I wonder if he'll agree to Bai Xuanyang's condition. If he really does, he'll lose all his face. It's still better than losing his life, right? Many students were discussing in low voices. You're being too confident. It's hard to say who will win this battle. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. Lin Feng's carefree attitude surprised many people. Facing Bai Xianyang, who was at the 10th celestial layer, he was still so calm. It was completely out of everyone's expectations. Bai Xianyang sneered. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. You dare challenge me? You're overestimating yourself. Today, I'll show you how big the gap between us is. Bai Xianyang was a martial artist at the 10th heaven of the complete realm. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all, which was why he used such a humiliating method to deal with Lin Feng. The spectating students shook their heads. They didn't think that Lin Feng would win this battle. Although Lin Feng had accepted the challenge, the students of the inner yard thought that the outcome was already decided. How could Lin Feng be a match for Bai Xianyang? The gap between them was too big. Bai Xianyang didn't bother to hide the mocking smile on his face, as if he was trying to catch a chicken. In Bai Xuanyang's opinion, defeating Lin Feng was too easy. Humph, Lin Feng sneered. He moved to the left and easily dodged Bai Xuanyang's attack. Then, Lin Feng raised his right fist and punched at Bai Xianyang. Although Lin Feng was still at the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm, Lin Feng's strength had already reached 32,000 pounds due to the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. With his 3 devouring martial souls, he could increase his strength to 96,000 pounds. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Feng's body was so strong that even Bai Xianyang couldn't compare to it. Lin Feng's Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill was said to be able to train the cultivator's body to the level of a primordial divine demon. This showed how terrifying the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill was. Lin Feng had already practiced cultivation for half a year. Even though he had only broken through to the 8th Qi layer, Lin Feng's physical strength was already comparable to that of a cultivator of the Wu Qi layer. His speed, reaction, and perception were all better than Bai Xuanyang's. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Lin Feng to dodge Bai Xuanyang's attack. Bai Xuanyang's expression changed slightly when he sensed the power of Lin Feng's punch when he missed and was counterattacked by Lin Feng. Bai Xuanyang wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to join the inner courtyard. Besides, he was quite famous there. Bai Xuanyang knew that Lin Feng wasn't as weak as he had thought. Bai Xuanyang didn't meet Lin Feng's attack head-on. Instead, he quickly retreated and dodged Lin Feng's attack. He bounced back a few times and retreated 5 or 6 meters. He looked coldly at Lin Feng, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. The spectating students were shocked. Wasn't Lin Feng supposed to be one-sided with Bai Xuanyang? Why was it that Bai Xuanyang was at a disadvantage in their first clash? Was his really that strong? How Lin Feng's attack would be able to? What's going on? Nailin Feifei of the Fallen Moon branch was shocked. The other top experts of the inner yard were also staring at the battlefield. This battle seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Bai Xuanyang's expression was extremely ugly. He had taken the initiative to attack, but he didn't gain any advantage. Instead, he was forced to retreat by Lin Feng. For the proud and arrogant Bai Xuanyang, this was an absolute humiliation. Bai Xuanyang roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bai Xuanyang had the strength of the top of the 10th Qi layer. He also came from a rich and powerful clan, so he had an incredible amount of cultivation resources. His strength had already reached 65,000 jin, twice as much as Lin Feng's. Bai Xuanyang's attack contained a terrifying strength of 65,000 jin. His body emitted a powerful aura. The students who were closer to the stage paled slightly when they sensed Bai Xuanyang's aura. Strong, too strong. Many students couldn't get close to Bai Xuanyang. They were forced to retreat by Bai Xuanyang's powerful aura. After retreating a dozen meters away from the stage, the oppressive feeling eased a lot. Bai Xuanyang's strength has already reached 65,000 jin. If he breaks through to the martial master realm, his strength will increase tenfold. Won't he be able to reach 650,000 jin? He'll be far stronger than other first sky martial masters. Lu Mu said in surprise. That guy must have eaten a lot of pills to increase his strength to 65,000 jin. This is enough to crush any martial warrior realm cultivator. Of course, it won't be a problem for him to crush Lin Feng. Zhao Zishuan said. The top experts of the inner yard nodded. They agreed with Zhao Zishuan's point of view. On the side, Xiao Yufei and Gongsun Chang'e, the eldest senior sister of the Long River branch, looked a little worried. Seeing Bai Xuanyang's strength, many people thought that Lin Feng was done for. In front of such a powerful Bai Xuanyang, he could only be crushed. Everyone thought that Bai Xuanyang's retreat was due to his carelessness, which allowed Lin Feng to take advantage of him. Once Bai Xuanyang got serious, Lin Feng wouldn't stand a chance. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. All the strength in his body was channeled by the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The power of the archaic dragonesque elephant circled around his palm. Lin Feng leaped forward and threw a punch at Bai Yifei without fear. Kid, I'll finish you in 3 punches. Bai Xuanyang had a sinister smile on his face. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Feng sneered. He wasn't afraid at all. Bang. Accompanied by an extremely dull collision sound, the entire arena trembled slightly. Lin Feng and Bai Xuanyang clashed. When the two sides collided, Lin Feng felt a terrifying force enter his body through his arm. That force wanted to destroy his life force. This was Bai Xuanyang's powerful energy surging into his body. Archean Dragonesque Elephant, suppress. Lin Feng sneered as he activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant Phantom in Lin Feng's Dantian roared towards the sky and stomped on the void. All the destructive power that entered Lin Feng's body was instantly neutralized by the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. On the other hand, Bai Xianyang was unable to neutralize the terrifying power of Lin Feng's punch. Everyone watched as Bai Xianyang was sent flying. There was a thump. Bai Xianyang fell to the ground. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. How is this possible? This can't be true. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Countless students couldn't believe their eyes. Bai Xianyang, who was at the peak of the 10th celestial layer, had been sent flying by Lin Feng with a single punch. It was like a scene from a dream. It was hard to believe that it was real. Too powerful. Xianxia, who was in the crowd, clenched his fists when he saw that. A moment before, he was worried about Lin Feng and was worried about him. The strongest cultivators of the inner courtyard, such as Lu Mu, Nailan Feifei, Li Changhao, and the others, were all dumbfounded. Obviously, this scene was completely out of their expectations. They had never thought that Lin Feng would be a match for Bai Xianyang, but the result was too unexpected. Good, junior brother Lin is really good, said Gongga Changga. Gongsun Changga said excitedly. Not bad, not bad. Junior brother Lin is usually very low-key. I didn't think that he would be so strong. Xiao Yifei also smiled. On the battle stage, Bai Xuanyang's face was hideous. He had never been humiliated like this before. Bai Xianyang wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces to vent his anger. Little brat, I'll kill you, said Bai Xianyang with a hideous smile. He jumped up and threw a punch at Lin Feng. 5 Mountain Slash. This move, 5 Mountain Slash, was a mid-level mystic class martial art passed down in the Bai family. It was extremely powerful, and when the palm struck out, it was like splitting a mountain. A mid-level mystic class martial art was a powerful martial art that could allow one to challenge those of a higher level. Facing Bai Xuanyang's attack, Lin Feng attacked again. He wrapped his fist in the ancient dragonesque elephant's energy and threw a punch. Even though he didn't use any martial arts, the ancient dragonesque elephant's energy was the noblest kind of energy. Bang! Lin Feng and Bai Xianyang clashed again. Everyone saw that Bai Xianyang had lost control of his body and was blown away like a broken kite. Wah! Bai Xianyang spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Heavens, Lin Feng is too strong. He made Bai Xianyang spit out blood with one punch. Countless exclamations resounded in the square. Plop! Bai Xianyang fell to the ground in a sorry state once more. His face was filled with malevolence. He leaped up from the ground and roared furiously, impossible. This can't be real. I, Bai Xianyang, am a fighter at the complete 10th celestial layer with a strength of 65,000 jin. How can I lose to you? It was hard for Bai Xianyang to accept this. His cultivation was much higher than Lin Feng's. He should have been the main character in this one-sided battle. But now, he had become a supporting character in this one-sided battle. Bai Xianyang was also a genius, but he had lost so miserably. Bai Xuanyang's heart was already twisted by the boundless rage and hatred in his heart. Lin Feng is too strong. Bai Xianyang lost this battle. Many people shook their heads. Although they had only exchanged 2 blows in the truest sense of the word, the difference in strength was obvious. Bai Xianyang was almost completely crushed by Lin Feng. Lost? How could I lose? Bai Xuanyang's expression was hideous. Whoosh, there was a flash of light, and a small puppet appeared in Bai Xuanyang's hand. A miniature puppet. Zhao Zishuan was shocked. Not good. Bai Xianyang is going to use a miniature puppet. Lin Feng is in danger. Gongsun Changga's expression changed. The humanoid puppet was made of special materials. Then, a great formation master would engrave a formation on the miniature puppet, granting it great power. When true chi was poured into the formation on the puppet would be activated. It's a vigor demon god. A vigor demon god that costs 5 million taels of silver each. That's an exorbitant price to buy. Someone cried out in surprise. The miniature puppet in Bai Xuanyang's hand was called a vigor demon god. Once it was activated, it would have 50,000 pounds of strength. A strength of 100,000 jin was enough to crush any cultivator in the martial warrior realm. In addition, the vigor demon god had been refined using a special method, making its body extremely tough. Even if it faced a martial master, it could fight for a long time without being defeated. Bai Xianyang wants to use a vigor demon god? Isn't that too despicable? Some people felt that Bai Xianyang's actions were shameful. However, this did not change Bai Xianyang's determination to use the Herculean demon god to kill Lin Feng. Bai Xianyang poured his primary qi into the runes on the surface of the vigor devil god and activated it. Whoosh! With a flash of light, everyone saw that the vigor demon god in Bai Xianyang's hand had turned into a burly man. This burly man was 2 meters tall, and his body emitted a breathtaking aura. Lin Feng, I'll kill you. Bai Xianyang laughed evilly. After receiving Bai Xianyang's order, the vigor demon god immediately charged towards Lin Feng. Inside the vigor demon god's body, there was an extremely terrifying aura. With the strength of 50,000 kilograms, when he moved his body, the sound of rushing thunder could be heard. Many people turned pale with fright. The demon god of vigor's power was too terrifying. Coupled with his invulnerable body, only martial masters could fight against him. Who could resist the demon god of vigor? Although the vigor demon god of vigor was huge, he was very agile. He rushed over quickly and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Sonic booms could be heard in the air. The vigor demon god of vigor was too strong. Bang! Lin Feng and the vigor demon god of vigor collided. The vigor demon god of vigor's 50,000 kilograms of strength exploded in an instant. The terrifying power quickly rushed into Lin Feng's body, as if it was going to tear Lin Feng's body apart. 50,000 kilograms of strength was indeed too terrifying. The power that rushed into Lin Feng's body was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy anyone's body. However, Lin Feng was not worried. He quickly activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant had its head above the sky and its feet on the ground. With a loud roar, gods and demons knelt down. Lin Feng used the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art to dissolve the terrifying power that rushed into his body. Humph! Bai Xianyang snorted when he saw that Lin Feng had dissolved the vigor demon god of vigor's attack. He continued to control the vigor demon god of vigor to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not choose to fight the vigor demon god of vigor head-on. Instead, he quickly retreated. Break his legs! Bai Xianyang sneered. He controlled the vigor demon god of vigor to attack Lin Feng, chasing after Lin Feng. The vigor demon god of vigor is too strong. Although Lin Feng is strong, he can't resist the vigor demon god of vigor. Many students shook their heads. When Bai Xianyang summoned the vigor demon god of vigor, they had already guessed the result. Lin Feng, you coward! Do you only know how to dodge? Shouted Bai Xianyang furiously when he saw Lin Feng keep dodging. The great strength demon's attacks were dodged by Lin Feng a dozen times, and Bai Xianyang was exasperated. Lin Feng was actually activating his 3 devouring martial spirits. When the 3 devouring martial spirits were activated, Lin Feng's strength could reach a terrifying 96,000 jin. This strength was comparable to that of the vigor demon god of vigor. After dodging more than 10 times, Lin Feng finally activated all 3 devouring martial spirits. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a vast amount of energy exploding in his body. The energy was like surging waves, surging in Lin Feng's body and circulating in his meridians. Roar! The vigor demon god of vigor roared and attacked again. As you wish. Watch how I destroy your vigor demon god of vigor. Lin Feng sneered. This time, he took the initiative to charge at the vigor demon god. He raised his right hand and activated the crushing fist, attacking the vigor demon god of vigor. The crushing fist was an earth-class martial skill and was extremely powerful. Lin Feng's ancient dragonesque elephant strength was one of the most powerful forces in the world. Lin Feng used the ancient dragonesque elephant strength to activate the crushing fist, which could maximize the power of the crushing fist. Seeing that Lin Feng dared to attack, Bai Xianyang sneered, "Boy, you're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish." Is Lin Feng crazy? Many students exclaimed in surprise. In their opinion, even a martial master would not be able to defeat the vigor demon god of vigor without at least 100 rounds. The vigor demon god of vigor's body was too hard. Moreover, Lin Feng, a mere martial warrior, wanted to fight against the vigor demon god of vigor? Wasn't he courting death? What is this guy trying to do? Zichani, Lu Mu, and the other top students of the inner yard were also shocked. The vigor demon god of vigor had completely unleashed his strength. His thick arms released 100,000 gene of strength and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng is done for. Some of the students immediately cried out in surprise. Some students even turned their heads to look in another direction, afraid to see Lin Feng's blood splattered on the stage. Bang! At that moment, Lin Feng and the vigor demon god of vigor collided. Everybody could see that Lin Feng was standing motionless on the fighting stage. The vigor demon god of vigor, who had 100,000 gene of strength, was sent flying by Lin Feng. No, this is absolutely impossible. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but shout in disbelief. What vigor demon god? Weak, too weak. Now it's my turn to attack. Lin Feng roared and chased after the vigor demon god of vigor. Bang, bang. Bang, he threw 3 punches at the vigor demon god of vigor. The vigor demon god of vigor was forced back by Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng's voice shook the earth and sky. His black hair was messy, he looked like a young war god. He then threw another punch. Crack, the vigor demon god of vigor and Lin Feng's arms were broken. Lin Feng's punch landed on the vigor demon god of vigor's chest. With a loud bang, the vigor demon god of vigor's body exploded into pieces. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How is that possible? Countless cries of surprise could be heard. Everyone looked at the handsome young man in the arena in astonishment. The vigor demon god had the strength of 100,000 gene, and its body was impenetrable. However, Lin Feng had smashed it to pieces with 4 punches. Shocking. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. Is this guy a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex? Nail and Feifei said in astonishment. The other top geniuses of the inner yard were also dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock. Lin Feng's cultivation seems to be at the 8th celestial layer. How did he destroy the vigor demon god when he's only at the 8th celestial layer? It's unbelievable. Zhao Zixuan clicked his tongue in wonder. I don't think I can do that at my current level. Senior Yufei, you should have been able to do that back then, right? The other geniuses of the inner courtyard looked at Xiao Yufei. Xiao Yufei was ranked 3rd in the inner courtyard. Her strength was unfathomable. Xiao Yufei said indifferently, I haven't tried, but Shan Yuanzhan has done it before. He used the vigor demon god as a sparring partner. When she mentioned Shan Yuanzhan, the other geniuses of the inner courtyard looked fearful. Shan Yuanzhan was ranked 2nd in the inner courtyard. It wasn't just the students who were shocked. This duel had also attracted the attention of quite a few teachers of the academy, and they had all gathered to spectate the duel. When the teachers saw Lin Feng destroyed by Xuanyang's vigor demon god like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, they were all dumbfounded. Haha, Lin Feng is indeed a peerless genius. It seems like our Long River branch has found a treasure. Some of the teachers of Long River branch laughed. What a pity. Such an outstanding talent has been recruited by Long River branch. The teachers of the other 3 branches shook their heads. They felt that it was a pity. Junior Feng, you're amazing. Zhang shouted excitedly. How can this be? How can this be? How could he become so powerful in such a short period of time? Su Yueshi, who was in the crowd, shook her head repeatedly. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. How she wished that the one who was defeated was Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng displayed his invincible might. If I hadn't betrayed him. Su Yueshi's heart was suddenly filled with a deep sense of regret. How did you destroy my Herculean devil? Bai Shanyang roared in disbelief. The vigor demon god with the strength of 100,000 gene, the invulnerable vigor demon god, was destroyed by Lin Feng with just 4 punches. This was an extremely heavy blow to Bai Shanyang. Bai Xuanyang's face contorted as he felt an unquenchable fire of jealousy towards Lin Feng. Bai Shanyang, is that all you've got? You can only rely on external forces to deal with me? If that's the case, this battle is over. Lin Feng stepped forward. His black hair danced in the wind. He was like a young demonic god, domineering and domineering. Boom! Lin Feng took the initiative to attack Bai Shanyang. Bai Shanyang laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng, don't be too happy. Today, I'll show you how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xuanyang's dantian emitted a scorching light. Heavens, what's happening? Someone cried out in alarm. Look, it's Bai Xuanyang's dantian. An ocean and a scorching sun have appeared. Is that the ocean rising sun? Many people cried out in astonishment. The ocean rising sun was an extremely rare martial soul. It was rumored that this martial soul was extremely powerful. Once it was unleashed, its power could destroy the heavens and the earth. No one had expected Bai Xuanyang to have such a terrifying martial soul. Behind Bai Xuanyang, a vast and majestic ocean appeared. A scorching sun rose above the ocean. This was the phenomenon of the ocean rising Sunday. Bai Xuanyang stood under the scorching sun. The scorching divine light enveloped him. At this moment, Bai Xuanyang was like the son of the sun. Boundless light surrounded him. The ocean rising Sunday. This martial soul is extremely rare. I didn't expect Bai Xuanyang to have such a terrifying martial soul. Lumu was shocked. This martial soul is extremely famous. Its power must be extraordinary. I wonder if Lin Feng can handle it. Xianxia furrowed her brows. Gongsun Zhangge said. Junior Feng will be fine. However, everyone present could tell that Gongsun Zhangge lacked confidence. Lin Feng, my martial soul is the ocean rising Sunday. The scorching sun in the sky can destroy everything. Let's see how you block this attack of mine. Bai Xuanyang's face was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward. Rumble. The ocean beneath his feet surged with waves that swept the heavens and the earth. The scorching sun above his head crushed the void. 10,000 flames burned the heavens. Suppress! Bai Xuanyang roared. He controlled the scorching sun to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng was fearless in the face of Bai Xuanyang's violent attacks. He took a step forward and shouted, "What ocean rising sun? Today, I'll use my iron fists to break your ocean rising Sunday." Lin Feng started walking forwards. With each step he took, his ji became more and more powerful. He took 7 steps in a row. Lin Feng's aura had reached its peak. With a loud roar, he swung his right fist at the scorching sun that was pressing down. Bang, 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 Lin Feng punched 3 times in a row. Each punch was more ferocious than the last. Each punch was more powerful than the last. After the 3 punches, kacha, 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 cracking sounds could be heard. Bai Xuanyang's scorching sun exploded. Heavens! Even Bai Xuanyang's ocean rising sun was destroyed by Lin Feng. Many people cried out in alarm. The ocean rising sun was such a terrifying technique, but it didn't pose any threat to Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't Lin Feng's strength terrifying? Kid, I'll kill you. Bai Xuanyang roared. He took out a huge bow and a basket of arrows from his storage ring. He drew the bow and shot. Swoosh, 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 7 arrows flew toward Lin Feng. Damn, Bai Xuanyang is really unscrupulous. Isn't he too despicable? Many people cursed and looked at Bai Xuanyang with disdain. Facing the 7 arrows, Lin Feng didn't care. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He rushed forward. At the same time, Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. His fists were wrapped in the power of the archaic dragonesque elephant. Clang, 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 Lin Feng's iron fists smashed into the 7 arrows. The 7 arrows were all shattered. In the next moment, Lin Feng was in front of Bai Xuanyang. You! Bai Xuanyang's expression changed. He quickly retreated. Lin Feng sneered. It's too late for you to retreat now. Boom! Lin Feng's powerful punch flew toward Bai Xuanyang. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Feng's punch landed on Bai Xuanyang's chest. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Bai Xuanyang's chest caved in. Pfft! Bai Xuanyang spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His blood was mixed with pieces of his organs. Bai Xuanyang fell heavily to the ground. He twitched a few times, then stopped moving. Bai Xuanyang is dead. The result of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be the one to kill Bai Xuanyang. Everybody was astonished and looked at the handsome young man on the battle stage. Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. Damn it, Xianxia is dead too. That little bastard must die, he must die. In a corner, a dozen people were gathered. Song Songhai was one of them, his eyes were filled with hatred. There were 7 or 8 young people next to Song Songhai. They were all disciples of the Bai clan who were studying at Jialan University. The others were all middle-aged men who were deacons of the Jialan University. Lin Feng, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. A young master's eyes were filled with killing intent. This person was thin and his eyes were sharp, giving people a feeling of ruthlessness. His name was Bai Yilong and he was a direct descendant of the Bai clan. He had already broken through to the master level. In the inner courtyard of Jialan University, he was ranked in the top 100. Alright, Yilong, you'll fight. There won't be any problems. Song Songhai and the others nodded. Junior brother Lin, congratulations on your victory, said Lin Feng. Gong Sun Changge and the others walked over. Sister Xiao, brother Gong Sunday, Lin Feng bowed hand over fist. No need to be so polite. Xiao Yifei nodded. Haha, brother Gong Sun, hurry up and introduce us, said Zhao Zixuan smiling. Zhao Zixuan and the others had a good relationship with Xiao Yifei and Gong Sun Changge, so they had all come to watch the battle. Although the inner courtyard was divided into the 4 great courtyards, many disciples actually had friendly relations with each other. Haha, let's go and celebrate brother Lin's victory. I'll introduce you to him later, said Gong Sun Changge smiling. Lin Feng didn't refuse. It was an opportunity for him to get to know the geniuses of Jialan University. It was late at night when Lin Feng returned to his residence. Brother, you're finally back. Haha, look, here's 15 million taels of silver. At first, Zhang excitedly took out a large stack of banknotes. These banknotes were worth 10,000 taels of silver each, and there were a total of 1,500 banknotes. Let's split it 50-50, Lin Feng said with a smile. Haha, there's no need for that. When I bought it for you, I also took out all my money. It's a total of 200,000 silvers, and I bet it all on you, Zhang said with a smile at first. Hearing Zhang Qi's words, Lin Feng did not continue to insist. After pausing for a moment, Zhang Qi continued, this time, the people who organized the bet suffered a great loss. Originally, with the odds, they should have been able to earn 10 million taels of silver if you won, but we directly bet 1,200,000 taels of silver on you, so they lost 18 million taels of silver. Adding on the bets of the others, they lost more than 20 million taels of silver. Even after deducting the chips they collected, they still lost more than 10 million taels of silver. Lin Feng said, gambling is inherently risky. I reckon that these people would never have thought that I would win this life and death battle. Zhang Qi said, Junior brother, since we have so much money, why don't we go to the Cultivation Pagoda tomorrow to cultivate? Cultivation Pagoda? Lin Feng was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of it. The cultivation tower was built by the first head dean himself. He used countless materials to build it. The first head dean also spent 3 years to create a great deployment spell. The cultivation tower can absorb spiritual qi from the earth and the sky. There are 12 floors in total. The higher you go, the more spiritual qi there is. The spiritual qi on the first floor is 10 times that of the outside world. It is said that the spiritual qi on the 12th floor is 60 times that of the outside world. Zhang Qi said. What? 60 times that of the outside world? Cultivating in the cultivation pagoda, isn't it like having the help of the gods? Lin Feng was shocked. Although that's the case, it's not easy to enter the cultivation pagoda because the cultivation pagoda charges a fee, and it's based on the day. The first floor costs 100,000 taels of silver a day, and the 12th floor costs 1,000,000 taels of silver a day. Zhang Qi said. Lin Feng was speechless. The fee was too expensive. Ordinary students simply couldn't afford such an expensive fee. If it was the previous Lin Feng, he wouldn't even be able to afford a single floor of the cultivation pagoda. However, after returning from the desolate jungle, Lin Feng had obtained 1,000,000 taels of silver from Duanmu Feiyang and the Yinyang cavern. The 1,000,000 taels of silver he had bet on the life and death battle had now become 15,000,000 taels of silver. It was enough for Lin Feng to enter the cultivation pagoda and cultivate for a while. It was good to have money. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Let's go tomorrow, Lin Feng said. All right. Xianxia nodded. The next day, Lin Feng and Xianxia went to the cultivation pagoda. The cultivation pagoda was located in the depths of the inner courtyard. It was a simple and unadorned huge pagoda, and many students went in and out. Lin Feng and Xianxia went to the registration area outside. They needed to exchange their points for a token. The token would record the amount of money they had saved. Lin Feng exchanged his 15,000,000 taels of silver for points and then entered the cultivation pagoda with Xianxia. After entering the cultivation pagoda, Lin Feng felt an abundant energy hovering around his body. This energy almost turned into mist. What a rich spiritual qi. Lin Feng was surprised. This cultivation pagoda was really worthy of being called a cultivation holy land. Brother Feng, do you see those stone rooms? That's where we practice cultivation. We can use our point talismans to open those stone rooms. When we leave, we can open the rooms again, and the deployment spell will automatically deduct points, said Lin Feng. Xianxia explained. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. In the hall of the first floor, there were many students wandering around. They were obviously waiting for someone to come out of the stone rooms. Although the spiritual qi in the hall was abundant, no one was cultivating in the hall. This was because if one cultivated outside, it was very easy to be interrupted by others. If one wasn't careful, they would go crazy. It's hard to find a room. Xianxia was speechless. Lin Feng and Xianxia continued walking. Xianxia planned to wait for an opportunity on the 5th floor. The fee was 300,000 taels of silver per day. Xianxia could cultivate on the 5th floor for 10 days. Lin Feng went to the 12th floor. The cultivation rooms there cost 1,000,000 taels of silver per day. Lin Feng had enough points to cultivate for 15 days. There were 4 cultivation rooms on the 12th floor. It was the floor with the least number of cultivation rooms. 1,000,000 taels of silver per day was a sky-high price. However, the spiritual qi was 60 times more than the outside world. If one cultivated there, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng waited for 6 hours before someone came out of the cultivation room. After that student left, Lin Feng walked towards the cultivation room. He took out his token and was about to open the door to the cultivation room when a cold voice rang out. Hold on. Lin Feng stopped and turned around to look at the person who had spoken. It was a 17-year-old young man wearing a black robe. He looked indifferent. What's the matter? Asked Lin Feng. I want this cultivation room, said Lin Feng. Said Suzy Heo in an unquestionable tone. I've been waiting here for 3 hours. If you want a cultivation room, you can wait here, said Lin Feng coldly. I waited here for 3 hours. If you want a cultivation room, you can wait here. Suzy Heo was extremely arrogant. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. Lin Feng's face darkened. Was this guy looking for trouble? Look, isn't that Suzy Heo? Huh? Isn't that Lin Feng who got into a fight with Suzy Heo? Lin Feng is in the limelight in the inner courtyard now. I think it's because of the cultivation room. Lin Feng queued up for that room. Suzy Heo wanted to take it away from him, but Lin Feng didn't agree. Actually, Suzy Heo is just looking for trouble. Suzy Heo and the others set up a bet because Lin Feng defeated by Xianxia in a life-or-death battle. They lost more than 10,000,000 silvers, so of course they hate Lin Feng. Besides, Suzy Heo has a close relationship with the Bai family. One of the disciples who set up the bet was Bai Yilong from the Bai family. Now that he met Lin Feng in the cultivation room, it's not surprising that he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Some cultivators whispered among themselves. In front of the cultivation room, Lin Feng looked at Suzy Heo coldly. I don't care who you are. You want to show off in front of me? Then you've come to the wrong place. Let me tell you something, get out of here and don't jump around in front of me. Otherwise, I don't mind beating you until half your body is paralyzed. Many people were shocked when they heard Lin Feng's powerful voice. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would treat Suzy Heo so harshly. Suzy Heo wasn't a simple person. There were 10 great clans in Jialan City, the Bai family, the Xiao family, and the Su family. Suzy Heo was far more talented than Bai Xianyang. Very good, very good, very good. Suzy Heo said very good 3 times in a row. It was obvious how angry he was. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. It's been a long time since someone dared to provoke me like this. You're the first. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll lose face. Guards. Yes, sir. There were 2 guards by Suzy Heo's side. Upon hearing Suzy Heo's command, both of them stepped forward. When the 2 guards breathed, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. Both of their cultivations were at martial artist 10th firmament. Slap him 10 times. Suzy Heo ordered coldly. Yes, sir. Immediately, a guard stepped out and rushed toward Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and slapped toward Lin Feng. This guard's speed was extremely fast, and he had been immersed in the fighter's 10th heavenly layer for more than a decade. He was not someone a young cultivator like Bai Xianyang could compare with. This slap could be said to be extremely powerful. If it had really landed on his face, Lin Feng's face would have been smashed apart. When facing that attack, Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. Whoosh. Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng was even faster. Lin Feng threw a punch at the guard. Lin Feng's punch was a collapsing punch. How powerful was the might of the earth-tier martial art, collapsing fist? As soon as Lin Feng attacked, the guard felt a dangerous aura. His expression changed slightly and he wanted to retreat. Lin Feng didn't give him the opportunity. Lin Feng took a step forwards. Initially, he was going to punch the guard, but now he was going to slap him. Slap. The sound of a slap spread in the air. Everybody saw that the guard of the 10th Chi layer had been sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. Puff, in midair, blood spurted out of his mouth. His face was swollen, and blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. This Lin Feng is really powerful. Even Suzy Heo's guards suffered a loss. The 2 guards protecting Suzy Heo are experts at martial artist 10th firmament. Someone said. Many of the onlookers were excited to see this conflict. Suzy Heo's face was gloomy. He shouted in a deep voice, "The 2 of you go together and take this kid down. I want to teach him a lesson personally." Yes. The other 2 guards also moved and surrounded Lin Feng. The 2 of them cooperated well. One on the left and one on the right, they rushed towards Lin Feng. Tai-E mysterious sky fist. The guard on the left threw a punch. This Tai-E mysterious sky fist was said to be able to condense the power of the moon. It could shatter the hardest basalt with a single punch. Its power was extremely shocking. Violent extreme yang palm. The guard on the right also threw a punch. His fist technique was fierce and violent, and his attacks were endless. The 2 of them complemented each other well and had a tacit understanding. 2 experts besieging. With such seamless cooperation, Lin Feng will probably fall in their hands. Yeah, I think Lin Feng is finished. Many of the students exclaimed. Even though Lin Feng wasn't weak, in front of 2 cultivators of the 10th celestial layer, Lin Feng's current strength was far from enough to defeat them. The 2 guards looked cold and detached as they threw punches at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was in such a dangerous situation, so he decided to move. He used the bursting fist and consecutively threw out 2 punches towards the 2 guards. Bang bang, Lin Feng and Suzy Heo's 2 guards collided violently. Everybody could see that Suzy Heo's 2 guards were blown away like kites with their strings cut. Bursting fist was a terrifying martial art that could allow one to challenge those of a higher realm. Lin Feng immediately crushed the 2 cultivators' attacks like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Poochie poochie. The 2 guards spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Their bodies were twitching and their faces were pale. They no longer had the strength to fight. Suzy Heo's face was as gloomy as water. His guards had been severely injured by Lin Feng. Naturally, Suzy Heo's face didn't look good. Little brat, I really underestimated you. No wonder you were able to defeat Bai Xianyang. You do have some strength. Suzy Hao sneered and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Dong 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 dong, everyone heard a dull sound resounding between heaven and earth. Many of the students who were watching the show became extremely pale. They felt a pressure on their chests and it was difficult for them to breathe. Profound level martial art, Baji steps. This is the Su family's top secret technique. Someone shouted in surprise. This secret technique could condense a powerful aura and oppress the enemy. It could defeat the enemy with an invisible force. Lin Feng also felt a terrifying force pressing down on him. It was as if an ancient mountain was pressing down on him. Little brat, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me, Suzy Hao? Although I, Suzy Hao, am still at the 10th heavenly layer, my strength has already reached 120,000 jin. Even 10 by Xianxia wouldn't be my match. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Suzy Hao sneered. He used Baji steps to suppress Lin Feng. At the same time, he threw a punch towards Lin Feng. Suzy Hao is going to attack personally. Lin Feng is definitely going to die. Many people shouted in surprise. As students of the inner courtyard, they all knew how terrifying Suzy Hao was. He was ranked in the top 100 of the inner courtyard. Facing Suzy Hao's attack, Lin Feng groaned coldly. He used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation to break through Suzy Hao's Baji steps. Then, Lin Feng also stepped forwards. His 3 devouring martial spirits revolved and a force of 96,000 jin exploded. At the same time, Lin Feng used his earth-level exploding fist and threw a punch towards Suzy Hao. Bang! How is this possible? This can't be real. Suzy Hao has a strength of 120,000 kilograms. How could he be defeated in one move? Many students cried out in disbelief, finding it hard to believe what they had just seen. Among the inner courtyard disciples, although Suzy Hao had yet to enter the martial master realm, his strength was definitely at the top of the martial master realm. But now, in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Suzy Hao must have been careless. Some students said so. Many people nodded. They didn't believe, or were unwilling to believe, that Lin Feng had the strength to instantly kill Suzy Hao. After all, Lin Feng had only joined the academy for less than half a year. In such a short period of time, he had the strength to instantly kill Suzy Hao. These old students also felt ashamed. Had they been wasting their time all these years? They weren't even as good as a new student? Ah, brat, you're courting death, you're courting death. Suzy Hao roared angrily. He was born into a large family and had always been a figure who was surrounded by stars. When had he ever been trampled under someone's foot? But today, he, Suzy Hao, the young master of the Su family, was actually trampled under someone's foot in front of so many people. To Suzy Hao, this was unacceptable. Suzy Hao felt an unprecedented humiliation, and his eyes turned red. He looked at Lin Feng with resentment and cursed loudly, "Brat, you're dead. I promise, you're dead this time. I'll make you die a horrible death. I'll make you regret going against me, Suzy Hao." You actually dare to threaten me after falling into my hands? You're quite bold. Lin Feng looked at Suzy Hao coldly and grabbed him by the neck. Suzy Hao looked like a little chick. "Brat, you better let me go now. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world." Suzy Hao laughed sinisterly. However, the response to Suzy Hao was a resounding slap. Lin Feng's slap landed fiercely on Suzy Hao's face. Suzy Hao was slapped silly. He never thought that Lin Feng would actually dare to slap him. As for the students who were watching the show, they were all dumbfounded. Originally, these students thought that since things had escalated to this extent, Lin Feng would also find a way out for Suzy Hao so that they wouldn't become mortal enemies. But now everyone knew that they were gravely mistaken. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually dare to slap Suzy Hao like this. He showed no mercy at all. "You dare to slap me?" Suzy Hao roared with all his might. "How dare you act so arrogantly after falling into my hands? Who else should I slap if not you?" Lin Feng looked at Suzy Hao coldly. "Do you think I don't know who you are? So what if he was the young master of the Su family? If you piss me off, I'll still whip you." Fine. brat, just you wait. I'll make you regret the stupid decision you made today. Suzy Hao's face was filled with a sinister expression. Is that so? Lin Feng sneered. Suzy Hao, according to the school's rules, I can't kill you, but I won't let you off so easily either. Otherwise, any random cat or dog would dare to jump in front of me. Slap yourself 10 times now and I'll let you off. Otherwise, I'll let you know how powerful this young master is. What? 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 Suzy Hao roared like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Brat, who do you think you are? You dare to make me slap myself 10 times? You offended me and your death is near. How dare you threaten me, Suzy Hao? I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Lin Feng sneered and directly slapped Suzy Hao. Slap, 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 slap after slap. Both sides of Suzy Hao's face were ruthlessly slapped. Suzy Hao's face was swollen from all the slaps. Ah, brat, you dare to slap me? You're courting death, you're courting death. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Suzy Hao cursed viciously. Lin Feng sneered. Suzy Hao cursed even more. Lin Feng slapped even harder. After a few dozen slaps, Suzy Hao's face was about to be smashed by Lin Feng. Many students' mouths twitched violently at the sight of this. This guy was too ruthless. This was the impression many students had of Lin Feng. He even dared to treat a disciple from a big family like Suzy Hao like this. It had to be said that Lin Feng's audacity had won the admiration of many students. There were also many students who were excited to see Suzy Hao being beaten half to death by Lin Feng. Suzy Hao and the other disciples of big families relied on their status as members of the top 10 families of Jialan City to act arrogantly in the school. Therefore, they were unpopular in Jialan Academy. Many people were elated to see Suzy Hao being beaten half to death. Lin Feng had done what everyone wanted to do but didn't dare to. Spare me, I was wrong. Suzy Hao begged. His previous toughness and viciousness had disappeared. At this moment, there was only deep fear and unease. His whole body was trembling. He looked at Lin Feng with hatred and fear. Didn't you just threaten to make me suffer a fate worse than death? Now you've become a coward? Lin Feng looked coldly at Suzy Hao. It's my fault, please let me go. Suzy Hao begged. What a good-for-nothing. How many slaps did you get and you're already begging for mercy? Remember, don't jump around in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Scram. Lin Feng threw Suzy Hao out. With a plop. Suzy Hao fell to the ground in a sorry state. Lin Feng didn't look at Suzy Hao anymore. He turned around and entered the cultivation room. Lin Feng, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Suzy Hao cursed venomously. In the cultivation room, the furnishings were simple. There was only a stone bed. However, the spiritual energy in the cultivation room was incomparably abundant, reaching a shocking 60 times. As expected of a cultivation room that cost 1,000,000 gold coins a day. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Streams of spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Lin Feng's body. Under the transformation of the ancient dragonesque elephant art, it turned into a powerful ancient dragonesque elephant power, nourishing Lin Feng's body. Time passed quickly. Cultivation was without time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Lin Feng had been cultivating in the stone room. After half a month of closed-door cultivation, Lin Feng's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Boom. A force that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted from his body. The power in Lin Feng's body had undergone an earth-shattering change. His physical strength had increased crazily from 32,000 jin to 64,000 jin. When the three devouring martial spirits revolved, Lin Feng's strength had reached 192,000 jin. Lin Feng's cultivation had also successfully broken through to the martial artist level 9. After half a month of cultivation, I finally broke through. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. In half a month, Lin Feng had used up all of his savings, but he had also gained a lot of money from his trip. He walked out of the cultivation room and went outside. In the cultivation tower, students were going in and out. Just as Lin Feng walked out of the cultivation tower, someone shouted, "That kid is out. He's finally out." In the distance, Suzy Hao looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Then, he turned his head and looked at the young man beside him. The young man was wearing white clothes and his face was like jade. He was extremely handsome. He was obviously standing beside Suzy Hao, but no one could hear his breathing. His breathing had returned to its original state. This meant that the young man's cultivation was already half a step into the martial master realm. "That guy is Lin Feng," Suzy Hao said. "Very good, he's finally shown himself. Let's go and meet this kid. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms." The young man in white had a cold smile on his face. Bai Xianyang was a martial artist at the 10th level of the complete realm. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all, which was why he used such a humiliating method to deal with Lin Feng. The spectating students shook their heads. They didn't think that Lin Feng would win this battle. Although Lin Feng had accepted the challenge, the students of the inner yard thought that the outcome was already decided. How could Lin Feng be a match for Bai Xianyang? The gap between them was too big. Bai Xianyang didn't bother to hide the mocking smile on his face. It was as if he was catching a chicken. In Bai Xianyang's opinion, defeating Lin Feng was too easy. "Humph," Lin Feng sneered. He moved to the left and easily dodged Bai Xianyang's attack. Then, Lin Feng raised his right fist and punched at Bai Xianyang. Although Lin Feng was still at the 8th level of the martial artist realm, Lin Feng's strength had already reached 32,000 pounds because of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. With his 3 devouring martial souls, he could increase his strength by 96,000 pounds. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Feng's physical body was so strong that even Bai Xianyang couldn't compare to it. Lin Feng's Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill was said to be able to temper the cultivator's physical body to that of a primordial fiend god. This showed how terrifying the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill was. Lin Feng had already practiced cultivation for half a year. Even though he had only broken through to the 8th Qi layer, Lin Feng's physical strength was already comparable to that of a cultivator of the Wu Qi layer. His speed, reaction, and perception were all better than Bai Xianyang's. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Lin Feng to dodge Bai Xianyang's attack. Bai Xianyang's expression changed slightly when he sensed the power of Lin Feng's punch when he missed and was counterattacked by Lin Feng. Bai Xianyang wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to join the inner courtyard. Besides, he was quite famous there. Bai Xianyang knew that Lin Feng wasn't as weak as he had thought. When Bai Xianyang saw Lin Feng's attack, he didn't try to attack him directly. Instead, he quickly moved backwards and dodged Lin Feng's attack. Bai Xianyang moved back 5 or 6 meters and looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with murder. The spectators were astonished. Wasn't Lin Feng supposed to be crushed by Bai Xianyang? How come Bai Xianyang was at a disadvantage in their first clash? Was Lin Feng really that Lin Feng was so strong? Could defeat Bai Xianyang? What's going on? Nalan Feifei of the Fallen Moon branch was shocked. The other top experts of the inner yard were also staring at the battlefield. This battle seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Bai Xianyang's expression was extremely ugly. He had taken the initiative to attack, but he didn't gain any advantage. Instead, he was forced to retreat by Lin Feng. For the proud and arrogant Bai Xianyang, this was an absolute humiliation. Bai Xianyang roared and dashed toward Lin Feng. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bai Xianyang had the strength of the top of the 10th Qi layer. He also came from a rich and powerful clan, so he had an incredible amount of cultivation resources. His strength had already reached 65,000 jin, twice as much as Lin Feng's. Bai Xianyang's punch contained a terrifying strength of 65,000 jin. His body emitted a powerful aura. The faces of the students who were closer to the stage paled when they sensed Bai Xianyang's aura. Strong, too strong. Many students couldn't get close to Bai Xianyang. They were forced to retreat by Bai Xianyang's powerful aura. After retreating a dozen meters away from the stage, the oppressive feeling lessened a lot. Bai Xianyang's strength has already reached 65,000 jin. It's really not simple. If he breaks through to the martial master realm, his strength will increase tenfold. Won't he be able to reach 650,000 gene? He'll be far stronger than other first firmament martial masters. Lu Mubai said in surprise. This guy must have eaten a lot of pills to increase his strength to 65,000 gene. This is enough to crush any martial warrior realm cultivator. Of course, it won't be a problem for him to crush Lin Feng. Zhao Zishuan said. The top experts of the inner yard nodded. They agreed with Zhao Zishuan's point of view. On the side, Xiao Yufei and Gongsun Chang'e, the eldest senior sister of the Long River branch, looked a little worried. When the crowd saw how strong Bai Xianyang was, they were convinced that Lin Feng was going to die. Bai Xianyang was so strong that he could crush Lin Feng easily. Bai Xuanyang's retreat just now was seen as Bai Xuanyang's carelessness, which allowed Lin Feng to take advantage of it. Once Bai Xianyang got serious, Lin Feng wouldn't have any chance. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. All the strength in his body was activated by the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Collapsing fist, the first move, mountain and river collapse. Lin Feng jumped out and flew toward Bai Yifei, throwing out a punch without fear. Collapsing fist had a total of 7 moves. Mountain and river collapse was the first move, although it was only the first move. However, its power was extremely terrifying. It was said that when the mountain and river collapse was cultivated to its peak, one punch could shatter a 10,000-meter tall mountain. Kid, I'll finish you off in 3 punches. Bai Xianyang had a sinister smile on his face. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. Bang, there was a dull sound of collision, and the entire arena shook slightly. Lin Feng and Bai Xianyang collided. When the two of them collided, Lin Feng felt a terrifying strength enter his body through his arm. That strength wanted to destroy his life force. It was Bai Xuanyang's powerful strength entering his body. Archaic dragonesque elephant art, suppress. Lin Feng smiled coldly and activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The archaic dragonesque elephant condensed in Lin Feng's dantian, facing the sky and roaring. All the destructive strength entering Lin Feng's body was instantly neutralized by the archaic dragonesque elephant art. On the other hand, Bai Xianyang couldn't neutralize the terrifying strength of Lin Feng's punch. Everyone saw Bai Xianyang fly away like a kite with a broken string. There was a thump. Bai Xianyang fell to the ground, his hair disheveled. He looked extremely miserable. How is this possible? This can't be real. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Many students couldn't believe their eyes. Bai Xianyang, who was at the peak of the 10th celestial layer, had been sent flying by Lin Feng with a single punch. This was like a scene that would only appear in a dream. It was hard to believe that this was real. Too strong. Zhang Qi, who was in the crowd, clenched his fists when he saw that. A moment before, he was worried about Lin Feng and was worried about him. What? The strongest cultivators of the inner courtyard, such as Lu Mubai, Nailan Feifei, Li Changhao, and the others, were all dumbstruck. Obviously, this scene was completely out of their expectations. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Bai Xianyang, but the result was beyond their expectations. Good. Junior brother Lin really hit his strength well. Gongsun Chang'e said excitedly. Not bad, not bad. Junior brother Lin has always been low-key. I didn't think he would be so strong. Xiao Yufei also smiled. On the battle stage, Bai Xuanyang's face was hideous. He had never been humiliated like this before. Bai Xianyang wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces to vent his anger. Little boy, I'll kill you. Bai Xianyang laughed evilly. He jumped up and threw a punch at Lin Feng. 5 Mountain Slash. The 5 Mountain Slash was a medium-level mystic-level skill passed down in the Bai clan. It was extremely powerful. It was a medium-level mystic-level skill. It was a powerful skill that could allow a cultivator to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. Collapsing Fist, second form, falling sky and earth. Facing Bai Xuanyang's attack, Lin Feng attacked again. His collapsing fist was even more powerful than before. An earth-level skill was a powerful skill that could allow a cultivator of a higher cultivation level to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. Even in the Tianwu continent, earth-level skills were extremely rare. Lin Feng used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation. The strength in his body surged into his right hand like a flood. He exploded again and collided with Bai Xuanyang's 5-mountain slash. Bang! A dull sound of collision rang out. Everyone saw that Bai Xuanyang had lost control of his body and was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Arg! Bai Xuanyang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Heavens! Lin Feng is terrifying. He made Bai Xuanyang cough up blood with one punch. Countless exclamations resounded in the square. Isn't Lin Feng too strong? He defeated Cidelay in one move. Exclamations rang out one after another. Every single student was looking at Lin Feng with astonishment in their eyes. Cidelay's invincible legend had been broken by Lin Feng just like that. And Lin Feng had only used one move. This made everyone feel a sense of disbelief. This is impossible. Cidelay roared. He couldn't believe it. Bang! Lin Feng walked towards Cidelay and put his foot on him. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry dare to run in front of me? Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng kicked Cidelay away. Cidelay's pride was crushed in an instant. Pfft, Cidelay couldn't bear the humiliation. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and fainted on the spot. The crowd parted as they watched Lin Feng leave. Jialan Academy was also a place where the strong were respected. Reverence for the strong was common in every corner of the world. Time passed day by day. Lin Feng cultivated diligently every day. When he wasn't cultivating, he would go to the lecture hall to listen to the elders of Changhe branch. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had been in the inner courtyard for almost half a year. Lin Feng went to the sutra depository again. This time, Lin Feng had come to the ancient scriptures pavilion to give the scorching sun sword technique back to them. Disciples could only keep the martial arts of the sutra depository for half a year. After that, they had to return the manual. You're here again. I know you. I know you. As soon as he entered the sutra depository, a sharp cry came from the strange bird raised by Elder Tianxian. Where's the elder? Lin Feng asked. Someone is looking for Fatso. Someone is looking for Fatso. The strange bird cried out. Damned bird, I'm going to kill you tonight and make you into a stew. Elder Tianxian's indignant voice came from the sutra depository pavilion. Ah, don't. You're scaring me, scaring me. The strange bird shrieked as it lay on the ground, covering its eyes with its wings. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. This strange bird had truly become a spirit. So it's you, kid. Elder Tianxian walked out and was very happy to see Lin Feng. Senior, I'm here to return the manual. Lin Feng took out the scroll that recorded the fiery sun swordsmanship and handed it to Elder Tianxian. Elder Tianxian took the scroll and looked at Lin Feng, narrowing his eyes. You took that incomplete sword skill for half a year, and now you're giving it back. How's your practice going? Disciple has comprehended something. Lin Feng said. Come out, I'll test your sword technique and see if you've gone astray. Elder Tianxian said. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Lin Feng and Elder Tianxian arrived at the front yard of the Sutra Depository Pavilion. The strange bird also ran out and cried out, a fight. Great, let's watch the show. Shut up, damn bird. Elder Tianxian glared at the strange bird. I'll shut up, I'll shut up. The strange bird cried out. It had no intention of shutting up. Elder Tianxian casually threw the sole of his shoe at the strange bird's head. Ah, it stinks. The strange bird looked like it was about to faint from the stench. Elder Tianxian couldn't be bothered with the strange bird. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Kid, attack me with all your strength. Be careful, senior. Lin Feng reminded him and then grasped his sword. Swoosh. Lin Feng used his strongest attack. The sun rose into the sky. The divine sword was unsheathed. Lin Feng was enveloped by the sun's divine light. He became one with his sword, and his speed was extremely fast. The sword stabbed towards Elder Tianxian. What? Elder Xianxia was shocked. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he could tell at a glance that Lin Feng's sword technique was terrifying. This was what truly moved him. The Fiery Sun sword technique was an incomplete sword technique. Although it could be cultivated, because it was incomplete, many people forced themselves to cultivate the Fiery Sun sword technique. In the end, they couldn't suppress the sword qi in their body and were killed by the sword qi. But now, Lin Feng had not only performed the complete Fiery Sun sword technique, but also made Elder Xianxia feel a sharp sword intent contained in it. What a powerful attack! Elder Xianxia was shocked. Lin Feng's sword stabbed towards him. At that moment, Elder Xianxia moved. He stretched out his right hand and flicked it lightly. Clang! Elder Xianxia flicked Lin Feng's long sword, causing Lin Feng to retreat. Lin Feng was shocked. Elder Xianxia was so powerful. With a flick of his finger, he was sent flying. Moreover, it was obvious that Elder Xianxia's attack was just a casual attack. Thank you for showing mercy, Senior. Lin Feng withdrew his sword and cupped his fists. Elder Xianxia said, your sword technique is not bad. This sword technique can once again bloom in your hands, which is something worth celebrating. In the future, you must work hard and not slack off. This junior will remember Elder's teachings and will definitely not slack off on his cultivation. Lin Feng said solemnly. The heavens gave Lin Feng a chance to start over. Lin Feng knew how precious this opportunity was, so he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Cultivation was like sailing against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Alright, you can go. Elder Xianxia nodded. This junior will take his leave. For the next half a month, Lin Feng practiced the Fiery Sun sword technique diligently. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of this sword technique. That afternoon, the sound of a bell suddenly rang throughout Jialan Academy. Dong, the bell rang continuously, echoing in the sky above Jialan Academy. The bell has rung 9 times. Something big is happening. The whole Jialan Academy was in a state of shock. What's going on? Lin Feng was also very confused. I'll go and ask around. Xianxia went out to ask around. An hour later, Xianxia came back with shocking news. Within the borders of Zhenwu country, demons were causing chaos. They were killing and pillaging. It was extremely cruel. The imperial family of Zhenwu country had summoned all the cities, mercenary groups, and the 10 great academies of Zhenwu country to join forces and suppress the demons. Since the founding of Zhenwu country, there have never been any demons in our country. Now that they are causing chaos, I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Xianxia was worried. Demons were divided into the Demon Clan and the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan was cunning, while the Demon Clan was cruel. In the past, there had been a great war that swept across the entire Tianwu continent. It was called the Chaos of the Middle Ages. It was an alliance of demons that wreaked havoc on the Tianwu continent, causing great suffering. However, after the chaos of the Middle Ages was quelled, the forces of the demons shrank. They rarely came out to wreak havoc, and even if they did appear, they would be quickly dealt with. Zhenwu country had been established for 3,000 years, and there had never been any demons. Now that the demons were causing chaos in Zhenwu country, it was said that the situation in many places was not optimistic. The evil demons attacked very suddenly. In a very short period of time, they occupied many cities in Zhenwu. Some cities have already turned into death zones. Apart from those who managed to escape, the others have all been brutally killed by the evil demons, said Lin Feng. Zhang said at first. Lin Feng looked gloomy. He ground his teeth and said, these demons are really abominable. During the Middle Ages, we didn't exterminate them. We were already merciful, but these demons still want to cause trouble and kill people. They really deserve to die. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng said, which group do these beasts belong to? Lin Feng asked because there were many different branches of the evil demon sect. Most of the demons lived in the dark and damp underground world. As for the demons, they were divided into 108 regions where they lived. Every place where the demon clan lived was filled with experts. Some of these regions were located in the overseas world, while others were located in the Tian clan's continent. I heard that this time, the Blood Demon Emperor and the Raging Flame Demon King's subordinates worked together to wreak havoc in the East County. Zhenwu country is only one of the countries affected. I heard that the situation in the surrounding countries is even worse. The demons wreaking havoc in Xianxia country directly threatened the country's capital. Zhang said at first. What does the college plan to do now? Asked Lin Feng. The college plans to follow the orders of the imperial family of Zhenwu country. We'll gather our forces and besiege the demons who invaded Zhenwu country. We'll drive them all out of Zhenwu country and restore Zhenwu country to its former glory. Zhang said at first. Every man is responsible for the rise and fall of a country. I'm willing to use my Qingfeng sword to drink the blood of these demons. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Brother, I'm also planning to do the same. I heard that the college is giving out rewards for killing demons. Killing an ordinary demon will give you 1,000 points. Killing 10 commander-level demons will give you 10,000 points. Killing 100 commander-level demons will give you 100,000 points. Killing 1,000 commander-level demons will give you 1,000,000 points. If you can kill 10,000 commander-level demons, you'll get 10 million points. Zhang said at first. The students of Jialan College could use their points to enter the Cultivation Pagoda. Therefore, when the college announced the rewards, it caused a huge uproar. The academy really put in a lot of effort. Lin Feng nodded. Now that Lin Feng was poor, he could take advantage of this hunt to accumulate points. In the future, he could enter the Cultivation Pagoda to cultivate in seclusion. Zhang Qi said, Junior brother, I'll go find a few of my fellow disciples. Let's go out together so we can take care of each other. All right. Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Zhang Qi arrived with his 5 fellow disciples. These 5 people were all students of Changhe Branch Academy and had a close relationship with Zhang Shirley. Because Lin Feng lived with Zhang Shirley, he was also very familiar with them. The handsome student in purple was called Wang Xianming. The slightly plump student was called Zhang Muji. The skinny student was called Li Kuan. The short student was nicknamed Mouse. Her real name was Ouyang Li. The student with a medium build was called Su Zimo. They had originally planned to go out and hunt demons, so they were very excited to be able to go out with Lin Feng. That afternoon, Lin Feng's group of 5 left Jialan Academy on a warhorse each. In the desolate forest, a large group of people stopped not far from a lake. This lake was where Serpent Wing lived in seclusion. It was also here that Lin Feng killed the young commander of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, Duanmu Feiyang. The most eye-catching thing about this large group was that there was actually a group of 100 cavalrymen in this group. These cavalrymen were not riding warhorses, but giant wolves. These giant wolves were usually 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall. They were huge and extremely ferocious. These were all heavenly wolves. They were a type of demon wolf in the wilderness. The middle-aged man in the lead was riding a demon wolf that was even larger. It was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, and it was extremely ferocious. This person was the commander of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, Duanmu Tianlang. Duanmu Tianlang had subdued a small demon wolf tribe and formed the Demon Wolf Guards. Since then, the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had become famous. Did Feiyang die here? Duanmu Tianlang asked coldly. Sir, the young commander did die here. A mercenary replied. Have you found out who did it? Duanmu Tianlang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Commander, we have already found some clues. Give us some time and we will definitely find out who the murderer is. The mercenary replied. Good, quickly find out who it is. I will crush his bones and scatter his ashes to avenge my son. Duanmu Tianlang roared and waved the blood-red saber in his hand. Swoosh! A dazzling saber light flashed. In the distance, a 3,000-meter-tall mountain was cut in half by Duanmu Tianlang's saber chi. There was a rumbling sound. The mountain collapsed with a loud bang. Go, go, go! In the forest, Lin Feng and the others were riding warhorses at high speed. They were rushing to the battlefield at full speed. When they passed by a small town, the town had already become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Demons were wreaking havoc and countless people had died tragically. As for the hundreds of mercenaries, they were fighting against the fiendish demons. It's the Quanglong mercenary group. I heard that the commander of the Quanglong mercenary group used to be a general, but because he committed a grave mistake, he was almost beheaded. However, the emperor spared his life and demoted him to a commoner. Later on, he formed the Quanglong mercenary group. These mercenaries usually put benefits above everything else. Who would have thought that they would risk their lives to hunt demons? Su Zimo said in surprise. Xianxia continued, after all, their commander used to be a soldier and has a patriotic heart. Let's go and help them kill demons. Lin Feng nodded and said, let's go and kill these demons. The 7 of them rode their warhorses into the town and fought against the demons. A large number of demons were killed. Haha, so you are students from Jialan Academy. You must be careful, these demons are not easy to deal with. A mercenary leader shouted. Don't worry, we will be careful. Lin Feng and the others replied. The 7 of them rode their warhorses and charged forward with great force. The demons that rushed forward were all killed. Roar. A roar was heard and a demon commander looked coldly at Lin Feng and the others. The fiendish demon commander waved its enormous claws, and instantly, dozens of Azura demons covered in dense scales charged forward. These Azura demons had fierce faces and sharp claws. They used their sharp claws to claw at Lin Feng and the others. Kill! Lin Feng and the others shouted and fought against the dozens of Azura demons. However, they soon fell into a bitter battle. These Azura demons had amazing defense and it was extremely difficult to kill them. Pft, 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 ripping sounds were heard. The warhorses that Lin Feng and the others were sitting on were pierced by the Azura demons and died tragically under their sharp claws. The dozens of Azura demons surrounded Lin Feng and the others. They were all injured by the sharp claws of these Azura demons. Their faces turned pale. Now, they finally understood the power of these fiendish demons. Although these demons did not know martial arts, their bodies were strong and they were fast. Moreover, there were too many of them. Once they were surrounded, the cultivators would be in danger. Kill these humans and suck their blood dry. An Azura demon roared and the dozens of Azura demons attacked in a frenzy. Zhang Qingyi, Su Zimo, Wang Shanming, and the others were all pale. What powerful Azura demons! Retreat, I'll kill them. Lin Feng shouted. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated a few meters. Rising Sun. Lin Feng roared and used the blazing sun sword technique to the extreme. Suddenly, a blazing sun slowly rose into the sky. Although the blazing sun sword technique consumed a lot of energy, its power was terrifying. The blazing sun rose into the sky and a blinding light shot out. Ah! My eyes! The Azura demons could not help but scream. The blinding light made them unable to open their eyes. Pfft! Ripping sounds were heard. The light dissipated and the Azura demons fell into a pool of blood. The dozens of Azura demons were all dead. This little brother is really powerful. Cries of surprise came from afar. Clearly, the Mad Dragon mercenary group's mercenaries had also seen the scene of Lin Feng killing the Azura demon. They were all shocked, amazed, and impressed. Lin Feng roared, I really don't dare. I already used all my strength in that attack. Although he was modest, Lin Feng had already charged towards the other demons with his sword in hand. Su Zimo and the rest came back to their senses and quickly charged over. After a fierce battle, the fiendish demons were defeated and forced to flee. Haha, how carefree. I'm Fanwei, how should I address you? The leader of the mercenaries cupped his fists and asked straightforwardly. Lin Feng. So it's Brother Lin. I really want to have a good drink with a young hero like Brother Lin, but the demons are wreaking havoc. Now that time is tight, I can only look forward to our next gathering. Fanwei said regretfully. If we meet again, we will definitely drink to our heart's content. Lin Feng cupped his fists as well. Let's go. Fanwei and the rest did not stay for long and quickly left. Lin Feng and the rest did not stay for long either. Now that the warhorses have been killed, our walking speed is too slow. On the way, Lin Feng frowned slightly and said. Su Zimo said, there's a small town 100 miles from here. We can go there and buy a few warhorses. Alright, I'll have to trouble Brother Su to lead the way. Lin Feng nodded. The 7 of them set off towards the small town that Su Zimo mentioned. The land of Zhenwu country was very vast. It spanned 300,000 kilometers from east to west and 700,000 kilometers from north to south. It was vast and rich in resources, but it was sparsely populated. Usually, one would not necessarily see a small town after walking for a few days. The next day, Lin Feng and the rest finally arrived at the small town that Su Zimo mentioned. When they arrived, they saw that the town was shrouded in a bloody light. Their expressions changed slightly. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, "I'm afraid that there are demons causing trouble in the town. Let's take action." Whoosh! The 7 of them quickly rushed towards the small town. When they entered, they saw that the entire town had turned into a bloody land. Corpses lay on the ground one after another. They had all been sucked dry. There were even carcasses of livestock. These demons, humans, and beasts were not spared. Screams could be heard from the depths of the town. Lin Feng and the rest quickly rushed over and saw more than 100 demons surrounding a manor. The surrounding environment of this small town was not bad. Some of the big families in the surrounding cities would often build their mansions in such places. If their clansmen were to pass by or go hunting in the mountains, they could rest in such places. The mansion this time was quite luxurious and grand. It was very likely that it was built by some big family in the city. Dozens of guards were defending against the encirclement of the demons, but they were constantly being killed. The situation was dire. There are still people alive? Brothers, be careful when you attack. Don't let these beasts hurt you, otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Don't worry, we'll take care of ourselves. Zhang and the others nodded at first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 7 of them quickly rushed towards the hundreds of demons. Lin Feng took the lead. Zhang, Su Zimo, and Wang Xianming formed a group. Zhang, Li Kuan, and Ouyang Li formed a group. The 3 of them formed a triangle, attacking and defending each other. They were able to take care of each other. This was a joint attack passed down from Changhe Branch College. It was called the humanoid sword formation. The 3 of them formed a triangle, which was how the formation got its name. There are still human cultivators behind us. Their blood is so strong. Kill them and drink their blood, an earth demon said hoarsely. Swish, after that, 40 to 50 Azuras, earthen demons, minotaurs, and so on threw themselves at Lin Feng and the others. Madam, they're from Jialan Academy, a sharp-eyed guard said. He recognized Lin Feng and the others' clothes. A beautiful woman hiding in the room said, Everyone, the experts from Jialan Academy are here. If we hold on a little longer, we'll definitely be able to escape. Her voice was soft and gentle. It was very pleasant to the ears. Her figure was voluptuous, and her face was exquisite. She was definitely a rare beauty. Beside her was a young girl around 15 or 16 years old. She wore a light yellow dress and was tall and beautiful. Mother, are we going to be saved? The young girl's pale face regained some color. She was pleasantly surprised. The woman nodded and said, Don't be afraid, Dong-er. The students from Jialan Academy are here. We'll be saved. The guard's morale was also greatly boosted. Despicable little human, we'll suck your blood and flesh dry, said a dozen beasts, throwing themselves at Lin Feng. Scorching sun sword technique. Divine sword unsheathed. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he unsheathed his sword. The scorching sun rose into the sky. My eyes. When the blinding light shone on them, the evil demons roared in pain. They couldn't even open their eyes. The scorching sun sword technique was the embodiment of the scorching sun. It was the best way to restrain evil beings. These demons belonged to the category of evil beings. They were restrained by Lin Feng's scorching sun sword technique. Lin Feng's sword was as fast as lightning. A cold light flashed, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Ripping sounds could be heard. One by one, the demons were killed by Lin Feng's sword. On the other side, Xianxia, Su Zimo, and Wang Xianming also went on a killing spree, killing more than 10 fiendish demons. Zhang Muji, Li Kuan, and Ouyang Li also displayed their prowess. They killed more than 10 demons that were attacking them. Although the 6 of them weren't as strong as Lin Feng, they were still students of Jialan Academy's inner court. They were all geniuses. They weren't weak. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 demons were killed by Lin Feng and the rest. They directly leaped into the mansion and joined forces with the guards to besiege the remaining 50 or so fiendish demons. Run. The demons saw that the situation was bad and wanted to escape. Where do you think you're going? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then rushed forwards and killed a ferocious beast with his sword. With the help of Xianxia and the others, all the ferocious beasts were killed. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Dead. These monsters are all dead. Thank you for saving our lives. The guards thanked Lin Feng and the rest profusely. Don't mention it. Lin Feng waved his hand. Young hero, we are unable to repay your kindness. Here is 1,000,000 taels of silver. Please accept it. The beautiful woman came out and took out the money to thank Lin Feng. The girl had seen Lin Feng's prowess and was deeply impressed. She stole glances at Lin Feng from time to time, her face blushing. What a beautiful mother and daughter pair. When Lin Feng saw the mother and daughter, he was surprised. The beautiful woman was mature and charming. She was extremely alluring. The girl was pure and pure. She was also a beauty. Lin Feng remained composed and refused. Killing ferocious beasts is our duty. Unfortunately, we were too late. Thousands of people in the town were all slaughtered. The woman said, Young hero, you are a righteous man. You will need some money to travel when you come out to hunt demons. You can buy some necessities when you reach a big city. The woman insisted that Lin Feng accept the money. Lin Feng tried to refuse, but seeing that he couldn't refuse, he accepted the money. Xianxia asked, the demon army has already reached this area? Where did they go? The demons are entrenched in the mountains in the northeast. The leader is a Xianxia. There are more than 1,000 of them. They are wreaking havoc in the surrounding area. Many towns have been slaughtered. The woman explained. Damned demons. Lin Feng's expression turned cold and murderous. He turned to the woman and said, You should all hide in Xianxia City before daybreak. We'll pack up now. The Yin clan of Jialan City, if you have time, you can come and visit us. We'll be able to repay you for saving our lives, said the Yin clan of Jialan City. The woman said. If I have the chance, I will definitely pay you a visit. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Xianxia and the others. They went straight to where the demons were gathering. When she saw Lin Feng leave, the girl called Dong'er was somewhat reluctant. She said, Mother, I also want to join Xianxia Academy to cultivate. The woman nodded. When we return to Xianxia City, I will find someone to send you to Xianxia Academy to cultivate. That's great. Yin Dong'er smiled. Zhang Zimo asked, Junior brother Lin, what are your plans? They all looked at Lin Feng. Obviously, they all followed Lin Feng's lead. We have to get rid of these beasts, otherwise, they'll cause too much trouble. Tonight, we'll sneak into the place where the beasts gather. We'll capture the leader first. As long as we kill that Xianxia, the other beasts will collapse. Lin Feng said. That's what we were thinking. Xianxia and the others nodded. Lin Feng's group of 7 arrived at the demons' gathering place in the evening. As night fell, even the chirping of insects disappeared from the forest. The area within a radius of 30 miles where the demons gathered was a land of dead silence. In the darkness, 7 agile figures leaped quickly through the forest. These 7 people were the inner courtyard students of Jialan Academy, led by Lin Feng. They took advantage of the night to sneak into the demon gathering place. Look, there's a huge cave over there. What a terrifying aura. There must be a powerful demon in that cave. Ouyang Li pointed to the top of the mountain. There was a huge cave at the top of the mountain. There were demons patrolling around the cave. There were flying Asuras, white-haired Asuras, earth demons, and giant demons that were 7 or 8 meters tall. It seems that the demon in the cave is not simple. Lin Feng sneered. Junior brother Lin, what should we do now? Zhang Muji asked. We'll sneak into the cave. I'll deal with the Xianxia commander. The 6 of you will help me block the other demons. Don't let them disturb my battle with the Xianxia commander. Lin Feng said. No problem. Zhang Muji nodded. The 7 of them took advantage of the darkness and hid their aura. They quietly hid outside the cave. Finally, they found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and sneaked into the cave. There were no demons in the cave. It seemed that the demons were patrolling outside. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others entered the depths of the cave. They saw a huge mountain in front of them. A middle-aged cultivator in a black robe sat cross-legged in the middle of the mountain. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the black robe was resting. Damn, this Xianxia has transformed into a human. It's at least a martial master. No wonder it dares to stir up trouble. Lin Feng was shocked. Some demons had spiritual intelligence and knew how to cultivate. They could transform into a human. Such a fiendish demon could disguise itself as a sinister and cunning person. Swoosh. Lin Feng unsheathed his long sword and rushed towards the beast. The demon's spiritual awareness was extremely sharp. When Lin Feng made his move, he actually woke up in an instant. Humph. A human cultivator dares to enter my cave? You're courting death. The fiendish demon let out an eerie cry. He soared into the air and transformed into a pair of huge black wings. In an instant, he turned into a huge flying Xianxia. This flying Xianxia had a wingspan of 5 meters. It had a green face and sharp fangs, and was extremely ugly. It was completely different from the human appearance from before. The flying Xianxia extended its sharp claws and clawed at Lin Feng. How dare you, demon? How dare you wreak havoc in Jinwu country? Today, I've come to kill you. Lin Feng sneered. He was not afraid at all. Wielding his sword, he charged towards the flying Xianxia commander. Clang. The long sword in Lin Feng's hand clashed with the sharp claws of the flying Xianxia commander, producing a series of clanging sounds. Lin Feng immediately felt a terrifying force. It shook him and sent him flying more than 10 meters before he stopped. It really has the strength of a martial master. Lin Feng's expression became serious. The flying Xianxia's strength had reached the martial master realm. The only difference between it and a human cultivator was that it did not cultivate the various martial techniques of a human cultivator, such as sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, etc. Its attack still relied on brute force. Roar. The demons outside heard the commotion in the cave and let out a deafening roar. More than 300 beasts swarmed into the hall. Originally, there were more than 1,000 demons in the cave. But now, many of them had gone out to wreak havoc. Only 300 demons were left to guard the cave. Seeing so many demons rushing in, Xianxia and the others turned pale. After all, they were too few in number. Block the cave. Don't let these demons in. Xianxia was the calmest and shouted loudly. The cave was not particularly big. At most, a dozen demons could rush in at once. Hence, Xianxia and the others could easily block these demons. The 6 of them rushed to the entrance of the cave and fought with the demons. Lowly human brat, no matter how you struggle, only death awaits you. The flying Xianxia commander let out a sinister cry. Swoosh. It spread its wings and rushed towards Lin Feng again. The flying Xianxia commander's weapon was its pair of razor-sharp claws. It only needed to scratch Lin Feng lightly and Lin Feng would be poisoned. Then, he would die under the Xianxia's claws. Clang. Clang, clang. Lin Feng held his sword and fought with the flying Xianxia commander. They fought for more than 10 rounds, but Lin Feng did not gain any advantage. Suddenly, the flying Xianxia commander seized an opportunity and rushed forward. Its sharp claws scratched at Lin Feng's chest. Danger. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and retreated more than 10 meters before the danger approached. Lin Feng successfully dodged the flying Xianxia commander's attack. Keek keek, brat, next time, I'll definitely take your life. The flying Xianxia commander let out a sinister laugh. It rushed towards Lin Feng again. Those sharp claws flickered with an eerie cold light, as if they were the most powerful sharp blades. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He held his sword in front of him. Sun sword technique. Boom. In the face of the flying Yiksha commander's attack, Lin Feng did not hold back either. The sun rose into the sky and its blinding light shone on the ground. Brat, it's useless. Today, you'll definitely die. The flying Yiksha commander let out a sinister laugh. The dazzling light did not affect his vision too much. That was because the monster's strength was too tyrannical. The flying Yiksha commander rushed in front of Lin Feng and clawed at him with its sharp claws. Lin Feng slashed at the flying Yiksha commander with his sword. Clang! The long sword and the flying Yiksha commander's claws collided violently. The flying Yiksha smirked. It grabbed Lin Feng's long sword with one claw and grabbed Lin Feng with the other. At this critical moment, Lin Feng sneered. Devouring martial spirit. Boom! Lin Feng channeled his martial spirit. His devouring martial spirit flew out and turned into a black hole. The black hole distorted the heavens and the earth and shrouded the Yiksha. The Yiksha's speed was greatly reduced. Brat, your martial spirit is very special, but it's useless. You can't stop me. The flying Yiksha laughed sinisterly. Is that so? Lin Feng sneered. Triple devouring martial spirit. Boom boom. Lin Feng channeled the second and third devouring martial spirits. The three devouring martial souls overlapped and enveloped the flying Yiksha commander. The flying Yiksha commander's body could not move. How is this possible? Is this your martial spirit? How can there be three identical martial spirits? The flying Yiksha commander shouted in disbelief. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He held the sword in his right hand and slapped the hilt with his left hand. A powerful force exploded. Puff! The sword broke free from the flying Yiksha commander's claws and pierced through the flying Yiksha commander's chest. The vampire bat commander is dead. That demonic blood-sucking bat commander is as strong as a cultivator of the martial arts layer, but it was killed by Brother Lin. Brother Lin's strength is unfathomable. Yeah, I didn't think that junior Brother Lin would be so strong. Xianxia and the others were astonished. Lin Feng had killed the vampire bat commander, which boosted their morale. They were even more ferocious now. Lin Feng quickly cut off the vampire bat commander's left ear and took the blood pill. Then, he put the two items away. The left ear was used to exchange for points, and the blood pill was made of the vampire bat commander's blood essence. It was extremely precious. Our commander is dead. Kill these despicable humans and avenge our commander. When the demons outside saw that the vampire bat commander had been killed by Lin Feng, they roared furiously. Roar! 3 7 or 8 meter tall giant rock demons rushed towards Xianxia and the others with stone sticks in their hands. They smashed the sticks in their hands towards Xianxia and the others. Hurry up and retreat. Xianxia and the others' faces changed. They quickly retreated into the third palace. The fiendish demons swarmed in and entered the third palace. Take revenge for Lord Commander, some ferocious beasts shouted hoarsely and threw themselves at Lin Feng. Including a giant rock demon. It was holding a huge stone stick and smashed it towards Lin Feng. The power of this attack was unimaginably terrifying. It was as if the stone club could smash a mountain into smithereens. The power of this attack was unimaginable. There were also dozens of demons assisting the giant rock demon. Lin Feng was in a very bad situation. Facing such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng sneered and jumped out. He instantly arrived in front of a group of demons. He held a long sword in his hand and stabbed forward. A ferocious beast was immediately killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved through the group of demons. Wherever his long sword went, sword chi shot out. Poof! Poof! Ripping sounds could be heard as one demon after another was slain by Lin Feng, dying on the spot. Not long after, a group of dead demons lay on the ground. Roar! The giant rock demon's roar shook the heavens as it swung its huge stone club towards Lin Feng. Facing the giant rock demon's attack, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He immediately used the scorching sun swordsmanship. As the sun rose into the sky, the divine sword was unsheathed. Lin Feng's sword pierced through the giant rock demon's chest. The giant rock demon's huge body collapsed and died on the spot. Lin Feng joined the battle and started a massacre. Although these fiendish demons had the advantage in numbers, they were forced to retreat under the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. The ground was littered with fiendish demon corpses. Run! After more than 100 fiendish demons died, some of them screamed in horror and turned to run outside. As soon as the first fiendish demon fled, a second fiendish demon followed suit. These fiendish demons swarmed out in groups. Should we give chase? Zhang Yi, who was in the mood to kill, asked. Don't chase a cornered enemy, Lin Feng said. How dare you? How dare you wreak havoc in the Zhenwu country? All of you deserve to die. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the castle. Whoosh! A figure soared into the sky and flew into the castle. He saw that it was a young prince, handsome and extraordinary, wearing a Taoist robe. It was said that the robe had runes drawn by a spirit array master. Once activated, one could use the robe to fly in the air for a short period of time. Slash! The young man floated in the air and took out a flying sword. The flying sword quickly flew out and flew in the void. Puff! 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 The flying sword was too fast, like a bolt of lightning. It moved freely between heaven and earth. One by one, the fiendish demons were killed. Ah, a flying sword! It's a human's flying sword. Run, run, run! These fiendish demons fled pathetically, crazily rushing out of the castle. However, the flying sword was too fast. The flying sword shot out horizontally in the air, and each arc would bring about a bloody light. One by one, the fiendish demons were killed. They died on the spot. 200 fiendish demons were killed in the blink of an eye. The young man landed in the palace. At this moment, a group of people rushed in from outside. Senior Brother Bai's imperial sword technique has reached perfection. It's unfathomable. A group of more than 10 people said respectfully. The young man in white was called Bai Yilong, and he was a martial master expert. He was also a direct descendant of the Bai family in Jialan City. Bai Yilong was obviously very happy with everyone's flattery. He smiled and said, "My imperial sword technique was created by a yin-yang expert. It can be used to kill enemies in a single breath. What a powerful sword technique. With this technique, Senior Brother Bai will definitely shine in the great competition of the 4 academies." The group of people flattered him. Haha, the great competition of the 4 academies? There's not much time left. I'll make sure to rank higher in the great competition of the 4 academies. With this imperial sword technique, I might even be able to rank in the top 20. Bai Yilong had a confident smile on his face. Let's go. Lin Feng saw Bai Yilong and the others, but Lin Feng didn't know him. He walked outside with Xianxia and the others. They seemed to be from Changhe branch. Someone said. The disciples of Changhe branch are really reckless. They actually dared to come here. Someone curled his lips and looked at them mockingly. Lin Feng and the others didn't want to cause trouble, so they didn't pay attention to them. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing voice came from the crowd. Lin Feng, it's you, it's you. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he turned his head and frowned. The person who had spoken was Duan Mulei. He was a genius of the inner courtyard and was known as the strongest person under the martial master level. Of course, he had been defeated by Lin Feng. Huh? Lin Feng? Bai Yilong also looked over, and when he saw Lin Feng, his face immediately became gloomy. It's that little brat. Some of the students next to Bai Yilong said in a cold voice. Those people were following Bai Yilong's lead. They obviously knew about the enmity between Lin Feng and the Bai clan. At that moment, in the middle of a castle in the middle of nowhere, it could be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. That's right, it's me. What do you want? Lin Feng looked at Duan Mulei indifferently. Lin Feng didn't care about Duan Mulei, who he had defeated before. What he was really afraid of was Bai Yilong, who was a martial master and had a flying sword. Little brat, you bumped into me here and you're asking me what I want. A sinister smile appeared on Duan Mulei's face. You must have never thought that you would be so unlucky, right? Get your ass over here, kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness. Then slap your own face and I might consider letting you live. Duan Mulei looked at Lin Feng in amusement. Next to him was Bai Yilong, a Zun master level cultivator. Duan Mulei was filled with confidence. It seemed like he wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Sitolei hated Lin Feng to the bone. Since he had met Lin Feng in this isolated town, he had never intended to let Lin Feng go. Saying that Lin Feng had knelt down and begged for mercy was also a lie. He only wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew this as well. "Brat, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing? What are you waiting for? Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake." The rest of the people shouted as well, waiting to watch a good show. In their opinion, Lin Feng would not be able to escape even if he had wings. The grudge between Lin Feng and the Bai clan was too deep. Bai Yilong would definitely not let Lin Feng go. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy, his eyes flashing with coldness. Seeing that Lin Feng did not kneel down, a disciple named Dong Yilong said. A disciple named Dong Qi sneered, "Dog, I told you to kneel and kowtow to senior brother Bai and apologize. Didn't you hear me?" Dong Qi was sure that Lin Feng would not dare to make a move because Bai Yilong was here. If Lin Feng made a move, wouldn't he be courting death? Therefore, Dong Qi was extremely arrogant. "You dare to scold me? I think you're tired of living." Lin Feng's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Dong Qi. Dong Qi scolded, "I'm tired of living? I think you're the one who's dying." Dong Qi sneered again and again. He raised his right leg and kicked towards Lin Feng's knee. It seemed that he wanted to kick Lin Feng to the ground. Dong Qi clearly wanted to show off in front of Bai Yilong. Dong Qi's kick was about to hit Lin Feng's knee. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. With a light dodge, he dodged Dong Qi's kick. Dong Qi was shocked. He did not think that Lin Feng would dare to dodge. Lin Feng's face was cold. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed Dong Qi's neck, and lifted him up. No one thought that Lin Feng would suddenly make a move. Bai Yilong was the same. Perhaps it could be said that no one present had thought that Lin Feng would dare to make a move. After all, the strength of Bai Yilong's side was really too strong. According to the understanding of ordinary people, Lin Feng must be thinking of ways to curry favor with them. However, Lin Feng did the exact opposite. He attacked Dong Qi. "Lin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Feng, how dare you?" Many people began to berate him. Lin Feng's face was indifferent. He didn't care at all. He sneered, "You dare to insult me? No one in this world can save you." Dong Qi struggled violently, but he couldn't break free. He was lifted up like a little chick by Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of hatred. Even now, Dong Qi still felt that Lin Feng was bluffing. With Bai Yilong here, what could this brat do to him? Sitolei shouted coldly, "Lin Feng, let go of Dong Qi, or you're dead." "Haha, do you think that I, Lin Feng, am so scared?" Lin Feng sneered. He didn't care about what Sitolei said. "Lin Feng, with Senior Bai here, you dare to be so impudent?" After being caught by Lin Feng, Dong Qi actually dared to threaten Lin Feng. "You reckless thing. If I was afraid of Bai Yilong, would I still attack?" Lin Feng sneered, "You dare insult me? I'll let you know the consequences of being cheap." As soon as he said that, Lin Feng attacked. Slap. Slap. Slap, slap. Slap. Slap, Dong Qi held in pain. Xianxia and the others watched on with their blood boiling. They were naturally on Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng's unyielding attitude had stimulated their blood. What if they fought today? What was there to fear? Slap. Slap, slap. Slap, slap. Lin Feng slapped Dong Qi 10 times in a row. Dong Qi's face was smashed, and his bones were exposed in many places. Get lost. Seeing Lin Feng beat up Dong Qi, Zhang Qi and the others were terrified. After all, Dong Qi had a lot of people and Bai Yilong was a martial master. But even so, Zhang Qi and the others were still very satisfied. They could see that even though Lin Feng was young, he was domineering and fearless. A man should straighten his back. Men should defend their dignity. Men should never surrender. Men should never be cowards. "Ah, avenge me, avenge me." Dong Qi was lying on the ground, howling in grief. You're courting death, Lin Feng." Si Tu Lei had a sinister expression on his face. "What? You want to be beaten up too? Lin Feng looked at Si Tu Lei coldly. When he felt Lin Feng's cold gaze, Si Tu Lei was so scared that he shrank back. Si Tu Lei was extremely strong. Before he had met Lin Feng, he had been invincible under the martial master layer. But when he had met Lin Feng, he had been unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Feng had left a huge shadow in Si Tu Lei's heart. Therefore, although Si Tu Lei was shouting happily, he was actually afraid of Lin Feng. He didn't have the courage to fight against Lin Feng. What are you afraid of? Si Tu Lei, go beat him up. Beat him up fiercely. Let's see if he dares to resist. If he dares to resist, I'll personally kill him. At that moment, Bai Yilong opened his mouth. Bai Yilong didn't intend to let Lin Feng off. However, before he killed Lin Feng, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. With Bai Yilong's guarantee, Si Tu Lei felt as if he had eaten a pill of reassurance. He immediately became more courageous. Si Tu Lei walked towards Lin Feng with an evil smile on his face. He wanted to slap Lin Feng. Obviously, Si Tu Lei didn't believe that Lin Feng would dare to attack him at that moment. After all, Bai Yilong, an exalted martial master, had already spoken. Would Lin Feng dare to go against Bai Yilong's words? Bai Yilong gave Si Tu Lei courage. Furthermore, Bai Yilong had indeed used his powerful aura to lock onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel Bai Yilong's aura enveloping him. It was as if as long as he moved, Bai Yilong's thunderous killing move would attack. At this time, Si Tu Lei's slap was about to land on Lin Feng's face. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved. He moved like thunder and was as fast as lightning. Lin Feng opened his hand and slapped towards Si Tu Lei. You dare to fight back? Si Tu Lei was shocked and wanted to retreat quickly. None of the people present had expected that Lin Feng would actually dare to fight back at this time. It was truly unexpected. Lin Feng's attack speed was too fast, directly slapping Si Tu Lei back repeatedly with a palm. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Si Tu Lei's neck, lifting him up. Lin Feng, are you courting death? Bai Yilong reacted and shouted coldly. Haha, Bai Yilong, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? What a joke. I, Lin Feng, am a dignified 7 feet tall man, why would I be afraid of you? Lin Feng sneered, you want to let trash like Si Tu Lei humiliate me? That's wishful thinking. Slap. Lin Feng ruthlessly slapped Si Tu Lei's face. Si Tu Lei was beaten until he cried out miserably. This slap was no different from a slap on Bai Yilong's face. Bai Yilong's expression was extremely gloomy. However, at this moment, Si Tu Lei was in Lin Feng's hands, and he did not dare to act rashly. Quick, send out the signal. Su Zimo nodded and shot up into the sky. In the darkness, it was extremely bright. Seeing this, Bai Yilong's expression became even more gloomy. These signal flares would attract the attention of the surrounding students of Jialan Academy. Lin Feng knew that once the signal was sent out, Bai Yilong would not dare to act rashly. Bai Yilong, I'll return this trash to you. Lin Feng sneered and threw Si Tu Lei away. Plop. Si Tu Lei fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Good. Lin Feng, you're very good. Bai Yilong's expression was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Senior brother, should we kill them? Someone asked softly. Bai Yilong said, once the signal is sent out, the students of Jialan Academy will definitely come. It's too late. Bai Yilong looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, Lin Feng, the competition between the 4 academies is in half a year. You better pray that you don't meet me during the competition, because if you do, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He sneered back, the competition between the 4 academies? Alright, I'll wait. Bai Yilong sneered and quickly left with a group of people. Let's go too. After Bai Yilong and the rest left, Lin Feng and the rest mourned as they collected the corpses of the Jialan Academy students. They erected a simple tombstone and buried them together, bowed 3 times, and left. More and more students of Jialan Academy arrived one after another. When they saw the graves of the Jialan Academy students, many of them were filled with grief. An elder of the academy came and said in a low voice, If we can't eradicate the demons, the ones who will die in the future will be our family members, friends, and loved ones. We will fight the demons to the end. I'm willing to sacrifice my blood to the divine sword and slay all the demons that have wreaked havoc on Zhenwu country. Many of the Jialan Academy students roared with grief and indignation. A bonfire burned. Lin Feng and the rest sat in front of the bonfire. However, even though they had witnessed the tragic deaths of the Jialan Academy students, Lin Feng and the rest did not say anything. The atmosphere was very solemn. Su Zimo felt that they should talk about something, so he said, "Junior brother Lin, Bai Yilong is one of the top experts of the Bai family's younger generation. You must be careful of him. If you meet him during the competition, you can only choose to avoid him temporarily." The rest nodded, obviously thinking that it was best to avoid him for now. Lin Feng said, "There's still half a year before the competition. You don't have to worry about me. When it comes, it'll be hard to say who will die." Everybody was speechless. They were surprised by Lin Feng's self-confidence, but then they thought about Lin Feng's natural abilities. Maybe in half a year during the great competition of the 4 universities, Lin Feng would really be able to defeat Bai Yilong. Xianxia and the rest could not help but look forward to it. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in front of the bonfire. He was fixedly staring at the bonfire. In his mind, Bai Yilong had killed hundreds of ferocious beasts with his sword. Lin Feng was still astonished. Bai Yilong was extremely difficult to deal with. His sword technique was godly. However, Lin Feng was not worried. Lin Feng had absolute confidence in himself. With his talent and the Archean dragonesque elephant art, he could defeat Bai Yilong easily. Defeating Bai Yilong in half a year's time would not be difficult. The night was cold as water. In the latter half of the night, dark clouds covered the sky. In the distance, endless blood light surged into the heavens. A tall figure suddenly stood up. "What's that?" Zhang Shiqi and the rest were jolted awake from their dreams. They looked at the gigantic figure in the distance and exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng's eyes glinted. "I read a story in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. It says that when a cultivator reaches the legendary Yin-Yang realm, they can manifest a Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth. That Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth has the power of gods and demons. This should be a Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth." "What? A Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth? That powerful? Could it be that there's a yin-yang expert among the fiendish demons? Heavens, that level of existence is high and mighty, like a god looking down on the common people. Our country of true martial has been established for thousands of years, but there hasn't been such an expert. How could there be a yin-yang expert in our country?" Wang Xianming exclaimed in shock. "Let's go and see what's going on," Lin Feng said. The 7 of them traveled through the night. Along the way, they killed many fiendish demons. Half a month later, they arrived at a huge underground fissure. There were many people gathered here. There were students from Jialan Academy, itinerant cultivators, adventurers, mercenaries, and so on. These adventurers and mercenaries had received missions to hunt fiendish demons or enter the underground world to search for treasures. They weren't serving the country. When Lin Feng and the rest arrived, there were even some adventurers and mercenaries who had sinister smiles on their faces. They looked at Lin Feng and the rest with malice in their eyes. These people would do anything for their own interests. They had killed and plundered many times. Lin Feng and the rest were a group of youths. They didn't have any guards with them, so it was normal for them to be targeted. Lin Feng frowned. "It seems that there are all sorts of people here. We have to be careful at all times. If we enter the underground world, not only do we have to be wary of fiendish demons, but we also have to be wary of unknown cultivators to avoid being ambushed." Zhang Shiqi and the rest nodded. "I'll go and find out about that Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth from a few days ago." "Go ahead." Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, he returned. "What did you find out?" Li Kuan asked impatiently. "That's where the battle took place. It said that the 9th disciple of the demon king of raging flames, the Scarlet Flame Great Beast, fought against Lu Piao Shui, a peerless genius from Sun Moon City." Su Zimo said. Sun Moon City was one of the top 10 ancient cities in the Divine Prefecture of the East County. It was on par with Heaven's Saint City and had an ancient force guarding it. Its strength was unimaginable. It was a holy land for cultivation. It was said that the founding divine ancestor of the Zhenwu country was an outer disciple of one of the ancient powers in Sun Moon City. This sounded very unimaginable, but it was the truth. It was enough to show how terrifying Sun Moon City was. An ordinary outer disciple was able to establish an immortal nation that lasted for thousands of years. The foundation of the ancient forces was unimaginable. As for the true martial country, it also submitted to the Sun Moon City. Every year, it would pay tribute to the Sun Moon City. On the other hand, Sun Moon City would protect the true martial country. Who is Lu Piaxue? Lin Feng asked. Su Zimo said, Lu Piaxue is the leader of the younger generation in Sun Moon City. Among the younger generation in the Divine Prefecture of the East County, she's one of the strongest monsters. Although Lu Piaxue is only 20 years old, she's already broken through to the Yin Yang realm. 20 years old. Yin Yang realm. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He looked extremely shocked. Su Zimo smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother, this isn't a big deal. The founding divine ancestor of the Zhenwu country was just an ordinary outer disciple in Sun Moon City. From this, you can see how terrifying an ancient force like Sun Moon City is. The difference is really too big. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Originally, Lin Feng had thought that he was already a genius among geniuses since he had already cultivated to the 9th firmament of the warrior realm at the age of 15. But now, Lin Feng realized that he had been a frog in a well. A 20-year-old Yin Yang realm expert had actually appeared in a place like Sun Moon City. Only now did Lin Feng realize how big the difference was between him and these top geniuses. However, Lin Feng wasn't discouraged. Instead, this stimulated Lin Feng's endless fighting spirit. Lin Feng believed that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to catch up. Sooner or later, he would also break through to the Yin Yang realm. At that time, he would be able to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There would be nothing he couldn't do. He would be able to spit fire from his mouth, ride on the clouds, turn stone into gold, and master divine abilities. Someone has already gone down. Let's go down too, Lin Feng said. Okay, let's go to the underground world to take a look. It's rumored that demons wreak havoc in the underground world. However, there are also many treasures that the surface world doesn't have. I wonder if we'll have the opportunity to obtain some of the underground world's treasures, Ouyang Li said. She was looking forward to it. Lin Feng's group of 7 entered the underground world. The underground world was damp and dark. The vegetation here was abnormally tall, but many of them were highly poisonous and couldn't be casually touched. In fact, there were even many enormous man-eating flowers growing here. These man-eating flowers would usually hide underground, and when someone came, they would quickly emerge and swallow the person who passed by. Then, they would use their poison to paralyze the person before slowly digesting them. Besides the harsh environment, there were also many demons hiding in the shadows and attacking cultivators who entered the underground world. On the second day in the underground world, Lin Feng and the others heard the sounds of battle as they passed through a forest. They sneaked over to watch and saw a dozen young people being surrounded by a group of mercenaries. The mercenaries attacked ferociously, and with their numbers, the young people couldn't withstand their attacks at all. Pooh! Pooh! People were constantly being killed. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, the elders of Ocean of Clouds Academy will avenge us. The last student cursed with resentment. Pooh! His chest was pierced by the spear of a Heavenly Wolf knight riding a huge Heavenly Wolf. Lin Feng and the others wanted to save him, but they couldn't. Humph! If you die, will Ocean of Clouds Academy know who killed you? The leader of the mercenaries sneered and ordered, take everything from them. Yes, sir. Soon, over 100 mercenaries left. Lin Feng and the others walked out of their hiding place and arrived before the corpses of the young people. They checked them, but none of them were alive. These mercenaries are really despicable. Now that demons are causing trouble in the true martial empire, they don't want to kill the demons. Instead, they want to rob and kill the cultivators of the true martial empire. Xianxia spoke with righteous indignation. Lin Feng frowned slightly. These mercenaries were from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. If he remembered correctly, Duan Mufeiyang, who he killed in the forest, was the young commander of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. These are all students of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Don't let their corpses lie in the wilderness. Let's bury them, said Lin Feng. He dug a deep hole next to the corpses. After burying the corpses, they left. On the third day, Lin Feng and the others heard some news. 100 li away, there was a river in the underworld. It was said that the water of the underworld came from that river. It was said that the Yellow Spring stream was one of the most precious spirit liquids in the world. It was a peerless spirit treasure. Cultivating with the Yellow Spring stream could greatly increase one's strength. After hearing this, Lin Feng, Xianxia, and the others quickly rushed to the Yellow Spring stream. However, they were ambushed on the way. Arrows shot towards them, but Lin Feng and the others had to dodge them in a sorry state. Oh, you have some skills. Cold laughter resounded as over 100 mercenaries appeared. There were even a dozen of them riding heavenly wolves. They surrounded Lin Feng and the others. The faces of Zhang Yi, Su Zimo, and the rest turned pale. These people were the heavenly wolf mercenaries that they had seen earlier. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The heavenly wolf mercenaries were vicious and merciless. They killed without batting an eyelid. Lin Feng and the rest had witnessed the deaths of the Yunhai Academy students. They did not expect that they would be surrounded by the heavenly wolf mercenaries so soon. Everyone, we have no grudges in the past, nor do we have any enmity today. Could it be that you want to rob and kill us? Why don't we bury the hatchet today? In the future, we might even be able to help each other. Su Zimo said with a smile. He was proficient in interpersonal relationships. After all, he was the young master of the Su family, one of the top 10 families in Sangharan City. He was knowledgeable and knew how to deal with people. Furthermore, one would not slap a smiling face. Su Zimo's beaming face made him look even more cheerful. However, these mercenaries were different from ordinary people. One of the mercenaries sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with us? Su Zimo wanted to speak but was stopped by Lin Feng. These people would not listen to him at all. If they knew how to negotiate, the Yunhai Academy students would not have been killed so cruelly. My sword won't be stained with the blood of nameless people. The Celestial Wolf Mercenary Group is very famous, but you're still not strong enough to deal with us. If you piss off now, you can still live, otherwise, I'll kill you all. Lin Feng said coldly. Everyone was stunned on the spot. No one expected Lin Feng to be so audacious. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had more than a dozen Heavenly Wolf knights and more than 100 mercenaries. Lin Feng, on the other hand, only had 7 people. In the eyes of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, Lin Feng was courting death. Zhang Qi and the rest had bitter smiles on their faces. They were all amazed that their junior brother Lin was not afraid of anything. Brat, are you courting death? Men, capture this brat. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The leader of the mercenaries laughed sinisterly. There was a scar on his face that looked like a centipede. It was ferocious and terrifying. Yes, sir. After receiving Scarface's order, a person immediately jumped out and walked towards Lin Feng. Brat, who do you think you are? You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of us. Boom, the mercenary from the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps laughed sinisterly as he punched towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He swung his right fist and directly punched out. Meet force with force, a muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng and the Celestial Wolves mercenaries were ferociously fighting against each other. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The mercenaries who fought with Lin Feng had their arms broken. Lin Feng's powerful punch smashed into the chest of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's mercenary. The mercenary's chest caved in as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood he spat out even contained some internal organs. The mercenary fell to the ground, dead. Lin Feng didn't feel any guilt for killing the mercenary with one punch. Although the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were called mercenaries, they were actually no different from bandits. They killed the innocent and were extremely repulsive. Killing them was also a good thing for the people. Shui Laolu is dead, someone exclaimed. Lin Feng's killing of Xue Laolu with one punch caused quite a stir in the Heavenly Wolf mercenary corps. A Heavenly Wolf Knight rode a huge wolf and walked out step by step. "Brat, you deserve to die 10,000 times for killing my men." Roar! The Heavenly Wolf let out a deep roar, then moved its thick limbs and charged towards Lin Feng. Besides, the Knight of the Celestial Wolves was holding a long spear in his hand and immediately threw it towards Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to kill Lin Feng while he was still in the air. Lin Feng sneered and didn't dodge. Instead, he took the initiative to rush forward. He moved a few steps to the left and dodged the Heavenly Wolf Knight's terrifying attack. Crack! Then, Lin Feng grabbed the Heavenly Wolf Knight's spear and with a shake of his right hand, the Heavenly Wolf Knight's spear flew out of his hand. Lin Feng held the spear in his hand as if he was holding a heaven-splitting axe and directly swung it down. Bang! The attack fiercely hit the Heavenly Wolf Knight's body. Even the Heavenly Wolf under him was directly killed by Lin Feng's attack. Isn't he too powerful? Even Xianxia and the others stared at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. This brat is not simple. Let's attack together and kill him. Scarface's face was filled with killing intent. Then, more than 10 Heavenly Wolf Knights charged towards Lin Feng. The rest of the mercenaries charged towards Xianxia and the others. Be careful! Lin Feng shouted. Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves. Xianxia and the others replied, but their expressions were also very serious. Being surrounded by so many mercenaries, if they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. Brat, no one in the world can save your life today. Scarface laughed sinisterly. He held a blood-red saber in his hand and took the lead to attack Lin Feng. Is that so? Lin Feng threw away his spear. Even though he was surrounded by more than 10 Heavenly Wolf Knights, he was still calm and composed. Boom! Lin Feng moved. He charged into the midst of the Heavenly Wolf Knights, and at the same time, Lin Feng activated his 3 black holes. When his martial soul was activated, a powerful magnetic field was formed around Lin Feng in a radius of more than 10 meters. This was the confinement effect of Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. All the Heavenly Wolf Knights who entered this area were unable to move. What's going on? I can't move? What happened? This brat knows demonic arts. The Heavenly Wolf Knights cried out in fear. This was the first time Lin Feng had revealed his trump card in a group battle. However, the effect was obvious. When his 3 devouring martial souls were activated, a powerful confinement force was produced. It was enough to restrict the movements of the Heavenly Wolf Knights and the Heavenly Wolf Knights. Awoo! The Heavenly Wolves let out low growls. They struggled with all their might, trying to move. However, they were unable to move at all. The originally ferocious Heavenly Wolf's eyes were now filled with fear. Sir, we were wrong. We apologize to you. No discord, no concord. How about we turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? Scarface cried out in fear. He wanted to slap his own mouth. How could he have provoked such a terrifying person? Lin Feng's expression was cold. He ignored them. These people had committed heinous crimes and deserved to die. Swoosh. A cold light flashed. His sword was unsheathed. Poof. Poof. Poof, the sound of something being torn apart could be heard. One by one, the Heavenly Wolf Knights were stabbed to death by Lin Feng. More than 10 powerful Heavenly Wolf Knights were unable to resist Lin Feng's attacks. In less than 10 breaths, the powerful Heavenly Wolf Knights were all killed by Lin Feng. They're all dead. They're all dead. How could this be? That kid is too powerful. He killed more than a dozen of them. Run. Run. Otherwise, we'll all die here. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries who were besieging Xianxia and the others were all scared out of their wits when they saw Lin Feng kill more than a dozen Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen in a short time. The weakest of the Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen was at level 9 of the martial realm. Scarface was even at level 10 of the martial realm. Coupled with the powerful charge of the Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen, even a level 10 of the martial realm would die if they weren't careful. However, Lin Feng had killed so many strong cultivators in the blink of an eye. These ordinary mercenaries were almost scared to death. They didn't dare to continue besieging Xianxia and the others. They turned around and ran away. With so many people, there was no way to catch up. Although Xianxia and the others knew that Lin Feng was powerful, they were still shocked when they saw Lin Feng kill more than a dozen Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen in a short time. If we ride these Heavenly Wolves, our speed will be much faster. Lin Feng jumped on a Heavenly Wolf. These Heavenly Wolves were ferocious. However, they were all trembling now. Lin Feng's ferocious power had already intimidated these Heavenly Wolves. Xianxia and the others also jumped on the Heavenly Wolves. The 7 of them rode the Heavenly Wolves into the depths of the forest. However, a day later, someone caught up with them. It was a young man in his 20s. He was riding an even larger Heavenly Wolf and holding a black iron spear. "You killed my Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. You all deserve to die." The young man's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. "Duan Muyan!" Ouyang Li exclaimed. "Someone knows me." Duan Muyan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Zimo exclaimed, "He's Duan Muyan? He's the eldest son of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries leader. He's a martial master." The leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had 3 sons. The third son was Duan Mufeyong, who had been killed by Lin Feng. The eldest son was the most talented of the 3 brothers. "You guys go first. I'll hold him back," Lin Feng said. But Zhang Qi and the others wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by Lin Feng. "Do you still not believe in my strength? We're a burden here, but you have to be careful." Zhang Shui and the others warned him and left on the Heavenly Wolf. "Brat, you're courting death," Duan Muyan shouted coldly. He held the black iron spear in his hand and urged the Heavenly Wolf to charge towards Lin Feng. The black spear in his hand stabbed towards Lin Feng. "Kill!" Lin Feng patted Skywolf's head. The Heavenly Wolf beneath him also let out a low growl and charged towards Duan Muyan. Whoosh! Lin Feng pulled out his sword and slashed at Duan Muyan. Clang, 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 the black spear and Lin Feng's sword collided and emitted a metallic sound. Duan Muyan's strength was monstrous. Each time he attacked, a terrifying strength would penetrate through Lin Feng's sword and penetrate into his body. Even a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer would have died if they had been struck by such an attack. But Lin Feng had practiced the ancient Dracophant formula. Even though he had only broken through to the 9th Qi layer, his physical body was already comparable to that of a real cultivator of the Qi layer. Besides, when the terrifying strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng had immediately used the ancient Dracophant formula to disperse the strength. Therefore, he had not been injured. Damn it! Duan Muyan's face was extremely gloomy. He, a Zun master cultivator, had attacked Lin Feng continuously for more than 10 rounds. However, he still hadn't been able to defeat a small martial master cultivator. Duan Muyan felt a deep sense of humiliation. The black spear in his hand fiercely stabbed towards Lin Feng. This attack contained over 1,000,000 gene of strength. This was the first time Duan Muyan had used his full strength. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, Lin Feng's face slightly changed. He quickly retreated. This attack hadn't been able to hit Lin Feng, but it had fiercely smashed into the Heavenly Wolf's body. The Heavenly Wolf had been smashed into meat paste by Duan Muyan's attack. This showed how terrifying this attack was. "Today, I will stop playing with you. I won't keep you company," said Lin Feng while laughing. He jumped into the forest and quickly disappeared without a trace. Duan Muyan looked for him but couldn't find him. He was so angry that he kept roaring. In the forest, a young man with a sword on his back was quickly flying. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had benefited a lot from the fight with Duan Muyan. A martial master cultivator couldn't be compared to a martial master cultivator. This had stimulated Lin Feng's fighting spirit even more. Martial Master Realm. This was Lin Feng's first goal. 5 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the Yellow Spring stream. It was said that the Yellow Springs of the 9th Netherworld had appeared there. The 9th Netherworld was a corner of the Hell World. The Yellow Springs was a kind of holy water that flowed in the Yellow Springs River. The Yellow Springs water was also called the Water of Forgetfulness. According to legends, Mangpo would give the souls of the past to drink Mangpo soup. After drinking it, they would forget their previous lives. Mangpo soup was made by adding some ingredients to the Yellow Springs water. Of course, these were just legends. But the real Yellow Springs water was a spirit treasure in the world and was extremely rare. When Lin Feng arrived at the Yellow Springs stream, he heard the sound of a fierce battle. He sneaked into the Yellow Springs stream. In the Yellow Springs stream, two groups of people were fighting. On one side was a group of demons. The leader was a demon with white hair and was extremely ugly. It was a white-haired Azura. This was a demon cultivator. The white-haired Azuras had the strength of a martial master. On the other side was the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group. The leader was Duan Muyan, whom he had fought with a few days ago. On the ground, there were hundreds of corpses. There were demon corpses, Heavenly Wolf mercenary group corpses, some rogue cultivators, and even some academy students. During this time, many people had come to the Yellow Springs stream to fight for the Yellow Springs water. Today, the Yellow Springs water had appeared. The two strongest forces, the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group and the underground demons, had appeared and killed all the cultivators in the Yellow Springs stream. Then, the two sides fought fiercely. Lin Feng scanned the corpses. He was relieved when he didn't find the corpses of Zhang Shidi and the others. It seemed that Zhang Shidi and the others didn't come here. They had probably changed their plans. Just as the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group and the underground demons were locked in battle, a powerful wave of energy suddenly came from the depths of the Yellow Springs stream. There was a cave in the depths of the Yellow Springs stream. It was said to be called the Death Cave. Rumor had it that Yinyang realm cultivators would definitely die if they entered. However, every 1,000 years, some gas would escape from the Death Cave. This gas would turn into liquid when it came into contact with the air outside. It was the legendary Yellow Springs water of the 9 underworlds. It was widely rumored that the Death Cave was connected to Hell. The Yellow Springs water in the Death Cave came from the Yellow Springs River. At this moment, a cloud of mist flew out from the Death Cave and condensed into a pale yellow liquid. It floated in midair. The liquid contained a shocking energy wave. The ball of pale yellow liquid floating in the air was emitting a shocking fluctuation. It was so attractive that people couldn't help but want to touch it and obtain it. The 9 nether Yellow Spring water, the supreme treasure of heaven and earth, had finally appeared. Haha, the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs is mine. The white-haired Azura laughed and rushed towards the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs. If you want to steal the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs, you have to ask me first. Duan Mutian sneered. At that moment, Duan Mutian attacked the white-haired Azura. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were fighting against the beasts and demons. Blood flowed like a river. It was a tragic scene. Screams rang out one after another. People died constantly, and so did demons. Asterisk clang clang, asterisk the white-haired Azura and Duan Mutian were fighting. The white-haired Azura was terrifyingly strong. He was as strong as a martial master. He used a stone hammer as a weapon. It was a weapon made of stone. Of course, it wasn't an ordinary stone, it was a stone that contained meteorites. It was much harder than ordinary stones. The white-haired Azura used his stone hammer to fight against Duan Mutian. Lin Feng had fought against Duan Mutian before, so he knew how terrifying he was. Duan Mutian and the white-haired Azura's battle was going to be difficult to determine in a short time. So, Lin Feng silently moved towards the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. For Lin Feng, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Crazy God Hammer technique. The white-haired Azura let out a low roar. He held the hammer with both hands and attacked fiercely. He was like a madman, smashing hammer after hammer at Duan Mutian. Duan Mutian looked indifferent. He used his black spear to block the attacks. After a dozen attacks, Duan Mutian managed to block them all. The white-haired Azura's attacks didn't work. He needed to rest and his attacks immediately weakened. At that moment, Duan Mutian sneered, "Crazy God Hammer technique? Do you think you're qualified to practice human skills? Today, I'll let you have a taste of what a real martial skill is." Overlord's 3 spears. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Mutian leaped out with a black spear in his hand, thrusting it toward the white-haired Azura. Duan Mutian attacked, domineering and domineering. This was the essence of the Overlord's 3 spears. This was an incomparably tyrannical spear technique. Duan Mutian had already mastered the essence of the Mad Tyrant's 3 spear strikes. With the first strike, the white-haired Azura was forced to retreat. With the second strike, the white-haired Azura was almost stabbed. The white-haired Azura was unable to dodge the third strike, and his shoulder was pierced by Duan Mutian. Ah! The white-haired Azura let out a miserable cry. Duan Mutian sneered. He held his spear with one hand and wanted to kill the white-haired Azura in midair. In this critical moment of life and death, the white-haired Azura was ruthless enough to himself. He grabbed Duan Mutian's black spear and pulled it out with a sudden force. Then, the white-haired Azura retreated more than 10 meters. Dozens of demons surrounded him, protecting him. Scram! Duan Mutian said coldly. The white-haired Azura was unwilling to accept this, but he was heavily injured. He was no match for Duan Mutian. Even if he was unwilling, what could he do? He could only choose to leave. Human cultivator, I will remember you. You will not leave the underground world alive. The white-haired Azura glared at Duan Mutian, then led the demons away. Duan Mutian naturally scoffed at the white-haired Azura's threat. After obtaining the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring, he planned to leave. Who could stop him? After the white-haired Azura left, Duan Mutian was so excited that his whole body trembled. The 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring was about to belong to him. Duan Mutian flew towards the valley, wanting to collect the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. But at this moment, he saw a scene that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. A young man came out of the forest and came to the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. He took out a porcelain bottle and collected all the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. That young man was none other than Lin Feng. Ah, I want your life. Duan Mutian's eyes turned red when he saw this. He roared furiously, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Duan Mutian had paid a huge price to kill over 100 cultivators who had come to snatch the 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water. He had also fought a bloody battle with the underground demons. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had lost close to 200 experts, and he had also spent a lot of effort to defeat the underground demons led by White Azura. He was about to reap the fruits of his labor. But at that moment, Lin Feng appeared. In the end, he had paid a huge price, but it was all for naught. It was a maddening feeling. Haha, this 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water is mine. Lin Feng directly put the 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water into his storage ring. Shoot! Kill him! Duan Mutian roared furiously. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group quickly took out their bows and arrows. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk a dense number of arrows shot towards Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was already in the middle of the forest. He hid behind a gigantic tree and all the arrows missed him. Then, he jumped into the forest and disappeared. Chase! Chase him! You must catch him. I want to tear him to pieces. Duan Mutian roared hysterically. The hatred between him and Lin Feng was both new and old. Previously, Lin Feng had killed more than 10 Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. He had fought with Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had successfully escaped. Duan Mutian had been extremely angry at that time. A mere cultivator had actually escaped from the hands of a martial master expert. Duan Mutian had felt humiliated. But in just a few days, Lin Feng had snatched away the 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water that originally belonged to him. Duan Mutian had gone completely mad. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had all moved out to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. But if a dragon entered the sea, who could do anything, in a hidden cave? Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He took out the bottle containing the 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water, and his face was full of joy. The mountain and sea scripture says that this is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It can temper the body and increase one's cultivation. I wonder if the contents of the mountain and sea scripture are true. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. However, he did not hesitate and opened the cork. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He gulped down the Netherworld Yellow Spring water in 3 mouthfuls. Boom! As soon as the 9 Underworld Yellow Springs water entered his body, an unimaginably terrifying power exploded within his body. That power was simply too explosive. Pooh! Lin Feng was shaken to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Lin Feng could clearly feel the power of the 9 nether yellow springs wreaking havoc in his body, as if it was about to explode. In truth, Lin Feng did not know that the yellow springs of the 9 serenities could not be consumed directly. The medicinal properties of this thing were too violent. A cultivator's body would not be able to withstand it. Many medicinal ingredients would have to be added to ease the violent medicinal properties. However, Lin Feng didn't know anything about the netherworld yellow spring. The only bit of understanding he had was from the classic of mountains and seas, which recorded myths and folklore. Now that Lin Feng had consumed the 9 nether yellow springs water directly, there was indeed a terrifying situation. Lin Feng felt that his body would explode at any time from the violent power within his body. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground with strong willpower. Then, he began to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. Archean Dragonesque Elephant, suppressing the world. Roar. In Lin Feng's dantian, the shadow of an Archean Dragonesque Elephant condensed. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant stepped on the ground with its head above the sky. With a loud roar, billions of spacetime collapsed. The violent power in Lin Feng's body suddenly became gentle. Lin Feng, who had a painful expression, also calmed down. The energy of the 9 nether yellow springs began to be absorbed by Lin Feng's body. One day later. Boom, a terrifying aura came out of the cave. Haha, I've finally broken through to the warrior 10th heaven. Lin Feng laughed out loud. He rushed out of the cave and arrived in front of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. Huh! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He threw a punch at the mountain. There was a rumbling sound. The entire mountain was shattered into pieces and collapsed to the ground. One punch. Just one punch, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain was shattered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. After breaking through, his strength had reached 128,000 Jin. When the 3 devouring martial spirits were activated, his strength could reach a terrifying 384,000 Jin. This 9 nether yellow springs water is really good. It allowed me to break through directly. I'm getting closer and closer to breaking through to the martial master realm. Lin Feng's face was filled with a smile. He did not stop and quickly left. Lin Feng did not leave the underground world. He continued to walk towards the depths of the underground world. Roar. Suddenly, a deep roar was heard. In the forest, 3 10-meter-tall giant demons appeared. They were holding giant axes and they smashed towards Lin Feng. Subterranean giant demons. Lin Feng was shocked. These subterranean giant demons had low intelligence but great strength. They were perfect for attacking cities. During this period of time, many cities in the country of Zhenwu had been attacked by the demons. These subterranean giant demons had played a huge role. These monsters had huge bodies and immense strength. With the huge axes in their hands, they could smash a hole in the city walls with just one swing. Facing the subterranean giant demon's attack, Lin Feng jumped lightly and stepped on the subterranean giant demon's arm. Then, he suddenly shot up and reached the same height as the subterranean giant demon. Swoosh! The cold sword was unsheathed. Puff, a cold light flashed and blood splattered. Lin Feng's sword directly tore open the subterranean giant demon's neck. Roar. The subterranean giant demon let out a painful roar. Then, its huge body fell to the ground and it died. The second and third subterranean giant demons also attacked. Lin Feng also relied on his agile body to deal with the subterranean giant demons. These monsters had great strength, but because of their huge bodies, their movements were clumsy. Lin Feng grasped the subterranean giant demon's weakness and continuously dodged their attacks. Then, he stabbed 2 more times. Puff! Puff! The 2 consecutive stabs directly tore open the necks of 2 subterranean giant demons. Blood splattered. The 2 subterranean giant demons' huge bodies fell to the ground. After twitching violently a few times, they died. Lin Feng walked up and cut off the left ears of the 3 subterranean giant demons. This was the Academy's requirement. Cutting off a demon's left ear would give you the corresponding points. After Lin Feng put away the left ears of the 3 subterranean giant demons, He continued on his way to the depths of the subterranean world. At night, Lin Feng rested beside a small stream. He jumped onto a tree and slept. In the middle of the night, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard from afar. Lin Feng was startled awake. He saw 3 fiery balls of light flying towards him. Cultivators? So powerful. They can actually fly. Are they yin yang experts? 3 silhouettes landed next to a small stream. They took out water bags and filled them with water. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they still needed to drink water. Lin Feng was hiding in a tree when he saw the 3 of them. They were middle-aged cultivators with swords on their backs. They looked like sword immortals, said one of them. This time, the Blood Demon Emperor and the Raging Flame Beast King are planning something big. They want to awaken the last remnant of the Netherworld Emperor's soul and create a demonic body for him. The Netherworld Emperor was one of the 72 demon emperors of the Middle Ages. If he comes back to life, he'll definitely cause a calamity. Right now, the Heavenly Saint City Lord, Morong Xianxia, is personally holding back the Netherworld Emperor, while the Sun Moon City Lord, Lu Zihua, is holding back the Inferno Demon King, so the 2 of them can't come to the Netherworld Emperor's resurrection ceremony. Right now, the one in charge of the ceremony is the Blood Demon Emperor's eldest disciple, the 9-headed Azura. We have to stop him. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them soared into the sky and quickly disappeared without a trace. The Netherworld Emperor's resurrection? Lin Feng was astonished. According to the classic of mountains and seas, during the Middle Ages, the demonic beasts had caused chaos and engulfed the entire Tianwu continent. This calamity had caused countless lives to be lost. Countless human powers had been destroyed, and the demonic devils had practically taken over the entire Martial Heaven continent. On the demon side, there were 72 demon emperors, and one of them was the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor was extremely terrifying. He was ranked 3rd amongst the 72 demon emperors. Back then, the human race had been in imminent danger. At the critical moment, 8 strong cultivators had suddenly appeared and led the human race in a counterattack. They had defeated the demonic beasts. These 8 human ancestors were known as the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the strong cultivators of the Middle Ages had long since died. However, the demon race had some terrifying secret techniques that could revive the dead. If the Netherworld Emperor was revived, it would definitely be a disaster. Let's go. I'll go and take a look. Lin Feng jumped down from the tree and headed towards the depths of the underground world. 10 days later, Lin Feng arrived in front of an ancient city. This ancient city was extremely huge, like a prehistoric beast that resided on the ground. It was heavy and oppressive. Countless fiendish demons were patrolling around the ancient city. For example, vampire bats, flying azuras, undying yikshaws, and so on. The entire ancient city was tightly guarded. There were also many cultivators hiding in the forest. As expected, this is the nest of the demons. Do they want to revive the Netherworld Great Emperor here? Lin Feng also hid in the forest and looked at the ancient city. In the forest, the atmosphere was oppressive. Clearly, many powerful forces had come from the divine prefecture of the East County, but these forces were still waiting for an opportunity to attack the city. At this moment, in the depths of the ancient city, there was a huge mansion that was heavily guarded. In a large hall, a tall expert with 9 heads stood with his hands behind his back as he read a piece of paper. There were 9 men dressed in imperial robes on the painting. The 9 men in the picture were very lifelike, like 9 holy emperors. When people looked at them, they felt like prostrating themselves before them. Thump, thump. A dozen fiendish demons looked at the picture and couldn't withstand the pressure. They knelt down on the ground. Master, what picture is that? Asked a strong demon standing next to the 9-headed Azura. That person hadn't knelt down because of the pressure, which meant that he was terrifyingly strong. It's the Immemorial 9 Emperor's picture, said the 9-headed Azura. Master, said the 9-headed Azura. Ah? The Immemorial 9 Emperor's picture? It's that treasure? The 9 people in the picture are the 9 holy emperors of the demon race? Asked the strong demon, astonished. Indeed, they are the 9 holy emperors of the demon race. According to legends, the 9 emperors picture contains a great secret. I've studied it for a long time, but I haven't been able to understand its mysteries. The 9 emperors picture is a treasure that disappeared with the Netherworld Great Emperor. Now, it's reappeared in the world. When the Netherworld Great Emperor is revived, I'll give it to him, said the 9-headed Asura. I'll give it to him, said the 9-headed Asura. Master, why don't you take it for yourself? Asked the fiendish demon next to him. The 9-headed Asura looked hesitant. He said, let's revive the Netherworld Great Emperor first, then we'll talk about other things. How's the 9 heavens resurrection formation? It should be almost done, right? Asked the fiendish demon. Master, someone said. At that moment, someone arrived. Come in, said the 9-headed Asura. Come in, said the 9-headed Asura. A skinny old beast came in and said, Master, the 9 heavens resurrection formation is ready. Very good, I'll take care of it now, said the 9-headed Asura. The 9-headed Asura walked outside. Master, should we put the 9 emperors picture away? Asked the leader of the fiendish demons. Haha, no need. That's a treasure of the demon race. Anyone who touches it will die. Even if Morong Xianxia comes, he'll die if he dares touch the 9 emperors picture. I hope that the strong cultivators of the human race will come and fight for the 9 emperors picture. Then, the 9 emperors picture will be able to kill the strong cultivators of the human race and save us a lot of effort, said the 9-headed Asura. The 9-headed Asura laughed out loud before turning into a streak of light and dashing out. The fiendish demons were astonished. They hadn't thought that the 9 emperors picture would be so powerful. Let's go and protect the master, shouted the leader of the fiendish demons. A group of powerful fiendish demons also rushed out. There was a gigantic altar in the center of the ancient city. There were 9 pitch-black cauldrons in the center of the altar. Earth fire was burning under the cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons were arranged in the shape of the 8 trigrams, and there was an ancient formation around the altar. This was a heaven-defying formation called the 9 heavens soul resurrection formation. It was also an extremely vicious formation. This was because the activation of the 9 heavens soul resurrection formation required the souls of 199,999 people as fuel. Not one more, not one less. Therefore, every time the 9 heavens resurrection formation was activated, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. But now, the fiendish demons had invaded the East Country and massacred countless people. It was all for the sake of activating the 9 heavens resurrection formation to revive the Netherworld Emperor. 9-headed Asura floated above the 9 cauldrons and took out a gourd. Then, 9-headed Asura opened the gourd. A large number of souls flew out. Ah, I died so miserably. Why? I don't want to die. Miserable screams could be heard. Ghosts wept and gods howled, and a cold wind swept through the area. Even Lin Feng, who was hiding in the forest outside the city, could hear the mournful cries. What's going on in the ancient city? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. The 9-headed Asuras poured their souls into the 9 demonic tripod. 9 cauldrons burn the souls, reverse destiny, summon the heavens, and revive the netherworld. 9-headed Asura suddenly roared. 9 heavens resurrection formation, activate. 9-headed Asura's roar shook the sky. The 9 cauldrons emitted an extremely powerful energy that poured into the formation around them. Buzz. An ancient and mysterious evil formation was activated. An endless amount of demonic chi soared into the sky. Within the demonic chi, there was an aura that could destroy the entire world. A deep roar could be heard. Who? Who is awakening the Netherworld Emperor's soul that has been sleeping for countless years? A deep roar could be heard. The Netherworld Emperor is really reviving the Netherworld Emperor. Lin Feng was shocked. The demons are causing chaos and killing people. The people have no way to make a living. Cultivators of Sky Saint City, we must lead the world and kill all the demons. It was at this moment that a long howl shook the heavens and earth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several figures sprang into the sky. These people were all standing on flying swords. They were like sword immortals as they charged towards the ancient city. The sun and moon rise from the east, and the bright moon illuminates my heart. Cultivators of Sun Moon City, slay the demons and protect the peace of the Divine Prefecture in the East County. Just as the cultivators of Heaven Divine City flew out, more experts appeared. More than 100 figures appeared. These people were wearing Dharma robes and could use the power of the Dharma robes to fly in the air. They also flew towards the ancient city. The demons have wreaked havoc in our lands. The Verdant Tiger Legion will slay all the demons and defend our land. A loud roar was heard as a burly man riding a giant tiger appeared. He held a blood-colored axe in his hand. Behind him, shouts shook the heavens as a dense army appeared. Tiger Legion. Lin Feng was shocked. No one in the Zhenwu Empire didn't know about the Verdant Tiger Legion. It was the most powerful army in the Zhenwu Empire. Ever since the establishment of the Zhenwu Empire, the Verdant Tiger Legion had been established. For the past 3,000 years, the Verdant Tiger Legion had been unhindered in all directions. They had fought against empires hundreds of times and had never been defeated. It was the Zhenwu Empire's illustrious and undefeatable legion. Although the soldiers of the Tiger Legion were not as strong as the cultivators of Sky Saint City and Sun Moon City, they had crawled out from piles of corpses on the battlefield, so they were full of vitality. The 3,000 main tiger army moved out. That powerful blood chi condensed together and actually formed a blood cloud. The blood cloud was like an incomparably huge pillar that spiraled in the sky. A huge blood-colored wolf condensed and held. Vital essence smoke. Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. According to the classic of mountains and seas, when a cultivator's blood, chi, and soul essence were condensed to the limit, they could form essence chi smoke. If one were to encounter such a person, they would have to stay far away. This kind of person was unafraid of death. The 3,000 main tiger army was prepared to face death. They wanted to wipe out the demons and devils and protect the great rivers and mountains of the true martial country. Looking at the 3,000 main tiger army, Lin Feng also felt his blood boil. Lin Feng was also a citizen of the true martial country. His father, grandfather, and relatives were all citizens of the true martial country. This spirit of sacrificing one's life to protect the country infected Lin Feng and stimulated his courage. Wild Dragon Mercenary Group, Starry Pavilion, one powerful force after another appeared. Countless cultivators rushed out and charged towards the ancient city. Obviously, many forces had come. In the divine land of the East County, other than the 10 ancient cities, there were countless forces of various sizes. Now that the resurrection of the Netherworld Great Emperor was very serious, many great powers had sent out experts to encircle and annihilate him. We have to stop the attack of the humans. The nine-headed Azure roared. Yes, sir. The experts of the monster race and demon race also rushed towards the experts of the human race. Kill, battle cries could be heard everywhere. The army of demons and the experts of the human race were engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng pulled out his sword and also rushed into the ancient city. It was just like what Lin Feng had said to Zhang Qiqi before. He was willing to use his 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword to drink the blood of the demons. Roar. A gigantic demon's roar shook the earth. It was holding a gigantic stone club and was moving towards Lin Feng. If the club hit him, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. However, it was not easy to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped up and dodged the underground giant demon's attack. After a few jumps, he jumped into the air and pierced the underground giant demon's neck with his sword. There was a rumbling sound. The underground giant demon's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was dead. Little brother, you're good. You killed an underground giant demon so easily. A cultivator in the distance laughed. Hee hee, I was just lucky. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The cultivators of the human race broke through the gate of the ancient city and charged into the city. This battle was extremely tragic. Blood flowed like a river. Fellow cultivators of the Yin-Yang realm, let's attack the Nine Heavens Resurrection Array together. We must stop the nine-headed Azura. Okay. More than 10 figures rushed into the sky. They were all Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. Yin-Yang realm cultivators were rumored to have a lifespan of 1,000 years. They could fly and burrow into the ground. To ordinary people, they were like gods. Stop them. The nine-headed Azure roared. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Powerful demons also rushed into the sky and charged towards the Yin-Yang realm cultivators. As for the fiendish demons, they were also filled with experts. Lin Feng did not have the ability to stop the nine-headed Azura from reviving the Netherworld Emperor, therefore, he did his best to kill the demons. Those who kill the human race should be killed. Those who bully the human race should be killed. Those who humiliate the human race should be killed. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, one demon after another was killed by Lin Feng. Suddenly, the mysterious demonic orb in Lin Feng's dantian emitted a shocking fluctuation. Huh? What's going on? Lin Feng was shocked, the mysterious demonic orb rarely changed. Now that it had changed in the ancient city, Lin Feng was alarmed. The mysterious demonic orb emitted a powerful aura that led Lin Feng deeper into the ancient city. Lin Feng went deep into the ancient city and finally arrived outside a huge mansion. This is the mansion. Why is the mysterious demonic orb emitting such a powerful fluctuation? Why is it leading me here? Lin Feng was shocked. This mansion was indeed different. There were dozens of demons guarding it. Other places were not guarded by demons. Lin Feng jumped into the mansion, but he was discovered by the demons. A huge battle broke out. Die, human boy. Dozens of ferocious beasts surrounded Lin Feng. You'll be the ones to die. Lin Feng went berserk. He circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art, and an endless amount of power poured into the 3 black holes. The 3 black holes were activated, and a magnetic field formed around Lin Feng, restricting the demon's movements. Lin Feng displayed his godly strength and slaughtered all the beasts. Then, Lin Feng rushed into the main hall. His gaze was instantly attracted by a picture hanging in the middle of the hall. On the picture were 9 sage emperors. Some of them had the body of a snake and the head of a human, while others looked like a qilin. When Lin Feng looked at the picture, he sensed a monstrous pressure enveloping his entire body. That pressure was so oppressive that Lin Feng almost knelt down on the ground. What picture is this? I only took a look, and it's forcing me to kneel? How terrifying. Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. He muttered, the mysterious demonic orb is acting strangely. It must be because of this picture. I think it's called the 9 Emperors picture. It must be a treasure. Whatever, I'll take it first. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to grab the 9 Emperors picture. Impudent. At that moment, a dignified voice suddenly rang out in Lin Feng's mind. A terrifying aura spread out from the 9 Emperors picture and rushed towards Lin Feng. That aura wanted to crush Lin Feng's body. It was too terrifying. Lin Feng had never experienced such a terrifying thing. He felt as if his body was about to explode. This kind of power was simply unstoppable. This was the power of the 9 Emperors diagram. The 9 Emperors diagram was indeed terrifying. No matter who wanted to steal it, they would be attacked by it. Archean dragonesque elephant, protect my true body. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng crazily circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill, hoping to resist the pressure of the 9 Emperors diagram. When the Archean dragonesque elephant skill circulated, the power of the Archean dragonesque elephant flowed through his body. Lin Feng immediately felt that the violent power in his body that was about to explode began to calm down. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. The Archean dragonesque elephant skill was indeed effective. It was worthy of being called the #1 Archean forbidden divine skill. However, the attack of the 9 Emperors diagram was obviously not that simple. Those who blaspheme the holy emperors shall die. The cold voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Boom. Lin Feng only felt his body shake. In his mind, 9 mysterious and terrifying existences appeared. One of them had the body of a snake and 3 eyes. One of them was the size of a cow and looked like a tiger. It had the fur of a hedgehog and wings. One of them looked like a human, but it had 18 pairs of wings. One of them was the shape of a great rock. One of them was the body of a tiger and its entire body was snow white. It was the white tiger beast. One of them was surrounded by flames and was the phoenix divine bird that had been reborn in flames. One of them was the shape of a qilin and had a huge mouth that could swallow an entire planet. One of them was the shape of a gigantic beast that was extremely huge and could travel through the void. It was the legendary void beast. One of them was the combination of a tortoise and a snake. It was the black tortoise. There were 9 of them. The 9 holy emperors of the Holy Emperor's diagram. Lin Feng was shocked. The existences that appeared in his mind were the 9 holy emperors of the Holy Emperor's diagram. They were existences from the ancient era. Every sage emperor possessed the power to destroy the heavens. It was unknown what kind of earth-shattering figure had painted the faces of the 9 saint emperors on the 9 emperors' portrait. Even after hundreds of millions of years, the divine might of the 9 saint emperors still swept across the heavens. Anyone who dared to spy on the 9 emperors' diagram would be attacked by the 9 saint emperors. Just like what Lin Feng was experiencing now. The 9 saint emperors appeared in his mind. The saint emperors were powerful, mysterious, and dignified. They emitted an aura that caused one's soul to tremble. Lin Feng's soul. He was trembling. Compared to these ancient sacred sovereigns, Lin Feng was still too weak. Despicable ant, how dare you touch the 9 emperors' painting? You'll pay with your life. A deep roar resounded in Lin Feng's mind. One of the Saint Kings attacked, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng's soul. Boom, it was as if an ancient divine mountain was crushing down. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the danger of death. Danger! 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 At this moment of extreme danger, suddenly, the void trembled, and a mysterious demonic pearl appeared in the air above Lin Feng's mind. When the Saint Emperor's attack came, all of its energy was devoured by the mysterious pearl. Demonic pearl, seeing the pearl fly out at this crucial moment, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The origin of this demonic pearl was mysterious, and it was filled with countless secrets. He had found the 9 emperors' portrait because of the pearl's guidance. Now that the 9 saint emperors had appeared, the mysterious pearl had also appeared. How can this be? Impossible. It hasn't been destroyed yet? These demon sacred rulers seemed to recognize the origin of the mysterious demonic bead. When they saw the mysterious demonic bead, the 9 lofty sacred rulers actually had a look of fear in their eyes. Destroy it! The 9 saint emperors roared. They all attacked at once. The earth-shattering attack blasted towards the mysterious demonic bead. Ancient dragonesque elephant, Saint Emperor descends. Just as the 9 saint emperors attacked, a deep roar resounded through the world. Demonic chi filled the sky within the mysterious pearl. Above the mysterious pearl, the body of an ancient dragonesque elephant condensed. This ancient dragonesque elephant stepped on the ground, and above its head was a sea of stars. Its eyes seemed to be able to shatter the universe. The ancient dragonesque elephant has appeared. Lin Feng looked at the ancient dragonesque elephant floating above his mind in shock. When Lin Feng had first obtained the mysterious pearl, his divine consciousness had entered the space formed by the mysterious pearl. Within the mysterious pearl, Lin Feng saw an ancient dragonesque elephant bound by huge chains. It roared at the sky, trying to break free from the chains. However, the ancient dragonesque elephant failed. After that, Lin Feng's divine consciousness was expelled from the mysterious pearl. Lin Feng didn't know if what he saw was real, but Lin Feng knew that this mysterious pearl was definitely related to the ancient dragonesque elephant. This mysterious demonic orb was hiding a huge secret. Now that the mysterious pearl had manifested the ancient dragonesque elephant, Lin Feng wasn't surprised at all. When the ancient dragonesque elephant appeared, Lin Feng felt as if the entire world had stopped. Boom, the ancient dragonesque elephant took a step forward. The 9 saint emperors' attacks instantly collapsed. Boom, the ancient dragonesque elephant took a second step. The 9 saint emperors were sent flying. Ah, ancient dragonesque elephant, we are willing to submit. Don't destroy our remnant while in the 9 emperors' diagram. The 9 saint emperors actually cried out in fear. As strong as they were, they couldn't withstand the ancient dragonesque elephant's attack. Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder he almost died. It turned out that the 9 emperors' diagram contained the will of the 9 saint emperors. Even if a yin-yang powerhouse came and wanted to steal the 9 emperors' diagram, he would be instantly defeated by the will of the 9 saint emperors' diagram, right? The ancient dragonesque elephant had no intention of letting the 9 saint emperors go. Boom, the ancient dragonesque elephant took a third step. Boom. The 9 Saint Emperors' bodies directly exploded. Whoosh! The ancient dragonesque elephant suddenly inhaled, and the energy of the 9 Saint Emperors after they were blasted was all devoured by the ancient dragonesque elephant. At the same time, after absorbing the energy of the 9 Saint Emperors, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the mysterious pearl was emitting an extremely terrifying energy wave. This energy wave swept across the heavens and earth, shaking the surroundings. It made the mountains and rivers lose their color, and the sun and moon lose their light. This energy seemed to be able to destroy the heavens. However, it was only for a moment, and the mysterious pearl returned to its calm state. The ancient dragonesque elephant floating above his mind also disappeared without a trace. Phew, Lin Feng panted heavily. It was really a close call just now. He was almost destroyed by the will of the 9 Saint Emperors diagram, but fortunately, the mysterious pearl was powerful. In the darkness, Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the city. The 9 Emperors diagram was a treasure of the demons. Now that Lin Feng had stolen it, he knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. If the demons found out, it would be troublesome. But now, the demons didn't have time to care about him, so it was the best time for him to leave. Now, the smoke of war engulfed the entire ancient city. The demons kept attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng was holding a long sword in his hand. He had finally arrived at the outskirts of the ancient city. Haha, I'm out. The 9 Emperors diagram is mine. Lin Feng smiled. At this moment, the battle in the ancient city had reached its climax. The experts from both sides were fighting fiercely. The void was about to be torn apart. The experts of the Yinyang realm had the power to move the stars. This kind of battle was extremely terrifying. A Yinyang realm expert could collapse a mountain range. This was the terrifying part of the Yinyang realm experts. Roar. At this moment, a deep roar resounded through the clouds. Lin Feng looked into the ancient city and was shocked. A 3,000-meter-tall figure stood up. He was shrouded in darkness, as if he was the ruler of the darkness. "O great Nether Emperor, I, your lowly servant, am willing to sacrifice countless lives to awaken your undying spirit." The 9-headed Azura knelt on the ground and prayed excitedly. If the Netherworld Emperor could really be revived, the 9-headed Azura would have done a great service. With the Netherworld Emperor's strength, he could even help the 9-headed Azura change his fate and break through the shackles of the Yinyang realm. "I can feel the power of life," the mountain-like being said in a deep voice. He opened his bloody mouth and took a deep breath. In the 9 Supreme's demonic cauldrons, the densely packed souls were all devoured by the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor's body emitted a terrifying aura. It swept through the sky as if it was going to destroy everything. That aura made people's souls tremble. "Stop him. We have to stop the Netherworld Emperor." An expert from Sun Moon City roared. Holding a long sword in his hand, he soared into the sky and charged towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. "Ignite my battle blood, forge my battle sword, and slay all demons." The experts from Sun Moon City took the initiative to attack the Netherworld Emperor. Following that, another 5 or 6 experts from Sun Moon City soared into the sky and charged towards the Netherworld Emperor. After the experts from Sun Moon City made their move, 6 or 7 people from Sky Saint City also shot into the sky. These were usually mysterious Yinyang realm experts. In the eyes of countless people, cultivators at their level were like immortals, unfathomable. Dozens of Yinyang realm experts all charged towards Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor sneered, "Despicable ants, you think you can stop my resurrection? You're dreaming." Rumble, Netherworld Emperor waved his right hand, and his mountain-like right hand blasted towards the dozen Yinyang experts. Bang, the sound of a violent collision resounded through the sky. More than a dozen Yinyang realm experts were sent flying by the Netherworld Emperor. Puff, even though they were extremely strong, they still coughed up blood. The Netherworld Emperor was truly too terrifying. Even though he hadn't really resurrected, his strength had already surpassed the strength of Yinyang realm cultivators. Actually, this wasn't something that couldn't be understood. All those years ago, the Netherworld Emperor was a figure that was ranked in the top 3 amongst the 72 Devil Emperors. He'd turned the heavens upside down, grabbed the stars in the Outerium with his bare hands, and was capable of blasting apart an Outerium with a single punch. That was the Netherworld Emperor. Can't we stop him? The Yinyang realm cultivators from Sun Moon City and Sky Saint City were extremely pale. Everyone stared at the 3,000 feet tall figure in astonishment. There was only fear left in everyone's heart. The Netherworld Emperor is really terrifying. Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. Billions of galaxies, rebuild my body, the Netherworld Emperor will not die, rebuild my godly body. The Netherworld Emperor let out a deep roar. Boom, above the 9 heavens, countless stars appeared. Endless starlight poured down from the starry river and poured into the body of the Netherworld Great Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor's chi was becoming stronger and stronger. He was using the essence of the sun and the moon to rebuild his body. The Netherworld Emperor was really going to resurrect. The Great Emperor will never die. The Great Emperor will never die. Countless beasts and demons knelt on the ground. The human cultivators trembled when they sensed the Netherworld Emperor's chi. This was fear that burst out from the depths of his soul. They couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. Netherworld Emperor, you're already dead. Why do you have to go against the will of the heavens? Said a cold voice at that moment. Who is it? Who's hiding in the dark? Said the Netherworld Emperor coldly. He looked around, and his huge eyes shot out a cold light. I see you, human ant. Die. Boom boom boom, the Netherworld Emperor stretched out his right hand and threw a punch. Even the sky collapsed in an instant. The aura that emanated from it shattered the entire mountain range. The strength of the Netherworld Emperor was really formidable to an unfathomable extent. Bzzz, however, when the Netherworld Emperor was about to attack, the void trembled. A beam of sword chi flew out from the void. It was a golden sword chi. No one could describe how terrifying that sword chi was. A sword chi, the sword chi pierced through the void and slashed towards the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor wanted to destroy the sword chi with a punch. However, that sword chi actually directly chopped off the Netherworld Emperor's arm. Moreover, the Netherworld Great Emperor didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued flying towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. Icebound world. The Netherworld Great Emperor's roar shook the heavens. He exhaled a mouthful of air, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. However, the sword chi was too terrifying. It tore apart the icebound world. The sword chi pierced through the Netherworld Emperor's body. What kind of sword chi is this? The Netherworld Emperor looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. That sword chi blasted his body apart. A sword that kills. In the darkness, the mysterious person spoke. His voice came to an abrupt stop. It was as if he had never appeared. Bang, the Netherworld Emperor's body exploded. His body disappeared. So strong. Who said that the sword Dao is a small Dao? Lin Feng felt his blood boil. The sword Dao could reach the heavens, any Dao that was cultivated to the peak was terrifying. Sooner or later, I will be able to use a sword chi like that. Lin Feng clenched his fists and flew away. Very quickly, he disappeared into the darkness of the night. The demonic Blood Emperor had teamed up with the Flaming Demon King in an attempt to revive the Netherworld Emperor, one of the 3 demon emperors of the Middle Ages. But in the end, the demonic Blood Emperor and the Flaming Demon King had failed. The mysterious expert had killed the Netherworld Emperor's remnant soul with a single slash. This incident had caused a huge uproar in the Eastern Divine region. Lin Feng returned to the Xianxia branch. The students of the Xianxia branch had been discussing this incident for the past few days. Among the 4 branches of the Jialan Academy, the Xianxia branch was known for its swordsmanship. Hence, it was regarded as an unorthodox branch and had the lowest status among the 4 branches. But now, the mysterious sword cultivator had killed the Netherworld Emperor's remnant soul, bringing glory to the sword cultivators. The students of the Xianxia branch were excited. Lin Feng handed over the demon's left ear and exchanged it for 90 million points. These points were enough for him to cultivate on the 12th level of the Cultivation Pagoda for 3 months. Lin Feng was now a martial artist level 10 martial artist. He was only a step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it was not easy to break through to the martial master realm. There were many geniuses in the Jialan Academy. But there were only 72 students in the martial master realm. This showed how difficult it was to break through to the martial master realm. In the entire Jialan Academy, there were a total of 100,000 students in the inner and outer houses. 72 students who had broken through to the martial master realm were too few. Only by luck could one have a chance of breaking through. Nightfall. In his room, Lin Feng was studying the Nine Emperors diagram. The Nine Emperors diagram had been devoured by the primordial dragonesque elephant. The Nine Emperors diagram could no longer harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng dripped his blood on the Nine Emperors diagram. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a strange connection between himself and the Nine Emperors diagram. When he tried to communicate with the Nine Emperors diagram, Lin Feng felt the world spin. In the next moment, he arrived in a mysterious world. This world was ancient and boundless, like the primordial era. Who was the master of this boundless world? 9 ancient existences were entrenched in the 9 heavens. They were like immortal gods, causing people to have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. 9 demonic saint emperors. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the world of the 9 emperors diagram. Heaven and earth, to reverse the cycle of life and death. Gods and demons are extinguished. A deep voice resonated in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng gave a horrible shriek and fainted. Lin Feng woke up. He was lying on the bed with the 9 emperors painting beside him. His head was still in excruciating pain. The 9 emperor scroll gave me so much information. Lin Feng was speechless. His godly consciousness entered the world of the 9 emperors diagram. The world of the 9 emperors diagram gave Lin Feng a huge amount of information. Lin Feng's soul almost collapsed. Lin Feng carefully recalled the information. It was very complicated. Some of it introduced the 9 demonic saint emperors. It even introduced what they had experienced. Most of these memories were from the 9 demonic saint emperors. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Feng looked surprised. Because Lin Feng had read a shocking piece of information. This piece of information recorded a method to create clones. It said, this is a secret technique created by the 9 demonic saint emperors before they died. It can create 9 clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. The clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors possess the terrifying strength of the 9 demonic saint emperors when they were alive. If you find the remnant souls of the 9 demonic saint emperors in the universe, you will be able to control all their magical powers. When the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors devour all the remnant souls of the 9 demonic saint emperors, they will be able to reach the strength of the 9 demonic saint emperors when they were alive. Isn't that too shocking? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. The 9 demonic saint emperors. Any one of them? They were like ancient gods, worshipped by the people of the world. This secret technique required one to create 9 clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. Most importantly, the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors could absorb the remnant souls of the 9 demonic saint emperors in the universe until they reached the same level as the 9 demonic saint emperors. Does that mean that if I create 9 clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors, I will be able to create 9 more clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors? Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. It was rumored that many powerful cultivators would refine clones of themselves. These clones were equivalent to a cultivator's second life. It was said that if the cultivator's original body was killed, they could use the clones to revive. The clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors were probably a way to refine clones of themselves. You need to gather arcane spirit stones, earthly fiend stones, and 81 other materials. Then, find a place with densing energy and follow the instructions below. Lin Feng carefully read the method to refine the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. First, he needed to gather all the materials. Next, he needed to find a place with densing energy. Such a place was easy to find. The West Mountain of Jialan Academy was the burial ground of the Academy's ancestors. Due to the large number of people buried there, it was a place with densing energy. Even if one went there during the day, the place would be filled with winds, let alone at night. When one went there at night, one could even hear the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. Lin Feng spent 3 days to gather all the materials he needed. Then, he took advantage of the night and quietly went to the West Mountain. There were still students patrolling the West Mountain during the day. However, at night, it was quiet and devoid of human activity. This was the first time Lin Feng had come to the West Mountain at night. As he entered the West Mountain, he could feel the winds blowing. There were clusters of ghostly flames in the distance. Woo woo woo, the sound of the wind was mixed with a hair-raising sound. It sounded like the cries of ghosts. Even though Lin Feng was skilled and bold, coming here alone in the middle of the night and looking at the graves made his scalp tingle. However, if he wanted to refine the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors, he could only do it at night. During the day, he was too obvious and would be easily discovered. Lin Feng braced himself and went to the deepest part of the West Mountain. The graves here were one after another, making one's hair stand on end. However, this was the place with the densest energy. Lin Feng followed the method to refine the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. He found 9 places with the densest energy and buried the materials underground. Then, he left the West Mountain. Next, he would have to wait for some time. These materials would gather the energy and condense it into the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. It would take about 3 months to half a year. After Lin Feng left the West Mountain, he entered the Cultivation Pagoda the next day to cultivate. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lin Feng's cultivation had risen to the peak of the martial realm 10th firmament. He was only a step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. However, Lin Feng knew that breaking through to the martial master realm required an opportunity. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng went to take a look at the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. Now that the energy had gathered, the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were about to be condensed. This made Lin Feng very excited. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were successfully refined. Once the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were successfully refined, Lin Feng could borrow the power of the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. His combat strength would definitely soar. There was a market in Jialan City called the Black Street. It was bustling with people coming and going. In the Black Street, there were all kinds of things that the outside world couldn't see the light of day. Many people liked to come to the Black Street to look for treasures. Lin Feng arrived at the Black Street. He planned to sell a demonic blood pill. Lin Feng had killed a demonic vampire bat in the past. Demonic vampire bats were very rare in the demon race. Demonic vampire bats that had cultivated to the martial master realm were even rarer. A demonic vampire bat of that level could condense a blood pill in its body. This blood pill contained the essence of the demonic vampire bat's blood. Demonic vampire bats were monsters that specialized in sucking blood. They could automatically condense essence. This blood pill contained an unimaginable amount of essence. If Lin Feng directly refined this blood pill, he might even try to break through to the martial master realm. However, the demonic vampire bat's blood pill contained the demonic vampire bat's poison, so cultivators couldn't directly refine it. Only an alchemist would be able to neutralize the toxins within it using a special method. The demonic vampire bat's demonic core was a necessity for refining many high-level pills. Lin Feng planned to sell this blood pill in the Black Street. He went to a few shops and asked them. They all bought it for around 1 million. The shops in the Black Street were all bought at a low price and sold at a high price. Lin Feng didn't plan to sell the blood pill in these shops. He went to the northeast corner of the Black Street. This was a place where cultivators could freely set up stalls in the Black Street. Cultivators could set up stalls here to sell whatever they wanted. Little brother, take a look at my chi replenishing pills. These chi replenishing pills are made from 72 different spiritual herbs. Each pill only costs 1,000 silver taels. Little brother, I just unearthed some treasures left behind by a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Maybe there are some immortal treasures. Come and pick a few to protect yourself. Many people were trying to sell their things to Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored them and walked to a corner where a young man was sitting cross-legged. This young man looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was thin, his eyes were closed, and his face was flushed. He seemed to have suffered some injuries. In front of him, there was a jet-black root. It was unknown what it was. Lin Feng sat down beside the young man. He took out the blood pill and placed it in front of him. Is this an ebony root? A middle-aged cultivator asked the young cultivator beside Lin Feng. The young cultivator opened his eyes and said, "This is a black spirit root." What? Black spirit root? Little brother, you're not lying to me, are you? As far as I know, the black spirit root is the root of the black spirit tree, and it is guarded by powerful ferocious beasts. How did you get the black spirit root? The middle-aged man questioned. If you don't believe me, you can leave. The young cultivator said coldly. Black spirit root? Is it really a black spirit root? When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all gathered around and looked at the thumb-sized root. An old man observed it for a while and said, it really is a black spirit root. It's the root of a black spirit tree that can produce mysterious underworld dark flame fruits. Black underworld dark flame fruit? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was recorded in the classic of mountains and seas that the mysterious underworld dark flame fruit was one of the world's spirit fruits. It was said that this kind of spirit fruit contained a mysterious and powerful energy. After a cultivator consumed it, they could use the energy of the mysterious underworld dark flame fruit to break through their cultivation. However, the root of the black spirit tree was not very useful, but it had a certain medicinal value. Plus, it was relatively rare, so it should be able to sell for a high price. Little brother, how much do you plan to sell this black spirit root? A cultivator asked. 5 million taels of silver. The young cultivator said. A black spirit root is not a mysterious underworld dark flame fruit. How can you sell it for 5 million taels of silver? Even though it's rare, it's only worth 200,000 taels of silver at most. How about this, I'll give you 30,000 taels of silver. How about it, an old man said. I'm only selling to people who know their stuff. I won't sell it for less than 5 million taels of silver. The young cultivator closed his eyes after he finished speaking. How preposterous. 5 million taels of silver? You won't be able to sell it even if you spend your entire life. It's just a root, and he dares to sell it for 5 million taels of silver? He's really crazy about money. The surrounding people gradually dispersed. Lin Feng was also somewhat apprehensive. He did not understand why this person insisted on selling it for 5 million taels of silver. It was obviously not worth it. However, Lin Feng suspected that the young cultivator was injured. Could it be that he wanted to buy some kind of healing panacea? If that was the case, then it would explain why the young cultivator insisted on selling it for 500 taels of silver. However, Lin Feng only smiled indifferently. It was most likely the young cultivator's excuse. At that moment, a group of more than 10 people walked over from afar. The leader was a young man. They stopped in front of Lin Feng's small stall. Hey, is that a blood pill? The young man looked at the blood pill in front of Lin Feng in astonishment. What? A blood pill? The blood pill of a demonic vampire bat? This thing is not common. I've only heard of it, but never seen it. Many people cried out in alarm when they heard this, and Lin Feng was completely surrounded. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right, this is indeed a blood pill. A blood pill condensed from a martial master level demonic vampire bat. A blood pill condensed from a martial master level demonic vampire bat? The young man's eyes lit up. He said, a year ago, I saw a blood pill in an elder's medicine room, but its quality was not as good as yours. It was condensed from a demonic vampire bat at the 9th heavenly layer. I want your blood pill. Men, give me the money. Yes, sir. Immediately, a guard walked over and took out a stack of banknotes, handing them to Lin Feng. Each banknote was worth 100,000 taels, and there were 10 banknotes in total, which was 1,000,000 taels. Lin Feng shook his head and said, a martial master level blood pill costs 5 million taels outside, and it's priceless. I heard that a martial master level blood pill was sold at an auction many years ago, and the price was 12 million taels. I didn't want to go to an auction because it was too troublesome, so I brought it here to sell. If you really want it, you can have it for 10 million taels. Your 1 million taels won't be enough to buy my blood pill. The young man smiled and said, this is the Black Street, not an auction house. What's the price? I have the final say, not you. You have the final say on the price of my things? Are you joking? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Of course not, I'm serious. I want this blood pill for 1,000,000 taels. Alright, take the money and leave. Said the young man in an indisputable tone. How ridiculous. You can't leave without 10 million taels, said Lin Feng coldly. The young man smiled coldly. Little brat, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. That young man looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Maybe he was confident in his own strength, that's why he had dared to use force to buy and sell, and even humiliate Lin Feng. Eh? That's Shan Yuanyu from the Shan Yuan clan? Indeed, that's Shan Yuanyu. I've heard that he's been studying cultivation with an incredible alchemist. But I've also heard that he's very aggressive. He's tried to force people to buy and sell on the black streets a few times, but he's from the Shan Yuan clan. The Shan Yuan clan is one of the 10 great clans of Jialan City. They're extremely strong. But Shan Yuanyu is too arrogant, but there's nothing he can do about it. He's strong, after all. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Hee, that little boy is really unlucky. Shan Yuanyu managed to steal a blood pill for a cheap price of $1 million. He's going to lose everything. Everybody was talking. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with pity. They all thought that Lin Feng was going to suffer. Oh? You're Shan Yuanyu, right? You're from the Shan Yuan clan. You think you can force people to buy and sell just because you're from a great clan? You think you can humiliate me? Slap yourself 10 times. Otherwise, I don't mind helping the Shan Yuan clan teach their disciples how to behave. Lin Feng looked at Shan Yuanyu icily. When he said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people were staring at Lin Feng, dumbstruck. Was that guy crazy? How dare he talk to Shan Yuanyu like that? How dare he ask Shan Yuanyu to slap himself? Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a madman. How dare he offend Shan Yuanyu so brazenly? Was he courting death? Good. Someone dares talk to me like that? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Shan Yuanyu was furious. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister expression. He didn't try to hide his coldness at all. Shan Yuanyu waved his hand and said, break his legs. Let him know that there are some people he can't afford to offend. Yes, sir. One of Shan Yuanyu's guards immediately stepped forward. They're going to attack. That brat offended Shan Yuanyu. I'm afraid he's going to die today, many people began to discuss, looking at Lin Feng with pity. Today's matter was caused by Shan Yuanyu's coercion. Everyone naturally felt sympathy for Lin Feng. However, no one dared to meddle in Shan Yuanyu's affairs. Brat, you dare to offend our young master? You really don't know what's good for you. The guard who stepped out had a hideous grin on his face as he threw a punch at Lin Feng. His punch was as fast as lightning and his movements were as fierce as a tiger. His strength had reached the 9th celestial layer. Many people felt the guard's strength and their expressions changed slightly. Many people shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to resist. After all, Lin Feng looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. How could he resist Shan Yuanyu's guard? Humph. At that moment, a cold laugh was heard. Everyone saw that Lin Feng had moved. He was like a shadow, extremely fast. Bang. In an instant, Lin Feng and Shan Yuanyu's guard collided. A silhouette was sent flying. Wah. He coughed up blood in the air. What? How is that possible? Killed in one move. Many people cried out in surprise. All the onlookers were shocked. They looked at the handsome young man in disbelief. Shan Yuanyu's guard. He was an expert of the 9th celestial layer. He hadn't even been able to resist one move. Was that young man really that strong? There was a thump. Shan Yuanyu's guard fell to the ground. He held his broken arm and wailed. Looking at the injured guard, Shan Yuanyu's face became gloomy. As the saying goes, before beating a dog, one has to look at its owner. Lin Feng had injured his guard. Shan Yuanyu's heart became colder. Take him down. Shan Yuanyu said coldly. Yes, young master. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, this time, more than a dozen guards beside Shan Yuanyu moved out and surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed drastically. None of these guards were weak. Although Lin Feng had defeated one of Shan Yuanyu's guards, it was only a one-on-one battle. But now, Lin Feng was about to be surrounded. From the onlooker's point of view, this was destined to be a battle without any suspense. More than a dozen guards quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. Some punched, some palms. They were coming at him ferociously. Lin Feng revealed a cold expression. At that moment, he also moved. Swoosh. Like a bolt of lightning. Like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng moved as fast as a cunning rabbit. He flashed through the crowd. Slap, 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 along with a resounding slap, blood-curdling screams rang out one after another. One figure after another was sent flying backward. They were all Shan Yuanyu's guards. These guards were sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. They couldn't even withstand one move from Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators were shocked by the scene before them. The corners of their mouths twitched violently. Who would have thought that a young man would have such a powerful cultivation? Could he be a genius from Jialan Academy? Someone whispered. Lin Feng was obviously not a disciple of an aristocratic family in Jialan City. The people of Jialan City knew clearly which geniuses were among the disciples of aristocratic families. There was only one explanation. Lin Feng was from Jialan Academy. That was a place where geniuses gathered. Lin Feng walked toward Shan Yuanyu step by step. Shan Yuanyu was under great pressure. Shan Yuanyu was an apprentice of an alchemist who specialized in alchemy. That was why his cultivation wasn't very strong. However, Shan Yuanyu wasn't afraid of Lin Feng, even though the situation wasn't good. He said coldly, "Did you know that my elder brother is Shan Yuanzhan? He's the second-ranked genius of Jialan Academy." Lin Feng naturally knew of Shan Yuanzhan's name. It was said that he was invincible in Jialan Academy. Even some elders were no match for him. Apart from the mysterious first-ranked genius, no one else in Jialan Academy was a match for Shan Yuanzhan. So what? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile that wasn't a smile. "You're a student of Jialan Academy, right? You must apologize to me for what happened today. Otherwise, you can imagine what you'll experience in Jialan Academy." Shan Yuanyu threatened directly. It seemed like he had expected that Lin Feng would choose to submit. He was looking at Lin Feng in a condescending way. Bang! Lin Feng sneered and kicked Shan Yuanyu, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Shan Yuanyu fell to the ground in a sorry state. Lin Feng strode over and stepped on Shan Yuanyu's body. He looked at Shan Yuanyu coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me?" "What?" The onlookers stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be so strong as to send Shan Yuanyu flying with a single kick. Could it be that this fellow was not worried about Shan Yuanzhan in Jialan Academy? "Brat, you." Shan Yuanyu's face darkened. He had never felt so humiliated before as young Fan was stepping on him. Shan Yuanyu had never felt so humiliated in his life. "Take out 15 million taels of silver and I'll give the Shan Yuan clan some face and spare you today," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Shan Yuanyu coldly. Shan Yuanyu wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But he knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Feng. Besides, this little brat didn't seem to have any scruples. Shan Yuanzhan couldn't figure out Lin Feng's background. Shan Yuanyu knew that there were many powerful groups outside of Jialan City. Jialan City was only one of the main cities in Jinwu country. It wasn't ranked very high. The groups in Jialan City weren't ranked very high in Jinwu country. They were just local tyrants. Therefore, Shan Yuanyu decided to give in for the time being and investigate Lin Feng's background before deciding how to deal with Lin Feng. After all, revenge was a dish best served cold. Shan Yuanyu found an excuse to comfort himself. He suppressed his anger and said, "All right, I'll give you the money." Lin Feng withdrew his foot from Shan Yuanyu's body. Shan Yuanyu crawled up from the ground and took out 15 million taels of silver. Before Shan Yuanyu had left, the elders of his family had asked him to buy a large amount of spiritual medicine. But now, he had no choice but to give it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the money and looked at Shan Yuanyu coldly. "You can scram now." Shan Yuanyu's heart was filled with hatred, but he knew that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Yang Kai. He had no choice but to hide his hatred. He quickly walked away and disappeared without a trace. The onlookers also gradually dispersed, but many people were still discussing spiritedly. The battle just now was really brilliant. Who would have thought that Xianxia, the young master of a big clan, would actually suffer such a big loss in that battle? Lin Feng came to the side of the young cultivator who was peddling the black spirit root, took out 5 million taels of silver and handed it to him. Then, Lin Feng kept the black spirit root. How should I address you? The young cultivator was obviously surprised. He did not expect that someone would really spend 5 million taels of silver to purchase a black spirit root. However, he quickly regained his composure. Jialan Academy, Lin Feng. The young cultivator nodded, turned around, and walked away. Little brother, you've been tricked. A black spirit root is worth at most 300,000 taels of silver. It's not worth 5 million taels of silver. That's right, little brother. That guy is obviously trying to extort you. Many people were talking at once. Lin Feng smiled and bid farewell to everyone. How could he not know that a black spirit root was not worth 5 million taels of silver? However, Lin Feng was naturally kind and open-minded. When he saw that the young cultivator was in trouble, he helped him. It could be considered as accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. After that, the days returned to normal. Lin Feng cultivated diligently every day, hoping to break through to the martial master realm. However, it was obvious that breaking through to the martial master realm was not an easy task. There are only 2 more months until the 4 academies tournament. I hope I can break through before then. Lin Feng muttered. The 4 academies tournament was a tournament between the 4 academies of the inner courtyard. It was held once every 3 years. The 4 academies tournament would rank the geniuses of the inner courtyard. Those who were ranked at the top would not only win glory for their respective academies, but they would also receive a lot of rewards. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the monthly benefits they would receive from the academy. For example, Lin Feng could only receive 30 ordinary qi replenishing pills every month. However, those who were ranked at the top could receive the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill. If Lin Feng consumed 1 Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill every day, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill was personally refined by an elder of Jialan Academy. There was a limited supply of it, and it was simply priceless. No matter how rich one was, one could not buy it outside. Therefore, many students cultivated diligently, striving to get a good ranking in the 4 academies tournament that was held once every 3 years. This would affect whether one would use the Qi replenishing pill or the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill to cultivate for the next 3 years. The difference between the two was unimaginable. Heh! Lin Feng did not dare to slack off. With a loud shout, he leaped out and punched out in all directions. He was practicing the crushing fist. After 2 hours, Su Zimo arrived at Lin Feng's place. Junior brother Lin, senior brother Zhang asked me to look for you. He said that senior brother Huishuanli was looking for you. Su Zimo said. Huishuanli? The one who was ranked 7th in the inner courtyard? Lin Feng asked in surprise. That's right, it's him. Su Zimo nodded hurriedly. Lin Feng was a little puzzled. He did not seem to have any relationship with Huishuanli. Huishuanli was more mysterious in the inner courtyard and rarely appeared. Lin Feng had been in the inner courtyard for more than half a year, but he had never seen Huishuanli. As for why Huishuanli was looking for him, Lin Feng was naturally very puzzled. Alright, let's go back and take a look. Lin Feng said and returned to the academy with Su Zimo. In the living room, Zhang Yi was carefully talking to a young cultivator. This person looked to be in his teens and was slightly skinny, with a resolute face. Lin Feng was a little surprised. This person should be Huishuanli, the young cultivator who was peddling black spirit roots a few days ago. Junior brother Lin, it's been a few days since we last met. How have you been? Huishuanli smiled and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Everything is fine. Forgive me for not recognizing you, brother Hua, said Lin Feng. It's been more than a year since I left the academy. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Huishuanli smiled and continued, I'm looking for you today because I have something to discuss with you. Senior brother Hua, junior brother Lin, I remember that Wang Xianming is looking for me today. It's almost time, so I'll go see him. Take your time. Zhang Yi smiled and stood up. Take care, junior brother Zhang. Huishuanli nodded. After Zhang Yi left, Lin Feng asked, May I know why senior brother Hua is here? Junior brother Lin, do you still remember the black spirit root? Huishuanli asked. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. It's the spirit root of the black underworld black flame fruit. I'm sure junior brother Lin knows about it. Huishuanli looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Huishuanli continued, To tell you the truth, I found a Xianming dark flame fruit when I was training outside, but it was protected by a ferocious beast. At that time, the Xianming dark flame fruit hadn't ripened yet. Now, half a year has passed, and I think it should have ripened by now. You and I are brothers, so I would like to invite you to go with us. A matured black underworld black flame fruit? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That was a rare treasure. Lin Feng was convinced that he would be able to break through to the martial master level. Then I'll have to thank you, senior brother Hua, Lin Feng said, suppressing his excitement. Haha, junior brother, there's no need to be so polite with me. We'll leave tomorrow. Get ready, Huishuanli said. Alright, I'll prepare well. Lin Feng nodded. The desolate forest that ran through the entire east region was a place that mortals would not be able to cross in 100 years. The desolate forest was boundless. Ferocious beasts roamed the place and it was filled with danger. If one was not careful, they could die. The Qilin mountain range was located at the border between the desolate forest and the central region. The Qilin mountain range spanned 800 miles. It was a place where ferocious beasts roamed freely and it was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng and Huishuanli arrived at the Qilin mountain range. Along the way, Lin Feng and Huishuanli conversed a lot. From Huishuanli, Lin Feng understood that the ferocious beast guarding the dark underworld black flame fruit was a terrifying existence. It was a red flame Qilin that had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate. This red flame Qilin was the king of beasts within a few thousand miles. No one dared to provoke this red flame Qilin. This time, Lin Feng and Huishuanli had come to steal the dark underworld black flame fruit that was guarded by the red flame Qilin. It was like plucking the hair off a tiger. It was an act of seeking death. However, in order to quickly break through to the martial master realm, Lin Feng decided to take the risk. Roar! Not long after they entered the Qilin mountain range, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Then, a snow-white tiger with many spots on its body jumped out. This tiger was 5 meters tall and 8 meters long. Its body was huge and its eyes were cold. It was filled with intelligence. When it looked at Lin Feng and Huishuanli, its eyes were filled with cruelty. Hanging golden-eyed tiger, Lin Feng was shocked. He had seen the introduction of this tiger in the classic of mountains and seas. The hanging golden eyes tiger was an extremely rare breed of tiger. This type of tiger was huge and had great strength. Most importantly, this type of tiger had gained sentience from the day it was born, just like humans. It could absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate. It was not something that ordinary ferocious beasts could compare to. Roar! The hanging golden eyes tiger roared and pounced towards Lin Feng and Huishuanli. Its huge claws slapped towards the two of them. Haha, junior brother Lin, step back. Let me fight with this hanging golden eyes tiger. Huishuanli laughed. Lin Feng nodded and quickly retreated a dozen meters. On the other hand, Huishuanli went straight for the tiger. Although the difference in size between the two was huge, Huishuanli wasn't afraid at all. He threw a punch at the tiger. Bang! Both sides fiercely collided with each other. Tyrannical shockwaves swept out, causing the earth to shake violently a few times. Huishuanli was indeed worthy of being the 7th ranker of the Jialan Academy's inner courtyard. He was not at a disadvantage when clashing head-on with the golden-eyed tiger. One man and one tiger fought for dozens of rounds. Huishuanli seized the opportunity and jumped onto the golden eyes tiger's body. He rode on the tiger's neck and smashed his fist towards the golden eyes tiger's head, causing it to feel dizzy. The slant-eyed golden-eyed tiger let out a deep roar and suddenly swung its neck, sending Huishuanli flying. Then, it rushed into the forest and disappeared without a trace. Haha, it's so refreshing to have such a great battle. Huishuanli smiled and said. brother, you're so strong. You're so strong. I admire you. Lin Feng said. I started cultivating a few years earlier than you. With your talent, as long as you break through to the martial master realm, you'll be able to catch up. Hu Xuanli said with a smile. Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli continued on their journey. A day later, they arrived at the depths of the Qilin mountain range. Hu Xuanli said, brother, do you see that? That valley in front of us is the nest of the scarlet flame Qilin. The black underworld dark flame fruit grows there. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, 4 figures flew over from afar. Brother Hua, look. Lin Feng pointed at the 4 silhouettes in the distance. Damn, these people all know how to fly. Are they all Yin-Yang cultivators? Hu Xuanli was shocked. Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli hid themselves deep in the forest. They had a premonition that something was going to happen when the 4 strong cultivators arrived. There were 2 men and 2 women among the 4 cultivators. One of them was a knight wearing golden armor and holding a holy sword. He was riding a flying lion. The other was a mysterious person covered in a black robe. The last one was a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white dress. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The last one was a seductive woman wearing a red dress. She looked like a vixen. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the Qilin mountain range. Roar! Following that, a deep roar reverberated through the area. A huge ferocious beast with flames all over its body flew out. The beast was more than 10 meters tall and 20 meters long. Its body seemed to contain a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The scarlet flame Qilin had appeared. Human cultivators, you've overstepped your boundaries. The scarlet flame Qilin looked coldly at the 4 human cultivators floating in the air. The 4 human cultivators were obviously not from the same faction. They stood separately and were wary of each other. The seductive woman giggled and said, Scarlet Flame Qilin, we've met before, haven't we? I remember when you transformed into a human and went out to train. We even explored the hidden treasures at the bottom of the sea. Feng Yarao, that was a long time ago. Don't try to be friends with me. The Scarlet Flame Qilin didn't want to give face to the woman. She narrowed her eyes and a cold light flashed in them. Said the other woman. The Xianming dark flame fruit has matured. We've come here to exchange for a Xianming dark flame fruit with you. Humph, don't even think about it. I won't agree to it, the Scarlet Flame Qilin rejected. Could it be that you want to monopolize this kind of spiritual fruit? The man in golden armor said coldly. I've guarded this treasure for 100 years before it matured. Do you think it'll be so easy for you to get your hands on it? The Scarlet Flame Qilin sneered. The woman in white said, I'll give you enough treasures to exchange for it. You won't suffer a loss. I don't care. Leave now, or don't blame me for being merciless, the Scarlet Flame Qilin said coldly. The black-robed cultivator sneered. Since you don't agree, we'll have to use force. Everyone, why don't we work together to deal with this Scarlet Flame Qilin before going for the dark flame fruits? What do you think? Okay, let's do it. The 4 cultivators agreed. Boom, the next moment, the 4 cultivators charged at the Scarlet Flame Qilin. The Scarlet Flame Qilin roared, since you want to die, I'll send you to the afterlife. Scarlet Flame burns the sky. The Scarlet Flame Qilin roared. Rumbling sounds echoed through the clouds. Endless flames appeared in the sky and burned the earth, surrounding the 4 cultivators. The Scarlet Flame Qilin wanted to use its demonic flames to burn the 4 cultivators to death. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk the battle in the sky was extremely intense. Just the shockwaves from the battle were enough to crush a mountain range. This was a battle between Yin-Yang realm experts. It could be said to be apocalyptic. Experts at this level were like gods to Lin Feng. He could only look up to them. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the forest, witnessed the terrifying battle. 5 extremely terrifying existences could destroy the world with a flick of their fingers. It was truly terrifying. But obviously, the Scarlet Flame Qilin was not easy to deal with. Even if the 4 experts worked together, it would not be easy to take down the Scarlet Flame Qilin in a short period of time. According to the mountain and sea scripture, the Scarlet Flame Qilin was a desolate beast. Its body contained the power of desolation. It could control the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire. During a great battle, the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire could cover thousands of miles and destroy the world. It was naturally not easy to subdue such a beast in a short period of time. In fact, the four experts had indeed encountered trouble when they were attacking the Scarlet Flame Qilin. Because they were surrounded by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire released by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire, if they were not careful, they would be in danger of dying. Lin Feng said, "Senior Brother Hua, now that the four experts are attacking the Scarlet Flame Qilin, it's our chance." Hua Xuanli nodded, "I have the same idea. Let's quietly sneak into the valley, take the Xianming black flame fruits and leave immediately." The two of them reached an agreement and sneaked into the valley. Now that the five experts were fighting in the sky, they had no time to pay attention to the ground below. Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli entered the valley. There was a huge cave in the depths of the valley. It should be the Scarlet Flame Qilin's cave. Outside the cave, there was a fiery red divine tree that was more than a meter tall. It must be the Xianming black flame fruit tree. There were more than 10 fruits on the divine tree. 5 of them were scarlet red, while the rest were as black as ink. Hua Xuanli said, "Brother, do you see that? Those are the Xianming dark flame fruits. Those pitch black fruits are not ripe yet. Don't even touch them, they're extremely poisonous. If you eat them, even a great Luo Golden Immortal won't be able to save you. Those red fruits are ripe, they're not poisonous." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. The two of them sped towards the profound nether dark flame fruits. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Just as they were about to pick the profound nether dark flame fruits, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the cave. With a flash of fire, 2 ferocious beasts rushed out. These were 2 Scarlet Flame Qilin beasts, but clearly, compared to the Scarlet Flame Qilin Beast King in the air, their bodies were much smaller. These 2 Scarlet Flame Qilins were 3 meters taller and 5 meters longer. They should be in their infancy stage. That was because an adult Scarlet Flame Qilin could reach a height of more than 10 meters, and its body length could reach more than 20 meters. It was a colossal creature the size of a mountain. After the 2 red flame Qilins rushed out, they immediately pounced towards Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli. There are actually 2 more. Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli's faces changed as they quickly dodged the Scarlet Flame Qilin's attack. The 2 Scarlet Flame Qilins locked onto Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli respectively. Lin Feng could even see a hint of mockery in the Scarlet Flame Qilin's eyes. This fellow already has its own intelligence? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Roar. The Scarlet Flame Qilin let out a low roar and rushed towards Lin Feng, swiping at him with its claws. Lin Feng dodged a few times, but he soon realized that dodging was not the way to go. He activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill and activated Crushing Blow, sending a punch towards the Scarlet Flame Qilin. Bang! Lin Feng and the Scarlet Flame Qilin collided violently. Instantly, Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering force flowing through his arm and into his body. That force was too terrifying, as if it wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body in an instant. Lin Feng took the Scarlet Flame Qilin's attack and was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. His body slammed heavily into a rock wall, as if his entire body had fallen apart. Damn, this Scarlet Flame Qilin is so powerful? Lin Feng was depressed. It had been a long time since he had suffered such a setback. This was a battle on a completely different level. The Scarlet Flame Qilin roared and pounced towards Lin Feng once again. On the other side, Hua Xuanli and the Scarlet Flame Qilin were engaged in a fierce battle. Hua Xuanli was a martial master cultivator, so he had the upper hand in the battle with the Scarlet Flame Qilin. The Scarlet Flame Qilin was sent flying by Hua Xuanli. This also infuriated the Scarlet Flame Qilin. The Scarlet Flame Qilin opened its bloody mouth and spat out clusters of fireballs towards Hua Xuanli. This was the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire that the Scarlet Flame Qilin race possessed. This demon fire was extremely terrifying. Once it touched the body, it would be difficult to extinguish it. It would burn for 10 days without weakening. Unless a Yin-Yang realm expert had a strong protective aura, he would not be burned to death by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire. For cultivators like Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli, once they were hit by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire, they would be burned alive. Huoxuanli did not dare to take the scarlet flame demon fire head-on, so he could only dodge quickly. Roar! The other scarlet flame Qilin roared and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was trapped in a corner, and the situation was very dangerous. Once the scarlet flame Qilin got close to him, his life would be in danger. Lin Feng was very clear about this. At this critical moment, Lin Feng activated his 3 devouring martial spirits. At the same time, Lin Feng's 3 absorbing spirits started to revolve and a magnetic field started to appear around Lin Feng. This was one of Lin Feng's most powerful techniques. The confining magnetic field enveloped the scarlet flame Qilin. The scarlet flame Qilin was fixed in midair. Lin Feng shouted and sent the scarlet flame Qilin flying with a punch. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly rushed towards the Xianming dark flame fruits and reached out to grab a few ripe fruits. However, the scarlet flame Qilin that was sent flying by Lin Feng had already pounced on him. It opened its mouth and spat out the scarlet flame demon fire. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He grabbed 2 Xianming dark flame fruits and twisted his body in midair. He dodged the scarlet flame demon fire and landed steadily on the ground. I got it. Let's go. Lin Feng shouted. Great! Huoxuanli's eyes lit up. He stopped fighting the scarlet flame Qilin and rushed out with Lin Feng. The 2 scarlet flame Qilins were unwilling to let Lin Feng and Huoxuanli go. They chased after them but could not catch up. Lin Feng and Huoxuanli escaped into the forest and disappeared. One for each of us. Lin Feng gave one to Huoxuanli. Haha, that's great. Our cultivation levels will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Even Huoxuanli, who was usually calm, couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Feng said, let's find a place to refine it. It's better if we go further away. Huoxuanli said. Lin Feng and Huoxuanli quickly left the Qilin mountain range. Even if they wanted to refine the Xianming dark flame fruit in the wild forest, they couldn't do it here. This was the Red Flame Qilin Beast King's territory. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King probably knew everything about this place. Refining it here would be suicidal. However, Lin Feng and Huoxuanli couldn't go back to the college to refine the Xianming dark flame fruit because it had to be refined within 3 days after being picked. Otherwise, its effects would be greatly reduced. Roar! Not long after Lin Feng and Huoxuanli left the Qilin mountain range, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. Endless flames burned the sky and an angry roar resounded through the clouds. Despicable human ants, how dare you steal my Xianming dark flame fruit? You're courting death. Oh no, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King is here. Lin Feng and Huoxuanli's expressions changed drastically. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King must have heard from the other 2 young Red Flame Qilins that Lin Feng and Huoxuanli had stolen 2 Xianming dark flame fruits. It was even angrier than if the Xianming dark flame fruit had been stolen by the 4 strongest cultivators. After all, the 4 strongest cultivators were all top cultivators. If the Xianming dark flame fruit had been stolen by them, it only meant that they weren't strong enough. However, Lin Feng and Huoxuanli were just ants in the eyes of the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. The Fire Unicorn Beast felt humiliated. It had chased after Lin Feng and Huoxuanli for a long time, and finally, it saw Lin Feng and Huoxuanli in the distance. Lin Feng was a tiny human being. Let's split up. Lin Feng said. Be careful. Huoxuanli said solemnly. You too. Lin Feng and Huoxuanli quickly separated and ran in 2 different directions. Not long after, a terrifying aura came from behind Lin Feng. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King had chosen to pursue Lin Feng. This lowly human makes me feel a bloodline power that makes my heart palpitate. Why is that? Could it be that this brat had some kind of great bloodline? I want to eat him. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King was ruthless. These ferocious beasts could devour the blood of cultivators to increase their strength and enhance the power of their bloodline. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King could clearly sense the powerful bloodline in Lin Feng's body. Therefore, it chose to chase after Lin Feng. Damn, this guy is so fast. Lin Feng's face was gloomy as he quickly flew through the forest. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. Lin Feng was running at full speed, but the distance between him and the Red Flame Qilin Beast King was getting shorter and shorter. If this continued, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King would catch up with him. Once the Red Flame Qilin Beast King caught up with him, he would die. No, I have to think of a way to avoid the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. Otherwise, I'll die, thought Lin Feng. After running for a few more miles, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. At this moment, it was very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King would catch up and kill him. However, at this critical moment, a cliff appeared in front of him. Lin Feng looked down and saw a gigantic tree halfway up the cliff. Lin Feng jumped down. Initially, he wanted to hide in that gigantic tree, but he hadn't thought that there would be a cave next to the gigantic tree. That cave was about a meter high and was extremely well hidden. Lin Feng jumped into the cave. When Lin Feng entered the cave, he realized that it was about a dozen square meters in size. It was quite large. Roar! At that moment, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King's roar resounded through the sky. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King was chasing after him. Even if Lin Feng hid in the cave, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to escape. He looked around and moved a rock from the cave to block the entrance. At that moment, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King chased after him. Lin Feng saw the Red Flame Qilin Beast King floating above the cliff, looking for Lin Feng. Lin Feng held his breath, afraid that he would attract the Red Flame Qilin Beast King's attention. Hiding in the cave, Lin Feng didn't move. He was afraid that the Red Flame Qilin Beast King would hear him. Luckily, the cave Lin Feng was hiding in was well hidden and the entrance was blocked by a rock. Otherwise, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King would have found him. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King couldn't find Lin Feng. It roared and flew away, continuing to look for Lin Feng. Phew, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely lucky to have been able to avoid the Red Flame Qilin Beast King's pursuit. He took out the Dark Underworld Black Flame Fruit and smiled. I hope I can use the power of the Dark Underworld Black Flame Fruit to break through to the Martial Master Realm. Lin Feng swallowed the Dark Underworld Black Flame Fruit. All of a sudden, surging waves of energy exploded within his body. This power, like a surging tide, instantly engulfed his entire body. Lin Feng's meridians had almost been destroyed by that monstrous strength. The Dark Underworld Black Flame Fruit was indeed a rare treasure. The energy it contained was unimaginable. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He quickly activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill and devoured the energy in his body. The energy of the Dark Underworld Black Flame Fruit was gradually devoured by Lin Feng. This energy was converted into the Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength and flowed through Lin Feng's body. When he was a martial artist at the 10th heaven, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength in Lin Feng's body flowed like a small stream. However, after refining the Dark Underworld Black Flame Fruit, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength in Lin Feng's body converged into a river. The surging Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength flowed through his limbs and bones. Success or failure depends on this. Lin Feng roared and activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength in his body completely exploded. Lin Feng's body was filled with an earth-shattering energy. That energy was flowing through Lin Feng's body at an incredible speed. It circulated for a total of 49 major circulations. Boom! A terrifying energy exploded in Lin Feng's body. Roar! An ancient world appeared behind Lin Feng. An Archean Dragonesque elephant stood on the ground with its head facing the sky. It roared to the sky, shaking the heavens. The Martial Master Realm. It's finally done. Lin Feng opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. He waved his right hand in the air and a burst of true qi shot out. Puff! The true qi was like a sword, piercing through a rock more than 10 meters away. The release of true qi was a sign of the Martial Master Realm. Bang! 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 In the forest, a terrifying shockwave swept through the world. 3 powerhouses floated in the air as they fought fiercely. An enchanting woman in red and a black-robed man were attacking a white-robed woman. Why are the 3 of them fighting? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter as he watched the battle. He hid in the dark and observed. These 3 people were really powerful. Every move they made had the power to destroy the world. The three people fighting were none other than three of the four powerhouses that Lin Feng had met before. Back then, the three of them had joined forces to attack the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. Now, they were killing each other. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal alliance, only eternal benefits. A battle between powerhouses of this level had to have a motive. Boom! The black-robed man stretched out his right hand and uprooted a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. This technique was like the work of the gods. As expected of a yin-yang realm powerhouse, he had the power to destroy the world with a flick of his finger. The black-robed man grabbed the 10,000-meter-tall mountain and threw it at the white-robed woman. The void seemed to collapse from the impact. The white-robed woman swung her sword to block the attack and shattered the mountain. But at this moment, the red-robed woman rushed forward and stabbed the white-robed woman with her sharp weapon. Although the white-robed woman's reaction was fast enough, her abdomen was still torn open, and blood immediately gushed out. The white-robed woman swung her sword and repelled the red-robed woman. Then, she quickly flew into the distance. After her, we can't let her escape. The red-robed woman and the black-robed man quickly chased after her. In the blink of an eye, the three powerhouses had disappeared without a trace. What a powerful powerhouse! He could uproot a 10,000-meter-tall mountain with a flick of his finger. Is this a yin-yang realm powerhouse? Lin Feng felt his blood boiling and surging with excitement. This was a cultivator. This was a great powerhouse. Flying in the sky and hiding in the ground, covering the sky with a flick of his finger. This kind of realm was really something to look forward to. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He was filled with fighting spirit. He believed that one day, he would cultivate to this level. Lin Feng continued flying outside. At noon, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. Crash, not long after, heavy rain poured down. The dense curtain of rain made it impossible to see what was happening a few meters away. As the torrential rain fell, Lin Feng found a dry cave to take shelter from the rain. Suddenly, he saw a woman in white lying in the distance. Her body was already half buried by the rain. Lin Feng was shocked and hurriedly ran over. He came to the white-clothed woman's side and picked her up. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a beautiful face at such a close distance. It was a face so exquisite that it was breathtaking. However, her beautiful face was now as pale as a sheet of paper. It's her, Lin Feng was shocked. This was the woman who was besieged by the red-clothed woman and the black-robed man. His injuries were so severe that he fainted in the forest. Fortunately, she was discovered by him. Otherwise, she would have died. Lin Feng picked up the woman and quickly left. In a cave, Lin Feng started a bonfire. He placed the woman on the ground and touched her forehead. It was boiling hot. She was cut by a sharp blade. Her body is boiling and her fever is not subsiding. It's probably caused by the wound. This is troublesome. She won't lose her life because of this, right? Lin Feng looked at the woman and frowned slightly. It would be a pity for such a peerless beauty to die in such a place. I, Lin Feng, may not be a gentleman, but I'm not an evil person either. Everything I do is to save your life. Lin Feng muttered and reached out to take off the woman's clothes. Her injuries had to be treated quickly. She couldn't stay in the cold any longer. Her wet clothes had to be changed into dry ones. Lin Feng took off her clothes one by one. In the end, only her undergarments were left. Lin Feng could even see her full breasts, but Lin Feng had no intention of profaning her. His attention was quickly drawn to the wound below her chest. It was very deep, reaching her ribs. Even though so much time had passed, blood was still seeping out. An ordinary person would have died from such an attack, but this woman was extremely strong. Even though she had suffered such a severe injury, her body was extremely strong, and she had managed to survive until now. Lin Feng took off her undergarments, but at that moment, the woman woke up. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was anxious, angry, and embarrassed. She thought that Lin Feng was going to do something outrageous to her. After all, her clothes were all gone, and only her undergarments were left. In an era where women were very conservative, such a thing was unthinkable. Perhaps she would only do that to her husband. You evil thief, I'll kill you. The woman raised her hand and slapped Lin Feng. But her hand was weak and powerless. Lin Feng grabbed it and stopped it. Don't move, I don't have any evil intentions, I just want to save you, said Lin Feng. I don't need you to save me. The woman bit her red lips. At that moment, she was almost naked in front of Lin Feng's eyes. She was incomparably ashamed and angry, and she fainted again. Lin Feng took out some medicine and treated the woman's wound. He then bandaged it, took out his clothes, and helped her change into them. Night gradually fell, and the woman's scalding body temperature gradually returned to normal. She slowly opened her eyes, endured the pain, and hurriedly checked her body. She felt relieved when she didn't find anything strange, but when she thought about how her body had been completely seen by this man, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to die. You're finally awake. Lin Feng saw that she had woken up and let out a long breath. Seeing the woman's beautiful eyes coldly looking at him, Lin Feng said, I didn't mean to offend you before, I just wanted to save you. Don't worry, when you were unconscious, I didn't do anything to you that I shouldn't have done. Lu Piaxue naturally knew what Lin Feng meant by shouldn't have done. Her beautiful face blushed, and the coldness in her eyes became much gentler. It's a special situation, I don't blame you. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Piaxue's voice was weak. That night, Lu Piaxue was very weak. She fainted several times and woke up several times. Ice Blade, combined with the 13 glacial strikes, the ice chi has injured my internal organs. Help me find 3 kinds of young medicinal herbs. I want to use them to dissolve the ice chi in my body. Lu Piaxue said weakly. She took out a map with 3 kinds of medicinal herbs and a detailed description. Then, she fainted again. Lin Feng knew that Lu Piaxue's injuries weren't just external. The fatal thing was the ice chi that she had mentioned. It had injured her internal organs, which was very fatal. If he couldn't dissolve the ice chi in her body, Lu Piaxue's life would be in danger. Lin Feng braved the rain and left. In a daze, Lu Piaxue looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. Warmth flowed in her heart. Lin Feng was in the forest looking for the things that Lu Piaxue had mentioned. It wasn't until the afternoon that he found the 3 kinds of young medicinal herbs. Lu Piaxue had listed them according to her injuries and the situation in the forest. She must have seen them before in the forest, which was why she had asked Lin Feng to look for them. Lin Feng quickly returned. On the way back, Lin Feng saw a woman in red clothes in the distance. That woman in red had an enchanting figure. Her graceful and exquisite body was simply the most perfect body. It made men's blood boil. She had a charming and seductive face. She was seductive and seductive like a fox spirit. The woman in red was extremely alluring. She was definitely a beauty who could bring calamity to a country. However, when Lin Feng saw her, he quickly turned around and left in another direction. She was a terrifying woman. Lu Piaxue had been injured by her. Whoosh! The woman quickly flew over and blocked Lin Feng's path. Although it was raining heavily, Feng Yarao was surrounded by a layer of earth energy. The rain couldn't touch her body at all. Why are you leaving so quickly after seeing me? Little brother, am I not beautiful? Feng Yarao's seductive voice could be heard. It was a voice that could make a man's bones go soft. Lin Feng had always been on guard. He was afraid that he would fall into this woman's trap. However, he knew that he had to act calm at this time. Otherwise, if this woman noticed something strange, he would be in big trouble. It's raining heavily in the forest, and I suddenly saw such a beautiful woman like Big Sister. I thought you were a fox spirit in disguise. I've read the classic of mountains and seas, and it says that there are fox spirits who cultivate their Tao and transform into beautiful women in the rain. They often appear in front of people to gain sympathy and then take people's lives. I'm alone in this wild forest, and I'm afraid. I hope Big Sister won't blame me. Please don't blame me, Lin Feng said. He, I didn't expect you to be a bookworm. Most of the ghost legends recorded in the classic of mountains and seas are fabricated. Don't believe them so easily. Besides, do you think a fox spirit is as beautiful as me? Feng Yarao twisted her body slightly. Her body emitted an alluring fragrance. One had to admit that this woman was a femme fatale who could bring calamity to a country. I've never seen a fox spirit before, but it's my first time seeing a woman as beautiful as you. I'm sure that even the fairies in the ninth heaven can't be as beautiful as you. Lin Feng said. What a sweet mouth. Feng Yarao smiled. Which woman didn't like to hear such flattery? Peerless beauties liked it even more. Feng Yarao wasn't just a peerless beauty, she was also a peerless powerhouse. However, she was also a woman. As long as she was a woman, she would care about her appearance. I'm telling the truth. Lin Feng said with a smile. Feng Yarao narrowed her pair of charming red phoenix eyes and looked at Lin Feng, then intentionally or unintentionally asked, why are you running around in the mountain forest in this heavy rain? Are you looking for something? Lin Feng shivered in his heart, he feels that Feng Yarao might be suspicious of him. That seemingly casual question was filled with deep meaning. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. If Feng Yarao really found out that he was saving Lu Piaxue, he would definitely die. She would definitely not let him off. This kind of peerless powerhouse, no matter how kind they looked on the surface, once they were angered, they would definitely not have a good ending. Especially an existence like Feng Yarao. If she wanted to do it, she could easily destroy Zhenwu country. Originally, I was hiding in a cave to avoid the rain, but I was attacked by a fierce beast. I ran out and looked for a new place to hide from the rain. Lin Feng said. Really? Feng Yarao narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Lying to a peerless powerhouse like Feng Yarao wasn't something an ordinary person could do. However, Lin Feng knew that he had to stay calm. He had to stay calm. He couldn't panic. Because once Feng Yarao saw through the flaw, with the ability of this kind of peerless expert, wanting to find out his secret would be as easy as blowing off dust. This mountain forest is indeed very dangerous. Your cultivation is still a bit lacking in this place. Feng Yarao said. I overestimated myself. When the rain started falling, I planned to leave. Lin Feng said. Where are you from? Feng Yarao asked. I'm a student of Zhenwu country's Jialan city's Jialan Academy, Lin Feng said. Zhenwu country's people? Your Zhenwu country's emperor is called Long Tianyu, right? A few years ago, he followed the Zhenwu country's old ancestor here to pay respects to sister. However, they overestimated themselves. How could a tiny mundane country's monarch and protector be qualified to meet sister? Feng Yarao said with a smile. She didn't put Zhenwu country in her eyes at all. This was the grace of a peerless powerhouse. In their eyes, a mundane country like Zhenwu country was indeed not worthy of their attention. Lin Feng said. Sister, are you an immortal? Even the monarch and protector of a country can't meet you? Today, I'm able to meet sister here. Is it because I did good deeds in my previous life? Did I have such a great destiny in this life? He, you really know how to talk. Although I know you're flattering me, I like it very much. Feng Yarao said with a smile. I also like sister like you. I will work hard to cultivate. In the future, I will definitely marry a beauty like you. Lin Feng said. What do you want to say? Do you want to marry me? Feng Yarao looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. I want to marry fairy sister. I believe that in the future, I will definitely have the ability to do so. Little guy, you've got guts. You dare to talk nonsense in front of me? Feng Yarao seemed a bit angry. She took a step forward, and Lin Feng immediately felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. That pressure was about to crush his body. Who do you think you are? You dare to be impudent in front of me? Feng Yarao narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng coldly. When I first saw you, I admired you. Do you want to kill someone who admires you? If you want to kill me, I won't regret it because I told myself that what I said just now was the truth. I will definitely marry fairy sister. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and said. Feng Yarao humped coldly and blushed. She dispersed her chi and looked at Lin Feng icily. Don't daydream. With your cultivation level, it'll take you hundreds of years to reach the yin-yang layer. You're far from being able to marry me. Lin Feng frowned. How about we make a bet then? Lin Feng said. What bet? Feng Yarao asked. I bet that I can reach the yin-yang boundary within 10 years. Lin Feng said. 10 years? Feng Yarao humped coldly and said, do you think you're the reincarnation of a god? If I succeed, I will definitely go and ask for your hand in marriage. Lin Feng said. He, alright, I'll wait for you, Feng Yarao said with a smile. She turned around and walked away. Her swaying back view really gave people the urge to commit a crime. Fairy sister, what's your name? Lin Feng asked. Feng Yarao. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yarao soared into the sky and disappeared. Phew. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Yarao had finally left. Just now, he was covered in cold sweat. Rumor has it that all yin-yang experts know how to search souls. Luckily, I was smart enough to distract her. Otherwise, she would have used the soul-searching technique on me. Wouldn't I be dead? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, when he thought of Feng Yarao's peerless figure and devastatingly beautiful face, Lin Feng's heart palpitated. No man could resist such a woman. How interesting. Wu Yan actually made a bet with a femme fatale like Feng Yarao. 10 years. Within 10 years, I'll definitely become a yin-yang expert. At that time, I'll definitely go and find Feng Yarao. I'll definitely take her as my woman. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Feng Yarao was definitely a woman who could arouse a man's most primal desires. Lin Feng was no exception. He was tempted by Feng Yarao. He really wanted to experience what it felt like to have a femme fatale like her. A man should be happy to repay kindness and revenge. He should also sleep with the most beautiful woman. Feng Yarao was such a woman. Lin Feng quickly returned to the cave. Lu Piaomiao was still sleeping. Lu Piaomiao was also a peerless beauty. She was completely different from Feng Yarao. Feng Yarao was as charming as a vixen. On the other hand, Lu Piaomiao was as pure and holy as a fairy from the ninth heaven. They were two completely different types of women. However, both of them could be said to be peerless beauties. If possible, Lin Feng even wanted to take both Lu Piaomiao and Feng Yarao as his women. One dragon having two phoenixes was definitely a supreme pleasure. However, Lin Feng knew that he could only fantasize about it for now. Lin Feng took out a jar and filled it with water. Then, he put the ingredients he had found into the jar according to the ratio and placed it over the bonfire to cook. You're back, Lu Piaomiao looked at Lin Feng with a warm gaze. Yes, I found everything. It's cooking now. We should be able to drink it soon, said Lin Feng. Did you encounter any danger? Lu Piaomiao asked with concern. I met Feng Yarao. Lin Feng said. Lu Piaomiao's expression changed slightly. How did you meet her? How did you escape? On the way back, we met by chance. I heard that experts at your level knew how to search souls, so I kept praising her beauty. She seemed to enjoy it, and in the end, she forgot to search my soul and left. Lin Feng said with lingering fear. You have a lot of ideas, but Feng Yarao is indeed a vain woman. Lu Piaomiao curled her lips and seemed to disdain Feng Yarao. But clearly, between women, especially between enemies, they naturally liked to belittle each other. It was absolutely impossible for Lu Piaomiao to praise Feng Yao. By the way, what's your name? Lin Feng asked. My name is. Lu Piaomiao's eyes flashed and she said, Louis. Louis? Lin Feng tried his best to recall that name. He had heard of some strong cultivators of the yin-yang layer in the East Province, but he had never heard of Louis. But there was a woman whose surname was also Lu, but her name was Lu Piaomiao, not Louis. Of course, in this world, there were many strong cultivators. How many strong cultivators had he heard of? Lu Piaomiao didn't want to talk about that topic, so she said, your clothes are soaked. Take them off and change into dry clothes. When she finished talking, she blushed and closed her eyes. Lin Feng was changing his clothes. Of course, she didn't look at him. He looked really beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but compare Lu Piaomiao with Feng Yarao. He realized that both of them were peerless beauties, but they each had their own merits. Lin Feng quickly changed his clothes, and the medicine was ready. Lin Feng poured a bowl of medicine for Lu Piamiao. Lu Piamiao drank it, and her complexion became much rosier. The spiritual herbs used to brew the medicine were all items of extreme yang, and they could expel the cold energy in her body. Once the cold energy in her body was expelled, Lu Piamiao's injuries would gradually heal. Don't suffer from the cold, drink a bowl too, Lu Piamiao said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and poured a bowl. After drinking it, he immediately felt a wave of heat rising in his body. Have a good rest, Lin Feng said. Lu Piamiao nodded and leaned against the rock to rest. Lin Feng sat cross-legged at the side, circulating the ancient dragonesque elephant art and silently cultivating. 3 days later, Lu Piamiao recovered. When Lin Feng woke up this morning, Lu Piamiao was already gone. She left without saying goodbye. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The beauty was gone, but the fragrance was still there. Lu Piamiao left without saying goodbye. Was it because she felt that? He and she were not from the same world. Lin Feng frowned, but he didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. In the distance, Lu Piamiao looked over. Seeing Lin Feng leave, she felt a little sad. She was used to seeing scheming, but these few days, Lin Feng's meticulous care made Lu Piamiao feel a trace of warmth. This trace of warmth caused Lu Piamiao's calm heart to ripple. However, Lu Piamiao knew that she could not continue to stay here. This was because she had been engaged to the young master of an ancient power that even the Heaven's sacred city could not contend against since she was young. Although she was strongly against this matter, her strength was too insignificant compared to such a huge power. She was destined to accept the arrangements of her family. Otherwise, the entire family would be implicated. If he really had some emotional entanglements with Lin Feng, then Lin Feng would only have a dead end. Sigh. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard echoing through the forest. Occasionally, powerful beasts could be seen roaming through the forest. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already reached the outer region. Although it was still very dangerous, there were no longer any beasts at the level of the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. This trip to the desolate forest with Huashuanli had been extremely dangerous, but the rewards were great. Lin Feng had already broken through to the martial master realm. Since joining the inner academy, Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In less than a year, he had broken through to the martial master realm. One had to know that Lin Feng was not even 16 years old yet. His talent was astonishing. Next, he had to prepare for the triennial Great Competition of the 4 academies. The Great Competition of the 4 academies was very important in Jialan Academy. Lin Feng also wanted to do well at the Great Competition of the 4 universities. When he passed by a valley, a dense number of arrows shot out from the valley, aiming at Lin Feng. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated and dodged the arrows. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? Lin Feng shouted coldly. Little bastard, today is the day you die. A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. Then, more than 10 cultivators rushed out of the forest. The leader was Song Songhai. Back then, he had killed Bai Yifei and Song Songhai. Lin Feng had never thought that Song Songhai, a deacon of Jialan Academy, would dare to attack him in the desolate forest. Apart from Song Songhai, there were more than 10 experts with him. They were all guards of the Song family and were very strong. They had obviously come prepared. Lin Feng looked coldly at Song Songhai and said, Song Songhai, you dare to attack a student of Jialan Academy? If the academy finds out, you won't be able to escape death. Song Songhai said disdainfully, this desolate forest is full of beasts. If you die here, who will know that it was me? Who knows, maybe you were killed by a powerful beast. Do you think you've got me? Lin Feng's lips curled into a sneer. Back then, when he killed Bai Yifei, he was only at the 6th firmament of warrior and was not a match for Song Songhai. But now, Lin Feng had broken through to the martial master realm. Therefore, in this battle, Lin Feng was not the least bit afraid. Song Songhai sneered at Lin Feng. Do you really think you can escape? Did I say I was going to escape? I think that this place will be the place where you will die. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a dense killing intent. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Song Songhai's face was filled with murderous intent. You overestimate yourself. You're really courting death. Attack. Kill him. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, 4 guards immediately rushed out and surrounded Lin Feng. This time, Song Songhai had brought the Bai family's men of sacrifice. These people were all at the 10th firmament of warrior and were already very powerful. The 4 men of sacrifice surrounded Lin Feng. Some of them were holding swords, while others were holding sabers. The cold air was oppressive as they directly slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Facing the 4 men of sacrifice, he also moved. Lin Feng held his long sword and suddenly pulled it out. The sword light soared into the sky and shot out in all directions. The divine sun rose into the sky. It illuminated the heavens. Lin Feng used the scorching sun swordsmanship. The power of this swordsmanship was needless to say. Everyone felt that the dazzling light was so dazzling that they could not open their eyes. The 4 men of sacrifice felt a pain in their necks. In the next moment, they lost consciousness and fell to the ground, dead. What? When Song Songhai saw this scene, he was full of disbelief. These were 4 experts at the 10th firmament of warrior. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng had killed them so easily. This made Song Songhai angry and distressed. Even for a big family like the Bai family, it required a huge price to cultivate a man of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior. Song Songhai was naturally distressed that Lin Feng had killed 4 men of sacrifice at once. All of you, attack. I want his life. Song Songhai shouted coldly. There were still 10 men of sacrifice besides Song Songhai. At this moment, all of them moved out and surrounded Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had not broken through, he would have encountered a lot of trouble dealing with 10 experts at the 10th firmament of warrior. But now, Lin Feng had broken through to the martial master realm. His strength had reached an astonishing 1,280,000 gene of strength. When Lin Feng's 3 devouring martial souls were activated, his strength could reach up to 3.84 million gene. These men of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior only had a strength of 100,000 gene. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were considered experts. But in Lin Feng's eyes, they were too weak. Swish. Lin Feng moved and rushed into the crowd. His speed was too fast. He was so fast that the men of sacrifice could not react in time. An afterimage flew through the crowd. Puff, with a tearing sound, the 10 men of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior fell to the ground and died. They could not even touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. This is impossible. Song Songhai roared in disbelief. 10 men of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior, but they were killed by Lin Feng in seconds. Even Song Songhai felt that he might not be able to do it. Lin Feng held his blood-dripping battle sword and looked at Song Songhai coldly. Did you think that you would die under my sword one day? Kid, I have indeed underestimated you. But do you think that you can defeat me? What a joke. I am at the 3rd firmament of martial master. My strength has reached 4 million gene. So what if you have broken through to the martial master realm? In my eyes, you are still as weak as an ant. Song Songhai sneered. A light flashed in his hand and a blood-red long blade appeared. Song Songhai's frenzied blade cut was a very famous martial technique in Jialan Academy. Brat, to die under my blade, your death is not unjust. Song Songhai sneered. He held his blood-red long blade and used the frenzied blade cut to kill Lin Feng. The blade light was heavy and cold. It was as if it could split a 10,000-meter tall mountain in half. Is the 3rd firmament of martial master very strong? Lin Feng sneered, holding his battle sword. Whoosh. Lin Feng also moved. Scorching sun sword technique, scorching sun in the sky, divine sword unsheathed, the dazzling sun floated behind Lin Feng, illuminating the earth with its dazzling light. Clang. Lin Feng and Song Songhai fiercely collided with a sonorous sound. After the collision, the two separated. Whoosh. Lin Feng sheathed his battle sword in the scabbard on his back. How could this be? Song Songhai looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Pooh, a sword mark appeared on Song Songhai's neck. Then, blood spurted out. Song Songhai fell to the ground and breathed his last. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of Lin Feng. Jialan Academy was bustling with activity because the Four Academies tournament was approaching. Every time the tournament was held, Jialan Academy would be at its busiest. In the courtyard outside the scripture pavilion, Lin Feng was sparring with Elder Xianxia. Although it was called a sparring session, it was actually Elder Xianxia giving Lin Feng pointers. Beside them, the strange bird shouted, "Fatso is going to lose. Fatso is going to lose." Elder Xianxia was so angry that his eyes widened. After the battle, Lin Feng sheathed his sword and said, "Thank you for your pointers, Elder. Haha, you don't need to be so polite. Besides, I didn't give you any pointers. Your understanding of the scorching sun sword technique is beyond my imagination." Elder Tianxian smiled. Lin Feng said modestly, "You've corrected many of my mistakes. I'll be able to avoid many detours in my cultivation." Elder Tianxian smiled and said, "The Four Academies tournament is coming soon. You should know that with your talent, it would be a pity if you didn't learn a support skill. Do you have any plans for that?" There were many support skills, such as equipment forging, alchemy, and so on. Of course, there was also the formation of a spirit array master. The most difficult part was becoming a formation master, which required one to have an extremely strict soul power. Next was becoming an alchemist. Lin Feng said, "Vice Principal Gong Yanming told me that when the principal returns, he'll put in a good word for me in hopes that I'll be able to learn formations under him. That old bastard has a very strange temper. He should be back soon. When he comes back, I'll tell him about this matter." Elder Tianxian said. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder." Lin Feng hurriedly thanked Elder Tianxian. Lin Feng stayed at Elder Tianxian's place until nightfall. He was very lucky to be able to join Changhe branch. The students here were harmonious, and there were a few seniors who cared about him. After returning to his residence, Zhang Qi went to Lin Feng's room and said, "Junior brother, senior sister Xiao sent someone to look for you, but they couldn't find you, so they went back. They said that senior sister Xiao will be waiting for you." Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll go to senior sister Xiao and see what's going on." Lin Feng went to Xiao Yufei's place. Gongsun Changge was there as well. "Brother, the great competition of the Four Academies is in half a month. It's your first time participating in it, so I called you here to tell you about the rules," said Lin Feng. Gongsun Changge said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Please tell me, senior brother." Currently, there are less than 3,000 people in total. Our Changhe branch has the least number of people, only 500. Among them, only senior sister Xiao and I are ranked in the top 20. There are 9 people in total who are ranked in the top 100. According to the rules of the Four Academies, the top 100 are seeded students. If the students below the top 100 have the confidence to challenge the top 100 students, they can challenge them. If they win, they'll be ranked in the top 100, but if they lose, they'll lose the right to participate in the great competition of the Four Academies. Lin Feng said, "That's a very harsh condition." Xiao Yufei said, "The academy is mainly considering if some students who aren't strong enough can challenge the top 100 students of the inner courtyard. It's okay to delay, but if the top 100 students of the inner courtyard don't hold back, they can easily injure the challengers. After all, swords have no eyes." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Gongsun Zhangge continued, "Of course, the top 100 seed students can also challenge each other. As long as the other side agrees, they can fight. The first part of the exam is to challenge the top 100 seed students. After the challenge part, there will be a normal ranking battle. This kind of battle will be decided by drawing lots. The winner will advance to the next round. The more they win, the more points they will get. Then, they will be ranked according to their final points." "That's interesting. Every time the great competition of the Four Academies takes place, many students challenge the top 100 seeded students, right?" asked Lin Feng. "That's right. Every year, some people challenge the top 100 seeded students, but the success rate isn't very high," Gongsun Changge said. This was quite understandable, because the top 100 students were already strong enough. In addition, the benefits of the top 100 students in the inner yard were the great strength latent dragon pill, while the benefits of the students below the top 100 were the chi replenishing pill, which couldn't be compared to the great strength latent dragon pill at all. The students who used the great strength latent dragon pill to cultivate naturally improved their strength faster, and in this way, the top 100 students would become stronger and stronger. Of course, there was no lack of geniuses who overtook the top 100 students and successfully pushed them out of the top 100. However, there were only a few of them. Xianxia said, "With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to push out one of the top 100 students. Therefore, when the great competition of the 4 academies begins, you can participate in the challenge and defeat one of the top 100 students. This way, you won't have to draw lots later." "All right." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll defeat one of the students." Lin Feng said casually. For him, this wasn't a difficult task because there were only 72 martial masters in Jialan Academy. Including Lin Feng, there were 73 students. If Lin Feng wanted to enter the top 100, it would be very easy for him. Xiaoyufei and Gongsun Changge didn't have any objections. Lin Feng left Xiaoyufei's place and spent half a month in seclusion cultivating. Lin Feng didn't just practice swordsmanship, he also studied the forbidden theurgy, the great covering the sky hand. On the night before the great competition of the 4 academies, Lin Feng suddenly felt a strong calling coming from the West Mountain. "It's the 9 Emperor Avatar." Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He had cultivated the 9 Emperor Avatar in the West Mountain. He had originally thought that it would only take 3 or 4 months for the 9 Emperor Avatar to take shape. He hadn't thought that it would take longer than he had expected. Now that half a year had passed, the 9 Emperor Avatar had finally started to move. Lin Feng took advantage of the darkness and went to the West Mountain. This was the burial ground of the Jialan Academy's ancestors. A cold wind blew and a baleful qi filled the air. At night, no one came to this place. Lin Feng quickly went to the depths of the West Mountain. He could feel the strong calling coming from the West Mountain. "Master, Master," when Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the West Mountain, the calling became even more intense. In the depths of the West Mountain, demonic qi surged. Within the demonic qi, there were 9 terrifying existences. Each of the figures emitted an ancient qi. It was as if the qi had come from ancient times. The entire West Mountain was enveloped in that ancient and terrifying qi. The West Mountain was the place with the densest qi. For thousands of years, countless experts had been buried here. Now, the avatar of the 9 emperors that was hidden in the black fog was madly absorbing the yin qi. Endless baleful yin qi gathered and formed a huge vortex above West Mountain. A terrifying suction force surged out and the baleful yin qi that filled the sky poured into the body of the 9 emperors' avatar. The avatar of the 9 emperors belonged to the demonic path's method of refining avatars. It was not tolerated by the righteous path. The avatars that were refined usually had evil attributes. According to rumors, the demonic path's method of refining avatars could easily allow the avatar to control the original body, causing the original body to become the avatar's slave. In the end, the original body would turn into an evil spirit. This was also the reason why the demonic path's method of refining avatars was not tolerated by the righteous path. Lin Feng naturally knew that refining the avatar of the 9 emperors was a huge risk. However, he believed that he could definitely suppress the avatar of the 9 emperors with his own strength. Finally, Lin Feng saw the 9 avatars in the black fog. The first avatar was a golden-winged rock with a pair of wings. With a flap of its wings, it could fly 108,000 miles. The second avatar was a spiritual creature formed by a combination of a turtle and a snake. It was called the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise was a legendary sacred beast. It had the longest lifespan and the strongest defensive power in the world. The third avatar was the size of a cow with a tiger-like appearance. It had the fur of a hedgehog and wings. It was the primordial fierce beast, Xianxia. It was rumored to be one of the 4 great primordial fierce beasts. It was ferocious and fed on gods. The fourth avatar had the body of a snake and the head of a human. It had 3 eyes. It was the heavenly demonic snake. It was rumored that the third eye of the heavenly demonic snake could see through the world of yin and yang and see through all illusions. The fifth avatar was a white tiger. The white tiger was also a sacred beast that specialized in killing. The sixth existence was a qilin. It was covered in scales and had a pair of wings. It was known as the Tao Tai. It was rumored that the Tao Tai could swallow a star when it opened its mouth. The seventh existence was a void divine beast. It shuttled through the void. It had the ability to enter the boundless starry sky world. The eighth existence was shaped like a human, but it had 18 pairs of wings. It was rumored that this was the Angel of Light, and it possessed supreme and mysterious power. The ninth clone was a phoenix that had been reborn from the flames. It was said that phoenixes were immortal and possessed the body of a phoenix. They could transform into an immortal body. Right now, the 9 clones were rapidly condensing and growing. The 9 avatars all possessed unimaginable abilities. It was recorded in the 9 sovereigns diagram that the power of the 9 sovereigns was extremely terrifying. They could recover part of the power of the 9 great sage emperors. The great Ping divine bird spread its wings and soared into the sky. With a flap of its wings, it could fly 108,000 miles. The black tortoise sacred beast had a long lifespan and possessed the strongest defensive power. Cultivating the black tortoise avatar could not only increase one's lifespan, but it could also cultivate the strongest defensive power. The 4 ancient vicious Xianxias had mastered the Xianxia treasure technique. It was rumored that this was a secret technique that could slay gods in ancient times. By cultivating the Xianxia avatar, one could comprehend this supreme secret technique. The 4th clone was the celestial eye demon snake avatar. It could cultivate the celestial eye and see through the world of yin and yang. It could see through reality and illusion. The 5th doppelganger, the white tiger doppelganger. The white tiger was in charge of killing. Once the white tiger doppelganger was activated, it could activate the world of massacre. It was said that anyone who was trapped in the world of massacre would be restrained by the world of massacre, and their fighting strength would be greatly reduced. As for the person who activated the world of massacre, their fighting strength would be greatly increased in the world of massacre. If it was used in a battle of life and death, it would have the effect of reversing the situation. The 6th clone was the Tao Tai avatar. It was rumored that the Tao Tai was the son of a dragon. The dragon had 9 sons, but the 9 sons were different. The Tao Tai was proficient in devouring. Once the Tao Tai avatar was activated, no matter what Lin Feng devoured, it could be transformed into his own power. The 7th clone was the Void Beast avatar. Once the Void Beast avatar was activated, Lin Feng could even leave the Sky Martial continent and enter the legendary Starry Sky world to travel through the Starry Sky. The 8th clone was the Radiant Angel avatar. It was rumored that the Radiant Angel was a deity who controlled the power of judgment. Once the Radiant Angel avatar was activated, Lin Feng would control the supreme power of judgment. The 9th clone was the Phoenix avatar. The Phoenix had an undying body. If Lin Feng controlled the Phoenix avatar, he would have an undying body. These were the 9 Emperor avatars. Each of the avatars could bring Lin Feng incomparable power. The 9 Emperor avatars were heaven-defying. Of course, after refining the 9 Emperor avatars, it was not easy to open all of them. Lin Feng needed to find the 9 Emperor soul fragments. Only by devouring these soul fragments could he open the 9 Emperor avatars. If Lin Feng opened the Golden-Winged Rock avatar, he would have the same speed as the Golden-Winged Rock. If Lin Feng opened the Phoenix avatar, he would have an undying body. Any ability could be said to be heaven-defying. Of course, the successful refinement of the 9 Emperor avatars was only the first step. Next, finding the 9 Emperor soul fragments was the most important thing. Lin Feng had to find the pieces of the 9 Emperor's soul, and then he would be able to use the 9 Emperor's clones. Rumble, that terrifying aura permeated the area as boundless baleful yin qi gathered together. Such a vast aura was naturally incomparably shocking. What's happening? Many of the upper echelons of the academy were alarmed. Even the old ancestor who was cultivating in seclusion was alarmed. It's the West Mountain. Let's go take a look. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one figure after another shot toward the West Mountain. Boom. All the baleful yin qi was devoured by the 9 Emperor avatars. The 9 Emperor avatars were successfully refined. They stepped out of the billowing demonic fog. The entire West Mountain seemed to be trembling at this moment. Haha, the ancient 9 Emperor avatar has finally been successfully refined. Lin Feng laughed. Come back. He established a connection with the 9 Emperor avatars. Upon receiving Lin Feng's command, the 9 Emperor avatars turned into 9 demonic lights and flew into Lin Feng's dantian. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the West Mountain. Which scoundrel dares to stir up trouble in my Jialan Academy? A low roar rang out. A terrifying aura filled the sky. Powerhouses from Jialan Academy quickly flew over. There was more than one of them. Obviously, the huge commotion in the West Mountain had attracted the attention of Jialan Academy's powerhouses. They might have thought that a demonic master had infiltrated the West Mountain. Only a demonic cultivator would be interested in the burial grounds of corpses. Phew. Lin Feng ran out of the West Mountain. He let out a long sigh. If he had been stopped by the Jialan Academy's powerhouses, his refining of the 9 Emperor avatars would have been exposed. Anyone who refined avatars using demonic methods would be killed. This was an unwritten rule in the world of cultivators. If he had been stopped by these people, Lin Feng knew that he would have died. Fortunately, he had escaped in time. More than a dozen strong cultivators were hovering in the air. Some came on their flying swords, while others came on their magic robes. All of them were the upper echelons of the Jialan Academy. For example, the vice deans of the 4 major departments, and even the deans of the 4 major departments and the 2 vice deans of the 4 major departments had all arrived. What the hell is going on? Gong Yangming asked in a dignified voice. Vice Principal Wang Lin looked over to a tall and burly old man and asked, "Old man's son, what do you think?" This old man was the principal of the Long River branch, Sun Tiantu. He was also the only formation master of the Long River branch. In the Zhenwu country, there were a total of 3 formation masters who had reached the advanced level, and Sun Tiantu was one of them. Even the royal family of the real Wushu country was extremely respectful to him. Countless people wanted to become Sun Tiantu's disciple to learn the art of spiritual array, but they were all rejected by Sun Tiantu. There are traces of a formation here. The person who set up the formation most likely didn't know how to set up formations, so he tried to imitate them but failed miserably. However, I don't think he wanted to set up a grand formation, but rather, he buried something here. Although the grand formation wasn't successfully set up, it's already enough. Look again, the baleful yin qi in the western mountains was originally very dense, but now, it's extremely thin. You mean to say that someone used some unknown method to devour all the baleful yin qi in this place? The other vice principal, Bai Chong Feng, asked with a gloomy expression. The principal of the Purple Light branch, Dong Fanya, spoke up, could it be a demonic cultivator has infiltrated our West Mountain? Only a demonic cultivator would be able to absorb the yin energy here. These bastards sure have guts, they actually dared to set their sights on the burial ground of our ancestors. Fortunately, the tomb hasn't been damaged yet. The most important thing right now is to send people to patrol the West Mountain to prevent the demonic cultivators from targeting the tomb. At the same time, we need to increase the number of patrols in the city to see if we can find any demonic cultivators. If we do, we must kill them without mercy. The principal of the Fallen Moon branch, Wang Yundi, spoke up. Vice Dean Wang Lin said, "We need to talk to the city lord about this. Now that the 4 academies tournament is around the corner, we can't let anything go wrong." At this moment, Lin Feng had already returned to his residence. He naturally didn't know what the academy's experts were talking about. Of course, he also didn't know what kind of undercurrent would be surging in Sangharan City because of this incident. After returning, Lin Feng was not in the mood to sleep. He was constantly sensing the 9 Emperor avatar. Now that the 9 Emperor avatar was floating in his dantian, the Saint Emperor's aura was boundless. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the 9 Emperor avatar, but failed. I need to find the 9 Emperor souls to communicate with their clones. Next, I need to find the 9 Emperor souls. Even though I won't be able to find all of them, I just need to find a few. Each of the 9 Emperor avatars possessed unimaginable power. Activating any one of them would give one a heaven-defying ability. Lin Feng was naturally looking forward to it. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the 4 academies tournament. On this day, the inner courtyard of Sangharan Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 2,300 inner courtyard students had signed up to participate in the tournament. Of course, there were still a few hundred people who hadn't signed up yet. Most of them were outside and hadn't returned in time. Huishuanli was one of them. Nobody knew where that guy had run off to. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that he hadn't come back. Huishuanli had left the academy for more than a year before returning. The tournament of the 4 academies was an extremely important event for Sangharan Academy. Vice Dean Wang Lin was in charge of it. In addition, all the deans and vice deans of the 4 academies had come to observe the students' cultivation and aptitude. "Brother, do you see that? That's the dean of our Changhe branch, Sun Tiantu." Gong Sun Zhangge pointed at an old man on the main stage. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of Sun Tiantu. He was one of the top 3 Ling formation masters in Jinwu country. Sun Tiantu's research on Ling formations had reached perfection. It seems like the dean attaches great importance to the tournament of the 4 academies. He even rushed back from outside. Lin Feng said. "After all, it's a tournament that happens every 3 years. Gong Sun Zhangge said. "Ladies and gentlemen, the great competition of the 4 academies is about to begin. This time, the great competition of the 4 academies will be divided into the challenge competition and the points competition. You can challenge any one of the top 100 students. If you can defeat them, you can replace them and enter the top 100. After the challenge competition, there will be the points competition. I want to challenge Dong Xian from Changhe branch." A student jumped onto the stage. His name was Zhang Di. It was said that he had recently obtained a great fortune and his cultivation level had increased by a lot. Dong Xian's face turned ugly when he was challenged. Dong Xian was one of the 9 top 100 students of Changhe branch. He was ranked 97th. His strength wasn't to be underestimated. "Brother Zhang, please." Dong Xian bowed hand over fist. Zhang Di and Dong Xian started fighting. Zhang Di was a student of Purple Light University. The students of Purple Light University cheered for Zhang Di while the students of Changhe branch cheered for Dong Xian. Gong Sun Zhangge sighed. "Changhe branch is the weakest of the 4 universities. We only have 9 people in the top 100. Apart from me and Sister Xiao, the others are ranked at the bottom. We haven't had any outstanding students recently. I'm afraid that the Purple Light University's ranking will be even worse than last time," said Lin Feng. "Everybody thinks that Sword Dao is a small Dao, but they don't know that there are tens of thousands of Daos in the world, but they all lead to the same destination. As long as you practice Sword Dao to the peak, you can explode with incredible strength. There aren't many people who can see things as clearly as you," said Gong Sun Zhangge. Lin Feng nodded. On the stage, Dong Xian and Zhang Di exchanged over 100 blows. Dong Xian was punched in the stomach by Zhang Di, and his pure qi dispersed. He couldn't fight anymore. "Thank you for letting me win." Zhang Di had a smile on his face. This was the attitude of a victor. Dong Xian was defeated. His expression was extremely gloomy. He clasped his fists and walked down. "Brothers, sister, I've embarrassed Changhe branch," said Dong Xian. Dong Xian said guiltily. Xiao Yufei said, "Brother, don't worry. Winning and losing are normal in battles." Gong Sun Zhangge said, "That's right. Besides, you're about to break through to the greater qi layer. When you do, you'll be able to soar into the sky." "I'll do my best." Dong Xian clenched his fists and left. People kept going up to challenge the top 100 students, but it was obvious that they were all defeated. It was very rare to be able to defeat one of the top 100 students. At that moment, Bai Yilong jumped onto the stage. He was a martial master and ranked 47th in the inner courtyard. Now that he was on the stage, it caused a huge commotion. Bai Yilong looked coldly at Changhe branch. He paused for a moment on Lin Feng's face and then looked at Gong Sun Zhangge, who was next to Lin Feng. Bai Yilong said, "Gong Sun Zhangge, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare fight me?" Boom. Suddenly, the crowd exploded. Nobody had thought that Bai Yilong would challenge Gong Sun Zhangge, who was ranked 19 in the inner courtyard. It was definitely going to be a showdown. Why should I be afraid? Gong Sun Zhangge was obviously stunned for a moment, but then a cold smile appeared on his face. He leaped out and landed on the arena. Bai Yilong had obtained an immortal flying sword some time ago and had practiced the sword control technique, which had greatly improved his cultivation. This time, Bai Yilong naturally wanted to improve during the 4 Academies tournament. His target was Gongsun Chang'e. Among the top 20, the top 10 were too strong. Bai Yilong wasn't sure if he could defeat the top 10, so after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up. And between the 11th to 20th place, the students ranked 20th and Bai Yilong were all students of the Violet Light Institution. Naturally, Bai Yilong wouldn't engage in internal strife with his fellow disciples. Thus, Bai Yilong targeted Gongsun Chang'e. Of course, there was another reason besides strength. Gongsun Chang'e and Lin Feng were very close, and the Bai clan and Lin Feng were mortal enemies. Bai Yilong couldn't wait to kill anyone related to Lin Feng. Bai Yilong has obtained a flying sword and has cultivated the sword control technique. His cultivation base has improved greatly. I wonder who will win if he fights Gongsun Chang'e. Gongsun Chang'e's solar unending river sword has already reached perfection. It won't be easy for Bai Yilong to defeat Gongsun Chang'e, even if he has an immortal flying sword. Below the stage, many students were discussing spiritedly. The upper echelons of Jialan Academy who were seated on the main stage also looked over. This battle could be said to be the most eye-catching battle of the 4 academies so far. Naturally, it attracted everyone's attention. Swoosh! Only to see Bai Yilong move, his figure was like a ghost, quickly flashing across the stage. He moved left and right, erratic and unpredictable. Ghostly steps. Many people cried out in surprise. Ghost Shadow Steps was famous in Sangharan City. Ghostly Steps was one of the secret techniques passed down by the Bai clan, one of the 10 great clans of Jialan City. It was a mystic class movement technique. Once used, one's movements were like a ghost. Most people wouldn't even be able to see the opponent's figure clearly before being struck. Bai Yilong quickly moved around Gongsun Chang'e. His speed was so fast that he actually left behind after images. Heavens, which one is Bai Yilong? It's too fast. I can't even tell which one is Bai Yilong's real body. In the surroundings, discussions broke out. Many people were shocked by the might of Bai Yilong's ghostly steps. It truly surpassed their imaginations. Junior brother, what do you think? Zhang Kai looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Su Zimo had a worried look on his face as well. This Bai Yilong is truly formidable. Senior brother Gongsun, it won't be easy for you to deal with him, right? Lin Feng said. Gongsun was able to stand out among over 100,000 students and enter the top 20 of the inner court. How could he be defeated so easily? Lin Feng's voice fell. Bang! On the stage, the sound of an incomparably violent collision rang out. Everyone saw that Gongsun Chang'e had locked onto Bai Yilong's real body and punched out. Bai Yilong was taken aback. He countered Gongsun Chang'e's attack with his own fist, colliding fiercely with Gongsun Chang'e. Dang 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 dang, when the two sides collided, Bai Yilong was forced back by Gongsun Chang'e's punch. Many people were shocked, but at the same time, they sighed with emotion. Gongsun Chang'e was truly worthy of being one of the top 20 geniuses of the inner court. He was actually able to see through Bai Yilong's ghostly steps. Furthermore, he was able to break through Bai Yilong's ghostly steps with a single punch. After succeeding in his attack, Gongsun Chang'e quickly rushed forward. Gongsun Chang'e was extremely experienced in battle, so he naturally understood the principle of beating a drowning dog. He pressed forward, not giving Bai Yilong any chance to retaliate. He completely suppressed Bai Yilong. Bai Yilong was suppressed to the point that he could only defend himself. He had no ability to retaliate at all. For a moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. Good job. Senior brother Gongsun is mighty. The students of Chang'e branch cheered loudly. Lin Feng said, Bai Yilong's most powerful technique is his flying sword technique. Senior brother Gongsun, if you can defeat Bai Yilong in a spurt of energy and don't give him time to use his flying sword, then you'll win this battle. If Bai Yilong uses his flying sword to fight, then it'll be troublesome. Xiao Yufei nodded and said, that's right. Flying swords can kill enemies from a distance. It's indeed troublesome. Gongsun Chang'e obviously understood this, so he continued to attack Bai Yilong. He wanted to completely defeat him. Bai Yilong was surrounded by danger, and he was on the verge of collapse. Just as Gongsun Chang'e was about to win, Bai Yilong suddenly took out a talisman. That talisman turned into a ball of light and smashed towards Gongsun Chang'e. Not good, it's a magical talisman. Senior brother Gongsun, be careful. Many students of Chang'e branch cried out in alarm. Magical talismans were talismans drawn by spiritual formations masters. They possessed extremely powerful destructive power. Once a fireball talisman was activated, the ball of light it produced could instantly raise a 1,000-meter-tall mountain to the ground. It was obvious how powerful this talisman was. Despicable and shameless. Many people cursed Bai Yilong. However, the grand tournament of the 4 academies depended on one's ability. There were no rules that forbade the use of magical talismans. Although it was despicable to use magical talismans, it was still within the rules. Gongsun Chang'e's expression changed slightly, but his reaction was extremely fast. Gongsun Chang'e moved to the left. The ball of light flew past Gongsun Chang'e's body, then suddenly exploded in midair. A heat wave swept out. The earth trembled violently from the energy released by the explosion of the fireball. However, Gongsun Chang'e dodged in time, and the explosion of the ball of light was unable to harm him. Whoosh! In the void, a cold light flashed, and a flying sword quickly flew out, slashing towards Gongsun Chang'e. The flying sword was so fast that it was almost impossible for people to react. Many people's expressions changed greatly. Immortal flying swords could kill people from a distance. Once a flying sword was used, blood would definitely be spilled. Many people started to worry for Gongsun Chang'e. Great Sun River. At that moment, Gongsun Chang'e let out a long roar, drew his sword, and slashed out. Rumble. A long river appeared in the void, sweeping through heaven and earth. At the end of the long river, a great sun slowly descended, as if the sun was setting. The flying sword that was slashing down from the void was actually suppressed by the huge sun in midair, unable to move at all. What a great Sun River sword technique. Senior brother Gongsun's sword technique is unparalleled in the world. He directly broke through Bai Yilong's sword control technique. Zhang said in pleasant surprise. The students of Chang'e branch cheered. Lin Feng nodded. Gongsun Chang'e was indeed powerful. As long as he captured Bai Yilong's flying sword, Bai Yilong would definitely be defeated. Gongsun Chang'e stepped forward, grabbing the flying sword suppressed by the great sun. At that moment, Bai Yilong's face revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh! A second cold light soared into the sky, slashing towards Gongsun Chang'e. What? There's a second flying sword? Many people cried out in surprise. One had to know that immortal flying swords were priceless. Many of the upper echelons of Jialan Academy did not have one. Yet Bai Yilong had 2 flying swords, it was simply inconceivable. Back on the main stage, Vice President Bai Changfeng's face showed a trace of a smile. This person was also a member of the Bai House, an elder that held an important position within the Imperial Academy. As for the second flying sword, it was given to Bai Yilong by Bai Changfeng prior to the competition. Humph! The principal of the Long River Branch Academy, Sun Tiantu, and Gong Yangming, the vice principal of the Long River Branch Academy, both made a cold snort. Of course they recognized the origin of the second flying sword, but out of consideration for their relationship as colleagues, they didn't name Bai Changfeng. Not good, senior brother Gongsun is in danger. Seeing the second flying sword, Lin Feng's face slightly changed. The second flying sword quickly came slashing over, forcing Gongsun Chang'e to retreat. But it was already too late. Puff. The second flying sword left a huge wound on Gongsun Chang'e's left ribs. Blood immediately gushed out as Gongsun Chang'e was sent flying. He had been severely injured by the sword. He couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. Damn it, this Bai Yilong is too despicable. He must have borrowed a second flying sword from his family before the competition. Senior brother Gongsun's loss is too unjust. The students of the Chang'e branch were all filled with righteous indignation. Originally, everyone thought that the battle was over. After all, Gongsun Chang'e was injured and had no more strength to fight. However, no one expected that Bai Yilong had no intention of stopping. He controlled the flying sword and once again slashed towards Gongsun Zhangge. In the air, Gongsun Zhangge had completely become a live target. Bai Yilong didn't intend to let Gongsun Zhangge go so easily. Since he's already defeated Gongsun Zhangge, Bai Yilong intends to make sure this competitor doesn't have a chance to make a comeback. Although he can't kill Gongsun Zhangge. But so what if he can cut Gongsun Zhangge a few more times? In any case, swords and sabers don't have eyes. It would be best if he can use sword qi to injure Gongsun Zhangge's meridians and make it difficult for him to progress in the future. At that time, Gongsun Zhangge won't be able to challenge him anymore. It had to be said that Bai Yilong was quite sinister. It was just a competition, nothing more. In order to prevent Gongsun Zhangge from challenging him in the future, he wanted to cripple Gongsun Zhangge. What is Bai Yilong doing? Damn it, Bai Yilong is too despicable. Senior brother Gongsun is already injured, and he's still using a flying sword to attack him. The students of the Changhe Branch University were all infuriated. Bai Yilong's face was filled with a sinister smile. He controlled the flying sword to slash at Gongsun Zhangge. Just as the sword was about to land on Gongsun Zhangge's body, a figure suddenly appeared. An afterimage that was as fast as lightning flashed onto the arena. It's junior brother Lin Feng. Zhang Shirley and the others cried out in alarm. Lin Feng blocked Gongsun Zhangge's flying sword. He raised his right fist and punched towards Bai Yilong's flying sword. A fist had shaken a flying sword, everyone's eyes were wide open. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Old son, that boy is Lin Feng. Gong Yangming said to Sun Tiantu. Oh? He's Lin Feng? Interesting. Sun Tiantu looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by Dracophant energy. Clang, he threw a punch at the flying sword. Bai Yilong's flying sword was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. What a guy, Lin Feng is so strong, many people cried out in alarm. Lin Feng supported Gongsun Zhangge and asked with concern, Senior brother, are you alright? Don't worry, I won't die. Gongsun Zhangge said with a pale face. Senior brother, go and treat your injuries. Leave the rest to me. I'll make this guy pay for his despicable actions. Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. Lin Feng, I didn't look for you, but you came here to die. Bai Yilong's face was filled with a sinister expression. He and Lin Feng could be said to be enemies on a narrow road. The hatred between them was getting deeper and deeper. Lin Feng is going up, is Lin Feng crazy? How could he possibly be a match for Bai Yilong? Yeah, it feels like he's just courting death. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Almost no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances of victory. After all, Bai Yilong was a martial master. As for Lin Feng, although he was known as a genius, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It wouldn't be easy for him to fight against Bai Yilong. Of course, the most important thing was that Bai Yilong was controlling 2 flying swords. Even someone as strong as Gongsun Zhangge had been defeated by Bai Yilong. How could Lin Feng fight against Bai Yilong? In an instant, the crowd below the stage was discussing spiritedly. The higher-ups of the academy who were watching the battle from the main stage also looked over. That person is Lin Feng? In the crowd, a tall and sturdy young man slightly raised his eyebrows. That person was Xianxia, who was ranked second in the inner courtyard. His strength was unfathomable. That's right, senior. A student next to Xianxia said. He has some guts. No wonder he dared to attack Xianxia. However, we still have to see if he can defeat Bai Yilong. If he can't even defeat Bai Yilong, then he doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. A cold smile appeared on Xianxuan's face. On the stage, Lin Feng looked at Bai Yilong and sneered, it's too early for you to be complacent. We still don't know who will be the winner. Could it be that you think you can defeat me? How laughable. I don't even need to use my flying swords to defeat you. No, more accurately speaking, I can defeat you with one hand. Bai Yilong's face was filled with disdain. He immediately put away his flying swords. The spectating students and even the higher-ups of the academy didn't think that Bai Yilong was arrogant. Bai Yilong was a martial master. Dealing with Lin Feng, a martial warrior cultivator, wasn't it a piece of cake? Swoosh. Bai Yilong moved, rushing towards Lin Feng. There was a cold light in his eyes. Bai Yilong directly used Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens and charged towards Lin Feng. He swung his body and exerted force through his arms. He was like a giant dragon, swinging his body and then suddenly erupting with terrifying power. Boom, an explosive sound rang out in the air. From this, one could see how terrifying Bai Yilong's attack was. I'm afraid that Lin Feng won't even be able to withstand a single attack from Bai Yilong, right? That's right. With Bai Yilong's strength, dealing with Lin Feng would be a piece of cake. Many of the students were discussing animatedly. Everyone felt that there was no suspense in this battle of great disparity in strength. Even Xiao Yufei and the others frowned. After all, Bai Yilong's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He raised his right fist and punched towards Bai Yilong. Bang! Lin Feng and Bai Yilong fiercely collided. That tyrannical power suddenly exploded, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Everyone saw that Lin Feng was standing in his original position, not moving an inch, while Bai Yilong was actually forced to retreat continuously. How is this possible? Cries of disbelief rang out one after another. Everyone looked at the handsome young man in the ring with astonishment in their eyes. Bai Yilong was a famous expert in Jialan Academy. He was a powerful martial master at the third firmament, and his strength had reached 2 million jin. However, when he clashed with Lin Feng, he was actually at a disadvantage. This was simply unbelievable. Dean, what do you think of this kid? Gong Yangming was stunned for a moment, then smiled and looked at Sun Tiantu beside him. Sun Tiantu replied, quite interesting, let's continue watching. On the battle stage, the expressions of the higher-ups of the universities were all different. The higher-ups of Long River looked happy, while the higher-ups of the other 3 universities looked sad. If Lin Feng had joined their universities, wouldn't that have been great? Humph. Only the vice dean Bai Chongfeng's face was very ugly. Because he was from the Bai house, he naturally hoped for Bai Yilong to defeat Lin Feng. After Lin Feng forced Bai Yilong to retreat, he didn't stop, he quickly moved towards Bai Yilong. He was getting closer and closer. Currently, Lin Feng's strength had reached 1,280,000 jin. When he used his earth-level skill, Exploding Fist, he could completely surpass the level of his opponent. Being able to suppress Bai Yilong was not a difficult matter. Lin Feng once again sent out a punch. In a hurry, Bai Yilong countered with a palm strike and collided with Lin Feng for the second time. This time, Bai Yilong was even worse off than the first time. He was directly sent flying a dozen meters away by Lin Feng's punch and fell to the ground with a thud, his hair disheveled. Ah, this can't be real, this can't be real, how can I lose to you? Bai Yilong couldn't accept all of this. Just a moment ago he said he could deal with Lin Feng with one hand, but now he was being suppressed by Lin Feng to the point where he couldn't even fight back. This was simply a slap in the face. Bai Yilong had already become hysterical. Quickly climbing up from the ground, he summoned a flying sword and rushed towards Lin Feng. Not good, another flying sword. This Bai Yilong has 2 flying swords. Gongsun Zhangge lost to Bai Yilong just like that. I'm afraid Lin Feng won't be able to withstand the attack of 2 flying swords. Many people cried out in alarm. Bai Yilong could control 2 flying swords at the same time, but the lethality was extremely terrifying. Everyone had already seen it before. The 2 flying swords slashed towards Lin Feng, one in front and one behind. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't retreat, instead, he moved forward and punched the flying sword. Many people shouted in astonishment, does Lin Feng want to die? He's using his flesh and blood to block 2 flying swords? Does he think his flesh and blood can withstand the power of the flying swords? In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng's actions were equivalent to suicide. At that moment, Bai Yilong's 2 flying swords slashed towards Lin Feng. Dracophant strength. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and circulated the ancient Dracophant strength. The ancient Dracophant strength instantly erupted. Lin Feng punched Bai Yilong's flying sword. Clang, Bai Yilong's flying sword and Lin Feng collided fiercely. The ancient Dracophant strength instantly poured into Bai Yilong's flying sword. Crack, Bai Yilong's flying sword was actually broken by Lin Feng's punch. Immediately after, Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the second sword. Crack, the second flying sword was also broken by Lin Feng's punch. What? This can't be real. Many people shouted in astonishment. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. 2 punches, Lin Feng actually broke Bai Yilong's 2 flying swords. This was too inconceivable. Of course, these people didn't know that Lin Feng's ancient Dracophant formula had condensed the strength of the ancient Dracophant formula. It had a monstrous destructive power. Ordinary flying swords were nothing to worry about. Even legendary treasures could be destroyed. Swoosh! Before Bai Yilong could recover from his shock, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Bai Yilong and punched Bai Yilong. With a loud bang, Bai Yilong was sent flying by Lin Feng. Pooh! In midair, Bai Yilong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying out of the stage by Lin Feng and fell to the ground, unconscious. Bai Yilong was instantly killed by Lin Feng. The entire plaza was deathly silent. Nobody had thought that Bai Yilong, who was controlling 2 flying swords, would lose so miserably. Breaking a flying sword with a fist, that little guy is incredible, said Gong Yangming with a smile. Haha, it seems like our Changhe branch has a monstrous genius, said Sun Tiantu with a smile. While the crowd was still recovering from the shock of seeing Lin Feng defeat Shan Yuanzhan, a silhouette jumped onto the battle stage. Shan Yuanzhan. Xiao Yufei and the others were astonished when they saw the silhouette on the battle stage. Shan Yuanzhan was the second strongest disciple of the inner courtyard. It was said that he had broken through to the 5th celestial layer of the martial master layer. His punch could reach 10 million jin. When he saw Shan Yuanzhan, Lin Feng frowned and said, "Brother Shan Yuan, do you want to challenge me as well?" Said Shan Yuanzhan. "You humiliated my little brother, is that true? It's Shan Yuan Yu, right?" He brought this upon himself. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "If you apologize to me, I'll forget about this matter and forgive you," said Shan Yuanzhan indifferently. Many people were astonished. So Lin Feng and the Shan Yuan family had a conflict, which had led to Shan Yuanzhan attacking. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what Lin Feng would do. Apologize? Or fight? If he apologized, he would lose face. If he fought, even though Lin Feng was very strong, nobody believed that Lin Feng could defeat Shan Yuanzhan. How laughable, Shan Yuan, you wanted to buy my blood pill for a mere 1 million taels, and now it's my fault. Besides, if you want to defeat me, it won't be that easy. I've heard that you've been using the Vigor Demon God to train your cultivation for a long time. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Let me see how strong you are," said Lin Feng coldly. When Lin Feng finished talking, a monstrous battle energy emerged from his body. "Humph!" Shan Yuanzhan coldly snorted. He leaped out like a ferocious tiger and punched towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally had no fear on his face. He also brandished his fist and charged towards Shan Yuanzhan. Bang! Lin Feng and Shan Yuanzhan fiercely collided. In a flash, Lin Feng sensed a strength which could topple mountains and overturn seas penetrate into his body. That terrifying power was about to instantly destroy all life in his body. Lin Feng's body flew back more than 10 meters. Shan Yuanzhan is too strong. He completely crushed Lin Feng. There was no suspense in this battle. No one in Jialan Academy is a match for Shan Yuanzhan except for that freak who was ranked number 1. Some of the students were discussing among themselves, but when they mentioned the freak who was ranked first, their voices became much softer. Clearly, he was extremely fearful of that existence. "I only used 30% of my strength and you already can't take it. You're too weak. I overestimated you before." Shan Yuanzhan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "You used 30% of your strength? Just now, I only used 10% of my strength." Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. "Even now, you're still so stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll completely trample you under my feet," Shan Yuanzhan said very casually. Defeating Lin Feng seemed to be an insignificant matter to him. Lin Feng also moved, taking the initiative to charge towards Shan Yuanzhan. Buzz! The long sword on his back was unsheathed, and Lin Feng grasped it in his hand. Lin Feng directly used the Sun Sword technique and slashed towards Shan Yuanzhan. No matter what weapon you use, it's useless in front of me. Xianxia was very disdainful of Lin Feng. He took out a halberd, held it in his hand, and stabbed it towards Lin Feng. Clang, 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 Lin Feng brandished his sword and clashed with Xianxia. In the air, sword chi shot out in all directions. Its power was astonishing, but it was all blocked by Xianxuan's halberd. Rise of the blazing sun! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He was using one of the most powerful sword skills of his scorching sun sword technique. The sun rose into the sky. Light filled the sky. Behind Lin Feng, a gigantic sun slowly rose into the sky. The blinding light made many people unable to open their eyes. Ah, what kind of sword technique is this? Many people exclaimed, and could only close their eyes. Once they opened their eyes, they would feel a piercing pain. Xianxuan's vision was also greatly affected, and he had no choice but to close his eyes. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved, and instantly appeared in front of Xianxuan, waving his sword and slashing towards Xianxuan. Pooh! Xianxuan couldn't dodge in time, and Lin Feng's sword slashed his arm. Blood immediately flowed out. You hurt me! Xianxuan shouted angrily. Xianxuan is injured. Lin Feng's sword technique is too powerful. Some of the students could barely see the scene in the arena. When they saw that Xianxuan was injured, they were incomparably shocked. No one had thought that Lin Feng would actually injure Xianxuan. Everyone was shocked. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and brandished his sword, once again slashing towards Xianxuan. Xianxuan naturally wasn't easy to deal with. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Xianxuan simply closed his eyes. He used his ears to listen to the sounds of Lin Feng's movements. A martial master could hear the sounds of ants fighting 100 meters away. His hearing was very sharp. Xianxuan knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought Lin Feng with weapons, so when he attacked again, he didn't even think about fighting with moves. Strength overcomes everything. Xianxuan's method was very simple. He wanted to use absolute strength to crush Lin Feng. He moved the halberd in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it towards Lin Feng. That attack contained an incomparably ferocious sound. That powerful strength made Lin Feng's expression slightly change. Lin Feng didn't directly resist Xianxuan's attack. He could feel that if he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Go! After Lin Feng dodged Xianxuan's attack, he flicked his wrist and the sword in his hand flew towards Xianxuan like a flying sword. It was extremely fast, and Xianxuan quickly dodged. However, a wound appeared on his right hand, and the halberd in his hand flew out. This made Xianxuan incomparably furious. This was the second time he was injured by Lin Feng. Before this, Xianxuan had never been defeated. But now, he was injured twice in a battle with Lin Feng. For the proud and arrogant Xianxuan, this was naturally unacceptable. Many of the spectators were also abnormally shocked. Originally, everyone thought that Xianxuan would completely crush Lin Feng in this battle. But now, Xianxuan was actually the one injured. It was simply inconceivable. Whoosh! The instant the sword injured Xianxuan, Lin Feng instantly moved and quickly arrived beside Xianxuan. Then, he waved his right fist and used the earth-rank martial art, collapsing fist, to attack Xianxuan. Lin Feng wanted to use this extremely rare opportunity to defeat Xianxuan in one strike. Lin Feng's punch was filled with a powerful force. Bang! That punch ruthlessly landed on Xianxuan's body. Success! Lin Feng looked delighted. He was very confident in his own strength. He had thought that his attack would definitely injure Xianxuan. But what Lin Feng hadn't thought was that when his punch landed on Xianxuan's body, Xianxuan's qi was protected by Lin Feng's qi. Xianxuan's body was protected by his qi. Lin Feng's punch was completely dispersed by Xianxuan's qi. Not good. Lin Feng's expression slightly changed. He had a bad feeling and quickly retreated. Xianxuan smiled evilly. Little brat, eat my punch. Boom! Xianxuan's fist blasted over, and a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Pung! A deafening explosion spread through the air. Lin Feng and Shan Yuanzhan had fiercely collided. That tyrannical strength spread through the air. Lin Feng, who had received Shan Yuanzhan's attack, was pushed back. Shan Yuanzhan sneered, "You won't have any chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Shan Yuanzhan rushed towards Lin Feng. After being continuously injured by Lin Feng, Shan Yuanzhan was on the verge of exploding with rage. Therefore, he hadn't held back at all. He threw another punch at Lin Feng. That guy's punch had the strength of 10 million jin, it was terrifying. If it had been anyone else, even if they were at the same level as Shan Yuanzhan, they would have been crushed. At Shan Yuanzhan's level, his strength was around 8 million jin. But Shan Yuanzhan was a monstrous genius, so he was much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. But Shan Yuanzhan's opponent was Lin Feng. Facing Shan Yuanzhan's attack, Lin Feng used his 3 devouring martial spirits. His strength instantly rose to 3,840,000 jin. At the same time, Lin Feng used the ancient dragonesque elephant skill, and the ancient dragonesque elephant strength flowed through his body. Crushing fist. Lin Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced towards Shan Yuanzhan. When the primordial dragonesque elephant's power activated the crushing fist, Lin Feng's battle prowess also rose to the peak. Is Lin Feng crazy? He actually took the initiative to attack Shan Yuanzhan. Isn't he courting death? Many people were discussing animatedly with astonished expressions on their faces. Shan Yuanzhan was an undefeatable existence in the inner court. Of course, that was apart from the guy who was ranked first. It was said that that guy was a martial general and was even more powerful than many of the academy's elders. His strength was comparable to the vice principal. The number 1 freak did not return to the academy to participate in the grand competition of the 4 academies. Even if he did return, no one would dare to challenge him. Apart from this existence, Shan Yuanzhan could definitely be called an undefeatable war god. Presently, Lin Feng had taken the initiative to charge towards Shan Yuanzhan, and as far as everyone was concerned, it was indeed no different than courting death. Bam! Lin Feng and Shan Yuanzhan collided once again. Thud thud thud, both of them took 3 steps back. How is this possible? Many people cried out in disbelief. Shan Yuanzhan was someone who could punch out with a force of 10 million kilograms. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was only a 6th firmament martial artist a year ago. In just a short year, he was actually able to fight on par with someone of Shan Yuanzhan's level? Junior brother Lin is too powerful, right? Su Zimo and the others cried out in shock. Xiao Yufei, Gong Sun Chang'e, and the other inner court experts were also dumbfounded. Clearly, they did not expect Lin Feng to have the ability to fight with Shan Yuanzhan. Everybody was stupefied by Lin Feng's strength. Shan Yuanzhan's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in them. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from Shan Yuanzhan's body. His dantian was emitting a bright light. Martial Soul. Is Shan Yuanzhan going to activate his martial soul? Many people cried out in alarm. Little brat, I really underestimated you. However, once I activate my martial soul, you will definitely lose. Shan Yuanzhan said coldly. Lin Feng surprisingly forced Shan Yuanzhan to use his spirit, whispered the crowd. His speed of growth is too fast. The higher-ups of the 4 campuses were also discussing spiritedly. Shan Yuanzhan has a gigantic divine spirit. It's an extremely powerful martial soul. Lin Feng's martial soul is a black hole martial soul. It can increase one's cultivation speed. It's similar to an auxiliary martial soul. Against Shan Yuanzhan, he will be at a disadvantage. Gong Yangming frowned and said. No wonder his cultivation level was able to increase by leaps and bounds in just a year. It seems like his martial soul is extremely powerful. Sun Tiantu said. During the test, it was a 10th grade martial soul. Gong Yangzhan said. 10th grade? Sun Tiantu's face suddenly changed. He had seen many things. He had traveled outside for many years and had seen many strong cultivators, as well as countless geniuses. However, Sun Tiantu had never seen a 10th grade martial soul. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar resounded in the arena. Behind Xianxia, a gigantic silhouette appeared. That silhouette was 100 meters tall and was wearing battle armor. It gave people an incomparably heavy and oppressive feeling. That was Xianxuan's martial soul. It was called the gigantic divine spirit. The gigantic divine spirit had boundless strength. According to legends, the gigantic divine spirit was one of the gods in the celestial world. Xianxuan was able to suppress cultivators of the same level as him because of the gigantic divine spirit. Little brat, it's time to end this. Xianxuan smiled coldly and walked towards Lin Feng. Boom, Xianxuan attacked and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The gigantic divine spirit who was standing behind him also attacked. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Their movements were completely synchronized. The gigantic divine spirit's punch seemed to be able to destroy a 10,000-meter-tall mountain in an instant. Many students who were closer to the stage felt the chi emitted by the gigantic divine spirit. Their faces were incomparably pale and they couldn't even breathe. How terrifying was the gigantic divine spirit? Many students found it difficult to withstand the gigantic divine spirit's chi, not to mention that Lin Feng was facing the gigantic divine spirit's attack. Lin Feng is going to be defeated. Many people were shouting with pale faces. Boom, when the gigantic divine spirit's punch arrived, Lin Feng also moved. Lin Feng crazily circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant skill. Immemorial dragonesque elephant, Holy Emperor Bao. Behind Lin Feng, a silhouette also appeared. That silhouette was standing on the ground and its head was in the sky. It was impossible to see where it ended. In front of that silhouette, the gigantic divine spirit was like an ant in front of a gigantic dragon. What's that? Many people looked at the immemorial dragonesque elephant behind Lin Feng. Heavens, what's that? The faces of the higher-ups of the college were filled with incomparable shock. They felt as if their souls were trembling in front of that terrifying silhouette. Roar! The immemorial dragonesque elephant roared. Bang! Xianxuan's gigantic divine spirit exploded. Xianxuan was also sent flying. Puff! In the air, Xianxuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew a dozen meters before falling to the ground. Lin Feng stepped forward and coldly looked at Xianxuan. You've lost. I actually lost. Xianxuan couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that this was real. The ancient dragonesque elephant had already disappeared. However, the shock that the primordial dragonesque elephant brought to everyone was difficult to dissipate. Xianxuan had actually lost. It seems like Lin Feng has some secrets, said one of the higher-ups. Xianxuan nodded. Which genius doesn't have secrets? Asked Sun Tiantu. Many of the higher-ups nodded. If one wanted to stand out in front of countless cultivators, they had to be extremely talented. Most of them had come across miraculous things. Amazing. Junior brother Lin is amazing. Even Xianxuan wasn't a match for junior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin is amazing, the students of Long River Institution cheered. Xianxuan had been defeated by Lin Feng. For Long River Institution, it was an honor. Xianxuan crawled up from the ground and said in a resounding voice, Lin Feng, I'll fight you again. After saying that, Xianxuan jumped off the battle stage and walked out of the college. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxuan's back. Xianxuan was pretty straightforward. Lin Feng also jumped off the battle stage. Naturally, many people came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied modestly. After Lin Feng and Xianxuan's battle ended, another 10 students challenged the top 100 students of the inner courtyard. However, only one of them succeeded. It was obvious that it wasn't easy to defeat one of the top 100 students and enter the top 100. 10 days later, the great competition of the 4 universities came to an end. Lin Feng had defeated Bai Yilong and Xianxuan during the great competition of the 4 universities. The only pity was that Gongsun Zhangge had been defeated by Bai Yilong. Bai Yilong's victory was disgraceful, but the result couldn't be changed. According to the rules of the academy, defeated students couldn't challenge other top 100 students again. Because of this rule, Gongsun Zhangge could only wait until the next 4 academies tournament to challenge other students again. In truth, Gongsun Zhangge didn't care much about this honor. He was planning to leave Jialan Academy next year. He had already been cultivating there for 10 years. During Lin Feng's conversation with Gongsun Zhangge revealed that he would be going out with an elder of his family to gain experience. That elder was a deacon of an ancient sect. Gongsun Zhangge's family hoped that he could use this opportunity to enter that ancient sect to further his studies. Therefore, Gongsun Zhangge didn't need to be obsessed with the ranking in Changhe branch. This is the reward for 1,000 great strength hidden dragon pills. The vice dean personally gave the reward to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very excited. 1,000 great strength hidden dragon pills would definitely help him break through again. Apart from the pills, Lin Feng's benefits in the inner courtyard had also greatly increased. Every month, he could receive 50 great strength hidden dragon pills as cultivation resources. The 4 academies tournament had ended, but there was still a lot of discussion in the academy. Whether it was the inner courtyard or the outer courtyard, everyone was talking about Lin Feng's extraordinary performance and how he had defeated Bai Yilong and Shan Yuanzhan. However, Lin Feng's life hadn't changed much because of the 4 academies tournament. He still worked hard every day. Just as Elder Xianxia had taught him, cultivation was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. He could not relax his expectations of himself. Otherwise, he might be stuck at a standstill. "Little Lin Feng, are you there?" A pleasant voice came from outside. "Who is it? Why are you being so rude? How dare you talk to Brother Lin like that?" Xianxia ran out and said angrily. But soon, he came back with a drooping face. Behind him was a cute, and mischievous girl. "What brings you here, Sister Xiaoxian?" asked Lin Feng with a smile. It was Gongyang Xiaoxian, the vice dean's granddaughter. "Hee, you still remember me?" "I thought you had forgotten about me," said Gongyang Xiaoxian with a smile. "Sister Xiaoxian, you're such a beautiful woman. I'll never forget you for the rest of my life. You've been imprinted in my soul for a long time," said Lin Feng. "You're such a sweet talker." Gongyang Xiaoxian was in a good mood. Everyone liked to hear compliments, and Gongyang Xiaoxian was no exception. "I left the college for more than half a year, and when I came back, I heard that you defeated Shan Yuanzhan during the great competition of the 4 academies. You've made our Long River branch proud," said Gongyang Xiaoxian. Obviously, she didn't believe that Lin Feng was strong enough to defeat Shan Yuanzhan. Even Xiao Yifei might not be a match for Shan Yuanzhan, but Lin Feng had really defeated Shan Yuanzhan. When Gongyang Xiaoxian heard about it for the first time after returning to the college, she thought that it was a joke. Later, she found out that it was true. "I was just lucky," said Lin Feng modestly. "Hee, you're so modest." "I've decided to accept you as my follower," said Gongyang Xiaoxian with a smile. Said Lin Feng, rolling his eyes. He glanced at Gongyang Xiaoxian's body and said, "If there's a reward, maybe I'll agree." "What reward do you want?" asked Gongyang Xiaoxian. "For example, a chance to get intimate with a woman," said Lin Feng straightforwardly. Lin Feng was getting bolder and bolder. "Humph, I didn't know that you were such a pervert." Gongyang Xiaoxian groaned and blushed, but she didn't look angry. She just looked a little shy. If it were someone else, Gongyang Xiaoxian would have already punched them. However, in front of Lin Feng, Gongyang Xiaoxian felt shy. That feeling made Gongyang Xiaoxian's heart flutter. "A fair and graceful girl is a gentleman's wife," said Lin Feng with a smile. "Humph." Gongyang Xiaoxian groaned and said, "Actually, I have something to tell you. The old man asked me to call you over. The vice principal is looking for me?" "Alright, I'll go and see what it is." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng went to the main palace of the Long River branch. Not only was the vice principal Gongyang Ming there, but also the scripture pavilion's elder Tian Xian and the principal, Sun Tiantu. Disciple Lin Feng greets the elders. Lin Feng bowed to the 3 of them. "Haha, we're all family, don't be so polite," said Gongyang Ming with a smile. Elder Tian Xian also smiled and said, "Lin Feng, old man's son wants to test your soul strength." "Test my soul strength?" Lin Feng was confused. Elder Tian Xian said, "Test your soul strength to see if you have the talent to learn spirit arrays." Hearing Elder Tianxian's words, Lin Feng immediately became excited. Spirit Array Masters were extremely rare. As for Spirit Array Masters, they possessed many unimaginable abilities. A Spirit Array Master was an honored guest in any faction. It wasn't easy to become a Spirit Array Master. Lin Feng naturally wanted to become a Spirit Array Master, but without the guidance of a powerful Spirit Array Master, it was impossible to become a Spirit Array Master just by relying on his own cultivation. Sun Tiantu took out a crystal ball and said, "This is a soul-testing crystal ball. Place your hand on it and try to sense it. If the soul-testing crystal ball resonates and changes, you will have an innate gift for learning spirit arrays." Yes. Lin Feng walked forward and took a deep breath. He placed his hand on the spirit-testing crystal ball and closed his eyes, carefully sensing the spirit-testing crystal ball. Sun Tiantu, Gong Yangming, and Elder Tianxian also looked at the spirit-testing crystal ball nervously. Out of 1,000,000 cultivators, there might not even be one cultivator with the talent to learn spirit arrays. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng would have such talent, but they also knew that the probability wasn't very high. In fact, it was very slim. However, the three of them were soon shocked, because after 10 seconds, the crystal ball emitted a wave. "It moved," exclaimed Elder Tianxian. "He managed to communicate with the soul-testing crystal ball so quickly? Lin Feng definitely has the talent to become a spirit array master, but I don't know what level his talent is at." Gong Yangming said expectantly. The talent to learn spirit arrays was inextricably linked to the spirit attribute and soul power. The spirit attribute was also easy to understand. It was self-confidence, strength, or inferiority. As for soul power, it was innate and couldn't be changed. Unless one cultivated to the yin-yang realm, one's soul power could not be improved. A cultivator's soul power was divided into 10 different colors: white, silver, cyan, dark gold, yellow gold, dark purple, purple gold, and orange. The deeper the color, the stronger the innate soul power, and the greater the talent on the path of a spiritual array master. "Look, the crystal ball is starting to change," Elder Tianxian said. Sun Tiantu, Gong Yangming, and Elder Tianxian stared at the crystal ball without blinking. They saw that the crystal ball's color increased from white to silver white, cyan, and all the way to dark purple. It showed no signs of stopping. Sun Tiantu, Gong Yangming, and Elder Tianxian sucked in a breath of cold air. The crystal ball's color continued to increase. From dark purple, it turned purple gold, and finally, it turned orange. Only then did it stop. Orange, the highest level of orange in the transmission. The faces of the three of them were filled with incomparable shock. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Sun Tiantu looked at Lin Feng and said excitedly, "Genius, you're awake." It wasn't easy to become a qualified spiritual array master, so Lin Feng had to start off as a spiritual array apprentice. Every day, he would spend a lot of time listening to Sun Tiantu's lectures on spiritual arrays. At the same time, whenever Sun Tiantu was drawing a spiritual array, Lin Feng would be present. Sun Tiantu allowed Lin Feng to observe and memorize the method. Lin Feng was very diligent in his studies. He naturally knew that spiritual array masters were 1 in 1,000,000, and only 1 in 1,000,000 would have the talent to become a spiritual array master. However, even with talent, it didn't mean that one would become a spiritual array master. Out of 10 cultivators with the talent to become a spiritual array master, it was already an extremely high probability. This was also why Sun Tiantu was the only spiritual array master in the entire Sangharan city. While learning about spiritual arrays, Lin Feng didn't stop cultivating. He continued to work very hard. Lin Feng would refine the vigorous dragon pills he had obtained every day, and Lin Feng could clearly feel that his cultivation was slowly increasing. Day after day, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Boom! A tyrannical aura spread out from Lin Feng's room. That terrifying aura startled even Xianxia, who was resting. "Junior brother Lin, are you alright?" Xianxia asked when he arrived outside Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng walked out with a smile on his face. "I'm fine. I just had a breakthrough." "Ah, junior brother, you had a breakthrough again?" Xianxia cried out in surprise. Lin Feng smiled. I obtained so many vigorous dragon pills, so of course I had a breakthrough. I have to cultivate too. Otherwise, I won't have the face to live under the same roof as junior brother Lin. In the middle of the night, Xianxia left his room and ran to the cultivation courtyard. Lin Feng shook his head and then burst into laughter. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Only with motivation could he work harder and improve. The next day, Lin Feng went to the main hall to continue listening to Sun Tiantu's lectures on spiritual arrays. Sun Tiantu said, "You have already studied the basics of spiritual arrays for 3 months, and you have also observed them for 3 months. Today, you will try to draw a spiritual array." Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had been studying for 3 months, and he had been waiting for this moment. Even though Lin Feng was young and mature, he still couldn't help but feel excited. A great array is spiritual arrays. Today, we will draw a spiritual array. Sun Tiantu looked at Lin Feng and continued, "Drawing a spiritual array requires full concentration. When we work hard for a spiritual array, we don't draw a spiritual array for the sake of drawing a spiritual array, but we draw it with our heart. Only this kind of spiritual array can have life. It is the same for drawing spiritual runes. You need to draw with your heart to give life to the spiritual runes you draw. Close your eyes, calm yourself down, and slowly remember how I taught you how to draw spiritual runes." Lin Feng closed his eyes. His originally excited emotions gradually calmed down. Spiritual runes were alive. Only by drawing with one's heart could one give life to the spiritual runes. Lin Feng was immersed in a mysterious world. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be countless densely packed small particles. These small particles were the spirit array factors that were floating in the void. If one wanted to condense spiritual runes, they needed to filter out the spiritual array elements and then fuse them together to form various spiritual runes. When the spiritual tattoos were intertwined with each other through a special method, they would form a dense and intertwined array diagram. This was the so-called spiritual array. Of course, what Lin Feng needed to do now was to condense the spiritual runes. The drawing of spiritual runes required the use of a talisman brush, talisman paper, and talisman liquid. These things could help a spiritual array master condense the spiritual array elements. Lin Feng captured the small particles in his mind. Slowly, he seemed to feel the emotions of these small spiritual array elements. Some were excited, some were sad, and some were silent. Everything had its own emotions, and the small spiritual array elements were no exception. Lin Feng felt their emotions and used his heart to infect these small spiritual array elements. An unknown amount of time passed. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes became clean and pure. Lin Feng picked up the talisman brush. With the talisman brush in his hand, he drew a distorted spiritual rune on the talisman paper. This spiritual rune was like a slithering snake. It seemed to have its own life as it swam on the talisman paper. Sun Tiantu, who was watching from the side, revealed a trace of surprise. He did not expect Lin Feng to be able to draw a spiritual rune on his first try. This was completely out of Sun Tiantu's expectations. If one wanted to draw a spiritual rune, not only did one need talent, one also needed a deep understanding and comprehension of spiritual runes. This required comprehension. Now, Lin Feng had successfully drawn a spiritual rune on his first try. In Sun Tiantu's opinion, not only did Lin Feng have talent, but he also had a deep understanding of spiritual runes. This made Sun Tiantu very happy. Some people with amazing talent could not go far on the path of spiritual array masters. Sun Tiantu had seen too many of these people. The main reason was that they lacked comprehension, so they could not continue on the path of spiritual array masters. However, Lin Feng did not belong to this kind of person. At this moment, Lin Feng still did not stop. He began to draw the second spiritual rune. Sun Tiantu was looking forward to it. He did not know how many spiritual runes Lin Feng could draw. According to Sun Tiantu's knowledge, Gu Tianhe, the number 1 spiritual array master in the divine land of the East County, who had reached the legendary Earth Master level, had drawn 17 spiritual runes on his first try. Of course, in Sun Tiantu's opinion, if one could draw a spiritual rune on his first try, he would be considered a top genius. As for Lin Feng's later performance, no matter what kind of results Lin Feng could produce, he would be very satisfied. However, the ability and talent that Lin Feng had displayed had completely overturned Sun Tiantu's understanding. It also made Sun Tiantu fall into an unbelievable shock. Spiritual runes appeared on the paper one after another. Soon, there were 17 spiritual runes. This was already comparable to Gu Tianhe's achievement when he first drew a spiritual rune. The most important thing was that Lin Feng still did not stop. Lin Feng continued to draw the spiritual rune. Only when the 24th spiritual rune was successfully drawn did Lin Feng let out a long breath and put down the talisman pen in his hand. 24 spiritual runes. Even though Sun Tiantu was experienced and knowledgeable, at this moment, his right hand trembled slightly. Obviously, he was deeply shocked by Lin Feng's performance. Lin Feng had been studying under Sun Tiantu for half a year. In this half a year, Lin Feng's talent and spiritual arrays had been fully revealed, and even Sun Tiantu was shocked. In just half a year, Lin Feng had grown from a noob with no knowledge of spiritual arrays to a beginner intermediate spiritual array master who had mastered 12 types of spiritual arrays. In just half a year, Lin Feng had walked the path that many people would take 10 years to walk. Of course, other than Lin Feng's great talent and comprehension, Lin Feng's hard work and the guidance of a teacher had a lot to do. Spiritual array masters were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each level was further divided into beginner intermediate, advanced. There were 3 levels. In more detail, they were further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Lin Feng was currently at the first level, which was the beginner intermediate spiritual array master of the yellow rank. For a 16-year-old youth, this level was already very shocking. After teaching Lin Feng for half a year, Sun Tiantu received a letter saying that he had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave. Lin Feng, after I leave, you must remember not to slack off. You must continue to study hard. You must practice 100 times a day to be able to learn new things. Sun Tiantu warned. Teacher, this disciple understands. I will definitely not slack off. Lin Feng said respectfully. Good. Sun Tiantu had a lot of faith in Lin Feng's character. He nodded and guided Lin Feng one last time before leaving Jialan Academy. In the next 2 months, Lin Feng spent all his time studying spiritual arrays other than cultivating. Every day, he would draw 100 diagrams to hone his control over spiritual arrays. This was extremely good for mental strength. Every time he finished drawing, Lin Feng would feel deeply exhausted. However, the results of his hard work were also great. After 2 months, Lin Feng finally broke through again. He reached the beginner intermediate and advanced spiritual array master of the yellow rank. In less than a year, Lin Feng had crossed 3 levels. This was completely unimaginable. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was because even the Geomaster Gu Tianhe, who was revered as a god in the divine land of the East Province. He had spent a total of 3 years to advance from yellow, beginner, and elementary spiritual array master to yellow, beginner, and advanced spiritual array master. At night, after drawing 100 diagrams, Lin Feng dragged his tired body, and lay on the bed to rest. Lin Feng, come out. At that moment, Lin Feng heard a familiar voice. It was a method to send a message into the room. It's teacher. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly got up and went outside. A burly old man in white was waiting for Lin Feng under a big tree not far away. When he saw Lin Feng arrive, he quickly rushed into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind, and the 2 of them arrived at the back mountain of the academy. Teacher, you're back. After seeing Sun Tiantu, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Lin Feng only felt gratitude towards Sun Tiantu. It was Sun Tiantu who had brought him into the palace of spiritual array masters and taught him carefully. Now that he was able to become a spiritual array master, it was all thanks to Sun Tiantu. Lin Feng would always remember this kindness. Lin Feng also treated Sun Tiantu as his most respected teacher. Feng I can only stay for a short while. I will leave soon. I have returned this time because there is an important matter that I need you to do. Sun Tiantu said. This disciple will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Lin Feng said. It's not that serious. It's a letter. Deliver this letter to the Dragon Sun City Lord, Long Tianyu, who is 3,000 miles away. Sun Tianta took out a letter and handed it to Lin Feng. He solemnly said, you must deliver it within 3 days. You must leave now. Yes, this disciple will definitely do it. Lin Feng put the letter away. Alright, I can't stay for long. I will leave now. Feng the journey is long, so you must be careful. Sun Tianta said before leaving. Lin Feng raised his eyes and said, thank you for your concern, teacher. This disciple will remember. Whoosh. In the next moment, Sun Tianta shot up and turned into a ray of light, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng returned to his residence and told Xianxia that he would be away for a while. He then left for Dragon Sun City. Dragon Sun City was one of the 10 main cities of Zhenwu country. The Dragon Sun City Lord, Long Tianyu, was a relative of the imperial family. It was said that he was the uncle of the current emperor. Lin Feng didn't know the contents of the letter, so he naturally wouldn't open his teacher's letter and secretly read it. Lin Feng bought a bunch of wild horses and rode them out of the city in the middle of the night to Dragon Sun City. The horse he was riding was a cross between a Fergana horse and a demonic beast. It could travel 1,500 miles in a day, and it could run for 3 days without stopping. Not only was it fast, but its endurance was also astonishing. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to deliver the letter to Dragon Sun City within 3 days. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Feng, other than eating and drinking, basically ran all the way. One afternoon, Lin Feng arrived at the marked Xianxia. It was a long and narrow valley with steep terrain and incomparably dangerous terrain. There were bandits in this place all year round, but they had mostly been cleared out in recent years. Lin Feng rode the wild horse through Xianxia. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. He looked up and saw a huge boulder that was hundreds of meters tall coming down at him. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly jumped into the distance to avoid the huge boulder. However, the wild horse he was riding wasn't so lucky. It was smashed into meat paste. Kid, you're quite agile. Cold laughter spread in the air. A dozen cultivators jumped out of the mountain and blocked Lin Feng's path. Besides, a dozen cultivators jumped down from the top of the mountain and blocked Lin Feng's path. One in front and one behind, they blocked Lin Feng's way. Lin Feng asked, who are you people? Naturally, we're bandits from Xianxia. The leader of the cultivators said coldly. You're not. Lin Feng shook his head. Bandits are exposed to the elements. How can they be as clean as you? I think you're more like experts raised by a large family. A cold killing intent flashed in the leader's eyes. He sneered and said, kid, you have sharp eyes. Lin Feng sighed. I should have guessed that this was a trap. He took out the letter. You. The leader's expression changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, how did you find out? I've been learning from my teacher for more than half a year. My teacher is a very strict person. He always calls me by my name and not affectionately calls me Feng. That fake teacher imitated him very well, and I almost couldn't find any flaws. However, my instincts told me that he was fake, so I beat him at his own game. Lin Feng said indifferently. The cultivator's expressions changed. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would be as intelligent as a demon. If this kid was allowed to grow, he would definitely become an extremely terrifying existence. The leader sneered and said, how stupid. Since you suspected him, you shouldn't have come. Since you're here, only death awaits you. He waved his hand, and more than 30 cultivators surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes filled with killing intent. The other party had a large number of people, and they were all very powerful. There were no less than 3 martial masters, especially the leader of the cultivators. Even Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura from him, which meant that this person's cultivation was definitely extremely shocking. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of those people. He smiled coldly. I just came to see who you are. I want to know who you are. I want to know who you are. Now, I have an answer. Lin Feng had already guessed the identity of these people. They should be experts from the Bai family, because Lin Feng and the Bai family had already reached the point where they could not tolerate each other. The Bai family naturally would not allow Lin Feng to continue growing. They wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. "Brat, then you have to die even more," said a strong cultivator who was holding a gigantic axe. He used the Hua mountain splitting technique to attack Lin Feng. Swish! Lin Feng unsheathed his sword. Fast, his speed was simply too fast, it was like an afterimage, it flashed in front of his eyes. Puff, following that, blood spurted out. Before the giant axe in the cultivator's hand could fall, he had already been killed by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's current battle strength was no longer the same as before. With his tyrannical strength, Lin Feng was confident that he could face any danger. "Surround and kill this brat," the leader of the cultivators shouted in a deep voice. The rest of the people spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. Then, they launched a crazy attack on Lin Feng. From all directions, there were people attacking Lin Feng, wanting to make Lin Feng pay attention to one thing and lose sight of the other. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. As soon as he used the scorching sun sword technique, the sun rose into the sky. Following that, rays of sword chi shot out. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated to the martial master realm, he could already fuse sword chi and true chi together, making it even more powerful. Streaks of sword chi shot out. Clang, 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 these cultivators were all in a sorry state as they blocked Lin Feng's sword chi. Lin Feng's wrist shook again. Swish, 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 another ray of sword chi shot out. Puff, next, the sound of tearing could be heard one after another. The cultivators' necks were directly cut by Lin Feng's sword chi. One by one, the cultivators fell to the ground and breathed their last. These ordinary cultivators couldn't even last 3 rounds against Lin Feng. The Bai clan is underestimating me. Did they send a bunch of trash to kill me? Lin Feng said coldly. Aside from the 3 martial masters, the rest of the 30+ people were all killed. Brat, how arrogant. Let's see how you'll die in our hands today. The leading cultivator shouted coldly. He drew the 2 swords on his back. This person's weapon was a broadsword. This type of broadsword was longer and wider than ordinary swords, and its thickness was twice that of an ordinary longsword. This kind of broadsword was suitable for extremely powerful cultivators. Normally, cultivators would only use 1 broadsword. However, this person was using 2 broadswords. Clearly, this person had extraordinary combat strength. The second martial master used a long spear. The third martial master's weapon was a giant bow. The giant bow was used together with arrows to attack from a distance. Among the 3 martial masters, one was responsible for close-range attacks, while the other was responsible for long-range attacks. It could be said that this was the most perfect combination. Attack, the leading cultivator shouted coldly. He and the second martial master quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The 2 swords in their hands were directly aimed at Lin Feng. The second martial master's long spear was aimed at Lin Feng's chest. The 2 of them cooperated very well. Moreover, they attacked from the left and right. An ordinary person would have a hard time dealing with their attacks. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. While the 2 of them were attacking Lin Feng, the third martial master also drew his giant bow. Whoosh! A magic arrow shot towards Lin Feng at lightning speed. This magic arrow had a speed spirit rune drawn on it, which could increase its flying speed. Moreover, this magic arrow also had an explosion spirit rune drawn on it. This kind of explosion spirit rune was even more terrifying. Once it pierced through Lin Feng's body, the explosion spirit rune would be stained with blood and directly explode. With just 1 arrow, Lin Feng would be blown to smithereens. The 3 of them cooperated seamlessly. 2 of them were responsible for restraining Lin Feng's movements, while the other was responsible for launching a sure-kill attack on Lin Feng. Of course, even though the first and second martial masters were responsible for restraining Lin Feng, as long as Lin Feng revealed even the slightest flaw, they would definitely unleash a torrential barrage of attacks, aiming to kill Lin Feng in a single strike. The 3 martial masters had cold and cruel expressions on their faces. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. They did not believe that Lin Feng could deal with the 3 of them working together to kill him. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng smiled coldly. Boom! At this critical moment, Lin Feng directly activated his devouring martial spirit, the three devouring martial spirits revolved. The confining magnetic field immediately enveloped an area of more than 10 meters. The three martial master powerhouses were all enveloped within it. Lin Feng's confining magnetic field was extremely terrifying. Once trapped, it would be difficult to move. When the magic arrow was shot, its speed became extremely slow in Lin Feng's confining magnetic field, as if it was moving in slow motion. Its power was also greatly reduced. "I can't move." The martial master holding the long spear cried out in horror. The unknown was the most terrifying. "Die," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He took a step forwards and slashed at the spear-wielding cultivator with his sword. Puff! Lin Feng's sword cut open his neck. Blood spurted out. The martial master was killed by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng grabbed the long spear in his hand and threw it at the martial master holding the huge bow. The martial master's face was filled with fear. He wanted to dodge, but his body was confined by the confining magnetic field. It was difficult for him to dodge the attack. The long spear directly pierced through his chest, sending his body flying dozens of meters away. The long spear then stabbed into the rock wall. The cultivator's body hung in midair. Blood flowed down the long spear and dripped onto the rock wall. After killing 2 experts in a row, Lin Feng did not stop. He quickly swept towards the 3rd expert. The leading cultivator was obviously the most powerful of the 3 martial masters. He actually overcame Lin Feng's confining magnetic field. Holding 2 swords, he stabbed towards Lin Feng. Twin dragons emerging from the sea. This person's swordsmanship was extremely domineering. The 2 swords were like 2 ferocious dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Scorching sun swordsmanship. Lin Feng roared and slashed out with his strongest sword. The power of an earth-rank swordsmanship was completely displayed at this moment. Lin Feng was standing under the scorching sun, he looked like a sun god. Pooh, when the light fell, Lin Feng's sword had already pierced through the leading cultivator's neck. Lin Feng suddenly pulled out his long sword. The leading cultivator continuously retreated, using his hand to cover his neck that was spurting blood. "I didn't expect you to be so strong at the age of 16. What kind of person did my Bai clan provoke?" The cultivator fell to the ground. Before he died, his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he died with grievances. "All right, come with me, I'll bring you to see the expert in charge of the certification." Shangguan Feier brought Lin Feng to an empty room. In the middle of the room was a row of weapons, and besides that, there was nothing else. Clearly, this was the certification area. Lin Feng asked, "Aren't you here to bring me to see the expert?" "Where is the expert?" Shangguan Feier strode to the center of the room. She looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, "That expert is me. If you can defeat me, you can pass the second-order mercenary certification." Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Feier in surprise. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like an absolute beauty, and he could not tell that she was an expert. "Are you sure?" Lin Feng asked. Shangguan Feier gave a cold humph and said, "You dare to doubt this young lady? This young lady has already passed the second-order mercenary certification test a year ago. In that case, I'll offend you then." Lin Feng nodded and leaped forward, arriving in front of Shangguan Feier and punching out towards her. Shangguan Feier also attacked, her palm was moving towards Lin Feng. Her palm technique was extremely mysterious, it contained an extremely soft and keen strength. In a flash, it neutralized Lin Feng's attack, and then suddenly, it moved towards Lin Feng's chest at full speed. Lin Feng quickly retreated, dodging Shangguan Feier's blow. "Eh? That should be some kind of soft technique, right? This young lady is trained in the 1,000 soft palms." Shangguan Feier gave a cold humph and leaped forward, charging towards Lin Feng once more. She was extremely confident in her 1,000 soft palms. As for Lin Feng, Shangguan Feier did not place Lin Feng in her eyes at all. A mere 15 or 16-year-old youth, could it be that he wanted to defeat her? That was just a fool's dream. Shangguan Feier's second palm struck out towards Lin Feng, a smug look on her beautiful face, as if she was extremely satisfied with her own palm strike. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. Instead, he activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. Then, Lin Feng activated his collapsing fist and punched out. Presently, this earth-rank martial technique had long been cultivated by Lin Feng to the extent of being as pure as fire. When the collapsing fist was executed, there were even bursts of sounds of rushing thunder in the air. Bang! Lin Feng and Shang Guanfei clashed together. Lin Feng remained unmoved. As for Shang Guanfei, she was knocked back by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? Shang Guanfei bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. She had always prided herself as a genius, and now she had actually been forced back by a youth who was several years younger than her. How could the proud and arrogant Shang Guanfei accept that caused Shang Guanfei to fly into a rage. Fairy picking flowers, Shang Guanfei struck out once more, a finger pointing towards Lin Feng. This fairy picking flowers finger had a strong penetrating power, and its power was astonishing. Within the borders of the Zhenwu country, it was one of the 72 absolute arts. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. However, when Shang Guanfei used this fairy picking flowers finger, Lin Feng did feel a trace of danger. What a powerful finger technique. Lin Feng was slightly shocked, but his movements didn't have the slightest hesitation, and there was no fear in his heart. This was because Lin Feng had absolute confidence in his own strength. Facing Shang Guanfei's attack, he also struck out with his collapsing fist. His fist flew towards Shang Guanfei. Lin Feng had already mastered the 9 forms of the collapsing fist. Against a martial master, the collapsing fist was more than enough. Bang! Both sides collided once more, and just like the first time, Shang Guanfei was once again knocked back by Lin Feng. How can your strength be so strong? Shang Guanfei looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, naturally, it's because this young master's cultivation is heaven-defying and profound. Humph, you actually dare to show off your strength in front of this young lady. Today, this young lady will let you know how powerful I am. Shang Guanfei snorted. In the next moment, a light flashed, and a flaming whip appeared in her hand. This flaming whip was obviously a powerful treasure. Pa, Shang Guanfei made her move. She directly used the whip in her hand and lashed it towards Lin Feng. The whip was like a snake as it lashed towards Lin Feng, aiming straight for Lin Feng's face. Shang Guanfei's whip was called the Fire Snake Whip. It was said that it was fused with the soul essence of a 1,000-year mysterious snake, and was made with the tendons of a fled dragon. A powerful spiritual array master had drawn a spiritual array on it, and it was an extremely terrifying weapon. As the whip lashed out, Lin Feng immediately felt as if he was facing a ferocious beast. Screech! An incomparably huge python phantom appeared, opening its bloody maw as it tried to swallow Lin Feng. Shang Guanfei cried out proudly, little brat, let's see how you block the power of my fire snake whip. Swish, Lin Feng gripped the sword on his back and drew it, slashing out. Clang, Shang Guanfei's fire snake whip clashed with Lin Feng's sword, and a powerful sound of impact rang out. A terrifying scene appeared as a dense mass of flames instantly enveloped Lin Feng's sword, spreading towards Lin Feng's body. Shang Guanfei's fire snake whip was extremely strange. Not only was it powerful, but the flames it released were also able to harm the opponent. At this moment, Lin Feng was being threatened. Slap! 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 Shang Guanfei's face was filled with pride. She had never lost when using the fire snake whip because it was a powerful treasure that could suppress the opponent. After Shang Guanfei's attack, she did not stop, continuing to attack Lin Feng with the fire snake whip. Just a mere flame, suppress it for me. Lin Feng sneered as he activated the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. The archaic dragonesque elephant's power surged out and was poured into Lin Feng's sword. With a sudden shake, the raging flames were instantly extinguished. Archaic dragonesque elephant skill. Even gods and demons could be suppressed, let alone mere flames. After suppressing the flames, Lin Feng quickly dashed forward, dodging Shang Guanfei's whip. Shang Guanfei's expression changed slightly. She had not expected that Lin Feng would actually be able to neutralize her fire snake whip's flame attack. Seeing Lin Feng dashing over, she quickly retreated. Shang Guanfei, who was using the fire snake whip, needed to put some distance between her and Lin Feng to be able to unleash the full power of the fire snake whip. However, even though Shang Wanfei wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Shang Wanfei, his sword pointed at her slender, snow-white neck. Beauty, don't move. My sword has no eyes, and it can easily hurt you. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Shang Wanfei. Shang Wanfei's expression was uncertain. Even now, she had not regained her senses. She had never imagined that she would actually lose to a 15 or 16-year-old youth. She was at the 4th heavenly stage of the martial master stage, and even had the flame snake whip in her hands. Yet, she had still lost. Alright, come with me, I'll bring you to see the expert in charge of the certification. Shang Wanfei brought Lin Feng to an empty room. In the middle of the room was a row of weapons, and besides that, there was nothing else. Clearly, this was the certification area. Lin Feng asked, "Aren't you here to bring me to see the expert?" "Where is he?" Shang Wanfei strode to the center of the room. She looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, "That expert is me. If you can defeat me, you can pass the second order mercenary certification." Lin Feng looked at Shang Wanfei in surprise. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like an absolute beauty, and he could not tell that she was an expert. "Are you sure?" Lin Feng asked. Shang Wanfei gave a cold humph and said, "You dare to doubt this young lady? This young lady has already passed the second order mercenary certification test a year ago. In that case, I'll offend you then." Lin Feng nodded and leapt forward, arriving in front of Shang Wanfei and punching out towards her. Shang Wanfei also made her move, a palm striking out. Her palm technique was extremely mysterious, bringing with it an extremely soft and energy, instantly dissolving Lin Feng's blow. After that, she abruptly gathered her strength and struck out towards Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng quickly retreated, dodging the blow. "Eh? That should be some kind of soft technique, right? This young lady is trained in the 1,000 soft palms." Shang Wanfei gave a cold humph and leapt forward, once again charging towards Lin Feng. She was extremely confident in her 1,000 soft palms. As for Lin Feng, Shang Wanfei did not place Lin Feng in her eyes at all. A mere 15 or 16-year-old youth, could it be that he wanted to defeat her? That was just a fool's dream. Shang Wanfei struck out a second palm strike towards Lin Feng, a smug look on her beautiful face, as if she was extremely satisfied with her own palm strike. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. Instead, he activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. Then, Lin Feng activated his collapsing fist and punched out. Presently, this earth-rank martial technique had long been cultivated by Lin Feng to the extent of being as pure as fire. When the collapsing fist was executed, there were even bursts of sounds of rushing thunder in the air. Bang! Lin Feng and Shang Wanfei clashed together. Lin Feng remained unmoved. As for Shang Wanfei, she was knocked back by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? Shang Wanfei bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. She had always prided herself as a genius, and now she had actually been forced back by a youth who was several years younger than her. How could the proud and arrogant Shang Wanfei accept that? That caused Shang Wanfei to fly into a rage. Fairy picking flowers, Shang Wanfei struck out once more, a finger pointing towards Lin Feng. This fairy picking flowers finger had a strong penetrating power, and its power was astonishing. Within the borders of the Zhenwu country, it was one of the 72 absolute arts. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. However, when Shang Wanfei used this fairy picking flowers finger, Lin Feng did feel a trace of danger. What a powerful finger technique. Lin Feng was slightly shocked, but his movements didn't have the slightest hesitation, and there was no fear in his heart. This was because Lin Feng had absolute confidence in his own strength. Facing Shang Wanfei's attack, he also struck out with his collapsing fist. His fist flew towards Shang Wanfei. Lin Feng had already mastered the 9 forms of the collapsing fist. Against a martial master, the collapsing fist was more than enough. Bang! Both sides collided once more, and just like the first time, Shang Wanfei was once again knocked back by Lin Feng. How can your strength be so strong? Shang Wanfei looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Naturally, it's because this young master's cultivation is heaven-defying and profound. Humph, you actually dare to show off your strength in front of this young lady. Today, this young lady will let you know how powerful I am. Shang Guanfei snorted. In the next moment, a light flashed, and a flaming whip appeared in her hand. This flaming whip was obviously a powerful treasure. Pa, Shang Guanfei made her move. She directly used the whip in her hand and lashed it towards Lin Feng. The whip was like a snake as it lashed towards Lin Feng, aiming straight for Lin Feng's face. Shang Guanfei's whip was called the Fire Snake Whip. It was said that it was fused with the soul essence of a 1,000-year mysterious snake, and was made with the tendons of a fled dragon. A powerful spiritual array master had drawn a spiritual array on it, and it was an extremely terrifying weapon. When the whip lashed out, Lin Feng immediately felt as if he was facing a wild beast. Screech! An incomparably huge python phantom appeared, opening its bloody maw as it tried to swallow Lin Feng. Shang Guanfei cried out proudly, "Little brat, let's see how you block the power of my fire snake whip." Swish, Lin Feng gripped the sword on his back and drew it, slashing out. Clang, Shang Guanfei's fire snake whip clashed with Lin Feng's sword, and a powerful clang rang out. A terrifying scene appeared as a dense mass of flames enveloped Lin Feng's sword, spreading towards Lin Feng's body. Shang Guanfei's fire snake whip was extremely strange. Not only was it powerful, but the flames it released were also able to harm the opponent. At this moment, Lin Feng felt threatened. Pa, Shang Guanfei's face was filled with pride. She had never lost when using the fire snake whip. That was because the fire snake whip was such a powerful treasure that it could suppress any opponent. After that attack, Shang Guanfei didn't stop, continuing to attack Lin Feng with the fire snake whip. Just a mere flame, suppress it. Lin Feng sneered and activated the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. The power of the archaic dragonesque elephant surged out and was poured into Lin Feng's sword. With a sudden shake, the raging flames were instantly extinguished. Archaic dragonesque elephant skill. Even gods and demons could be suppressed, not to mention mere flames. After suppressing the flames, Lin Feng quickly dashed forward, dodging Shang Guanfei's whip. Shang Guanfei's expression changed slightly. She had not expected that Lin Feng would be able to neutralize her fire snake whip's flame attack. Seeing Lin Feng dashing over, she quickly retreated. She had to put some distance between her and Lin Feng to be able to unleash the full power of the fire snake whip. However, even though Shang Guanfei wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Shang Guanfei and pointed his sword at her slender, snow-white neck. "Beauty, don't move. My sword has no eyes, and it can easily hurt you." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Shang Guanfei. Shang Guanfei's expression was uncertain. Even now, she had not regained her senses. She had never imagined that she would actually lose to a 15 or 16-year-old youth. She was at the 4th heavenly stage of the martial master stage, and even had the flame snake whip in her hands. Yet, she had still lost. Who was this youth in front of her? How could he be so powerful? "What's your name?" Shang Guanfei looked at Lin Feng and asked. "Lin Feng." Shang Guanfei tried to recall if there was a Lin family in the Zhenwu country. The Mercenary Association had a lot of information, and she knew about all the large families and powers in the Zhenwu country. However, she could not find any information about the Lin family. This made Shang Guanfei curious. If he wasn't from a large family, could he be from one of the 9 great academies? It had to be said that Shang Guanfei was a beautiful and intelligent woman. Otherwise, she would not have been able to become the branch president of the Mercenary Association at such a young age. Lin Feng smiled at Shang Guanfei and asked, "Beautiful lady, may I know your name?" Shang Guanfei. Lin Feng said, "A beautiful name and a beautiful person." Shang Guanfei was rather pleased with Lin Feng's praise, but she did not seem to be sincere. She snorted and said, "You dare to tease me, are you seeking death? Dying under a peony flower is still a good thing, much less dying at the hands of a peerless beauty like Fei. Lin Feng said. "Who allowed you to call me Fei?" Shang Guanfei said unhappily, "I'm a few years older than you, you should call me Big Sis Fei. Age is often not a barrier between men and women." Lin Feng looked at Shang Guanfei with his black eyes. Looking at Lin Feng's bright eyes, Shang Guanfei suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken. She forced herself to remain calm and said, "Since you have already passed the second-rank mercenary exam, you can now come with me to apply for the badge." "Thank you, Fei-er," Lin Feng said with a smile. Shangguan Fei-er was still unhappy with the way Lin Feng addressed her, and she snorted, but this time she did not refute Lin Feng. Shangguan Fei-er brought Lin Feng to another room, and after registering some necessary information, an old man helped Lin Feng apply for the second-order mercenary badge, and Lin Feng left. "Miss, who is this person?" "At the age of 16, he has already broken through to the martial master realm, and even defeated you," the old man said in shock. Shangguan Fei-er narrowed her eyes and said, "What an interesting fellow. Uncle Qing Yuan, please send someone to follow him and keep an eye on his every move and report back to me. At the same time, find out where he lives." "Yes, Mississippi. I'll do it now," the old man replied and then walked out. After leaving the auction house, Lin Feng headed to his residence. Now that he had become a second-rank mercenary, Lin Feng planned to go and find out more about the fire unicorn. Hunting and killing the fire unicorn was an important matter. Lin Feng was very interested. The fire unicorn's entire body was a precious treasure, especially its blood. If he could obtain a drop, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. If he could obtain a drop of the fire unicorn's blood, it would definitely be worth it. Just then, a group of people rushed over from afar. The cultivator in the lead shouted coldly, "Look, it's Duga Quangdao." "Who's that kid? Duga Quangdao and his group don't have good intentions. Did he offend Duga Quangdao and his group? If he offends Duga Quangdao, he won't have a good ending." Many mercenaries looked over, pointing and discussing. It was obvious that this Duga Quangdao had an extraordinary reputation in Mercenary Town. Lin Feng looked at that group of people. The leader of the group was holding a blood-red blade. That person was probably Duga Quangdao. Lin Feng also saw Zhou Hu in that group of people. Zhou Hu had tried to rob Lin Feng, but he had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't expect him to not only be unrepentant, but also find helpers. Lin Feng looked at Duga Quangdao indifferently and said, "What? Are all of you here to seek revenge? I heard that mercenaries are a group of men with backbone. Your brother can't do it. After I taught him a lesson, he called people to seek revenge. What a coward, haha." Many people's mouths twitched when they saw Lin Feng laughing and mocking Zhou Hu. This kid actually didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Maybe he didn't know how powerful the person in front of him was. Now they were laughing. They would probably cry later. "Kid, you've got guts. You hit my brother and still dare to mock us." Duga Quangdao's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Feng smiled. "Your brother wanted to rob me, but he wasn't as strong as me. I didn't kill him, but that's already the best I could do." Kid, you're too arrogant. I want to see what makes you so arrogant." Duga Quangdao's face was gloomy as he drew his blood-red blade. "There's no need for Big Brother to do it. Just leave this kid to us," a few mercenaries said. Duga Quangdao said, "All of you, step back. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. Do you still want to fight with me? How would we dare? Big Brother, take it easy. Don't cut this kid in half," a mercenary said with a smile. Obviously, they didn't put Lin Feng in their eyes. "Don't worry, such a brat isn't worthy of dying in my hands." As soon as he finished speaking, Duga Quangdao roared and rushed towards Lin Feng with his blood-red blade. Duga Quangdao is making his move. I wonder how many moves that kid can take. How many moves? Aren't you overestimating that kid? He looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old. How powerful can he be? I think he only needs one move and Duga Quangdao will be able to cut this kid in half. In the surroundings, the sound of discussion resounded. More than a dozen mercenaries who followed Duga Quangdao were cheering. 13 slashes of the berserk blade. Duga Quangdao let out a long howl and slashed out with his saber. Rays of resplendent blade light shot out. Blade chi shook the void. The terrifying aura emitted from Duga Quangdao's body made many people feel suffocated. It was difficult for them to get close and they were all forced to retreat. Boom! Duga Quangdao's blade that could split Mount Hua instantly slashed down. Swish, at this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back and suddenly pulled it out. Everyone felt a flash of cold light. Then, the clanging sound of swords clashing could be heard. Lin Feng's move was too fast. He pulled out his sword and unsheathed his sword. The sword was sheathed again. It was done almost overnight. What happened? Many people still looked at Lin Feng and Duge Quandao in confusion. Because Lin Feng's sword was already sheathed, as for Duge Quandao, he had a dull expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe it. Look! Someone cried out in alarm. Duge Quandao's hair was cut off and slowly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. One sword strike, Duge Quandao, who was a martial master, was defeated, because everyone knew that the youth could have cut off Duge Quandao's head with that sword strike, but he only chose to cut off a handful of Duge Quandao's hair. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. I admit defeat. You can do whatever you want with me today. Duge Quandao threw his blood-red blade to the ground. This man could be considered a straightforward and upright man. Heavens, isn't that young man too strong? Even someone as strong as Duge Quandao was defeated in one move. Since ancient times, heroes have always come from the young. I wonder who that young man is? Could he be a disciple from some top-tier family? Many people in the surroundings were discussing spiritedly. They all looked at Lin Feng with reverence. Lin Feng picked up the blood-red blade and handed it to Duge Quandao. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I also made a mistake in the past. I hope Brother Duge can forgive me. Lin Feng was supposed to be the victor, but now he chose to keep the peace. Moreover, he was very humble. At that moment, everybody's impression of Lin Feng was much better than before. All right. If you don't mind, are you willing to be friends with me? Asked Duge Quandao. Said Lin Feng, smiling. It's an honor to be able to meet a hero like you, Brother Duge. Today, I invite you to have a drink with me as a way of apologizing to you, said Lin Feng. Haha, Brother Lin, we're family now. There's no need to apologize. If we do apologize, then we're the ones apologizing to you. You're a great person, so please don't take it to heart. Don't take it to heart, said Duge Quandao with a smile. That's right, Brother Lin. I've offended you before. Please don't take it to heart, said Zhou Hu apologetically. It's all in the past. It's normal for hot-blooded men to have conflicts. Everything will be forgotten after a glass of wine. Lin Feng smiled. Let's go to the Drunken Immortal Tavern. We won't go back until we're drunk. Duge Quandao and Lin Feng put their arms around each other's shoulders, looking like they were close friends. Lin Feng's group left. Many people were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the two sides who had just been at loggerheads would become friends in the blink of an eye? That kid resolved the grudge between them with just a few words. He even won the admiration of Duge Quandao and the others. Although he's still young, he's very experienced and intelligent. In the future, he'll be like a dragon emerging from the abyss, said a middle-aged cultivator. When a dragon comes out of the abyss, it's a boundless world. Let's go, we have to report this matter to the young Mississippi, said another middle-aged man. The two of them squeezed through the crowd and quickly disappeared. Duge Quandao and the others. Lin Feng had heard a lot of snooze. According to Duge Quandao's information, it was said that there would be people from the ancient aristocratic families coming to hunt the fire Qilin. Therefore, the various forces did not act rashly and were still waiting. When Lin Feng returned, it was already late at night. After washing up, Lin Feng fell asleep on his bed. He didn't wake up until he heard a knock on the door the next day. Lin Feng opened the door and saw two people standing outside. One was a waiter, and the other was a middle-aged cultivator. However, Lin Feng didn't recognize him. Lin Gongzi, I deserve to die for disturbing your sleep. It's just that this lord is looking for you. That's why I disturbed you. Please forgive me. The waiter said in fear and trepidation. It's fine. You can leave. Lin Feng said. I'll take my leave. The waiter left. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man, smiled, and asked, How should I address you? I'm Dong Qing, a manager of the Mercenary Association. I'm here to deliver a letter to our young miss. The middle-aged man took out a letter and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the letter and asked, "Who is your young miss?" "Lin Gongzi, you'll know once you see it." "I'll take my leave." The middle-aged man cupped his fists and left. Lin Feng went back to his room and opened the envelope. There was an invitation letter inside. The contents were as follows: Qing and Lin Gongzi met yesterday. You left a deep impression on me. Today, I have something to discuss with you. Please come to the Mercenary Association. Shang Guanfei's name was written on the bottom. It's her. Lin Feng was shocked. He couldn't help but think of Shang Guanfei's beautiful face and enchanting body. Night fell, and Lin Feng arrived at the Mercenary Association. In the main hall, he saw Shang Guanfei. It had to be said that Shang Guanfei was truly a vixen. Her entire body was filled with an alluring aura. Such an aura could evoke a man's most primal desires. Even for Lin Feng, when facing Shang Guanfei, it was hard for him to stop his imagination from running wild. Lin Feng smiled at Shang Guanfei and asked, "May I know why this beautiful lady has summoned me?" Shang Guanfei said sweetly, "If there's nothing, can't you call Lin Gongzi over for a chat? A heart-to-heart talk?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course not. It's my honor to meet such a great beauty like Fei. He 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 he." Shang Guanfei laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth. This woman was truly a vixen. Her every move and action was filled with such charm that it could make any man's heart race. Shang Guanfei had been secretly observing Lin Feng's every move. Although she could see Lin Feng's burning gaze, she could also see that deep within Lin Feng's eyes were a clear light. Shang Guanfei thought to herself, this person is not as shallow as he seems on the surface? A hint of doubt arose in her heart, but the expression on her face grew even more mesmerizing. She smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, this time, Fei has invited you here because she has a favor to ask of Lin Gongzi." Lin Feng said passively, "Miss Fei is a member of the Mercenary Association, how could she possibly have a favor to ask of me?" Shang Guanfei was exasperated. She clearly understood that Lin Feng was trying to block her from speaking further. Lin Feng indeed had such intentions. After all, he had only met Shang Guanfei once. How could her request be simple? Shang Guanfei smiled and said, "Young master is so talented, I'm sure you will be able to help Fei." Lin Feng felt rather helpless, but since Shang Guanfei had already said it to such an extent, he did not want to continue rejecting her. Instead, he asked, "I'm curious, with Miss Fei's status, what can she possibly ask of me?" At that moment, Shang Guanfei revealed a pitiful expression as she said, "My father is the head of the Mercenary Association in the Zhenwu country, and he is in charge of dozens of mercenary associations. I have two brothers, my elder brother is a vicious man, and my third brother is a hedonistic son. They are both born to their official mothers, and have high statuses. As for my mother, she is just a servant girl, and my father had an affair with her when he was drunk. As such, my status in the family is extremely low. Next winter, there will be a family meeting, and at that time, there will be some new power relations in the family. As far as I know, my elder brother wants to use me as a tool for marriage, so as to prevent me from fighting for power with him. In such a large family, there is always mutual deception. My third brother is useless, but my elder brother is an arrogant and conceited person, and he even made a great enemy, causing the destruction of a mercenary association, killing hundreds of people. With such a person in charge of the mercenary association, my Shangguan family's foundation will be destroyed. I hope that young master can accompany me then. No matter for myself or for the family's foundation, I cannot let my elder brother become the successor." Shang Guanfei spoke so pitifully, but in truth, this was a matter of power struggles in large families. The loser's fate was usually more tragic, and Shang Guanfei was a woman, and her mother was not of good birth. If she failed, her fate would be even more tragic. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, saying, "This is a matter of your family, and I am just an outsider. It is not appropriate for me to interfere. Furthermore, my power is not enough to help you." Shang Guanfei said pitifully, "Lin Gongzi is so talented. Next year, when winter comes, young master will definitely be a hidden dragon rising from the abyss, a dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. You will definitely have the ability to support Fei. Lin Feng naturally knew that Shang Guanfei was just flattering him. However, Lin Feng himself was extremely confident. He believed that with his talent, in a year's time, he would grow to a level that even Shang Guanfei would not dare to believe. Lin Feng looked at Shang Guanfei. Looking at her pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. It had to be said that beautiful women often had a huge advantage. Shang Guanfei was one such example. Lin Feng stood up and walked in front of Shang Guanfei, pinching her snow-white chin. Shang Guanfei blushed slightly, but did not struggle free. If you agree to become my woman, I will agree to your conditions. How about it? Lin Feng sat down on the chair, while Shang Guanfei sat on Lin Feng's lap. Shang Guanfei's body was extremely sensitive, and she had never had such intimate contact with a man before. At the same time, Lin Feng's body was also extremely sensitive. After all, he was only a 16-year-old youth, and had never truly enjoyed a woman before. When he came into contact with a woman, especially a peerless beauty like Shang Guanfei, his body would naturally change greatly. Shang Guanfei sat on Lin Feng's lap, and she could clearly feel the changes in Lin Feng's body. She twisted her body slightly, trying to get up and escape from Lin Feng's embrace. However, that only deepened the contact between them. Don't move. Lin Feng could feel the excitement in his body, and his grip on Shang Guanfei tightened. You can't move either. Shang Guanfei said in a trembling voice. She felt as if her body had lost all its strength, and she collapsed into Lin Feng's embrace. The two of them fell into a short silence. Shang Guanfei could feel the change in Lin Feng's body, and it seemed to have calmed down. Only then did she heave a long sigh of relief. Blushing, she turned around, her face cold. You are too much, let go of me. Lin Feng said, if I let go of you, does that mean I will not agree to your terms? Lin Feng's question was extremely aggressive, as if he was forcing Shang Guanfei to agree to his terms. Shang Guanfei's face was dark and uncertain. Naturally, she could not agree so rashly. After all, if she did agree, she would have to entrust her entire life to this man in front of her. This was not an easy decision to make. Lin Feng allowed Shang Guanfei to stand up. Shang Guanfei's face was red as she tidied up her messy clothes. Lin Feng walked outside and smiled. Little Fei, my beautiful girl, I have the heart to help you, but I can't. We'll see each other later. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Shang Guanfei gritted her teeth angrily. Just now, she had been so intimate with Lin Feng. Although nothing had happened due to the clothes between them, that level of contact was already unimaginable for a woman. Bastard, you took advantage of me and now you want to leave? Shang Guanfei couldn't help but think hatefully in her heart. However, seeing Lin Feng walk out without any hesitation, Shang Guanfei's initial hesitation, embarrassment, and anger turned into grievance, and she said angrily, Lin Feng, stop right there. I didn't say I didn't agree to your request. Lin Feng stopped, looking at the blushing Shang Guanfei, a faint smile on his face. Shang Guanfei blushed as she said, although I can agree to your request, we have to make an agreement. Oh? An agreement? What does that mean? Lin Feng asked. Firstly, before you return to the family with me, you can't do those things to me. Shang Guanfei said with a red face. Do those things was naturally referring to rolling in the sheets between men and women. However, as a woman, she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Lin Feng nodded and said, I can agree to that. Shang Guanfei continued, secondly, you have to love me and protect me. You can't bully me. Lin Feng smiled and said, of course, who would bear to bully such a beautiful wife like you? Humph humph. Shang Guanfei gave a rather cute snort with a hint of coquettishness. She continued, thirdly, you can't let anyone bully me. Lin Feng said, wife, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll take their dog life. Hearing Lin Feng's promise, Shang Guanfei suddenly felt a sense of peace. Such a feeling was something she had never felt before. Ever since she could remember, Shang Guanfei knew what her position in the family was. Not only did she have to live for herself, she also had to live for her mother. These years, Shang Guanfei had lived a very tiring life. Under that seemingly strong exterior, she actually had a weak heart. However, when she heard Lin Feng's domineering words, Shangguan Fei'er's heart seemed to melt, and her tears fell uncontrollably. Lin Feng walked forward, hugging her with a pained expression. This woman, these years must have been very difficult for her. Lin Feng gently wiped away her tears, saying gently, Fei-er, don't worry, I will protect you well. No one will bully you. Fei-er believes, Fei-er believes. Shangguan Fei-er nodded repeatedly. Looking at Shangguan Fei-er's luscious red lips, Lin Feng slowly inched forward. Shangguan Fei-er naturally knew what Lin Feng wanted to do, and she reached out to push him away, not wanting to let Lin Feng have his way so easily. However, she found that Lin Feng's strength was just too great, and she felt a little weak and powerless. In the next instant, her red lips were sealed. Woo, big baddie, let go of me. As soon as Shangguan Fei-er reacted, she started to struggle, but she was unable to break free from Lin Feng. The more she struggled, the more it aroused Lin Feng's desire. Lin Feng did not hold back at all, instead preying open Shangguan Fei-er's pearly white teeth and starting to ravage her, his right hand even reaching into her clothes. Such an erotic scene naturally did not last long, and Shangguan Fei-er finally managed to muster enough strength to push Lin Feng away, her face flushed red as she glared fiercely at Lin Feng. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, Shangguan Fei-er's shy and angry look was even more alluring. Looking at Shangguan Fei-er's shy and angry expression, Lin Feng felt his heart quicken. It was a feeling of his heart thumping wildly. The next day, news spread that the powerhouses of the ancient powers had arrived. However, they did not stop at the mercenary town, instead heading straight for the Fire Qilin's hiding place. This caused quite a stir, and many people headed into the desolate forest. Lin Feng also heard the news, and decided to enter the desolate forest as well. For a vicious beast like the Fire Qilin, the closer it is to death, the more terrifying it is. You must be careful. Shangguan Fei-er knew that Lin Feng was going to enter the desolate forest to participate in the hunt for the Fire Qilin, and as such before Lin Feng left, she reminded Lin Feng worriedly. Lin Feng said, don't worry, I will come back in one piece. Lin Feng stroked Shangguan Fei-er's beautiful face, kissing her lightly on the forehead. Shangguan Fei-er did not reject him, instead feeling sweet. Ever since what had happened with Lin Feng yesterday, Shangguan Fei-er's heart had been tied to Lin Feng. Perhaps even Shangguan Fei-er had not noticed the change in her heart. Her dependence on Lin Feng was not just purely due to Lin Feng's help, but also an emotional dependence. The ancient desolate forest was originally a place where vicious beasts roamed freely. But today, many vicious beasts had fled to the depths of the desolate forest. That was because there were too many human cultivators who had entered the desolate forest. Vicious beasts also knew how to avoid disaster. The cultivators who had entered the desolate forest were naturally here for the legendary Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin's entire body was a treasure, all the major powers wanted a share of the loot. Therefore, the desolate forest was very lively. Lin Feng, Dugu Quandao, and the others entered the desolate forest together. They went straight to the Fire Qilin's hiding place. Brother Dugu, have you seen the Fire Qilin before? Asked Lin Feng. I saw the Fire Qilin from afar. It was standing at the peak of a mountain, surrounded by flames. It looked like a sacred fire beast, sacred and inviolable. Dugu Quandao recalled seeing the Fire Qilin a while ago. That scene was unforgettable for him. Said Lin Feng while smiling wryly. Such a strong cultivator, in the end, will become a target for all the influential groups. Dugu Quandao said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Holy beasts like the Fire Qilin are mysterious existences that only appear in legends. I just don't know why such a holy beast has appeared in a small place like our Zhenwu country. Moreover, this holy beast's qi is very weak. I don't know if it's seriously injured. This is a good opportunity to kill the Fire Qilin. If the Fire Qilin recovers, even a yin-yang cultivator will die in front of it. Lin Feng nodded. That's true. It won't be easy to kill such an existence. The group traveled for 3 days before they finally arrived at the Fire Qilin's hiding place. The temperature here had risen sharply. It should have something to do with the Fire Qilin. Look, that's the Fire Qilin. Dugu Quandao pointed out a valley. Lin Feng looked over and saw a gigantic beast surrounded by flames. The gigantic beast was as big as a mountain. It gave Lin Feng a strong visual impact. Is that the fire Qilin? Isn't it too big? It's as tall as a mountain. Even a Yinyang expert wouldn't be able to deal with such a terrifying existence, right? Lin Feng was speechless. If the fire unicorn was at its peak, it could kill a Yinyang cultivator with one claw, but now, it's half dead. You should know that the fire unicorn won't be able to last for a long time. It doesn't have much fighting strength left, said the fire unicorn. Duge Guangdao said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as Duge Guangdao had said. The fire Qilin in front of him was lying on the ground, not moving at all. Perhaps it was because its injuries were too severe. Numerous cultivators had gathered in the surroundings. They were scattered all over the place as they watched the fire Qilin. However, no one dared to act rashly. Even though the fire Qilin was on the verge of death, it was still an ancient ferocious beast. The closer it was to death, the more terrifying it was. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't withstand the fire Qilin's attacks. Moreover, it was still unknown whether the fire Qilin was truly injured or weakened due to other reasons. Naturally, no one dared to act rashly. Moreover, everyone was waiting for the Yinyang cultivator from the ancient factions to arrive. Whoosh! In the distance, an overwhelming golden light swept across the heavens. Amidst the endless golden light, a man in a long golden robe flew over. Genie Chen. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of this cultivator. His background was extraordinary. He was the successor of the Jin family, a famous ancient aristocratic family in the divine prefecture of the eastern region. Although he was young, his cultivation base was profound. His strength could even suppress many of the older cultivators who had been famous for a long time. Genie Chen's golden robe fluttered in the wind. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was extraordinarily handsome. He stood in the void and looked into the valley. He was not in a hurry to attack. Whoosh! In the distance, another person arrived. This was a cultivator shrouded in a black robe. Demonic fog rolled around him. Clearly, this was a demonic cultivator. It's a cultivator from the Soul Devourer Temple. Someone said fearfully. The Soul Devourer Temple was a famous demonic faction in the divine prefecture of the eastern region. Back then, the 10 ancient cities joined forces to besiege the Soul Devourer Temple, but they could not destroy this demonic faction. It was clear how terrifying the Soul Devourer Temple was. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator from the Soul Devourer Temple and could not help but frown slightly. Previously, when he entered the wild forest to train, he met Yuan Yunfeng from the Soul Devourer Temple with Murong Shui. This Yuan Yunfeng seemed to be the grandson of an elder from the Soul Devourer Temple. His identity was extraordinary. A sacred beast like the fire Qilin actually appeared in a barren land like the divine prefecture of the eastern region. It's unbelievable. In the distance, a voice came. It was a man with a long sword on his back. He looked like a sword immortal. Little sword demon, Li Beige. Someone exclaimed. This person's identity was not simple. He was a lone cultivator, but because he obtained the orthodoxy of an ancient cultivator, he soared to the sky and was very famous in the divine prefecture of the eastern region. In the blink of an eye, 3 Yinyang cultivators had arrived. Lin Feng said, "What does Li Beige mean? Why does he say that the divine prefecture of the eastern region is a barren land? The divine prefecture of the eastern region is rich in resources. Ordinary people would not be able to cross it in 10 lifetimes. There are countless resources. How can it be a barren land?" Duge Guangdao smiled wryly and said, "Brother Yang, you don't know. I've heard that outside of the divine prefecture of the eastern region, there are 99 provinces, overseas, and even celestial islands." Hiss! Lin Feng gasped. Gods, high and mighty, that was a legend recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Now, there were deities in other states. In comparison, the divine prefecture of the eastern region was much worse than the other provinces. The king of beasts is dead, but not dead. A dying beast is like a sleeping dragon. Although the fire Qilin is not in a good situation, it won't be easy to deal with. Why don't the 3 of us work together? Said Genie Chen. The cultivator in black robes from the Soul Devourer temple laughed sinisterly and said, "Alright, let's work together and kill the fire Qilin. As for how to divide the treasures on the fire Qilin, we'll talk about it after we kill it. Since you're all in the same boat, I have no objections," said the little sword demon, Li Beige. "Attack!" shouted Genie Chen. Swish! A halberd appeared in his hand. He held it and flew towards the fire Qilin in the valley. The cultivator in black robes from the Soul Devourer temple held a chain in his hand. The little sword demon, Li Beige, drew his sword and charged towards the fire Qilin. The three strong cultivators are attacking. Many people were excited. They were all waiting for the strong cultivators of the Yin-Yang world to attack. Finally, the Yin-Yang world cultivators were attacking. The three strong cultivators quickly rushed towards the valley. At this moment, a suffocating aura came from the valley. Swoosh, the fire Qilin, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes. It had a pair of terrifying eyes. Those cold eyes looked at the three strong cultivators. The three strong cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. The fire Qilin is heavily injured. This is our best chance to kill it. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another chance like this in our lives. Genie Chen gnashed his teeth. He overcame his fear and continued rushing towards the fire Qilin. Just like Genie Chen, the strong cultivator in black clothes from the Soul Devourer Palace and the little sword demon, Li Beige, also suppressed their fear and rushed towards the fire Qilin with their weapons. If they could really kill the fire Qilin, it would be a great fortune for them. Perhaps this fortune would allow them to break through the shackles of the Yin-Yang world and reach a higher level. Such a great temptation was enough for the three strong cultivators of the Yin-Yang world to take the risk. Dusk rain, sword falls like rain. The little sword demon, Li Beige, attacked. He stabbed with his sword and a boundless rain started falling from the sky. Each drop of rain was a sword. Rainwater sword, this kind of swordsmanship was incomparably marvelous. Lin Feng was astonished. Is this the ancient sword technique that Li Beige obtained? How powerful! That's right. This is an ancient sword technique. One sword, 10,000 swords will fall. It's invincible. Dugu Quandao looked at Li Beige enviously. It was rumored that Li Beige had been an ordinary adventurer. He had coincidentally obtained an ancient cultivator's cave, which had allowed him to soar into the sky. Dugu Quandao, who was also an adventurer, also dreamed that he would be as lucky as Li Beige one day. When Li Beige attacked, Genie Chen attacked as well. He held his halberd and stabbed towards the fire Qilin. One spear creates a world. The ancient technique that Genie Chen displayed was also extremely powerful. As he stabbed out with his spear, layers of illusory images appeared in front of him, revealing an ancient world. Genie Chen's attack instantly pierced through this world. This spear seemed to be able to pierce through any obstacle. As for the black-robed expert from Soul Devourer Palace, he moved the black chain in Luan Dong's hand. The black chain was obviously a treasure. When the Soul Devourer Palace threw out the chain. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing cry rang out. It was like the mournful cry of a malicious spirit. Hearing this cry, even in the daytime, made people feel a bone-piercing chill. Endless demonic fog gushed out from the black chains, and within the demonic fog, there were actually countless ghosts that pounced on the fire Qilin. The Soul Devourer Palace was a demonic sect. The treasures they refined and the abilities they cultivated were all extremely evil. It was unknown how many innocent people they had to kill to refine such a treasure. When the three powerhouses attacked, each of their attacks were incomparably terrifying. Roar! The fire Qilin's roar shook the sky. At this moment, the fire Qilin stood up. Its body was too big. After standing up, it was actually 1,000 meters tall and 2,000 meters long. It was completely like a mountain ridge, giving people a strong visual impact. The fire Qilin raised its huge claws and slapped toward the three powerhouses. Boom, the two sides collided violently. It had to be said that the fire Qilin was really powerful. Its claws sent the three powerhouses flying. The three powerhouses' faces were very pale. The fire Qilin's attack had injured them to a certain extent. This fire Qilin is terrifying. Lin Feng was speechless. It was indeed a divine beast recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas Divine Beast Record. In such a weakened state, it still sent the three powerhouses flying with a single blow. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the fire Qilin was at its peak. The fire Qilin's roar shook the sky. It stepped forward, wanting to take this opportunity to kill the three powerhouses. However, after taking a few steps, the fire Qilin's body collapsed. This fire Qilin is really weak. It can't even stand for a long time. Duga Guangdao exclaimed. This gave many people hope. Genie Chen, the black-robed man from the Soul Devourer Temple, and Li Beige stabilized their bodies. Their faces were cold. Genie Chen shouted, "Since you want a share, what are you waiting for? If you don't attack now, when are you going to attack?" Kill, the densely packed cultivators roared and rushed toward the valley. There were probably no less than 10,000 cultivators who came this time. It was very lively. Everyone wanted to get some benefits from killing the fire Qilin. Now, the fire Qilin's condition was obviously extremely weak. It was indeed a good opportunity to kill it. The densely packed cultivators surrounded the valley so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Then, arrows blotted out the sky and shot toward the fire Qilin. Everyone participated in this, including Lin Feng. He also joined the group that surrounded the fire Qilin. This was a huge scene. Under the leadership of 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators, 10,000 cultivators were trying to kill the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was already weak, and now it had suffered a great impact. The 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators also found an opportunity to injure the fire Qilin. For example, Genie Chen stabbed his halberd into the fire Qilin's body. Blood immediately flowed out. Li Beige used a sword to cut open the scales on the fire Qilin's body, causing great damage. The black-robed man from the Soul Devourer Temple released many Yin spirits and sent them into the fire Qilin's mind. They even wanted to devour its soul. The fire Qilin was greatly injured. Its body twitched violently. The fire Qilin stood up again. Because of the intense pain, it rampaged through the forest, causing mountains to collapse. Ah! Hurry up and dodge! Many cultivators tried to dodge, but many were buried by the mountains and died miserably. Some were trampled to death by the fire Qilin. It can't hold on for much longer. It'll die soon. Continue attacking it, shouted Genie Chen loudly. He suddenly pulled out his halberd. The fire Qilin's blood splashed out. Countless cultivators continued attacking the fire Qilin even more ferociously. They wanted to kill it. At that moment, the fire Qilin exploded. Fire Qilin's fury. The fire Qilin's roar shook the sky. The fire Qilin's body spewed out endless flames. The flames spread in all directions, burning the sky and the earth. Many people were instantly swallowed by the flames. It was the fire Qilin. It was extremely terrifying and impossible to extinguish. Immediately, many cultivators were burned to ashes. Hurry up and retreat, the 3 strong cultivators were astonished and quickly retreated. But the fire Qilin had gone completely crazy. It waved its huge claws as if it had gathered all its strength and attacked the 3 strong cultivators. Crack! Crack! The 3 strong cultivators were blown away by the fire Qilin's attack. Many of their bones were broken. Bang! The 3 experts slammed heavily into the mountain peaks in the distance, causing them to collapse. Hurry up and run, countless people fled in all directions. The crazy fire Qilin was too terrifying. They didn't know if the 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators had been killed by the fire Qilin. Roar! The fire Qilin's roar shook the sky. Its mountain-like body soared into the sky and flew towards the 3 strong cultivators. The fire Qilin clearly hated the 3 strong cultivators and wanted to kill them. At that moment, 3 figures soared into the sky from the collapsed ruins. It was Genie Chen, the strong cultivator in black robes from the Soul Devourer Temple, and the little sword demon, Li Beige. They had obviously been severely injured. Their chi was weak and their faces were as pale as paper. When they saw the fire Qilin rushing towards them, they didn't dare stay. Roar! The fire Qilin roared furiously. It didn't chase after the 3 strong cultivators, so it vented its anger on the ordinary cultivators. The fire Qilin rushed over and opened its mouth. It suddenly inhaled. A terrifying suction force surged out. Countless cultivators were sucked into the fire Qilan's stomach. Countless people fled in horror. It's too terrifying. The fire Qilan is worthy of being a divine beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Such a terrifying existence, even if it's extremely weak, isn't something ordinary people can withstand once it's angry. Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilan in horror. Countless cultivators had been killed. The fire Qilan had gone completely crazy and was crazily devouring the cultivators. Whoosh, Lin Feng rushed into the forest and hid under a hidden crack in a huge rock. After a long time, the forest returned to normal. The fire Qilan's voice disappeared. Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place. The scene before him was a mess. Large areas of the forest had been destroyed, and there were many charred corpses on the ground. The losses from killing the fire Qilan were too great. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He didn't know if Duga Quandao and the others had escaped or not. Is it safe? The fire Qilan seems to have left. In the distance, there were still some cultivators hiding in some hidden places. They had escaped the disaster and were now walking out of their hiding places. When everyone saw the mess in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. They were really lucky to have escaped this disaster. Sigh, I thought I could kill the fire Qilan. Who would have thought that it would be so terrifying? Some people sighed. They were also glad that they had survived this disaster. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, we can't stay here for long. We don't know if the fire Qilan is still wandering around. Let's leave quickly." Yes, let's leave this place quickly. The others quickly nodded. Lin Feng and a dozen other survivors quickly left the place, which was already a mess. In the middle of the night, a bonfire was lit in the forest. A group of people was gathered around it. They were Lin Feng's group, and they were heading towards Mercenary Town. It was too dangerous in the forest at night, so they stopped to rest. Little brother, when I was your age, I was still cultivating in Jialan Academy. You actually came to the wild forest to train. You're quite brave. A cultivator said. Lin Feng asked, "Big brother, did you cultivate in Jialan Academy as well?" Yes, but my talent was limited. I couldn't enter the inner academy, so I dropped out. The cultivator sighed. There were more than 100,000 students in Jialan Academy, but they couldn't enter the inner academy. The cultivator continued, "Little brother, you seem to be cultivating in Jialan Academy as well?" Lin Feng nodded, "Yes, I've been cultivating in Jialan Academy for 3 years. Those who survive a great disaster are destined for good fortune. Little brother, you were lucky enough to escape from the fire Qilan's mouth. You'll definitely have a bright future ahead of you," the cultivator said with a smile. The group chatted and laughed. Later in the night, they found a place to rest. Lin Feng jumped onto a tree and lay down on a huge branch to sleep. But in the middle of the night, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying qi which made him feel suffocated. He opened his eyes and saw something that made his hair stand on end. In the distance, endless flames burned the sky. A terrifying beast surrounded by flames was flying towards him. "It's the fire Qilan," everyone was alarmed. Some ran towards the forest, but it was too late. The fire Qilan was too fast. It landed in an instant and killed several fleeing cultivators with a swipe of its claws. Spare me, the remaining cultivators were scared out of their wits. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. The fire Qilan was 1,000 meters tall. It looked like a primordial beast, coldly looking down. "Lowly ants, I'm going to eat you all." The fire Qilan opened its mouth and sucked everyone up. It was then swallowed by the fire Qilan. Lin Feng hid in the big tree, not daring to squeak. He didn't even dare to breathe for fear of attracting the fire Qilan's attention. At this moment, Lin Feng only wanted the fire Qilan to leave quickly. In the face of such a terrifying existence, it was simply despairing. Just as the fire Qilan was about to leave, it suddenly looked towards Lin Feng's hiding place as if it had sensed something. "And a despicable ant," the fire Qilan said coldly. It opened its big mouth and spat out a ball of flame. It blasted towards the place where Lin Feng was hiding. "Oh no, we've been discovered," Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly jumped into the distance and dodged the attack. The next moment, the place where he was originally hiding turned into a sea of fire. "Brat, do you think you can hide from me by hiding?" The fire Qilin looked at Lin Feng with a sneer. Boom. In the next moment, the fire Qilin stretched out its huge claw and slammed it towards Lin Feng. "It's over," Lin Feng's face paled. The fire Qilin's claw was like a mountain. It was impossible to dodge. Danger. The situation was extremely dangerous. At this critical moment, the mysterious demonic bead in Lin Feng's dantian suddenly flew out and floated above Lin Feng. An endless amount of demonic energy flew out and rolled above Lin Feng. Bang! The fire Qilin's claw slammed into the rolling demonic energy, and the fire Qilin was forced to take 3 steps back. "The mysterious demonic bead!" Lin Feng exclaimed. He hadn't thought that the mysterious demonic bead would save his life at this critical moment. It had been too dangerous just now. The slightest carelessness would have led to his death. "Huh? What kind of treasure is that?" The fire Qilin let out a cry of surprise. Its huge eyes were filled with greed. The classic of mountains and seas once recorded that Qilins were greedy and good at collecting treasures. They fought with dragons for 10 days to seize the treasure. The classic of mountains and seas also recorded the characteristics of the Qilins. Just like the dragons, this race loved to collect treasures. There was once a Qilin who fought with a dragon for 10 days and 10 nights in order to obtain a treasure. The mysterious demonic bead floated in the air, facing off against the fire Qilin. "What a great treasure. It's destined to belong to me." The fire Qilin opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the mysterious demonic bead. God. Dies. Demons. Perishes. And I will not decay. Suddenly, the mysterious demonic bead spoke intermittently. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Could there be a powerful existence hidden in the mysterious demonic bead? Could it be the ancient dragonesque elephant that had been sealed by the laws of order? Lin Feng thought of the ancient dragonesque elephant in the mysterious demonic bead. Even now, Lin Feng couldn't tell if what he had seen was real or just an illusion. Did the ancient dragonesque elephant really exist? Or was it just a facade that the mysterious demonic bead had shown? The fire Qilin was startled and shouted, "Shit! Shit! Is there someone else in there? Who are you?" The fire Qilin looked at the mysterious demonic bead in shock. "Born in chaos and buried in Xian. Yellow. Gods bow down to the group of saints, kneel and pay their respects." The mysterious demonic bead spoke again. The voice was faintly discernible, and Lin Feng couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. "You're bragging." The fire Qilin sneered. "I'll eat you first." As soon as it finished speaking, the fire Qilin opened its mouth again, wanting to swallow the mysterious demonic bead in one gulp. "Blasphemer, shall die," the mysterious demonic bead said. As soon as the fire Qilin attacked, the mysterious demonic bead spoke again. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the air as the mysterious demonic bead flew above the fire Qilin. Demonic chi surged and enveloped the fire Qilin. "Ah! How is this possible?" The fire Qilin shouted in disbelief, because it realized that the mysterious demonic bead was crazily absorbing its strength. "No! No!" The fire Qilin shouted in terror. Its strength was being rapidly absorbed, and its body kept shrinking. "Oh my God!" Lin Feng watched the scene in shock. The mysterious demonic bead was too terrifying. It could actually absorb the strength of a divine beast like the fire Qilin. After 10 minutes, the fire Qilin, which was over 1,000 meters tall, had shrunk to about a meter tall. The fire Qilin's body, which was as boundless as the sea, had been completely absorbed by the demonic bead. End of chapter 83. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.